Warning! Warning! Enemies are invading. Level 3 defenses have been breached by the enemy. Level 2 defenses have been breached by the enemy. Level 1 defenses have been breached by the enemy. The jarring sound of the broadcast reverberated through the pitch-black space. As oppressive and irritable emotions spread within, the narrow corridor was permeated with a nauseating stench of blood, and even the cessation of breath could not shield against the foulness invading the nostrils. With the flickering of the green safety lights, the elongated hallway lay strewn with corpses, their lifeless forms reflected in the eerie glow of the surrounding pools of blood. Bang! 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 After several explosive sounds, the broadcast warning abruptly ceased, replaced by the crisp, measured sound of footsteps. The girl stood tall, clad in a form-fitting black suit that enveloped her entire being. A half-mask covered her face, leaving only her deep, cold eyes glowing with a green hue, radiating a disdain for death that belied her youth. Stepping upon the corpses beneath her feet felt akin to traversing solid ground. Should she detect the presence of the living, her blade would rise and fall, swiftly restoring silence after a muffled whimper. The largest human trafficking organization in Southeast Asia could never have anticipated that their impenetrable headquarters would be cleansed of life in a mere hour by a solitary girl. Who are you? The once formidable black boss, now rendered a mere shell of his former self, faced the girl with eyes devoid of their previous arrogance, replaced instead by an incongruous fear and trepidation. The girl remained silent, her short blade gliding slowly across his forehead, etching a singular letter. The black boss, paralyzed by terror, found his limbs too weak to mount any resistance, as an unknown liquid trickled down his legs, accompanied by a foul odor. Upon feeling the inscription upon his brow, he realized that this day next year would mark his death, with no room for reprieve. In the realm of assassins, there existed a mysterious figure known for her peculiar penchant. She would leave an M marking at the scene of her missions. Wherever she went, no one survived. Each task seemed to be her masterpiece, with M serving as her signature. From the moment the first letter appeared, a mere year had passed, and 24 works had spread across the globe. No one knew her name, they only recognized her dark web alias Ming. The Black Boss had always believed that Ming was a collective of killers, only to discover she was merely a masked girl with long black hair. Who sent you? With his last ounce of strength, the Black Boss managed to utter this final query, desperate to understand who had orchestrated his demise. Ming responded with an eerie smile, silently brandishing a collar engraved with numbers before the Black Boss' eyes. Number 456, You survive. In that instant, the Black Boss recalled the identity of the girl before him. A decade prior, to satiate the whims of certain powerful figures, he had orchestrated a game. A brutal melee of 1,000 child soldiers, each bearing a numbered tag for the wealthy to gamble upon, with Ming emerging as the last victor. Though she fought desperately to survive, her battered form was but a breath away from death. Afterward, she was put up for auction on the black market, her remaining worth extracted. A dying individual held little value, yet a ruthless killer, replete with an aura of death, possessed significant worth. For Southeast Asians relish in raising spirits, Europeans favor crafting human specimens, and Africans are known for consuming human flesh. Regardless of her eventual fate, Ming would undoubtedly serve as the most exquisite material. Ultimately, she was anonymously purchased for a handsome sum by a notable figure in the Hucking Gang of M Country, receiving the care necessary to survive. In adulthood, she masqueraded as the daughter of a rural farmer, while secretly being the foremost assassin concealed within the gang. Even within the gang, only a handful were privy to her true identity. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a slender line of blood appeared at the Black Boss' neck, marking the end of his nefarious existence. Yet, those eyes remained wide open, fixated fiercely upon Ming. With a glance, she delivered another strike, piercing those eyes. Crimson blood instantly filled the orbs, cascading down the corners, erasing any previous ferocity. Having dealt with all present, she swiftly accessed a computer, expertly cracking a password to uncover a file numbered 205-8456. This document contained details of her origins. Skimming through, a few key pieces of information were extracted. Country Z, Province G, birth name Yi Xingyue, father Yi Jinxing, deceased mother Su Hui, brother Yi Xingchen. Handler, Bing Lang. Ming glanced at the black boss lying in a pool of blood, sensing that her swift actions may have been premature. No matter, it merely extended the time, as she relished the cat-and-mouse game of the hunt. The headquarters of the trafficking organization now lay barren, save for the bodies and those imprisoned in the dungeon. Having resolved her own matters, she silently unlocked the cages. Yet, no one dared to flee. Fear had gripped them. Everyone knew the fate that awaited those who attempted to escape, either death or mutilation. It was only when several familiar heads rolled before them that someone dared to burst forth, fleeing the cage in a desperate bid for survival. Those who had encountered Ming were now all dead. She remained hidden in the shadows, ensuring all had escaped before setting the entire basement ablaze. 2 hours later, an urgent international news flash interrupted broadcasts around the world. The headquarters of Southeast Asia's largest human trafficking organization has succumbed to flames, resulting in 126 fatalities. News from Country T. The T government successfully dismantles the trafficking organization, rescuing hundreds of missing persons. Dark Web reports, Southeast Asia's Yuanhing trafficking group attacked by Organization M. The 25th work of M, that the online discourse was overwhelming, a cacophony of truth and falsehood, each side offering its interpretation. Ming rode through the night on a black motorcycle, having completed her task, quietly retreating into anonymity. 2 days later, she returned to the farm in M country aboard a private plane. Accompanying her was a dossier containing detailed information about the Yi family. The Yi family possessed assets exceeding $1 billion, considered a prominent family in Province G. Yet on a national scale, they were merely a third-rate noble house, inconsequential in the global arena. The name Yi Xingyue had been usurped for over 18 years, rendering it unusable from the documents. It appeared she had been mistakenly exchanged at birth in the hospital. What troubled Ming was the question of why she had grown up in Southeast Asia, becoming a child soldier rather than living in some family in Country Z. Only by locating the handler Bing Lang could she uncover the truth. Her twin brother was alive, yet their blood relation remained uncertain. However, similarities in their features and the wisdom reflected in their eyes were unmistakable. Tragically, after the age of 8, he had been rendered mute by a car accident and remained unable to speak. He was now a high school senior. Additionally, there was a stepmother in the mix, her mother's close friend, who had borne a son with her father named Yi Qiming, currently in his second year of high school. After reviewing the documents, Ming incinerated them to ashes with a flick of her wrist, a flicker of sorrow flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated that while she endured her darkest moment at 8, her biological brother had faced a similarly perilous situation. Fortunately, he had survived. As for his subsequent muteness, she held no fear it was curable. Ming arranged for her personal information to be meticulously refined and sent to Yi Jinxing, concealing the darker aspects of her past while retaining the ordinary details. To reclaim her heritage, she adopted a Chinese name, Yi Huimin. However, a month passed with no response from the Yi family. They either regarded her as a fraud or were simply indifferent. Her inquiries fell into silence, echoing into the void. It was only after employing some tactics that she finally established contact with the Yi family. The trifling matters of the Yi family held little interest for her. Were it not for the existence of her twin brother within the Yi family, a persistent voice in her heart urging her to return home, she would have preferred not to go through such elaborate measures to reconnect. Chapter 2. The true heiress returns home in the year 2077. At the beginning of the year, Yi Huimin, who had been in contact with the Yi family since November of the previous year, finally received the notification of her recognition as a daughter after the Spring Festival. Although the timing was late, it could not diminish her excitement about returning home to see her family. Alongside the news, the Yi family had also kindly arranged first-class flight tickets for her. The airplane landed at Daxing International Airport, where she was picked up and subsequently transported to Xiong City. This place, having developed over several decades, had alleviated many functions from the capital. The Yi family had taken advantage of this opportunity back in the day, gradually growing in strength and stature to attain their current status. Yi Huimin had trodden upon this land countless times, yet this visit stirred emotions within her like never before. Standing at a height of 175 cm, she donned a vintage M-style outfit, consisting of a brown leather jacket paired with high-waisted wide-leg jeans. To embody the image of a charming neighbor girl, she had playfully styled her hair into 2 adorable buns, radiating approachability. Humming a song she had pinned herself, a chocolate bar nestled between her lips. She swayed her head in delight. However, upon reaching the exit, her good mood was abruptly dampened by the sight of two unfamiliar women holding a paper that bore her name, Yi Huimin. She did not recognize them at all and approached them with curiosity. Inquiring, "Are you here to pick me up from the Yi family?" The slightly older woman, the housekeeper of the Yi family, surnamed Zhao, appeared to be in her 40s. She scrutinized Yi Huimin from head to toe, surprised that a rustic girl from the countryside could have such a well-nourished physique. Nonetheless, her eyes reflected a certain disdain as she spoke. "So, you are Yi Huimin?" Yi Huimin was displeased with this attitude. Anyone who looked at her that way was likely long gone, buried beneath 2 meters of grass. "Oh, you have vision problems?" she retorted. The younger woman beside her, a maid of the Yi family surnamed Zhou, was under 30. Upon hearing this, she bit her lip, desperately stifling a laugh. Housekeeper Zhao, visibly irritated, had not anticipated that this foreign country girl would possess such a lack of decorum. She shot a glare at maid Zhou before sarcastically addressing Yi Huimin. "I must confirm your identity. There are many frauds these days. If I mistakenly bring the wrong person into the Yi family, it would be difficult for me to explain. You are quite diligent, resembling a guard dog I once had, though at least it could discern between a king and a commoner." Without any luggage, Yi Huimin spoke and then shoved her hands into her pockets. Striding forward without further ado, she had no inclination to engage in a dispute with a dog. Housekeeper Zhao, both angry and flustered, intended to confront her, but Yi Huimin glanced back, her hawk-like gaze sending a shiver down Zhao's spine. Stunned, Housekeeper Zhao stood rooted to the spot, swallowing hard several times, feeling as if the air had thinned around her. "Xiao Zhou, did you see the look in her eyes?" Housekeeper Zhao finally managed to speak. Maid Zhou shook her head repeatedly. She had been busy comparing photos on her phone and had noticed that Yi Huimin was even more beautiful in person, especially resembling the young Master Yi. There was no possibility of a mix-up here. "Housekeeper Zhao, Miss Yi has left in a taxi." Maid Zhou pointed at a cab that was driving away. "That stubborn girl, let her go. I wonder where she thinks she can run to." Housekeeper Zhao cursed under her breath, completely unbothered. Maid Zhou, feeling disheartened, hoped that the gods would clash without affecting her. Housekeeper Zhao was the sister-in-law of Wang Ping and had watched Yi Xingyue grow up. Having served as the housekeeper of the Yi family for 18 years, Yi Zhenxing was busy with work, often spending 25 out of 30 days a month entertaining others, returning home only to sleep. Thus, the responsibility of receiving guests fell to Housekeeper Zhao, who had been sent to teach Yi Huimin a lesson, to temper her bravado. Little did she know that Yi Huimin had a temperament that rivaled a bull. Completely indifferent to her attempts at intimidation, flipping the tables on Housekeeper Zhao instead. However, Housekeeper Zhao was undeterred, for Yi Zhenxing favored sons over daughters and did not care for Yi Huimin. Even upon learning that Yi Xingyue was not his biological daughter, he remained unfazed, dismissing the matter as inconsequential under Wang Ping's casual remarks. Moreover, his schedule was packed. Even with the return of his biological daughter, he did not express a desire to return home for dinner. Yi Huimin took a taxi directly to the Yi residence, uncertain whether her brother, Yi Xingchen, was home. She felt a surge of excitement. For countless nights, a voice had beckoned her to return home. Standing at the doorstep, a long-forgotten tension coursed through her body, reminiscent of the last time she had taken a life. The Yi family resided in a villa estate, 3 stories above ground and 2 below, complete with a private garden. The estate was gated, and the courtyard appeared deserted. Undeterred, she inserted a hairpin into the lock, and the door swung open effortlessly. Striding inside, she had only to glance at the villa's floor plan to orient herself completely. As she approached the villa's entrance, a servant emerged, questioning, "Who are you? How did you get in?" "Yi Huimin," she introduced herself before promptly asking, "Is my brother here?" "Miss Yi?" The servant glanced around, puzzled. "Where are Housekeeper Zhao and Xiao Zhou? Weren't they sent to pick you up?" Seeing that the servant's demeanor was amiable, Yi Huimin smiled. "No need to worry about them." "Where is my brother?" "The young master has gone to the capital. I heard a renowned doctor is there, and Mr.Ye took him for a consultation." Just as the servant was about to mention the second young master, Yi Huimin interrupted with a wave of her hand. "When will they return? Do you know where they are?" Yi Huimin considered that her father had not come to pick her up due to taking her brother for treatment, and her anger subsided. After all, a doctor of such repute would not be available for long, typically staying only a few days. Missing the opportunity would be regrettable. Unfortunately, this detour felt like seeking far and wide when she could have simply resolved matters herself. She was skilled not only in taking lives but also in saving them. Known in the underworld as the Ghost King's divine hand, her mastery of flying needles was unrivaled, even by her own master. Life and death were but a matter of her will. One of her purposes for this visit was to cure her brother's muteness. The master didn't mention how long he would stay. The servant said, her expression awkward. She was just a worker and had no knowledge of her employer's specific plans. All right, please take me to my brother's room. Yi Huimin decided not to press her further. Knowing she would eventually return, as soon as she stepped inside and changed her shoes, housekeeper Zhao and maid Zhou returned home, astonished to find that Yi Huimin had managed to find her way back unassisted. Maid Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had successfully brought Missy back. However, housekeeper Zhao's expression was grim. She had failed to deter Yi Huimin. With a hint of sarcasm, she addressed maid Zhou. I told you, some people come prepared. They don't need us to pick them up. She probably knows everything about the Yi family already. Yi Huimin did not argue. After all, there was truth in her words. She offered a faint smile to the maid who had led her inside, saying, Please take me to my brother's room. The maid glanced at housekeeper Zhao, sensing the tension in the air, and hesitated to respond. Madam said that until your true identity is confirmed, you can only stay on the first floor of the villa. Housekeeper Zhao returned home, brandishing her authority with renewed vigor. After all, this was her domain, and she would not allow anyone to bully her. Yi Huimin did not even spare her a glance. Asking for directions was merely a display of politeness. If they wanted to disregard her courtesy, she would not feel obliged to reciprocate. Knowing that Yi Xingchen resided in a room on the second floor, she proceeded toward the staircase. Seeing this, housekeeper Zhao reached out to stop her from ascending. However, Yi Huimin deftly sidestepped, causing Zhao to stumble and fall onto the floor. The marble surface made her exclaim, Ouch! Two nearby individuals hurried to assist her, but housekeeper Zhao, having indulged herself in excess over the years, weighed over 160 pounds, and the two servants struggled to lift her. By the time housekeeper Zhao managed to rise, Yi Huimin had already reached the second floor. Chapter 3. I envy you for not stumbling. Zhe Guanjia has just strained his waist and injured his knee quite severely, and is currently applying medicine on the first floor. He has asked Zhou Mei to handle Yi Huimin. However, Zhou Mei lacks the courage to face her. After all, even if she is not favored, the other party is the young lady of the Yi family. She also cannot fathom why Zhe Guanjia insists on targeting Yi Huimin time and again. No matter, I shall merely observe. She thought that Yi Huimin flipped through several assignments, only to find them all blank. With the school term about to commence, she was astonished to see that not a single word had been written. How are my brother's grades? She inquired. Zhou Mei's expression grew troubled yet composed. As long as he is stable, Yi Huimin nodded in satisfaction. However, when she came across the final report card, her demeanor shifted entirely. The grades hovered precariously around the passing line, leading her to suspect that all the intelligence and wisdom she inherited in utero had been bestowed upon her brother, rendering him so mediocre. The scores were simply unbearable to behold. She had never scored so low herself. Yet, considering her brother had been mute since childhood, she felt somewhat at ease. With a deficiency in personal capabilities coupled with a lack of mental well-being, how could he possibly excel academically? Even if he could, it was not something that everyone could achieve. Yi Huimin swiftly accepted her brother's ordinariness and flaws. With her presence, everything would gradually change. She drew back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to cascade onto the black bedspread, dispelling the gloom in the room. Outside in the garden, she spotted a young girl clad in a white coat approaching. Yi Huimin recognized her instantly, Yi Xingyue, the woman who had taken her place for 18 years. Yi Huimin did not wish to blame her. After all, they were both infants at the time, completely powerless. If accountability were to be assigned, it would ultimately fall on their parents, who seemed oblivious to the loss of their biological daughter. Yet, the blame could only rest on her father. Their mother had tragically died from excessive bleeding during childbirth while bringing the siblings into the world. Had their mother survived, such circumstances would never have arisen. Yi Huimin decided to descend the stairs to greet her. However, Yi Xingyue merely glanced at her and, aside from being surprised by her height and enviable figure, ignored her entirely, turning instead to Zhe Guanjia to inquire, Has anyone trespassed into my room? Zhe Guanjia, wearing a fawning expression, assured her, "Rest easy, Mississippi, as long as I am here." She has only entered the eldest master's room. "I have already locked yours. She cannot get in." Ye Huimin frowned, realizing that all the goodwill she had accumulated over 18 years had been squandered today, leading to this unfortunate outcome. Indeed, one must not be overly kind. She had merely intended to check on her brother, cure his muteness, and then investigate her origins while searching for beetle nuts. Now, it seemed her plans had changed. Those who had lost what they were never meant to possess ultimately did not deserve it. What was rightfully theirs must be reclaimed. The false could not masquerade as the true, nor could the true be rendered false. Ye Huimin returned to the second floor, where no one had ever been able to obstruct her passage. She held no interest in Yixingyue's room, but now that had changed. Seeing Ye Huimin approach her room, Yixingyue hurriedly followed. Zheguanjia, limping slightly, reassured her, "Miss, do not worry. I have the key. She cannot enter." Upon hearing this, Yixingyue scoffed and slowed her pace, eager to witness Ye Huimin's humiliation at being denied entry. Several maids trailed behind her, all intrigued by the unfolding drama. Ye Huimin reached Yixingyue's door, and upon inspecting the lock, found it to be utterly unchallenging. A smirk played at the corners of her lips as she effortlessly turned the knob, hearing a satisfying click as the door creaked open slightly. Enraged, Yixingyue turned to Zheguanjia, demanding, "Did you not say it was locked?" "It is locked," Zheguanjia replied, looking aggrieved, assuring her that she had checked the lock thoroughly after securing it. Ye Huimin surveyed the interior with a mischievous smile before inquiring of Yixingyue, "When do you plan to move out? Shall I assist you now?" "You should be the one moving out. You are not permitted to enter my room," Yixingyue shouted, charging forward. Ignoring her, Ye Huimin swiftly stepped inside and, with a flick of her heel, closed the door behind her. Yixingyue found herself thwarted, frantically turning the doorknob in an attempt to barge inside. Yet no amount of force could budge the door. She could only rage impotently at the entrance, pounding on it repeatedly. Zheguanjia, mistakenly believing Ye Huimin had locked the door from within, volunteered, "Miss, do not fret. I can unlock it." Yixingyue stepped aside, allowing Zheguanjia to attempt entry. However, despite her utmost efforts, the door remained obstinately shut. With a final, distressing snap, the key broke off in the lock. Zheguanjia stood there, half a key in hand, her face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet anyone's gaze. "Useless. All of you are utterly useless," Yixingyue seethed, directing her ire at the onlookers. "Tear down the door. Force her out." Inside, Ye Huimin leisurely reveled in the ambience of her rightful room, which was considerably larger than her brother Yixingchen's. The pink decor was not to her taste. She preferred a deep crimson. Closing her eyes, she savored the imagined scene, inhaling the air around her. Regrettably, there was no intoxicating scent of blood, only a lingering trace of perfume. The noise outside grew increasingly chaotic as Zheguanjia was on the phone, demanding that the property management send someone to unlock the door, threatening, "You must arrive within 3 minutes, or I will lodge a complaint with your superior." Observing their urgency, Ye Huimin called out cheerfully, "This bed is incredibly soft. So comfortable. I shall sleep here tonight." With that, she reclined to test it, finding it merely average. However, to show her enthusiasm, she rolled around a couple of times. Yet, the bed, though spacious at 1.80 meters, was not as accommodating as her own at home. "I shall kill you, you uncouth, wild child." Yixingyue's frustration reached its peak upon hearing those words. She seized Zheguanjia, demanding, "What are you all doing? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Zheguanjia, equally exasperated, responded, "It has barely been half a minute since I hung up. They can't teleport here." "Miss, do not worry. I will contact someone to bring a new bed immediately." Ye Huimin, realizing the game they were playing, remarked, "Since you have such lovely clothes, I shall try on a couple of pieces. I happen to leave mine at home." Though her tone was fierce, she merely flicked through the garments, casually tossing a few onto the bed. Yixingyue, standing at 163 centimeters, knew without trying that they would not fit her petite frame, which was 12 centimeters shorter. "You wait. If you dare touch my clothes, you are finished. I shall see how long you can remain arrogant," Yixingyue threatened, then turned to Zheguanjia, commanding, "Kick down the door." Zheguanjia had just raised her leg when she remembered her injuries, her waist and knee still throbbing painfully. She shouted to the crowd, "What are you all standing around for? Kick down the door. Yi Huimin remained utterly unperturbed by the prospect of them breaking in, casually remarking, I never imagined you were so fond of pink. Even your bra is pink. I truly envy how you can pull it off. Kick it down, with all your might. Harder. Yi Xingyue could no longer contain her fury, trembling with rage. She had never envisioned Yi Huimin would not only rummage through her belongings but also insult her so brazenly. In her entire life, no one had dared treat her this way, nor had she ever endured such humiliation. Bang, bang, bang. The maids took turns kicking the door, abandoning their usual decorum. However, the door, made of brass rather than wood, remained impervious to their efforts, leaving only scuff marks but no dents. Desperate, Yi Xingyue concocted yet another scheme, instructing Zheguanjia, bring me that wretched girl's suitcase. I shall tear it apart. Zheguanjia wore a pained expression and replied, Miss, she came empty-handed. What? Yi Xingyue gasped, incredulous. She had not anticipated that Yi Huimin would be so cunning as to return to the Yi household without any belongings, intending to acquire everything anew. What a crafty strategy. She called out to the room, You wretched woman, listen closely. I have gifted you those clothes. You are only worthy of wearing my hand-me-downs. I want nothing to do with them. If you wish for new ones, you shall not have them. In that case, I shall dispose of them at my leisure. Yi Huimin replied, picking up her phone to dial a number. Oh, this Ant Recycling? I have clothes to sell. 5 yuan per kilogram? Very well, the address is. After hanging up, she called out to the outside. These cosmetics appear quite delightful. You are so generous. Surely you wouldn't mind parting with them, would you? Damn it, my lay bony. I just bought it yesterday and haven't even unwrapped it. Yi Xingyue erupted in anger. This was no second-hand item. It was brand new. A complete set would cost several thousand. She could not allow that little wretch to get it for cheap. Do you understand? If you dare use my cosmetics, I curse you with a face full of blemishes. She glared at the obstinate door, which refused to budge, and could do nothing but continue to hurl curses. Rebound, rebound, rebound. Yi Huimin held no interest in her trivial possessions. However, now her interest was piqued. She picked up the unopened bottle of cosmetics, pricked a minuscule hole in it with a silver needle, added a little extra ingredient, and then replaced it. Let us see which curse proves more potent. Minutes later, the locksmith dispatched by the management arrived at the villa. This locksmith possessed some skill, effortlessly extracting the broken key from the lock. However, the brass door remained obstinately shut, refusing to yield. No one could ascertain the reason behind this. Had anyone attempted to scale the walls to peer through the windows, they would have spotted Yi Huimin standing with her hands in her pockets. One foot braced against the door, an amused expression gracing her features. After more than 10 minutes had passed, the people outside grew weary, unable to push or kick the door open. Even Yi Xingyue, now parched from her incessant shouting, fell silent. Keep going, do not stop. Yi Huimin had not yet tired of the game, occasionally provoking them with taunts. Initially, Yi Xingyue responded, but soon she too became numb to the exchange. Resigned to watching how long Yi Huimin could remain inside. An hour later, the ant recycling staff arrived at the villa. Upon hearing they were summoned by Yi Huimin, Zheguanjia hurriedly blocked the entrance, preventing them from entering. Yi Huimin had no choice but to exit her room to guide them in for the clothing collection. As soon as the door swung open, a considerable commotion was evident outside. Yi Xingyue was seated on the sofa in the living room on the second floor, flanked by 4 maids and 2 property staff members. Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow in greeting. Waiting for me? Yi Xingyue offered no reply, rising in a huff and, without a second thought, lunged forward with the intention of slapping Yi Huimin. However, to her surprise, her hand could not descend as Yi Huimin effortlessly grasped her wrist. Lifting her up, given their height difference, Yi Xingyue was forced to rise onto her tiptoes to maintain her balance. With an unfriendly tone, she shouted, Let go of me! I swear I'll kill you! She swung her other hand at Yi Huimin. Oh? Is that so? Yi Huimin smirked. The number of people who wished to harm her could fill a line stretching all the way to Im country and circle the globe. Who did Yi Xingyue think she was to cut in line? With a slight exertion, Yi Huimin easily captured both of Yi Xingyue's hands and lifted them higher. Yi Xingyue had no choice but to rise onto her toes again, regretting not wearing high heels instead of slippers. Realizing her predicament, she turned to the maids and commanded, Why are you all standing there? Hurry and come help. With a chilling glare, Yi Huimin scanned the faces of the onlookers, causing them to retreat in fear. The dread emanating from her presence rendered them unable to take a single step forward. In a low voice, she ordered, "Bring forth the person I called." The maids, caught between two formidable forces, dared not assist Yi Xingyue nor obey Yi Huimin's command. Remaining frozen in confusion, both were untouchable, and in this shifting power dynamic, they were unwilling to offend either side. Why? Yi Huimin tightened her grip, threatening. "Why aren't you letting that Zhao bring the person to me?" Yi Xingyue gasped for breath. Quick, go get Butler Zhao to bring them up. It hurts so much." At her command, the maids rushed downstairs, with the two property staff seizing the opportunity to slip away, having come merely to unlock the door. Now that it was open, they had no reason to linger, especially in the midst of family affairs. "Can you let go of me now? I'm running low on oxygen." Yi Xingyue stammered, her words becoming labored. Why? Yi Huimin chuckled coldly. "Running low on oxygen is exactly right. The heights are cold and unforgiving. This is the chasm between us, do you understand?" Yi Xingyue remained silent, feigning ignorance. Why? Yi Huimin elevated her further. "Oh dear, understand now." Why? Yi Xingyue complied, her gaze softening. "Give me a gentler look," Yi Huimin commanded. Instantly, the fury in Yi Xingyue's eyes transformed into gentleness, accompanied by tears. "It hurts, you're fortunate. I usually don't just deal with people." Why? Yi Huimin grasped her chin, warning. "Yes, that's right. Look at me with soft eyes. If I catch you glancing at me sideways again, ignoring me, I will show you what it means to be in darkness." Yi Xingyue, unable to nod or speak, merely blinked rapidly, her nasal passages emitting muffled sounds. Why? Yi Huimin patted her face twice. "If you behave well, we can coexist harmoniously from now on. I'll reluctantly accept the welcome gift you brought." As she spoke, Butler Zhao entered the second floor with the person Yi Huimin had requested. Why? Yi Huimin released Yi Xingyue, who collapsed onto the floor, dazed and terrified. "How dare you bully my family's young lady?" Butler Zhao hurried to support Yi Xingyue. Why? Yi Huimin dismissed him, stating that everyone was a young lady of the Yi family, and she was the true heiress. She gestured towards the person who had come to collect items, indicating the room where all the clothes were stored for sale. The collector approached the room and soon poked their head out, asking, "Are you really selling these? These clothes aren't cheap." The garments within were priced from 1,000 upwards. Winter clothing was inherently costly, with coats and down jackets reaching over 10,000. The entire wardrobe was worth well over 1,000,000. "Sell them," Yi Huimin replied decisively. "Those are my clothes. You can't sell them. I've worked hard to earn them," Yi Xingyue exclaimed, regaining her composure and attempting to intervene. The collector hesitated, sensing the complexity of the transaction. Why? Yi Huimin pulled out her phone and played a recording. "I gave you all those clothes. Are you kidding me? Are you not going to honor your word? Have you inhaled too much air and gotten dizzy?" She bombarded Yi Xingyue with questions, leaving her too frightened to utter another word. Clinging tightly to Butler Zhao in fear of being lifted again. Seeing the situation clarify, the collector wasted no time entering the room to gather the clothes. Passing up on money would be foolish. After a flurry of activity, he weighed the items and declared, "We don't collect underwear. The total is 861.53 yuan." Why? Yi Huimin smiled at Yi Xingyue, saying, "Don't cry. Look at your miserly demeanor. It's hardly impressive. At least I've left you some undergarments to change into tonight." After saying this, she pointed at the maid who had previously led her in. "You, come here, collect the money and buy something for everyone to share." The maid glanced around nervously, unsure of what to do. Yi Huimin shot a glare at Yi Xingyue, who reluctantly waved her hand. She felt a pang of heartache. Years of hard work culminated in a mere 800 plus yuan, none of which would even reach her own pockets. After the collector completed the transaction, grinning broadly, he remarked, "If you have more clothes, remember to call me." This single transaction could keep him afloat for several years. After selling the clothes, Yi Huimin approached Yi Xingyue, her demeanor now one of mockery. "Who are you putting on a long face for? Smile a little." Butler Zhao stepped protectively in front of Yi Xingyue, warning, "Don't go too far. This is the Yi family." She wanted to say more, but words failed her as Yi Huimin firmly held her mouth shut, rendering her unable to escape. The onlookers could only watch in silence, with some even backing away in fear. Who would dare provoke this living demon? That would only invite trouble. Why? Yi Huimin smiled at Yi Xingyue. "Be obedient. Smile. I don't want to repeat myself. Otherwise, I'll call that person back and sell the clothes from the other wardrobe as well. Yi Xingyue felt a chill run down her spine, forcing out a smile through her tears. That's better. On our first meeting, of course, you should greet me with a polite smile. Had Yi Huimin not discovered that Yi Xingyue was tutoring Yi Xingchen, she might have been tossed out long ago. That evening, Yi Huimin lifted Yi Xingyue's chin with her finger, causing her to tremble in fear. Why Yi Xingyue wished to refuse, but dared not speak. She had never encountered someone so brazenly twisted, who not only toyed with her but also wished to share a bed. Truly terrifying. Speak. Yi Huimin grinned mischievously. You can refuse. I promise not to hit you. I want to sleep alone. That's okay? Yi Xingyue's voice was barely above a whisper, yet she mustered the courage to try. Then move to another room to sleep. I have my eyes set on your bed. And since you're so generous, you wouldn't mind, would you? Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow. Move? I will. Yi Xingyue nodded vigorously, aware she was being manipulated but feeling utterly powerless. With her current vulnerabilities, she could only wait for her parents to return to reconsider her options. Suddenly, Yi Huimin's phone rang, displaying the name 002. She quickly answered. Her phone contained only 2 contacts. 001 was her former mentor, who had saved and taught her, a high-ranking elder of the Huaqin gang and the strongest force within the organization. 002 was her nominal guardian, known as Aunt Lui. In a gentle tone, Yi Huimin greeted, causing those around her to doubt their hearing. The contrast was startling. Just moments ago, she had been haughty and cold. Now she was soft and inviting. Luomi, how have you been since returning to the Yi family? Yi Huimin glanced around at the gathered crowd and replied with a smile, very well. I received a pile of clothes as a greeting gift upon my arrival. Luomi, that's good to hear. I have an urgent task for you. Someone has contacted old Zhang, requesting he come out of retirement to treat the Xie family's illness. The situation is dire and requires immediate attention. He wants you to go and establish a connection with the Xie family, which will facilitate your operations in Z country. Upon hearing about the task, Yi Huimin stepped into Yi Xingyue's room and closed the door, ensuring their conversation remained private. You mean the Xie family from Jingdu? Luomi confirmed. Exactly that Xie family. They are one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Xie, Lin, Gu, and Imo each possesses national backing and collectively oversees a mysterious department led by the state. The Nine Tripod Society.it is said that this organization is divided into the upper 4 and the lower 5. The Xie family stands at the pinnacle of the 9 tripods, wielding significant influence if you can foster a good relationship. As long as you don't engage in morally reprehensible actions, you can navigate Z country with ease. While the Huaqin gang wields considerable power overseas, in such a vast and complex place as Z country, they have yet to attain absolute control. Yi Huimin understood the Xie family's background and recognized her mentor Zhang's intentions. He intended for her to investigate her origins personally, particularly since the beetle nut had proven elusive in Southeast Asia. If she were to find someone in Z country, she would need to rely on the Xie family's connections. After all, Z country was not like abroad, where one could kill indiscriminately, and the skies were monitored by surveillance systems. All right, I'm on it. Yi Huimin accepted the task. Luomi reassured her, rest assured, after this mission, I won't assign you any new tasks. You can enjoy the familial bliss at home. Yi Huimin smiled wryly, not expecting such happiness. She was someone who lived on the edge, having never intended to stay at the Yi family for long. Her life had been granted by her mentor, and Zhang's lifetime of expertise was meant to be passed down in a singular lineage. If she were to simply retreat and lead an ordinary life, that lineage would be severed, and no matter what, she needed to take on a worthy disciple before stepping back. After hanging up the phone, Yi Huimin exited the room and inquired, Is there a car available? Please bring me a car. What do you need a car for? Yi Xingyue curiously inquired. Go drive you away. Huh. I don't want to. Yi Xingyue immediately felt flustered, for who could predict where she might be taken to some desolate place? She quickly clung to Zhao Guanjia's arm, hoping that this substantial figure might serve as a barrier. Yi Huimin, too pressed for time to indulge her, observed her cowardly demeanor and stated plainly, I have matters to attend to and will return to play with you later. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingyue trembled in fear. Would this not spell disaster? Cautiously, she probed, When will you be back? Are you already missing me before I've even left? Yi Huimin smirked. When you return, I can have them prepare meals. No need. You can dine alone tonight. If I hasten, I shall be back by tomorrow. If not, it may take a few days. Yi Huimin gestured towards Zhao Guanjia. You two needn't cling to each other. Quickly fetch me the car keys. Zhao Guanjia, still bearing the imprint of a hand on her jaw, felt the lingering pain and dared not delay. She exchanged a quick word with Yi Xingyue and went to retrieve the keys. In mere minutes, she stumbled back, her demeanor considerably improved, presenting the car keys with both hands. Yi had taken one car to Kyoto. Mrs. Yi had taken another, and the second young master had driven away in yet another, leaving only the grocery vehicle behind. Yi Huimin glanced at the keys, noting they belonged to an Audi SUV. She would only be driving to Kyoto, a journey of over 120 kilometers, merely a means of transit, which was just about adequate. I'm off, she declared, and without requiring guidance, she headed straight for the garage. Moments later, a buzzing sound resonated, growing distant as she departed. Yi Xingyue and the others stood by the window, only feeling relief once she had vanished from sight. That woman possesses such strength. It nearly kills me, Yi Xingyue lamented, rubbing her reddened wrist. Zhao Guanjia also touched her chin, remarking, this rural girl must be accustomed to hard labor. Her grip is indeed formidable. Were it not for the fear of incurring Mr. Ye's wrath, I would certainly have someone teach her a lesson. Let us assess the situation first. Yi Xingyue still worried that her father might care about this biological daughter. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her mother, Wang Ping. As soon as she answered, the sound of mahjong echoed from the other end. 80,000. Pong. Mom, I've been bullied. Yi Xingyue couldn't hold back her tears. Wang Ping offered a flurry of comfort before saying, didn't I tell you to go out and have fun for a few days? Wait until your father returns before coming back. Yi Xingyue had indeed planned to go out, but she also wanted to seize the opportunity to put Yi Huimin in her place while the family was away, hoping to assert dominance. Little did she know, her plans backfired, leaving her utterly frustrated. With a quivering voice, she cried, I thought I should get along with her, but if we're all away and Dad comes back to find she has complained about us neglecting her, it would only bring him displeasure. Wang Ping reassured her, worry not. Your father is quite busy and has no time to concern himself with her. Focus on building a good relationship with Xiao Lu. That is far more important. The Lu family belonged to the lower 5 tiers of influence, holding significant power in the capital. In the hierarchy of families, the upper 4 tiers were classified as T0 level, while the lower 5 tiers fell under T1. The Yi family ranked at T3. If Yi Xingyue could forge a marital alliance with the Lu family, it would elevate the Yi family to a whole new level. Even if they could not breach into T2, they could still reach the pinnacle of T3. Such an achievement would solidify Yi Xingyue's status, rendering it immovable. Even if she were not a biological daughter, she would still be treated as one. This marriage would bring immense benefits to the Yi family. Mom, you must help me. You have no idea how fierce she is. She injured both me and Zhao Guanjia and even sold all the clothes from my wardrobe. As she spoke, her anger grew. She only made a bit over 800. What? She sold all the clothes in your wardrobe? Wang Ping was astounded. She had not anticipated that Yi Huimin was such a force to be reckoned with, and more importantly, lacked discernment, selling clothes worth over $1 million for such a meager sum. Even if luxury consignment came to assess, they could have recovered hundreds of thousands. What a wasteful daughter. I have no clothes to wear. How can I go out on dates? Yi Xingyue cried. Sweetheart, don't cry. When I return, I will deal with her. I have a credit card in my drawer. Go buy some clothes. Upon hearing she could purchase new clothes, Yi Xingyue's spirits lifted considerably. She took the Audi from the garage and set out for some fun, mentioning she might not return for a few days. Wang Ping frowned. This wild girl thought of nothing but leisure on her first day back, indicating she needed some discipline. Mom, keep playing mahjong and win some money. Since she is not home, I'll be fine. As Yi Xingyue spoke, she headed upstairs to retrieve the credit card. She intended to take this opportunity to indulge herself and find some solace. Once the call ended, she prepared to leave, when a maid approached to inquire, Miss, should we clear that room? Yi Xingyue frowned, feeling rather displeased. Before she could respond, Zhao Guanjia stepped forward and slapped the maid, exclaiming, useless. Why mention that? That wild girl has already left. Why change rooms? When she returns, no one is to open the door. Let her figure out how to get in. The maid covered her face, nodding tearfully. Yes, Zhao Guanjia. Chapter 6. The Ghost King's Divine Hand. Yi Huimin arrived in Kyoto, weary and travel-worn, just as evening approached. She found herself amidst the rush hour. Regardless of skill, one must obediently wait for traffic lights. After all, she aspired to be a law-abiding citizen, simply giving due regard to local laws. After all, Z country was her motherland. In contrast, were she in M country, the police would be mere bystanders, their methods ineffective. Flashing identification would guarantee passage. Glancing at the time, she felt no urgency, but wondered if the Xie family could withstand the pressure. As she neared the Xie family estate, she observed a continuous stream of vehicles. Surrounding the vicinity were armed guards clad in Zhongshan suits, forming layers of protection, likely numbering in the hundreds. The scene was unexpectedly bustling, with an atmosphere of significant gravity, as if they were bracing for some impending calamity. Yi Huimin was halted at the perimeter. A guard approached, initially saluting before proceeding with standard inquiries. "May I ask your purpose here?" "To provide treatment. We need to verify your identity. Do you have an appointment?" The Ghost King's divine hand. The guard, not being from the underworld, momentarily paused, then communicated with his superiors via earpiece. Shortly, the previously stern expression softened slightly, and he saluted Yi Huimin once more, calling out to his colleagues. "Let her through, let her through." The barriers at the subsequent checkpoints were swiftly lifted. After 5 minutes of driving through an expansive garden, they finally reached the inner courtyard of the Xie family. The security measures in the inner courtyard were even more stringent. At a glance, the trees lining the path appeared devoid of personnel, yet any unwelcome intruder would undoubtedly face a hail of fire. Yi Huimin, during her drive, had already sensed several sniper rifles trained upon her. While ordinary individuals might overlook such nuances, her professional instincts rendered her acutely aware of the surrounding energy. Had she not been assured of their benign intentions, she would have left no one alive. After parking, she donned a black baseball cap before exiting the vehicle, having noted that the Xie family had summoned numerous other esteemed physicians alongside her. As soon as she stepped out, a servant approached, asking, "Is this the vehicle of the Ghost King's divine hand?" "Yes, lead the way," Yi Huimin acknowledged. The servant glanced at the back seat, perplexed, and inquired, "Where is the Ghost King's divine hand?" "I am," she replied. "Ah?" The servant expressed surprise, scrutinizing Yi Huimin with curiosity, mistakenly assuming she was merely an assistant. For she appeared far too youthful. It was hard to believe she could be the Ghost King's divine hand, let alone have graduated from university. He had hosted many eminent physicians that day, all of whom were elderly. Even the exceptionally talented younger practitioners were at least in their 40s or 50s. Yet, Yi Huimin, by all appearances, seemed more a college student. Had she claimed to still be in her senior year of high school, the servant would likely be further astonished. However, accustomed to such misconceptions, she replied, "Let us proceed. I have to get home and adjust my time zone." Yi Huimin was unfazed by their surprise. The title of Ghost King's divine hand had been passed down for over a dozen generations, and she was the 16th. Ever since she took on her role, old Zhang had ceased seeing patients, leaving all responsibilities to her. The servant led her to the main hall, where she was instructed not to take photographs. He then approached housekeeper Xie to whisper a few words. Upon hearing this, housekeeper Xie's expression shifted noticeably. Yi Huimin, having fasted all day, had intended to save her appetite for a grand meal at the Yi family, but ended up without even a drop of water. Upon seeing the tea and pastries laid out on the table, she wasted no time and began to eat. The hall was bustling with many renowned physicians summoned by the Xie family, indicating preparations for an expert consultation. Uncertain which prominent figure's life was at stake, the atmosphere was tense. Upon observing that Yi Huimin had arrived empty-handed, housekeeper Xie felt somewhat uneasy, especially seeing her devouring food as if she were a potential threat. To be cautious, he instructed his aides, "Look into that woman and where she came from." Within minutes, a report came back. "That woman is from Xiong City. The car is registered under the Yi family, and there are no suspicious items in the vehicle." Xie Guanjia reviewed several surveillance feeds from the Sky Network for personal confirmation. Although the information investigated in such a short span was limited, it was generally established that Yi Huimin was not in any imminent danger. However, the authenticity of the identity of the so-called Ghost King, Saint Hand, remained questionable, and he kept a watchful eye on her. After giving a few more instructions, Xie Guanjia proceeded to attend to other guests. On the surface, Yi Huimin was consuming her food, yet her senses were alert and attuned to her surroundings. The atmosphere was lively and bustling, with the chatter of the guests filling the air. Whenever a servant brought someone in, a familiar face would invariably greet them. For significant figures, Xie Guanjia would personally extend a welcome, in stark contrast. Yi Huimin's corner felt rather desolate, with only a tattered clothed youth in a faded blue robe seated beside her, exuding a faint scent of medicinal herbs. The fruit platter and pastries on their table quickly dwindled as the two devoured them. "Are you here to assist with medical treatment as well?" the blue-robed youth inquired, licking his fingers with no regard for decorum after finishing his fruit. Yi Huimin, unfazed, retrieved a box of tissues from a distance and offered it to him. "I am merely biding my time," she replied. The blue-robed youth chuckled and swiped a plate of pastries from a neighboring table, declaring, "Since I'm here, I might as well fill my belly before leaving." He then offered one to Yi Huimin. Recalling his earlier finger-licking, she declined, waving her hand, "No more pastries for me. I've had my fill." The blue-robed youth seemed indifferent, indulging as if he were a famished ghost returned to life. Before long, Yi Huimin noticed someone persistently staring at her, their gaze unwavering, which began to irritate her. She gestured to the servant, who hesitated before confirming it was indeed her whom he was to approach. "May I assist you with something?" he inquired. "When will the feast commence?" Yi Huimin asked. The servant, still focused on her half-eaten plate of pastries and fruit, was taken aback that her inquiry was about the meal rather than the medical treatment. Such impertinence in a life-and-death situation was quite bold indeed. "Given the numerous guests today, the banquet is still being prepared. You will need to wait a little longer," the servant replied politely. "In that case, please prepare a bowl of tangyuan to tide me over," Yi Huimin requested, eager to dismiss the servant and deter the lingering gaze. However, before the servant could respond, a nearby patron mocked her. "What a glutton! You haven't stopped eating since you arrived. One might think you were begging for food." The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Huimin and then at the ragged blue-robed youth with disdain. The latter merely looked up at him without a word, then turned to the servant, saying, "I would like a bowl of tangyuan as well, with sesame and peanut filling." Yi Huimin, not one to suffer fools gladly, shot back at the man, "You're broad in stature and broad in your meddling. Have you eaten from my plate? You little brat, who are you speaking to? Show some respect and recognize where you are." The middle-aged man fumed, slamming his hand on the table. Instantly, several heads turned their way. His dining companions hastily interjected, "Old Wang, don't lose your temper. There's no need to argue with the younger generation. This is the Xie residence, not a place for disturbances." The servant quickly added, "Master Wang, please remain calm. All guests are welcome here, and the master will be arriving shortly." That Master Wang suppressed his anger but continued to grumble to his companions. Thankfully, the commotion was minimal, and the rest of the guests resumed their previous pleasantries. Once the servant calmed Master Wang, he turned to Yi Huimin and the blue-robed youth, saying, "The tangyuan will be here shortly. Please bear with us, I want 20. The blue-robed youth gestured, his appetite undeterred. Yi Huimin remained silent, mentally noting the man's appearance. "If you're upset, once this is over, I'll teach him a lesson for you," the blue-robed youth said, his mouth still full, his tongue not yet straightened. Yi Huimin cast him a sidelong glance, realizing that the earlier mockery seemed directed solely at her. "Be quiet. Focus on your food," she replied. "Don't exude such hostility. It's rather intimidating. We are in the capital, after all," the blue-robed youth cautioned softly. Yi Huimin frowned, finally giving the blue-robed youth her full attention. "I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to look at me like that. It makes me somewhat bashful," he said, his face turning crimson despite his bravado. Yi Huimin was momentarily unsure whether to classify his demeanor as shy or brazen. "If you wish to avoid disfigurement, keep your head down and continue eating," she advised. The blue-robed youth chuckled lightly, returning to his meal. Moments later, the tangyuan arrived. Yi Huimin took a bite, surprised to find it filled with sesame and peanut, flavors she did not favor. Had she known, she would have noted the blue-robed youth's preferences earlier. "Yes, quite delicious. Don't you like it?" he asked, savoring his own with delight. Yi Huimin ignored him, placing her spoon down. Realizing they would have to wait for the feast to commence, "Don't let it go to waste. I'll help you finish it," the blue-robed youth offered, taking her bowl for himself. Yi Huimin was at a loss for words. But upon observing his tattered clothing, she deduced he was likely quite hungry, and thus did not intervene. After all, she had often gone hungry in her youth until fortune smiled upon her and her master took her in, providing her with sustenance to survive. The hall gradually filled with esteemed physicians from all corners of the land. Yi Huimin suddenly recalled that her father and brother were also in the capital seeking medical assistance. At this rate, they would likely miss their chance to consult a doctor, as nearly all the renowned healers in the city were gathered here. After a short while, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire approached, supported by a cane. Despite his reliance on the walking aid, his piercing gaze and commanding presence indicated he was no ordinary individual. He was undoubtedly a martial arts master. Yi Huimin recognized him immediately as Xie Tianqing, the head of the Xie family. The noisy crowd fell silent, and everyone rose to respectfully greet Xie Tianqing's arrival, their eyes filled with reverence, except for two individuals. Yi Huimin remained seated with her chin propped on her hand, stifling yawns as fatigue overwhelmed her. She had yet to adjust to the time difference, having remained awake in excitement during her flight. The other individual, the blue-robed youth, merely glanced at Xie Tianqing before returning to his Tangyuan, as if the proceedings bore no significance to him. The servant who had been monitoring Yi Huimin shook his head at the sight of the two, thinking, surely they cannot be here simply to eat and drink. Xie Tianqing approached the makeshift podium and addressed the assembly. I appreciate everyone's efforts in traveling such great distances to my Xie family. Today, we have a pressing matter that requires your considerable talents to resolve. At his words, the murmurs among the guests resumed. Whatever the issue may be, please feel free to instruct us. We will certainly not shirk our responsibilities. The hall was filled with experts from across the nation, speculating wildly about the nature of the affliction at hand. I heard there is a rampant epidemic in Africa. Could it have reached our shores? Amidst the chatter, only Yi Huimin understood that someone within the Xie family was on the brink of death, their life hanging in the balance. Initially, she had suspected that the gravity of the situation involved Xie Tianqing himself, but now it seemed more likely that another significant family member was in peril. Xie Tianqing cleared his throat, and the hall fell silent once more. He then gestured to Xie Guanjia, who promptly understood and arranged for a series of black vials to be distributed to each table for examination. Yi Huimin's curiosity piqued as she observed one of the vials, noticing the liquid was dark with a hint of red. The blue-robed youth also paused his consumption of Tangyuan to earnestly study the vial. Other newly arrived guests leaned in to inspect it as well, with one individual boldly opening the cap. A strong metallic scent wafted through the art. As others followed suit. The pungent aroma quickly permeated the entire hall. Many guests, unable to withstand the overpowering scent, covered their noses and mouths. A few young individuals, who had accompanied their mentors for experience, felt nauseated and hurriedly made their way to the restroom. Yi Huimin, however, closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, captivated by the enticing aroma. It suddenly dawned on her. There was something amiss, poisonous. The dark blood was a clear indicator of toxicity. Even a fool could discern it. Master Wang, upon hearing the commotion, couldn't help but scoffed. Yi Huimin turned her gaze sharply towards him, her eyes ablaze with lethal intent. Master Wang felt as if he had been pricked by a thorn. Adjusting his attire and shifting his posture uncomfortably. At that moment, Xie Tianqing spoke again. I trust you have all discerned that this blood contains poison. Whoever can identify the toxin will receive a reward of 500,000 from the Xie family. And if someone can devise an antidote, they will be awarded 5 million and treated as an esteemed guest. Should any future matters arise, simply call upon the Xie family. We will not refuse. His proclamation stirred excitement among the audience. The monetary reward was secondary. The opportunity to forge a connection with the Xie family was invaluable, promising future prosperity and influence within the country. Once a name gained recognition in the industry, all would treat them with utmost respect. After Xie Tianqing concluded, he descended from the podium and inquired of Xie Guanjia, has the Ghost King's Saint Hand arrived? Xie Guanjia hesitated, then pointed towards Yi Huimin in the distance, stating, Sir, the only person in attendance claiming to be the Ghost King's Saint Hand is that young girl who came from the Yi family in Xiong City. However, she hardly seems to fit the description. Xie Tianqing looked over and saw a table filled with young individuals, Yi Huimin, the blue-robed youth, and two ordinary medical students among them. An unlikely assembly that appeared to be mere lackeys brought by some influential figure. Hastily gathered at a corner table, far from the podium where numerous industry luminaries were easily identifiable. Having first heard the name Ghost King's Saint Hand decades ago, Xie Tianqing immediately dismissed the idea that it could be the girl before him. He instructed Xie Guanjia, when the individual arrives, bring them to me at once. And what about that young lady? Xie Tianqing replied, keep a close watch on her. The Ghost King's Saint Han promised to come. She is likely just a subordinate sent ahead. Ensure she is well treated and do not offend her. Understood, Xie Guanjia nodded. As Xie Tianqing departed, the crowd rose in unison to bid him farewell. A male student seated beside Yi Huimin remarked, a true gentleman must act thus. I truly envy him. A female student accompanying him chimed in, if you could be the first to discern the poison in that blood, you too would garner widespread attention. The male student scoffed, if I possessed such capability, would I still be relegated to this seat? Have you not noticed that those around us are primarily assistants or apprentices? Upon hearing this, Yi Huimin finally comprehended the situation. No wonder to her left were elderly gentlemen, and to her right the youth. Even if a few older individuals were present on her right, it was merely because they had arrived late. With the front seats already occupied, she had been too preoccupied with satisfying her hunger to pay attention. Indeed, her youth had led to her being underestimated. The drawback of appearing young is a lack of authority. The female student continued, I wonder if this blood can be sent to the Research Institute for analysis. Without machinery, how can one discern its contents? If anyone could, it would be miraculous. The male student gestured towards the notice accompanying the blood sample, stating, it clearly states, no external transport, consumption, photography, or other hazardous actions. Consequences are to be borne by the individual. If you know the answer, please report to the staff nearby. Each table had a supervisor for the blood samples to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Just as they were engaged in hushed conversation, Steward Xia approached Yi Huimin after seeing off Xie Tianqing. He respectfully inquired, may I ask, Miss Yi, when is the esteemed Ghost King's hand expected to arrive? Following Xie Tianqing's departure, every action of Steward Xie became the center of attention. For anyone he chose to greet was no ordinary individual. He would not personally acknowledge anyone lacking distinction. Upon hearing the name Ghost King's hand, nearby individuals turned their gazes. Anyone with a certain tenure in the medical field would recognize this title. It was rumored that the Ghost King's hand only saves lives and does not treat ailments. If Yama demanded your life at the third watch, he would turn Yama away. Tio thinks she is a disciple of the Ghost King's hand. Who could have imagined that the Ghost King's hand would visit the Xie family? It appeared that today's fortune belonged solely to him. Whether it be about money or not, witnessing the prowess of a master would make the journey worthwhile. I have long heard of his illustrious name in my youth, never expecting to be fortunate enough to witness him today, leaving me with no regrets in this lifetime. If I could gain even a modicum of knowledge from him, the benefits would be immeasurable. He must be over 100 years old by now. Should he choose to emerge from retirement, the advancement of global medicine could be expedited by at least 30 years in an instant. Yi Huimin's table became the focal point of attention. Even the university students seated nearby could feel the countless fervent gazes, albeit these glances merely brushed past them. They lamented that their teacher was not the Ghost King's hand. Feeling a pang of envy, Yi Huimin slowly rose, her voice steady as she declared, I am the Ghost King's hand. Lead the way. Upon hearing this, Steward Xie momentarily froze, scrutinizing Yi Huimin once more. The brim of her hat was pulled low, yet her height allowed for a glimpse of her fair cheek. However, there was no semblance of the Ghost King's hand's aura about her, especially with two small buns peeking from the back of her hat, lending her an excessively adorable appearance, reminiscent of a youthful student. The surrounding crowd seemed to erupt in laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. How could the renowned Ghost King's hand be represented by such a young girl? The esteemed master must be over a century old. This was the Xie family, not a place for frivolous impostors. She ought to return home. Young lady, while jesting is one thing, do not make light of the Ghost King's hand. Voices of ridicule and admonition rose in a chorus. Steward Xie raised his hands to restore order, stating, everyone, please be quiet. He then addressed Yi Huimin politely, Miss Yi, as everyone has pointed out, the Ghost King's hand is a figure of great renown. You hardly resemble him, making it difficult for others to believe you. May I inquire about your relationship with the esteemed Ghost King's hand? Your belief is of no consequence to me. I owe no explanations to anyone, Yi Huimin replied, raising a finger. I am here solely to perform a task, to heal and depart. No sooner had she finished speaking than Master Wang leapt forth, indignantly asserting, what audacity you possess, young girl! Who among us is not your elder? How dare you be so arrogant? when even the guidance of others could serve you a lifetime? Master Wang, spare me your age's superiority. If you wish for a longer life, I would be more than willing to assist you, Yi Huimin retorted, not even glancing his way. She recognized his voice as that of the incessantly barking Master Wang. Enraged, Master Wang rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but Steward Xie shot him a glare, compelling him to restrain his fury and retreat. Steward Xie, this young girl is clearly inexperienced. I doubt she even possesses a medical license. So do not be deceived, Master Wang cautioned. Upon hearing this, several elderly gentlemen were displeased and stood to counter. Healing is about saving lives. Does one need a medical license to be worthy of saving others? Our lineage of Miao medicine has thrived in the depths of the mountains for generations. Our practices do not require such licenses, yet I have never misdiagnosed a patient, holding a medical license so prestigious. I was once offered 2 million to buy one, illustrating the depths of corruption involved. Yi Huimin cast a mischievous glance at Master Wang, inquiring, Master Wang, if your life hung in the balance and the only person capable of saving you lacked a medical license, would you allow her to save you or not? Do not divert the conversation with such hypotheticals. This is not the time to discuss medical licenses, Master Wang evaded. The issue provoked the ire of the crowd, which was not in his favor, prompting him to pivot. The Ghost King's hand is a revered figure I have long admired in my medical career. I would not allow just anyone to impersonate him. You ought to consider how to prove your identity as the Ghost King's hand, or else you shall find it difficult to leave the Xie family. Having spoken, he cast a glance at Steward Xie. The latter remained silent, contemplating testing Yi Huimin's claims. Yet, the Xie family could not directly involve themselves for fear of complications, thus permitting Master Wang to take the lead in probing that moment. A young man in a green robe stepped forward, patting Master Wang's shoulder, and chimed in, Master Wang is correct, however. I have an immature suggestion. Gathering here is fate, so let us not ruin the atmosphere. We are invited by the Xie family to resolve this poison. As esteemed medical practitioners, why not first identify the poison in this blood before discussing anything else? Master Wang disdainfully shrugged off the young man's hand, retorting, You're merely a charlatan, a mere child who likely hasn't mastered the basics of medicine. What right do you have to speak here? Do not think to shield your companion with your words. Clearly, Master Wang regarded the two as accomplices, having observed them sharing the same platter of fruit and pastries. The young man in green sneered, muttering, A kind word cannot save a dying man. Compassion does not save one who cuts off their own path. Master Wang seized the young man's shoulder, demanding, What ill words are you muttering about me? With a warm demeanor, the young man clasped his hands in respect, replying, You are my elder. I would not dare. Old Wang, why bother quarreling with a child? Suggested one of Master Wang's companions, stepping in to mediate. Seeing that the young man's attitude had softened, Master Wang released him. The young man bore no resentment. A smile gracing his lips as he adjusted his attire, the bell at his waist ringing melodiously. Yi Huimin observed the young man's every movement. Her keen senses as a killer allowed her to perceive everything. The moment he patted Master Wang's shoulder, something seemed to penetrate into Master Wang. It was a fleeting moment, leaving her uncertain about the exact nature of what she had witnessed. Who would have thought that this seemingly refined youth would resort to such cunning tactics? At that moment, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the crowd, appearing to be at least 80 or 90 years of age. As he approached, Steward Xie greeted him, Old Hua. Old Hua held considerable prestige. Hailing from a distinguished lineage in the medical field, a descendant of Hua Tuo. Several medical luminaries followed in his wake. They had previously occupied the front row of the audience, and upon hearing of the Ghost King's hand's arrival, they made their way through the crowd. Old Hua glanced at Yi Huimin and politely inquired, May I ask, young lady, which generation disciple of the Ghost King's hand are you? This question astonished the assembly. Old Hua, a figure of such stature, typically received utmost respect from others. Now, he was treating a young girl with such courtesy. Even more surprising was the revelation that the Ghost King's hand had been passed down through generations. Everyone had assumed the Ghost King's hand was an ancient figure over 100 years old, as many esteemed physicians had heard of him in their youth. Yet, the Ghost King's hand was a phantom, known only by name and never seen. Some newcomers even suspected this was a fabricated persona within the medical community. Yi Huimin, never one to shy away from soft pressure but standing firm against force. Clasped her hands in greeting. I am the 16th generation disciple of the Ghost King's hand. Tio think it had already reached the 16th generation. When I was but a child, I had the fortune of meeting the 14th generation of the Ghost King's hand alongside my grandfather. His mastery of the Ghost Gate's flying needles remains etched in my memory. Old Hua stroked his beard. What are the Ghost Gate's flying needles? How impressive they sound. Could this young girl truly be the Ghost King's hand? Even if she were, what could she have possibly learned at such a young age? Everyone present had spent years studying medicine. They understood that it takes years of clinical experience to achieve their current status. No matter how remarkable she may be, she still has much to learn. Since Old Hua has encountered the Ghost Gate flying needles, and this girl claims to be the heir of the Ghost King's sacred hands, it would be prudent to let her demonstrate her skills for everyone to witness, allowing Old Hua to pass judgment. What does everyone think? Master Wang proposed loudly. He was skeptical that a young girl could master the Ghost Gate flying needles. Considering that it typically takes at least 30 years to become a competent physician, and the girl before them, Yi Huimin, appeared to be under 20, the crowd began to chant. Show us, show us, show us. Old Hua and Butler Xie remained silent, merely observing Yi Huimin quietly. The Ghost Gate flying needles were the signature technique of the first-generation Sacred Hands, which is why the title of Ghost King's Sacred Hands spread throughout the martial world. The young lady humbly remarked that she had only learned a fraction of the skill and hoped for understanding should there be any errors. Master Wang urged, enough with the talk. Old Hua will judge. Just begin. Yi Huimin ceased her words, striking the table forcefully. A resounding clap echoed through the yard. To everyone's astonishment, the cups, plates, and spoons on the table remained perfectly still, while the toothpicks used for fruit suddenly soared into the air. With a gentle wave of her hand, a gust of wind swept through, and 16 toothpicks shot straight towards Master Wang. Caught off guard, he heard a series of whooshing sounds whizzing past his ears, followed by a sharp, searing pain in his ear as if it had been torn apart. When he regained his senses, several people were pointing and shouting. Death! Master Wang was bewildered, turning to see the cause of the commotion, and was immediately paralyzed with fear. The 16 toothpicks had embedded themselves into the wall behind him, arranged neatly to spell the word death. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 9. No medical license. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize for my display. Lacking flying needles, I could only make do with toothpicks, Yi Huimin coldly inquired. Is there anyone else who wishes to cast doubt? With that, she cast a disdainful gaze down at Master Wang. Sitting on the ground, Master Wang looked up, meeting her icy eyes. He shuddered at the thought that had all those toothpicks been aimed at his face, he would surely have been pierced like a beehive. Your ear is bleeding, someone remarked, helping him and pointing it out. Master Wang felt the wetness in his ear and indeed found blood seeping out. Those nearby noticed several fine scratches, numbering over a dozen. Furious at the sight of his blood, Master Wang pointed accusingly at Yi Huimin, exclaiming, You did this on purpose. Such an outrageous act. I previously stated that I am merely a novice, having only scratched the surface of this art. Should anything go awry, I hope for your understanding, Yi Huimin retorted with a scoff. Surely, Master Wang, you possess more composure than this? You insisted that I showcase my skills. In my moment of panic, I could not help but lose my temper. And with so many people around, there was no place for me to demonstrate the Ghost Gate flying needles. If not on the wall behind you, where else could they go? Her reasoning left Master Wang momentarily speechless. Unsure of how to respond at that moment, Old Hua stepped forward to applaud, expressing his astonishment at the young lady's mastery of the Ghost Gate flying needles, truly remarkable for one so young. As his words faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Even if Master Wang wished to protest, he had no chance, merely clapping along in a futile attempt to mask his embarrassment. Butler Xia also stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, addressing Yi Miss. Forgive my lack of discernment. I failed to recognize you as the Ghost King's sacred hands. Please do not take offense. This man has wronged you, and my family shall certainly provide an explanation. The master is waiting for you upstairs. Please allow me to escort you. Upon hearing this, Master Wang felt utterly crushed. If the Xie family intended to deal with him, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. The colleague who had earlier aided Master Wang wasted no time in distancing himself, waving his hand dismissively. I merely know him. We happen to share a table. But our relationship is not deep. The one I intend to deal with is not someone else's responsibility. Yi Huimin bore no gratitude towards Butler Xie, for his presence had contributed to her prolonged discomfort, leading to this unfortunate situation. The crowd was equally astonished. The face of Z Country's top aristocratic family had been so easily dismissed. Truly, they were ignorant of social niceties. Butler Xie's countenance darkened. But the Ghost King's sacred hands was a valued guest of the master, and he could not afford to offend her. What would the sacred hands decide to do with him? Yi Huimin remained silent, snapping her fingers. Immediately, Master Wang writhed on the ground, howling in agony. The spectators recoiled in fear, maintaining a safe distance. Wang, didn't you claim that anyone present could teach me a few moves that would suffice for a lifetime? I wonder if the moves you mentioned can save your life. You seem gravely ill, and your days may be numbered. Yi Huimin mocked. Upon hearing this, everyone understood why Master Wang was suddenly racked with pain. Gasping for breath, he struggled to speak. This is the Xie family's residence. Do you mean to kill me in front of all these people? One may eat recklessly, but one cannot speak recklessly. I have not even touched you, so how could I possibly kill you? You are ill, yet you blame me. Rather than wrongfully accusing me here, why not take advantage of the many esteemed doctors gathered to seek treatment for your ailment before leaving? It would not be a wasted trip to the Xie family to broaden your horizons, Yi Huimin scoffed. Master Wang reconsidered, shouting, You must have poisoned me. It was the toothpicks, definitely the toothpicks, Old Hua. Please verify whether there is poison on the toothpicks, Yi Huimin calmly requested. Old Hua nodded and approached the wall to retrieve the 16 toothpicks, examining and smelling them, soon involving several experts in detoxification to analyze them. Old Hua solemnly announced, After our unanimous investigation, there is no poison on the toothpicks. With those words, Master Wang found himself at a loss, while the crowd grew increasingly curious. Even a fool could see that the Ghost King's sacred hands was orchestrating this to deal with Master Wang. Yet there was no evidence to prove it. I fear your illness will not allow you to linger much longer. You should hasten to find someone to save you, Yi Huimin advised kindly. Master Wang turned his gaze toward Old Hua, pleading with a mournful expression. Old Hua, you are esteemed and skilled. Please save me. Old Hua could not refuse. If even he did not intervene, no one else present would dare to act. Yet, mindful of Yi Huimin's presence, he glanced at her. Yi Huimin made a gesture inviting him to proceed, calling out, To save a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Even a worthless life is still a life. Everyone may display their talents as they see fit. With that, she leisurely settled back into her chair, observing the unfolding scene. Just as Old Hua approached Master Wang, a barely perceptible jingling sound reached Yi Huimin's ears. Almost immediately, Master Wang doubled over in pain, releasing a series of loud flatulence that caused Old Hua to retreat several steps, covering his nose. Not long after, someone noticed a damp patch behind Master Wang, with golden liquid seeping out. This caused the crowd to retreat further, wary of being caught in the fallout. Yi Huimin swiftly glanced at the young man in the green attire, making a chopping motion as a warning. She detested others interfering in her matters. Little did she anticipate that the young man's earlier offer to assist her in dealing with Master Wang would manifest in such a manner. It was truly a heartless act. Even if Master Wang managed to leave the Xie family alive, he would have no face left to show to the world. The young man smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, followed by another jingle, and Master Wang's abdominal pains subsided. However, the other aches and pains throughout his body remained unrelieved. Help me. Save me, that I feel as if I am dying. It feels as if 1,000 ants are crawling all over me. Master Wang groaned, crawling toward Old Hua, his last hope. Old Hua, unable to ignore his plight, approached despite the foul odor, checking his pulse. After a moment, he frowned and sighed. The pulse is faint. Life hangs by a thread. It seems only the Ghost King's sacred hands can effect a miraculous recovery. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Yi Huimin. If even Old Hua could not save him, who would dare to step forward and embarrass themselves? Moreover, it was clear to any discerning eye that the Ghost King's sacred hands was intentionally dealing with Master Wang. Who would be foolish enough to step in and seek their own misfortune? Realizing that even Old Hua could not save him, Master Wang wasted no time turning to crawl toward Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin, however, was no longer calm, overwhelmed by the stench. She swiftly kicked a chair to place it between herself and Master Wang. Enduring excruciating pain, he knelt, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Sacred hands, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. My sins deserve death. I should not have offended you. Please, spare my life. And I shall serve you faithfully. Am I that old? Yi Huimin retorted, displeased. Was the jade skin beauty pill I prepared for myself in vain? Master Wang hastily corrected himself, slapping his own face. Not old. Not old. You are as beautiful as a celestial being, a goddess descended, with the compassion of a bodhisattva. Please, have mercy on me, I would like to save you. But alas, Yi Huimin sighed. Yet I lack a medical license. Are you trying to put me in a position to break the law publicly? Several young medical students, unable to contain themselves, burst into laughter. It turned out they had been waiting for this moment. Young people seek revenge swiftly, never letting the sun set on their grievances. Master Wang had not expected his previous assumptions to turn into reality in an instant. He realized that anything he said now would seem hollow. He continued to bow and slap his face, his visage a bloody mess, but compared to the excruciating pain throughout his body, it was trivial. Sacred hands, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Sacred hands, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He mechanically repeated this phrase, hoping to quell Yi Huimin's wrath. Butler Xie, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward and addressed Yi Huimin. Miss Yi, considering the Xie family's standing, I implore you to show mercy. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Hua Lao also stepped forward to echo Miss Yi. He recognizes his error point. One should exercise mercy where possible. Let us spare him this time. With so many people present, it would be disastrous should a life be lost. Yi Huimin nodded slightly, aware that if the situation continued, Master Wang's life would surely be forfeit. Wang, do not bow any further. I, miss, am both beautiful and kind-hearted. Today, your severe illness has brought you to me, a stroke of fortune. Unfortunately, lacking a medical license, I cannot treat you personally, but your ailment is merely a matter of a single pill to me. Thank you, esteemed healer, for the medicine. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Master Wang repeatedly bowed in gratitude. After speaking, Yi Huimin searched her person for the medicine. A pill fell from her grasp, landing directly atop Master Wang's golden essence. Oh, where is my medicine? Alas, I must have hurried out and forgotten it. You truly are unfortunate. Chapter 10. The 5 deadly poisons. The onlookers, witnessing the pill drop, feigned ignorance, for Yi Huimin's acting was so unrefined that her intentions were glaringly evident. Yet, Master Wang, quick of eye and hand, disregarded the circumstances and swiftly picked it up to consume. The effects of the medicine took hold rapidly. His pain dissipated, and he lay limply on the ground. Exclaiming, I have finally returned to life. Yi Huimin, observing this, merely curved her lips in a slight smile, a playful expression gracing her features, and chose not to elaborate further. She rose and beckoned to Butler Xie. Lead the way. Butler Xie walked ahead, and the crowd parted to create a path. However, after only a few steps, a youth clad in azure called out to Butler Xie, now that the Ghost King healer is here to alleviate the poison for the Xie family, I would inquire, Butler Xie, does the statement made by the old master still hold weight? At this, the crowd exchanged glances, for simply identifying the poison within the blood would yield 5 million. If one could also cure it, an additional 50 million would be awarded. This combined bounty amounted to an astonishing 55 million. Who among them would wish to miss such a splendid opportunity? If the Xie family were to take notice and lend their support, future research funding would flow abundantly. Butler Xie halted, turning to regard the ragged youth, but after a mere glance, he announced to the crowd, the old Master Xie's earlier words remain valid. All you need do is inform the attendant beside you of your answers. Should your answer be correct, provide your card number, and our Xie family will transfer the funds on the spot. The prospect of immediate payment sent waves of excitement through the crowd, particularly among the inexperienced university students, who, clever as they were, prepared to take a wild guess even if they were uncertain of the answer. What if they happened to guess correctly and secured 5 million? At this moment, Hua Lao stepped forward. Addressing Yi Huimin, Miss Yi, with your assured demeanor, you must certainly know what this poison is and have devised a method for its cure. Why not wait until everyone has written their answers and then have you announce them collectively? Yi Huimin's smile widened. If she were to answer correctly, All would be well, but should she err publicly, it would tarnish the reputation of the Ghost King healer. Yet, Hua Lao had only witnessed the Ghost King healer's famed technique, the Ghost Gate flying needles, without comprehending the true nature of the Ghost King's title, which stemmed from a more sinister essence. The art of employing poison to counter poison had been mastered by each generation of Ghost King healers. However, this method was deemed too nefarious and domineering. Generally, neither Western nor traditional Chinese medicine employed toxins, for a single misstep could result in death, rendering the practitioner a murderer. Moreover, due to years of suppression, skilled poison healers had become increasingly rare, often hiding in inconspicuous locales, secretly using toxins to treat ailments. Should these individuals emerge, their practices would undoubtedly disrupt ICU operations and encroach upon the financial interests of the medical establishment. Yi Huimin nodded with a smile, courteously stating, "I do have some insights, but should I err, I hope Hua Lao will offer guidance." If Hua Lao genuinely wished to assist Master Wang, it was not without means, albeit requiring some effort. Hua Lao understood the nuances of propriety and extended his respect. Yi Huimin, well-versed in social intricacies, naturally did not decline, recognizing this as Hua Lao's test of her abilities. Hua Lao stroked his beard, declaring, "Then let us begin." Butler Xia instructed the attendants to distribute paper and pens to the participants, collecting their answers once completed. Aside from Yi Huimin, Hua Lao, and a few poison specialists, the rest were all engrossed in jotting down their answers. A time limit of 3 minutes was set. The university students wrote the fastest, resorting to random guesses. Yet, the quickest of all was the azure-clad youth, who completed his task in less than 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the academic elite, lacking instruments, utilized every moment to scrutinize their surroundings, either observing or sniffing, barely resisting the urge to taste the poison themselves. The simple-looking reclusive masters exchanged experiences before swiftly recording their answers. The 5 million prize was both simple and complex. Simple, for it was an open-book test allowing discussions, as long as answers were submitted within the time limit. Complex, for the answers were not found in texts but relied solely on experiential knowledge. Otherwise, the Xie family would not have summoned all present, even inviting many hidden masters from the mountains to brainstorm solutions for the poison. After 3 minutes, everyone set down their pens, clutching their answers, their gazes fixed upon the esteemed figures on stage, particularly the central figure, the Ghost King healer Yi Huimin. Despite her low-brimmed hat obscuring her features, the spotlight revealed her pale and ethereal visage. "The 5 deadly poisons," she declared succinctly, offering no superfluous words. A chorus of dismay arose from the back rows, for it was evident that those who guessed had met with failure. The dignitaries in the front row maintained their composure, their expressions reflecting a thirst for knowledge. "What are the 5 deadly poisons? How have I never heard of this poison before? Could it be a foreign strain? How can you be so certain it is indeed the 5 deadly poisons?" Hua Lao stepped forward, urgently interjecting, "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." The crowd fell silent. "Missy speaks correctly. This is indeed the 5 deadly poisons. After our research, we have reached a consensus." Hua Lao gestured to the esteemed individuals behind him. This answer had been pre-established among them, yet their knowledge was limited. They could manage the poison but not cure it in a short time. They had no choice but to convene the nation's top medical experts here, hoping to encounter a hidden master capable of dispelling the 5 deadly poisons. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, the crowd immediately accepted Yi Huimin's answer. Ultimately, it was some individual's distrust that lingered. After all, the Ghost King healer's reputation was well known, passed down through generations. Despite her adeptness with the flying needles, the practical application of her healing skills had yet to be demonstrated, leaving some skeptical. Butler Xia promptly inquired, "Could those who identified the 5 deadly poisons please come to the stage?" The crowd scanned around, searching for familiar faces. To their surprise, a hand shot up from the back, accompanied by a voice exclaiming, "Hee, Mimi!" The crowd turned to see the ragged azure-clad youth, the very individual who had detained Butler Xia earlier and coincidentally sat beside the Ghost King healer. Many recognized him. The azure youth jogged up to the stage with a smile, standing at 178 cm, appearing to be of similar height to Yi Huimin. However, his youthful features, barely in his early 20s, left many distinguished figures in the audience looking rather dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the future belonged to the youth of Z Nation, as even the esteemed elders were compelled to concede. Accompanying him were three elderly gentlemen, their garb reflecting a distinct cultural flair, likely reclusive masters from a certain region. Setting aside their disciples and assistants who had come to witness, the Xie family had invited over 200 distinguished guests today. Yet only 4 individuals were aware of the 5 deadly poisons. Butler Xie, seeing everyone had gathered, asked, "Do any of you possess a method for dispelling the poison?" The Azure youth was the first to shake his head, candidly stating, "I do not." The other 3 followed suit, either shaking their heads or waving their hands. The atmosphere became decidedly awkward. With so many top experts present, those knowledgeable about the 5 deadly poisons were few, and those capable of curing it were non-existent. Butler Xie could not help but glance back at Yi Huimin, placing his hopes upon her. "Miss Yi, what is your confidence level in curing the 5 deadly poisons?" Chapter 11. The essence blood goo poison to me. Curing poisons is as routine as daily meals. I have indeed dealt with the 5 deadly poisons before. But Yi Huimin hesitated, her brow furrowing in contemplation. If the Ghost King healer found the 5 deadly poisons challenging to resolve, then no one present could hope to cure it. Butler Xie, observing her demeanor, grew anxious, hastily questioning, "But what? Is there a problem? Whatever rare herbs or treasures you require, our Xie family can arrange them immediately." Yi Huimin candidly remarked, "The blood you provided is problematic. It is not the blood of a single individual, but rather a mixture from many, comprising at least 20 people, both male and female. This leaves me somewhat baffled. Yi Huimin possesses an acute sensitivity to blood. As soon as the blood vials were opened by everyone in the hall, she took a deep breath, detecting not only the type of poison, but also the extremely heterogeneous nature of the blood. Such a chaotic blend of blood could only be reminiscent of the times she had witnessed rivers of blood during her past deeds. The alluring scent was unmistakable to her. Yet, she was puzzled as to why the Xie family would provide such a concoction of mixed blood. At that moment, Elder Hua stepped forward to respond. "As a group of old fellows, we have no means to detoxify. We can only prolong the condition through continuous blood transfusions and other methods." Yi Huimin instantly understood. She had not anticipated that the Xie family would be so extravagant. If it were an ordinary individual afflicted with the 5 absolute poison, they would likely be nearing their 7th day after death. Curiosity arose from the audience, leading one to inquire, "What exactly is this 5 absolute poison that even Elder Hua cannot handle?" Elder Hua, feeling a tinge of shame, confessed that despite having saved countless lives, he had only heard of this poison and lacked the capability to detoxify it swiftly, by the time any conclusive research was completed. The poisoned individual would have already passed away, reduced to a pile of ashes. "Let Miss Yi elaborate for everyone. I only have a cursory understanding." Yi Huimin stepped forward and glanced at the 4 who had previously deduced the 5 absolute poison. Inquiring, "Are you all from the Miao village?" The 3 elderly men promptly introduced themselves as Miao healers, having traveled a great distance as reclusive experts summoned for this occasion. The youth in the green attire smiled and waved his hand. "I am not." Yi Huimin was taken aback by this response. The youth had clearly utilized Miao-style goo worms to subdue Master Wang earlier, yet he claimed not to belong to the Miao village. "I am Chen Xianqing, merely a wandering bell doctor." Y Master has previously mentioned the 5 absolute poison. He introduced himself with a respectful bow. His words were met with a wave of derisive laughter from the audience. They had initially thought Chen Xianqing to be a capable young man, only to realize he was merely well-traveled and knowledgeable. Most bell doctors were charlatans who would switch locations frequently. Perhaps they possessed a few effective prescriptions, but they were limited in their abilities. Many lacked the competence to run a clinic. If there were a hierarchy in the medical community, bell doctors would undoubtedly rank at the very bottom. Chen Xianqing, unfazed by the mockery, maintained a cheerful demeanor. After all, he was well-fed and only awaited the 5 million to be within his grasp before he could leave at any moment. Among the crowd, only Yi Huimin recognized that Chen Xianqing was not an ordinary individual. His ability to surreptitiously manipulate goo in front of so many people indicated that he possessed both skill and audacity that the average person could not match. Yet, in her eyes, his speed was still too slow to evade her discerning gaze. After all, as a top assassin, speed, precision, and ruthlessness are essential. Who could surpass her? She could poison Master Wang without any physical contact. An act so subtle that it went unnoticed, A knowledgeable person could discern the vast difference in skill with a single glance. Seeing so many people ridicule a young junior, Elder Hua interjected. The world is filled with talent. Each generation surpasses the last. My ancestor, Hua Tuo, was also a bell doctor in his day, as were Bian Ke, Sun Simiao, Ji Dusheng, and Chu Huanzhang. What distinguishes bell doctors from traditional physicians if their aim is to save lives? His esteemed reputation silenced the crowd, and they dared not utter a word. Chen Xianqing bowed respectfully to Elder Hua, expressing, Elder Hua, you are truly a renowned physician of our time. Your magnanimity and character are as commendable as your medical skills, which leave me in deep admiration. Such a benevolent healer as yourself is a blessing to our nation. Your assertion that there is no difference between bell doctors and traditional physicians, as long as they can save lives, resonates deeply with me. I shall remain true to my mission. Elder Hua was flattered by the praise, chuckling in response. Yi Huimin frowned, feeling a sense of nausea. Indeed, a bell doctor who roamed the streets possessed a silver tongue. Chen Xianqing then turned to Yi Huimin and bowed again, continuing, the prowess of the holy hand of the Ghost Gate is unparalleled, and the Ghost Gate flying needle technique has left me in awe. If the holy hand were present, the 5 absolute poison would surely be remedied. I should not presume to showcase my skills before such an esteemed figure. However, I happen to know that one of the poisons is the Miao's essence blood goo poison, and I possess the means to counteract it. If the holy hand requires assistance, I am willing to offer my humble contribution. If not, I hope to not be a cause of amusement. Yi Huimin was taken aback. Chen Xuanqing's flattery had swiftly turned towards her. Surprisingly, it was rather pleasant to hear. Indeed, only through personal experience can one truly appreciate the sweetness of such praise. The audience was taken aback to learn that Chen Xianqing possessed the ability to counteract the 5 absolute poison, instantly earning their respect. Even if he could only neutralize a portion of it, that was significantly more than the rest of the crowd, who were unaware of what the 5 absolute poison even entailed. However, the 3 elderly Miao healers on stage displayed expressions of uncertainty. They had deduced the answer based on their knowledge that essence blood goo poison was one of the materials used to create the 5 absolute poison. Naturally, they had no means to completely detoxify it, as they were unaware of the other 4 poisons. Yet, as experts in goo techniques, they could manage to neutralize the essence blood goo poison. Moreover, if the holy hand of the Ghost King could detoxify, they had no reason to interfere. They were merely surprised by Chen Xuanqing's audacity in wanting to assist the holy hand. Yi Huimin preferred a softer approach. Seeing that Chen Xianqing was a few years older than her yet referred to her as a junior amused her. Elder Hua's earlier words resonated with her. For a healer, the priority lies in saving lives. Given your commitment to your mission, accompany me. I would like to witness your skills firsthand. Chen Xianqing again bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, holy hand. For this opportunity, I shall not fail my mission. Steward Xie regarded Chen Xianqing more seriously, stating, if Master Chen can assist the Xie family in detoxifying, we shall offer our profound gratitude upon completion. The 3 Miao elders were taken aback. Had they known the Ghost King's holy hand would agree, they would not have concealed their knowledge. They had missed a fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Steward Xie's attitude underwent a complete transformation, prompting the audience to reconsider their earlier dismissal of Chen Xianqing. If he were to successfully assist the Holy Hand in neutralizing the 5 absolute poison, his name would undoubtedly echo throughout the medical community. Chen Xianqing remained humble, replying, Steward Xie, just call me Xiao Qian. I dare not claim the title of master. I can only counteract one aspect of the 5 absolute poison. Ultimately, it depends on the Holy Hand's miraculous abilities. Steward Xie inquired curiously, what are the other 4 aspects? Chen Xianqing shook his head, silently glancing at Yi Huimin. She then explained to the audience, the 5 absolute poison is a concoction derived from the toxins of Southeast Asia. Made from 5 global poisons: essence blood goo poison, colorful scorpion, 7-star frog, golden-eyed spider, and manly fluo. If a common person is poisoned and does not receive treatment within 5 days, they will surely perish. The 5 absolute correspond to the 5 organs of the human body: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, beginning with kidney failure and culminating in heart failure. What a vile poison, designed not to kill directly but to torment for 5 days. The concoction was unfamiliar to everyone, raising the question of who could have devised such a horrific toxin. The ingenuity of Southeast Asians in concocting such chaotic substances was truly astonishing. After hearing this explanation, Steward Xie felt a sense of reassurance. Truly, the legendary Ghost King's holy hand possessed an in-depth understanding. Miss Yi, I must trouble you with the detoxification process. The Xie family shall not forget the great favor you have bestowed upon us today. Steward Xie, please lead the way. Every minute of delay means more suffering for the poisoned individuals, Yi Huimin urged, having already discerned the affliction of the poisoned individuals from the blood analysis. There could be no further delay. Chapter 12. Xia Huixing. Steward Xie led the way, with Yi Huimin and the others departing the conference hall under the gaze of the audience. Among the 200 top-tier dignitaries present, they were accustomed to being pursued for treatment wherever they went. Now, standing before the unparalleled figure in the medical world, they resembled students eager for knowledge, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. The only regret was not witnessing the Ghost King's holy hand personally neutralizing the 5 absolute poison. It was truly a great loss in life. However, having glimpsed the true visage of the holy hand was not in vain. Steward Xie guided the group to the 3rd floor of the villa. At that moment, Xie Tianqing stood by the window, lost in thought. Upon opening the study door, Steward Xie respectfully announced, "Master, the Ghost King's holy hand has arrived." Xie Tianqing turned, hastily exclaiming, "Quickly, please invite the holy hand in." Steward Xie gestured for Yi Huimin to enter. The moment Yi Huimin stepped inside, Xie Tianqing could hardly believe his eyes. Was this the Ghost King's holy hand? So young? Surely, it couldn't be true. Xie Tianqing withheld any doubts, focusing instead on Steward Xie. Steward Xie introduced, "Master, this is the genuine 16th generation holy hand of the Ghost Gate, Miss Yi. Her Ghost Gate flying needle technique is extraordinary." And she immediately identified the abnormalities in the blood and accurately diagnosed the presence of the 5 absolute poison. More importantly, Miss Yi has the ability to detoxify it, which means young master has hope. Xie Tianqing was astonished. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, the excitement in Steward Xie's voice left no room for doubt. The crucial point was that the holy hand could counteract the 5 absolute poison. His son's life was, indeed, saved. Having long heard of the Ghost King's holy hand, he was now witnessing a young hero in action. Xie Tianqing hurriedly lavished praise upon her. This powerful figure in the Z Nation, desperate to save his son, could not help but shower compliments upon the young woman before him. "Master Xie, life and death are at stake. We should first assess the condition of the poisoned individual." Yi Huimin, though outwardly displaying urgency, was inwardly devoid of the inclination for pleasantries, eager instead to expedite the treatment and return to her slumber. From the moment she boarded the plane to her disembarkation, she had gone without sleep for a full 24 hours, her hunger unfulfilled. Witnessing Yi Huimin's fervor, Xie Tianqing felt a surge of respect. Truly, she was a renowned physician of her time. "Miss Yi, please follow me," he said, as he exited the study and encountered Qian Xianqing, the 3 elders from Yaojiang, and others. The steward, Xie, took the opportunity to introduce. "These 4 gentlemen are well versed in the 5 absolute poisons, particularly Brother Chen Xianqing, who possesses the ability to counteract them. He will assist Miss Yi in the detoxification process." Upon learning that another could neutralize the poison, Xie Tianqing could not help but scrutinize Qian Xianqing with satisfaction. Nodding in approval, "I am deeply grateful to you all. Once my son successfully undergoes detoxification, the Xie family shall duly reward you." Having exchanged pleasantries, they proceeded directly to the specially designed infirmary within the estate. Through the transparent glass window, they beheld a young man, standing at 188 centimeters, seated with his eyes closed in a meditative state. His arms were adorned with numerous 4 lines. Blood flowed into his left arm and out of his right. His complexion was pallid, his lips darkening, and the defined line of his jaw had become increasingly prominent due to his frail condition. Yet, despite this emaciation, he exuded a certain rogue charm, a hint of an alluring darkness about him. "This is my youngest son, Xie Huixing. I entrust his treatment to Miss Yi and all of you," Xie Tianqing said, bowing respectfully. Xie Tianqing had 4 children. The eldest son had perished in service to the nation. The second and third were daughters, and Xie Huixing remained the last heir of the Xie family. Should he succumb, the lineage of Xie Tianqing would tragically come to an end, though preserve the family's legacy. They would have to adopt someone from a collateral branch to inherit the estate. However, such matters had far-reaching implications, seemingly a family affair but, in truth, a matter of national significance. Should the Xie family show weakness, other clans within the Juding society would surely seize the opportunity to expand their own influence, resulting in a tumultuous upheaval that would affect politics, commerce, and the general populace alike. Yi Huimin entered the infirmary, dismissing the attending physicians to conduct her own examination. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, Xia Huixing opened his eyes momentarily but was about to return to his meditative state when Xia Tianqing announced, "Huixing, you are saved. This is the divine physician, the Ghost King." Xia Huixing's eyes remained open, now scrutinizing Yi Huimin carefully. She appeared indifferent, devoid of sadness or joy, her gaze lacking luster, revealing traces of fatigue. Despite her adorable bun hairstyle, her countenance emanated an inexplicable chill, as if all that existed were mere ants to her. He observed her closely, yet she did not meet his gaze. Yi Huimin was focused on assessing the flow of blood, analyzing the stage of the 5 absolute poison and whether traditional methods could still be employed for treatment. After a moment, she spoke, "Elder Hua, you are indeed a celebrated physician. You have managed to delay the onset of the poison and extend his life for 3 days." Elder Hua, pointing to his medical colleagues beside him, humbly replied, "This is not solely my achievement. We have collaborated to extend his life by just 3 days. Had Miss Yi not intervened today, I fear he would have succumbed to the poison by dawn, and within 5 days, his fate would have been sealed." Elder Hua, with his benevolent heart, did not seek accolades. Yi Huimin understood the severity of the 5 absolute poison. Had she not known the antidote, her own knowledge would have only prolonged his life by a maximum of 7 days. She turned to Chen Xianqing, stating, "It is your time to shine. The essence blood poison must be eradicated." Yi Huimin possessed methods to dispel the poison, albeit rather forcefully, and even after treatment, the remnants would linger within the body, requiring an extended period for expulsion. However, for those proficient in the art of poison in Miaojiang, as long as they could restrain the essence blood poison, it could be expelled immediately. This was the reason she had brought Chen Xianqing along, not to mention testing his capabilities. "I will not disgrace my mission." Chen Xianqing replied, then turned to the steward, requesting, "I need a large bucket and a pot of hot water." Before departing, the steward inquired of Yi Huimin, "Miss Yi, is there anything else you require? Have the 4 lines removed. They are no longer necessary, and prepare some food, for I am hungry," she replied. Chen Xianqing echoed, "I too would like a portion. I am also famished." The steward chuckled lightly before promptly leaving the infirmary. Xia Tianqing, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled as well. How unseemly it would be if word got out that the divine physician had come to treat the Xie family while hungry, even having to request a meal. Should other families learn of this, they would surely find it laughable, a complete disregard for hospitality. Before long, a group of servants arrived with food and supplies. The meal was set in the living area outside the infirmary, with only Yi Huimin and Chen Xianqing partaking. The others either lacked appetite or were too apprehensive to dine. Chen Xianqing took a few bites to quell his hunger before hastily entering the infirmary as the servants removed the tubes from Xia Huixing. Yi Huimin followed closely behind, laden with a bowl of food. The use of the Ghost Gate flying needle was extremely taxing. She needed to replenish her energy. Should she misplace a needle, Xia Huixing's life would be irrevocably forfeited. "Lord Divine Physician, the scene may be quite unpleasant. Perhaps you should dine outside to avoid spoiling your appetite," Chen Xianqing kindly suggested. "No need. My appetite remains robust, and nothing shall deter my ability to eat." Yi Huimin replied candidly. She had grown accustomed to consuming meals in adverse conditions since childhood. Even when surrounded by corpses, she remained unperturbed. Moreover, in her youth, when hunger struck, she had resorted to scavenging, consuming raw snakes, insects, and vermin without hesitation. The current conditions were a far cry from those times. Most importantly, she needed to observe Chen Xianqing as he utilized the poison. Should anything go awry, she would be ready to intervene. Xia Tianqing, Elder Hua, and the others remained outside the infirmary, watching the treatment unfold through the glass wall. After the 4 lines were removed from Xia Huixing, his complexion deteriorated rapidly. Previously darkened lips became increasingly blackened, while the veins in his neck darkened as well. The 5 absolute poison visibly spread throughout his body. Xia Tianqing and the steward felt their hearts constricting in their throats. Were it not for their knowledge of the Ghost King's prowess, they would have rushed in, questioning the situation. Moments later, Chen Xianqing made his move, prompting Xie Tianqing and the steward to lose their composure entirely, while even Elder Hua and the others gasped in astonishment. Xie Huaisheng, lying on the hospital bed, furrowed his brow. Only Yi Huimin maintained her composure as she continued to eat. Chapter 13. Stealing skills and learning arts. Everyone observed as Chen Xianqing produced a snake from seemingly nowhere, which coiled around his hand. The snake was predominantly white, shimmering with an iridescent hue under the light. Under Chen Xuanqing's guidance, it slowly slithered towards Xie Huaisheng's body. The elderly Miaojiang men outside gasped. This fellow is extraordinary. He has tamed a rainbow snake Gu. The other two Miaojiang elders nodded in agreement. It appeared that this was Brother Chen's fated Gu, and judging by the snake's condition, it had likely been nurtured for over a decade, as it would not exhibit such vibrant colors otherwise. However, it remained uncertain whether this rainbow snake Gu possessed the capability to contend with the essence blood poison within young Master Xie. Elder Hua, intrigued by the Gu, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What principle does the rainbow snake Gu employ for detoxification?" One of the Miaojiang elders responded, "The rainbow snake Gu ranks 7th among the 10 Gu insects. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary white snake, but once it recognizes its master and is nurtured with essence blood, it will gradually display other colors over time. When it transforms into a dazzling array of colors, that is the day of its full maturity. The snake itself does not possess detoxifying abilities, yet it can consume the toxic Gu, making it a perfect counter to the essence blood poison." As the rainbow snake Gu reached Xie Huaisheng, it sank its fangs into the area near his kidneys. Hiss! Xie Huaisheng could not help but cry out in pain. Yi Huimin, curious, lifted his garment to reveal the snake, which clung tightly to the region of his kidney, occasionally dripping black liquid from its fangs. Xie Huaisheng, feeling the bite, tensed his entire body, his well-defined abdominal muscles visibly contracting. He did not wish to appear weak before the woman, so he gritted his teeth, suppressing any further sounds of discomfort. Yi Huimin asked, "How long will it take to extract the poison?" Chen Xianqing calculated briefly before replying, "Given young Master Xie's condition, it will likely take about 10 minutes per side." Per side? Yi Huimin questioned, before realizing the implication. Since humans possess 2 kidneys, both sides require treatment. Chen Xianqing further clarified, the essence blood poison derives its name from its predilection for human essence, as the kidneys store essence. It resides in that area of the body. Only by completely extracting its toxic fluid can it be vanquished. As Yi Huimin listened, she also checked Xie Huaisheng's pulse to determine if there were any other anomalies. "Young Master Xie, relax your hand. Do not exert any force." Xie Huaisheng winced in agony, unable to relax at all. Yet, he feigned calmness, attempting to keep his hand relaxed. Suddenly, Chen Xianqing inquired, "Might I ask if young Master Xie has any children?" Xie Huaisheng glanced at him before shaking his head. "I am not yet married." Chen Xianqing, upon hearing this, hesitated, unsure how to convey the unfortunate news. He was aware that Xie Huaisheng was the sole heir of the Xie family. If he could not bear children, it would spell the end of the Xie lineage. The elder Xie was advanced in years. It would be too late for him to cultivate a successor now. Sensing Chen Xuanqing's unease, Xie Huaisheng asked, "Is it possible that my poisoning has damaged my kidneys, rendering me incapable of fatherhood?" Chen Xianqing nodded silently. Although Old Hua had delayed the onset of the 5 absolute poison, the toxin originated from renal failure, and subsequently it would be exceedingly difficult to recover. When he reached the end of his statement, he could hardly bear to disclose the outcome. For a man, this was an unimaginable catastrophe. Among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Now, even if they managed to preserve Xie Weishang, the Xie family would still be unable to escape the calamity of extinction. Moreover, the Xie family possessed a vast estate that required an heir to inherit and manage, which in turn affected the stability and prosperity of countless families. As these words echoed, the sound traveled through the glass wall and reached Xie Tianqing's ears. Leaning on his cane, he nearly stumbled and fell, only to be steadied by Butler Xie. "Everyone, no matter the cost, we must save my family's 4th son's kidney." He earnestly looked towards Old Hua and the 3 elders from Miaojiang. Yet, no one dared to promise. They all understood that renal failure was tantamount to hopelessness. Not only was fertility impossible, but even if he were to survive, he would likely live several years shorter than the average person. Yi Huimin, sensing the commotion outside the glass wall, calmly said, "Rest assured, Old Xie. With me here, I guarantee you will be able to hold a chubby grandson. The heart, already ashen from accepting the impossibility of Xia Weishang's fertility, suddenly brightened at her words. At that moment, looking at Yi Huimin, whose beauty was already ethereal, he found her even more radiant, the light cascading upon her, making her glow with an almost golden brilliance. Xia Tianqing immediately perked up. Miss Yi, is there really hope for my son's kidney? Yi Huimin replied earnestly. In our Ghost Gate lineage, the second-generation ancestor studied the art of longevity. He developed a set of acupuncture techniques specifically targeting the internal organs, capable of enhancing longevity and strengthening the body on a mere renal failure. Not only can we restore it to its original state, but we can also make it twice as robust. Allow me to write a prescription. You all prepare accordingly, and when the time comes, cooperate with my acupuncture. She stepped out of the ward, scribbling down a prescription and handing it to Butler Xia. Old Hua and the others crowded around to see what the prescription entailed. After all, a remedy was hard to come by, and if a treatment for renal failure could be developed, the research investment would amount to billions. What a fierce concoction! Consuming this might be unbearable for anyone. The ingredients were both toxic and conflicting. Was the risk not too great? Miss Yi, have you ever used this prescription? Various experts voiced their astonishment, merely reading the names of the medicines. Ordinary doctors would dare not utilize such substances, let alone entertain the thought. Yi Huimin confidently stated, I have used this prescription since childhood to fortify my health. I know its limits well, and can assure you there is no risk involved. An expert inquired, how should this prescription be used? May we observe and learn from your experience? No. Yi Huimin firmly rejected. The Ghost Gate lineage has its rules. One can only accept one apprentice in a lifetime to pass on their knowledge. Core techniques are not to be divulged. This was also the reason why the prescription she provided contained only the names of the medicines, lacking specific dosages and methods of use, leaving the esteemed figures bewildered and puzzled. Someone sighed, what a pity. Such a fine prescription could save countless lives. Another suggested, could we perhaps observe without asking questions? That way, it wouldn't count as teaching. Would that not require me to turn a blind eye and allow you to steal my craft? If my master learned of this, he would break my legs, and if my ancestors found out, they would likely rise from their coffins to give me a beating. Yi Huimin coldly refused once more. The mere mention of stealing craft made the old men flush with embarrassment. They were accustomed to teaching the younger generation, yet here they were, scheming ways to learn from them. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a retching sound echoed from within the ward. Yi Huimin glanced inside, only to see Xia Weishang heaving into a metal bucket, the contents too ghastly to behold, tiny red-black threadworms. She swiftly entered the ward, the pungent odor of bile and decay wafting out. Xia Tianqing, Old Hua, and the three elders instinctively covered their mouths and noses. The stench assaulted their senses, and several felt nauseous, struggling to suppress their own urges to vomit. After entering and closing the door to contain the odor, Yi Huimin alleviated some discomfort for those outside. Is it over? Chen Xianqing inquired with concern. The stench is unbearable. Perhaps you should wait outside until young Master Xia finishes. It's of no concern. I do not breathe, Yi Huimin replied nonchalantly. Chen Xianqing was momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable skill. As long as one does not breathe, they would not perceive the foul odor. However, not breathing would be fatal, so he could only cover his mouth and nose to minimize the intake of the noxious scent. Yet it still stung his eyes. Before long, tears welled in his eyes. In contrast, Yi Huimin remained unwavering, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Weishang as he continued to vomit. Her eyes had been accustomed to medicinal fumes since childhood. Unless physically harmed, not even tear gas could affect her. Even in the dark of night, killing was as mundane as daylight. Night vision devices were utterly useless to her. Watching Xia Weishang in his agonizing state of expulsion was slightly embarrassing for him. He had never been so vulnerable in front of a woman. She was the first. Don't hold back. Let it all out until you're clean. Those parasitic worms must not linger in your belly. Noticing his restraint, Yi Huimin not only gently encouraged him but also poured him a glass of water. Chapter 14. She was the first. Xia Weishang accepted the glass, murmuring a thank you, not daring to look Yi Huimin in the eye. Use this to rinse your mouth, but do not swallow. If you wish to have children, you must exert yourself and expel everything at once. Yi Huimin reminded him again. Upon hearing the mention of children, Xia Weishang, despite his disheveled state,
forced himself to retch until no trace of the tiny parasitic worms remained in the acidic bile. Qian Xianqing stepped forward to examine his body and after a moment, announced, "The essence, blood, and parasitic toxins have been thoroughly expelled." Yi Huimin grasped Xia Weishang's chin, fixating her gaze on his eyes. This sudden action startled him, a faint, alluring fragrance enveloping him. He found himself unable to look away from her captivating eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and a desire to evade her entrancing gaze, though not blink. "Look at me," Yi Huimin commanded coldly, her tone brooking no refusal. Xia Weishang, unsure of her intentions, dared not question her, obediently following her command as if he were a loyal dog. She was the first. After observing him for some time, Yi Huimin finally released Xia Weishang. The eyes of one afflicted by parasites differ from those of an ordinary person. At first glance, they appear bloodshot, but upon closer inspection, one can see the red veins writhing. To check for any residual essence, blood, and parasitic toxins, she needed to scrutinize closely. Well done, the essence, blood, and parasitic toxins have been expelled cleanly. I truly did not misjudge you. To earn the attention of an esteemed elder is a great fortune for a junior like me. I will not let you down, even if it costs me my all. Chen Xianqing expressed respectfully that. Yi Huimin waved her hand. Enough with the junior and senior titles. I am not yet 19. Since you are a few years older than me, you may simply call me Sister Min. The titles of senior and junior felt rather uncomfortable to her. Yet, she quite liked the way Chen Xianqing flattered her, as it provided a sense of emotional value. Both Xia Weishang and Chen Xianqing were momentarily taken aback, realizing she was not yet 19, merely over 18. A remarkably youthful girl, Yi Huimin was tall, her appearance exuding a refreshing vigor, and despite her cute bun hairstyle, her mature aura was undeniable. They had estimated her to be around 21 or 22. Likely a university student, but little did they know she could still be a high school senior. Chen Xianqing mistakenly believed Yi Huimin to be around his age, around 21, but now realized he had misjudged her. Sister Min, if you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. I, Xiao Qian, will certainly be at your service. Xia Weishang was equally astonished, glancing at Chen Xianqing in confusion, unable to comprehend. Could it be that Chen Xianqing was younger than 18? His appearance certainly belied that. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "How old are you?" Chen Xianqing awkwardly smiled, "Just over 21. Calling me sister is not a loss. It is a privilege earned through merit. Others may wish to call me, but they may not be worthy," Yi Huimin mused, feeling entirely deserving. After all, many sought to associate with her, yet not everyone had the connections. Not to mention, those wishing to call her auntie would form a long queue, ultimately with no opportunity. It all came down to merit. Sister Min is right. With your capabilities allowing me to address you as sister, my previously narrow path suddenly feels much broader. Today, being able to accompany Sister Min for even a short distance, I have already gained invaluable insights. Chen Xianqing bowed respectfully. You speak well, and I appreciate it. You are on the right track. Yi Huimin produced a pure gold business card seemingly from thin air and tossed it to Chen Xianqing. If you encounter difficulties in the future, feel free to call me. Regardless of the matter, place, or person, I will step in and resolve it for you. Chen Xianqing stared in astonishment at the pure gold card in his hand, estimating it weighed at least 100 grams. Calculating at the current market rate of 2,100 per gram, its value amounted to 210,000. However, this was merely the base value of the card. More importantly, it represented an opportunity for assistance from the Ghost King's Saint Hand. Such an opportunity was as rare as gold dust. It was said that the Ghost King's Saint Hand had 3 principles for not offering help: if one was not dying, if the situation was not peculiar, and if there was no connection. This was also one reason why she was only known by name, seldom seen. Opportunities to offer help were scarce. She only saved lives, not treated illnesses. Miss Yi, I will never forget your immense kindness, Chen Xianqing expressed, overwhelmed with emotion. Today, not only had he made a name for himself in the Xia family, but he had also encountered the Ghost King's Saint Hand, truly a stroke of fortune. Think it over before contacting me. This opportunity is singular, and no matter the issue, I can resolve it for you, Yi Huimin emphasized, her tone intentionally weighty. After all, besides saving lives, she was also capable of taking them. Moreover, there exists a vast network of connections across the globe, where a mere phone call suffices to orchestrate everything with clarity and precision. Even in Z country, numerous branches of the Hucking Gang are spread across the nation. A single call to action, and none would dare to dissent. Regardless of who arrives, they must acquiesce to the prevailing norms. All right, Sister Min, I shall remember your words, Chun Xianqing remarked as he lifted the bucket containing the essence of blood and the cursed insects. I will tend to this matter first. As for the remaining affairs, I am of little assistance, so I shall take my leave. Very well, go ahead. Yi Huimin waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, Brother Qin. Xia Huaizong expressed his gratitude. Once Qin Xianqing exited, the esteemed medical experts gazed at the golden business card with eyes aglow, filled with envy. Were it not for their insufficient assets, they would have eagerly offered a price to procure that opportunity. Upon witnessing the alleviation of Xia Huaizong's condition after the poison was dispelled, Xia Tianqing promptly instructed Butler Xia to prepare 20 million to transfer to Chen Xianqing. The Xia family was indeed generous. Those who could name the 5 absolute poisons would receive 500,000, while those who could cure the poison would be rewarded with 50 million. Logically, as Chen Xianqing had only neutralized 1/5 of the poison, he should receive 1 million, totaling a maximum of 15 million. However, Xia Tianqing never quibbled over such trifles. The best way to honor talent was to bestow rewards that exceeded expectations. Thus, when adversity befell the Xia family, others would be inclined to extend their assistance. The distinguished guests from all corners of the world today not only enjoyed a free meal, but were also reimbursed 2,000 for transportation. Regardless of distance, such is the grandeur of their vision. Reputation, face, and status are the treasures the Xia family holds dear. In this moment, only Yi Huimin and Xia Huaizong remained in the sick room. Yi Huimin stepped towards the door, opening it to say, "It is getting late. You all should retire for the night." Xia Tianqing, concerned for his son's health, was reluctant to depart. "It's all right. I will stay here with you." Butler Xia interjected, "Master, you have hardly slept for several days. Perhaps you should rest while I keep watch." Experts like Old Hua and the 3 elders from Yaojiang also shook their heads, unwilling to leave. Observing this, Chen Xianqing promptly stepped forward and said, "I just heard that the secret techniques of the Ghost Gate lineage must not be divulged. Everyone should return to their rooms to avoid disturbing the master while he treats young Master Xia." Yi Huimin smiled, recognizing the cleverness of his words. Xia Tianqing instantly understood, his anxiety momentarily forgotten. "Then we shall wait in the hall for news. Should anything arise, please call for us." With this pronouncement, the others felt compelled to take their leave. Retreating one by one, Yi Huimin locked the outermost door and drew the curtains in the glass room. At this moment, the silence within was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Xia Huaizong felt an inexplicable tension, his heart racing fiercely. Yi Huimin scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no surveillance devices or prying eyes before instructing, "Young Master Xia, please remove your clothing." Xia Huaizong was taken aback, hesitating slightly before ultimately shedding his hospital gown. All of it, Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow at his trousers. Xia Huaizong bit his lip, feeling awkward and bashful in the presence of a lone woman as he disrobed. "What do you intend to do? Examine your body, Dado?" Reluctantly, Xia Huaizong removed his trousers. Yi Huimin noticed the color of his undergarments and inquired curiously, "Is this your lucky year?" Xia Huaizong bit down on his lip. Offering only a faint acknowledgement, he typically did not wear such colors. These were provided by Butler Xia, who claimed that wearing red undergarments during one's lucky year could ward off evil and ensure safety. "Take them off." As soon as her words fell, Xia Huaizong's eyes widened in shock. What exactly was she inspecting? Was it truly necessary to disrobe? He made one last desperate attempt. Yi Huimin nodded calmly. If it were not for Xia Huaizong's understanding that she was here to treat him, combined with her unwaveringly indifferent gaze, he might have easily misconstrued the situation had it been another woman. This time, he not only bit his lip but also tightly shut his eyes. Since he could remember, he had never been so exposed before a woman. She was the first. Chapter 15. Remember the words you spoke today. Lie flat and relax. Yi Huimin donned a pair of medical gloves. Xia Huaizong, unable to conceal his embarrassment, lay down, turning his head away, unwilling to look. The moment he felt the cold touch of the examination, he involuntarily shivered. He had never been touched like this by a woman. She was the first. "What color was your urine before?" Yi Huimin inquired while inspecting the area where the rainbow snake had bitten him. "After poisoning, it was yellow, then turned red, until it became a dark crimson." "Was there any splitting, weakness, or a feeling of incomplete urination? Xia Huaizong softly acknowledged, the man's pride subtly fracturing at this moment. All he wished to know was why the Ghost King Master was not a woman in her 50s or 60s, but rather so young. Appearing 5 or 6 years younger than himself, if it hurts, let me know, and I shall be gentle. Yi Huimin inserted a silver needle into the wound left by the snake bite. Do not tense up. Relax your abdominal muscles. Xia Huaizong, torn between shyness and pain, found that the hand that had previously covered his face was now biting down on his lips. Do you feel anything? Yi Huimin asked after inserting the needle. No, you can apply more pressure. Xia Huaizong clamped down on his hand without releasing it. It doesn't hurt. Why are you biting your hand? Yi Huimin noticed his timidity and purposely adjusted her pressure. I don't like it. Xia Huaizong helplessly returned his hand to his forehead, covering half his face. Yi Huimin glanced at him, finding it strangely amusing to witness a grown man acting so bashfully. Are you feeling shy? No doubt not at all, Xia Huaizong hurriedly denied. If you feel uncomfortable, I can call a man to accompany you. Yi Huimin suggested. No need. Having you here is sufficient. Yi Huimin kindly reminded him, are you certain? This is merely the beginning. I haven't yet delved into the more intimate examinations, and as your doctor, I have a responsibility to inform you. It's all right. Go ahead. I've already acclimated to this. Xia Huaizong took 3 deep breaths, attempting to calm his racing heart. The thought of having another man observing him being examined by her was unbearable. You need not feel shy or awkward. To me, you are simply a patient. Please trust in my professionalism with that. Yi Huimin withdrew the silver needle for examination, confirming that no toxins remained in the kidneys. Yes, I can see that. Xia Huaizong believed her words, for her eyes expressed nothing but detachment and a focus on her work. Devoid of any extraneous emotions. Get up, now go to the restroom and urinate. I need to observe your urine. Yi Huimin beckoned with her finger. Now. Xia Huaizong displayed a troubled expression. I don't feel the urge. Yi Huimin handed him a cup of water. Drink it all. 10 minutes later, Xia Huaizong rose. I feel the urge now. His body felt somewhat numb, and he struggled to move independently. Yi Huimin supported him as they approached the restroom door. Thank you. I can manage the rest of the way alone. Xia Huaizong attempted to enter the restroom by himself. No, I must accompany you. Yi Huimin firmly refused, adding, I need to observe your urination. Xia Huaizong halted in his tracks. Move, stop dawdling. We have much to do. Yi Huimin urged. With resignation, Xia Huaizong stood at the urinal. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Didn't you say you felt the urge? Yi Huimin stared at him. Xia Huaizong felt on the verge of tears. Being scrutinized by a woman while using the restroom, she was the first. You're watching me. It's a bit nerve-wracking. If it makes you uncomfortable, you can record it with your phone. I'll watch the video later. Yi Huimin suggested, pulling out her phone and handing it to him. Xia Huaizong accepted the phone. That's a good idea. Just urinate, but don't get it on my phone, Yi Huimin warned, or else you're finished. This phone was of great importance to her, containing many invaluable materials. If it became soiled and needed replacing, it would not be as simple as imagined. Xia Huaizong had never been threatened by a woman before. She was the first. Yet he found himself utterly powerless, for not only was his life in her hands, but also the fate of future generations. The survival of the Xie family depended entirely on the woman before him. Yi Huimin did not stray far, standing at the restroom door, eyes closed as she listened to the sound of urine hitting the ground. Weak and frail. One could tell without looking that he was in dire straits. If this man were left to his own devices, he would undoubtedly perish. After Xia Huaizong finished urinating, he exclaimed, It's yellowish white. Does this mean I've recovered? Yi Huimin doused him with a bucket of cold water. You wish? This is just the beginning. The fact that the color has returned to normal only indicates that the essence of the blood curse no longer affects your kidneys. Merely dispelling this poison will allow you to live a few more years. But once your kidneys weaken to a critical threshold, the other 4 poisons will manifest successively, and you will only have 4 days left to live. Then what must we do now? Xia Huaizong emerged from the restroom. Returning the phone. Wash your hands thoroughly after using the restroom, Yi Huimin instructed, glancing at him again. Use a wet wipe to clean yourself before coming out. Xia Huaizong awkwardly pressed his lips together, nodding sheepishly without a word. After he finished, he lay back down on the bed. Within 2 days, I can help you dispel the remaining poison. For now, our priority is to treat your kidney failure and restore kidney function. Yi Huimin began to examine him thoroughly. This sudden action caused Xia Huaizong to furrow his brow, his body trembling slightly. Yet, he dared not voice any objections, allowing her to explore him at will. "No, wait. This is an examination. Can you still feel anything?" Yi Huimin inquired. Xia Huaizong attempted to assess, realizing that the only thing rigid about him was his mouth. "You may close your eyes and imagine. If that doesn't work, you can look at something," Yi Huimin suggested. After a moment passed, there was still no change. "Not working." Yi Huimin scrutinized him. Xia Huaizong felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How could a man admit defeat? "No, he switched to another word, holding on to his last shred of stubbornness. Yi Huimin discerned his efforts and remarked softly, "All right, relax. Your condition is more serious than I had anticipated. I will first administer acupuncture to assess the situation. And once Butler Xie has prepared the medicinal ingredients, we will proceed with the herbal bath. I'll follow your lead," Xia Huaizong replied, surrendering to the circumstances. Yi Huimin conjured a pack of silver needles from thin air and placed them on the table. Xia Huaizong gazed at them curiously and inquired, "Is that bracelet on your wrist the globally renowned spatial storage device called Bainai? Though you may lack in other areas, your perception is quite sharp." Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow, shaking the bracelet lightly. Xia Huaizong felt a deep embarrassment wash over him, but he found himself unable to retort, for the truth was undeniable, even if he wished to argue. The fear of provoking her made him hesitate. After all, losing her was not an option. "We are also developing this treasure. I never imagined you would possess a finished product." Xia Huaizong yearned to study it closely, but in his current state of undress, it was exceedingly inconvenient. Research on Bainai was limited to countries Z and M. The Bainai bracelet Yi Huimin wore had an exorbitant cost, with annual maintenance fees soaring to 100 million M gold. Country M focused on spatial transfer of items, establishing fixed space stations to store goods in designated warehouses. The size of the warehouse dictated its capacity, and larger warehouses incurred higher maintenance costs. Country Z, on the other hand, adopted a method of folding and shrinking items, transferring them into customized bracelets, rings, and necklaces, transforming stationary storage into portable stations. The downside was the high difficulty of development and substantial initial investment. The advantage lay in lower maintenance costs, greater capacity, and the possibility of personalized customization. "I heard your research progress has been less than satisfactory." Yi Huimin began disinfecting the silver needles. "With determination, our nation will one day develop a Bainai superior to this one." Xia Huaizong expressed his unwavering confidence. "When that time comes, I shall gift you one so generous." Yi Huimin glanced at him, cautioning, "If you cannot afford it, do not overextend yourself. While grand claims may fall flat, they can also lead to significant consequences. The development of Bainai required trillions in funding. The mere production of a single Bainai surpassed 2 billion. Currently, Country M had released only 36 limited editions, with the cheapest priced at 5 billion in Z currency, and acquiring one was not merely a matter of wealth. Status, power, and money were all indispensable. In Country M's capitalist market, they were eager to monetize their creations. While in Country Z, even if produced, priority was given to national use. Gifting one privately was out of the question. Xia Huaizong pondered for a moment before solemnly stating, "What I mean to say is, even if we cannot achieve it now, we will certainly succeed in the future. I must succeed." No matter what he mistakenly believed Yi Huimin was implying he could not create Bainai. This was a matter of national strategy, and even if the odds were against him, he felt compelled to push forward. Once Bainai was successfully developed, it would not only address the nation's food storage and transportation issues, but also preserve quality and minimize waste. Yi Huimin smiled slightly, finding the earnest man quite intriguing. Truly, he was multifaceted. "If you wish to succeed, I will assist you. In a few days, I shall provide you with a prototype for your thorough examination." Yi Huimin pointed at him, her voice cool as she reminded, "Remember what you said today. I shall be waiting." Chapter 16. Red bean soup dumplings. Xia Huaizong was astonished that the elusive Bainai from Country M, which he had sought in vain, was now being offered to him, and as a prototype no less. Who exactly was this enigmatic healer? "Are you serious?" he asked, fearing he had misheard. "Do I strike you as a woman who jokes frivolously?" Yi Huimin questioned coldly. Xia Huaizong recalled she was merely 18 and chuckled softly, muttering, "Heh, woman." Yi Huimin caught the barely perceptible sound and smile. With a swift motion, she sent 3 silver needles flying towards Xia Huaizong, expertly piercing several acupoints. Caught off guard, he let out a sharp intake of breath. Before he could regain his composure, she followed up with several more needles, quick, precise, and fierce, totaling 36 needles inserted from the kidneys to the triangular region. Ah, man! Yi Huimin's voice rang out loudly, clearly intended for his ears. Xia Huaisong felt a mix of bitterness. He had not anticipated that this young masterful healer would bear a grudge. Nonetheless, he held no intentions of disrespect. He merely thought that, in contrast to calling an 18-year-old a woman, referring to her as a girl felt more appropriate. The night unfolded with either acupuncture or medicinal baths in the interim. Butler Xia informed them that the herbs from the prescription were ready. Yi Huimin even personally boiled the medicine, darting up and down the stairs. This task left no room for negligence, as every ingredient was toxic, and a single mistake could lead to medical mishaps. Xia Tianqing observed this with concern, realizing that though Yi Huimin appeared mature and tall, she was in truth still a young adult. Miss Yi, allow Butler Xia to oversee this. You should rest for a while. At this critical juncture, he felt it was imperative to remain vigilant in case of any unforeseen circumstances. I must be ready to accede. Yi Huimin graciously declined his kind offer. Reluctantly, Xia Tianqing acquiesced, relocating to another room on the same floor to prepare the medicine. Alleviating Yi Huimin's burden of running up and down it was a pity the room's lavish million-dollar decor would go to waste, but if it meant easing Yi Huimin's toil, it was entirely worth it. Each time Xia Huaisong took a medicinal bath, it required an hour, which was a period of relative calm. Yi Huimin did not stray far. Instead, she pulled a chair beside the bathtub and closed her eyes to rest. When the time came, she would open her eyes without needing a reminder from Xia Huaisong. For the first time, he experienced such meticulous care, and observing the exhausted Yi Huimin, who had toiled day and night, filled him with unexplainable gratitude. Oh, not gaze at me. Think of something stimulating and see if you feel anything. Yi Huimin suddenly spoke with her eyes still closed. Xia Huaisong, feeling as though he had been caught eavesdropping, quickly averted his gaze, but sensing something amiss, he boldly extended his hand to wave in front of Yi Huimin. She swiftly grasped his hand, causing him to instinctively retract. His reflexive action lacked control. Yet to his surprise, Yi Huimin remained unmoved. At that moment, he felt rather feeble, unable to pull a mere girl closer. Not bad. Your pulse is stronger than before. Yi Huimin gradually opened her eyes and turned to him. Do not look at me. Try it and see if it works. Xia Huaisong obediently tilted his head, uncertain of which beauty he was contemplating. After a moment, he replied, I feel something. Yi Huimin nodded in satisfaction and proceeded with further examinations. Noting that he still required time to fully recover, tomorrow night, I should be able to cleanse you of all poison. However, your kidney failure will require a period of recuperation. I will visit regularly over the next 3 months to ensure not only your full recovery, but also that you emerge even stronger than before. After stating this, Yi Huimin exited the restroom, preparing for the next round of treatment. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Huaisong felt an unexpected pang of reluctance, considering that they would not meet again for 3 months. Though they had only spent about 24 hours together, it felt as if they had known each other for an eternity. From initial shyness to now a candid rapport, no one could fathom the complexity of his emotional journey. And that woman, throughout it all, displayed not a hint of excess emotion. She remained calm and composed, utterly inscrutable. Unwilling to let it go, Xia Huaisong called after her, Will we be able to see each other again in 3 months? When you are ready, I will come to you. Yi Huimin replied without turning, continuing on her way. As Xia Huaisong pondered her words, he heard her voice again, Bring your binai. I do not permit broken promises. The entire treatment spanned a busy 48 hours. The Xia family remained in a state of readiness, aside from the guests and the 3 elders from Yaojiang who had received their rewards and departed. Several experts including Hua Lao and Chen Xianqing remained. Though they had not witnessed the Ghost King's adept hand dispel the 5 absolute toxins firsthand, their involvement made it evident that even the Ghost King would find the task laborious, not solvable by just a few miraculous pills. Most importantly, while detoxifying, Yi Huimin also needed to address Xia Huaisong's damaged kidneys. Each aspect alone would be enough to warrant a death sentence in a hospital setting. Yi Huimin conducted a series of toxicity tests, confirming no issues before announcing, Congratulations, young Master Xia. The detoxification was successful. Thank you. I appreciate your hard work. I will remember your kindness. Xia Huaisong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yi Huimin, accustomed to such sentiments, merely advised, During this time, You must preserve your essence. Do not let your vitality deplete. Especially avoid indulging in wine and women. I will provide Butler Xia with a prescription for you to follow diligently. Rest assured, I have no interest in wine and women, Xia Huaisong replied with a double entendre, wishing to convey his stance. Having been single for over 20 years, since his elder brother's martyrdom, his mission had been to uphold the Xia family. Women held no significance for him, unworthy of mention. What you should be concerned about is not me, Yi Huimin reminded him. You must focus your heart on your kidneys to ensure the Xia family can flourish. Xia Huaisong nodded earnestly. Yes, I will heed your advice. Yi Huimin exited the ward to share the good news of the detoxification success. Xia Tianqing offered a brief thank you before leading the group of experts inside for a follow-up examination. In a secluded corner, Yi Huimin rubbed her forehead, quickly tidying her unwashed hair from the past 2 days before letting out a sigh of relief. This battle had, at last, reached a conclusion for her. Chen Xianqing approached, holding a bowl of tang yuan. Sister Min, you've worked hard. Here is your favorite red bean tang yuan. How did you know I love red bean filling? Yi Huimin asked, surprised. Hehe, the first time you had tang yuan? I ordered sesame and peanut filling, and the server brought you the same. You only ate one, but I noticed you particularly enjoyed the red bean dessert, so I had the kitchen prepare this bowl of red bean tang yuan to fill your stomach. Chen Xianqing spoke as he handed over the bowl. You lad. You certainly have a heart. Yi Huimin accepted the bowl without hesitation and began to eat. To her surprise, just before leaving, she finally indulged in the tang yuan filled with red bean paste that she had longed for. A short while later, Xia Tianqing emerged and said, Miss Yi, you are truly our family's savior. Without your intervention, I would have been at a loss. Noticing that Yi Huimin was enjoying her tang yuan, he quickly instructed the steward. Have the kitchen prepare a feast. Missy hasn't eaten properly these past few days. She must eat to her heart's content this time. For the past few days, Yi Huimin had only eaten hastily, either preoccupied with the medicine simmering in the boiler or watching Xia Huaizong administer injections and medicinal baths. No amount of persuasion could sway her. Her dedication was such that anyone would have to admire her diligence. There's no need to trouble yourselves. Just prepare a room for me. Once I finish my tang yuan and freshen up, I must take my leave, Yi Huimin insisted, eager to return home. She couldn't help but wonder if her brother and father had returned after these 2 days. Xia Tianqing glanced at his watch and remarked, It's already around 8 or 9 o'clock. Wouldn't it be better to rest for the night? No, I have matters to attend to, Yi Huimin replied firmly. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade her to stay, Xia Tianqing instructed the steward to prepare a payment. The promised reward amounted to 55 million, with a consultation fee of 20 million, ultimately totaling 100 million. Yi Huimin accepted the money without much comment. She had grown accustomed to such dealings with wealthy individuals, who often added a little extra. Moreover, she was to return for regular kidney treatments over the next 3 months. As Yi Huimin approached the parking lot, she was about to leave when Chen Xianqing suddenly caught up with her. Sister Min, could you give me a ride? I have no way to get back. Chapter 17. Am I angry? Yi Huimin looked puzzled and retorted, Did old Master Xia not arrange a car for you? After spending a few days together, she could tell that Xia Tianqing was a man of considerable stature. Moreover, Chen Xianqing had been of great assistance in detoxification, so it was unlikely that no vehicle was provided. Chen Xianqing flashed a broad smile, chuckling, They did arrange one, but I thought you were heading back too. So I didn't want to trouble old Master Xia. Heading back? Yi Huimin became cautious. Do you know where I'm going? Chen Xianqing shook his head. No, but it's certainly on the way out of the estate. Just drop me off by the roadside once we leave. Yi Huimin found this attitude rather casual. Where do you live? If it's nearby, I can drive you back. Chen Xianqing felt hopeful and opened the passenger door. Just drop me off somewhere I can catch a taxi. I don't have a fixed residence in Kyoto. All right. Yi Huimin did not wish to waste time, as she still needed to drive back to Xiong City. The car started and slowly left the estate, moving smoothly without the layers of security they had encountered upon arrival. Xia Huaizong stood by the window, watching the car's lights gradually fade into the darkness. Feeling a sense of reluctance, before the sun rises tomorrow, I want all her information. The steward, seemingly prepared, pulled out his phone and promptly sent a file to Xia Huaizong. Young master, the Ghost King's residence is at the Yi family in Xiong City. This is all the information we could find. Xia Huaizong frowned as he reviewed the file, clearly dissatisfied. Is this all? She arrived by plane from Country M, but there was no information about her there. Leaving no clues, however, We discovered from her flight registration that her name is Yi Huimin, and she had previously changed her name from Luomin. The woman who adopted her is named Luomi. A national of Country Z, who owns a farm in Country M.it, appears Miss Yi grew up on that farm and received private education, as we found no records of her attending local schools. A few months ago, she found her relatives in Xiong City and returned to the country just in time to treat you. She was called back shortly after arriving home, which is why she is now in a hurry to return. The steward provided all the information he had. The Yi family in Xiong City, Xia Huizong murmured, then commanded, I want all the information on the Yi family. The steward, already prepared, sent it immediately. Observing the young master's earnest demeanor, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. As winter yields to spring, the peach blossoms are about to bloom. Despite not entering the patient's room to observe, anyone could tell that the Ghost King had been in constant attendance for 48 hours. Either administering injections or preparing medicinal baths, it was only natural for feelings to develop between a man and woman sharing the same space. Moreover, Yi Huimin was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also highly skilled in medicine. Exuding an irresistible charm, Xia Huizong, being young and vigorous, would find it difficult not to be moved if his affections were even slightly normal. The steward cast a discreet glance at Xia Huizong. Feeling a tinge of concern about whether Yi Huimin harbored any feelings for him on the highway, Yi Huimin drove out of the estate without dropping Chen Xianqing haphazardly by the roadside. The distance to the city was quite significant, and the road was dark and sparsely populated, making it inconvenient for him to hail a taxi. Chen Xianqing had once suggested getting out, but Yi Huimin coldly refused. And he did not press the issue further. It was February, and the cold wind howled, mixed with sleet. Yi Huimin had not turned on the heater. In fact, her side window was fully open. The wind gusted into the car, and the sound of the vehicle slicing through the air occasionally reached their ears. Chen Xianqing was dressed modestly, wearing a patched blue linen shirt that was quite thin. The black coat he wore was a gift from the steward, who had worried he might catch a cold. However, the biting wind stung his face, and the collar of the coat was not high enough to shield him completely. He noticed Yi Huimin's expression was indifferent. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead, her right hand on the steering wheel, and her left elbow resting on the window, supporting her head. He shivered from the cold, not daring to speak, especially since he was riding for free. And it was the Ghost King himself behind the wheel. If others found out, they would surely be envious. Just as he huddled deeper into his coat, Yi Huimin suddenly accelerated, veering off the lane and overtaking a line of luxury cars. Among them were Lamborghinis, Ferraris, McLarens, and Aston Martins, 8 supercars in total. They were cruising at a moderate pace, neither fast nor slow, but to Yi Huimin, they were moving far too sluggishly. The speed limit on this road was 120. Yet they were only going 100. With so few cars on the highway, their slow pace was an affront to the very concept of supercars. Yi Huimin, driving her modest Audi, surged ahead, distancing herself from the others. Chen Xianqing was startled by the sudden maneuver, sitting up straight in his seat. Just moments ago, he had been shivering from the cold, but the rush of speed now made him sweat, raising his body temperature significantly. To his astonishment, the supercars behind seemed spurred on by her acceleration, quickly catching up. Yi Huimin occupied the middle lane, flanked by 4 supercars on either side, effectively cornering her. Sister Min, they don't seem friendly, Chen Xianqing said, glancing around nervously. Still what? Just hold on tight. I'll handle the rest, Yi Huimin replied, resting her head on her hand without even glancing at them. As soon as she finished speaking, the driver of the McLaren on her left lowered the window. A red-haired man in a fur coat, grinning broadly, turned to his companions and exclaimed, Whoa, guys, this driver is a woman, and she is quite striking from the side. He then provocatively called out, Hey, babe, turn around and let me see your face. I want to rate your looks. Yi Huimin simply raised her left hand, still resting her head, and silently extended her middle finger before pressing the accelerator to speed away. She had no interest in entertaining such fools. Chen Xianqing tightened his grip on the seatbelt, feeling it was becoming increasingly precarious, and grasped the armrest above. Behind them, the red-haired man shouted excitedly, This girl has got guts. Let us chase her down. I am going to make her sing conquer beneath me today, soon. The roar of the supercars echoed like the furious growls of wild beasts. Before long, the 8 supercars had caught up. Chen Xianqing was uncertain whether Yi Huimin was intentionally provoking them. After increasing her speed, she quickly decelerated. He realized someone was about to face the consequences. Sister Min, there's no need to get angry over them. Safety is the priority. If they insult you, I'll help you retaliate later. I am quite adept at cursing. Yi Huimin turned her head to glance at him, asking, Am I angry? Chen Xianqing quickly slapped his own mouth, correcting himself. No, I'm not saying you are angry. I just didn't want you to be. Though he said this, he had already sensed the murderous aura that had enveloped them. Especially with the rainbow snake curse on his body, he was particularly attuned to such energy, which immediately alerted him. Just as they were conversing, a traffic light appeared ahead. Yi Huimin brought the car to a stop, and soon the several supercars also halted beside them. The red-haired man grinned maliciously and ordered, After the tunnel, pull into the service area, or else. He made a slashing motion across his throat. Yi Huimin remained silent, even refraining from looking in his direction. This only served to infuriate the red-haired man further. Damn it, are you mute? I'm talking to you. Mute? Yi Huimin frowned, her eyes narrowing involuntarily, a glint of ruthlessness flashing within. Thud, thud, thud. A knocking sound came from the right window. Chen Xianqing was compelled to roll it down, revealing a bespectacled man in a LaFerrari wielding a golf club. The bespectacled man leaned halfway out of his car and waved at Chen Xianqing. Get your head down. I want to see what kind of woman is so arrogant as to overtake my car in a beat-up Audi. Chen Xianqing showed no leniency, cursing right from the start. Where did this wretched toad come from, sitting in its well and gazing at the sky? If 4 eyes aren't enough, you might as well grow 8 like a spider. If you wish to live, scram quickly and stop barking here, lowering the standards of the people of Kyoto. Damn it. Where did this rural bumpkin come from? If you have the guts, get out of the car. And let's have a word. The bespectacled man, feeling defiant, was seething with indignation. As Chen Xianqing noticed the red light about to turn green and the car was on the verge of starting. He immediately grasped the handrail tightly. I want to converse with a dog of a man. With a whoosh, the bespectacled man inhaled a mouthful of exhaust, coughing violently. Chapter 18. The supercar middle finger illustration with a fierce glare. The bespectacled man fixed his gaze on the taillights of the Audi and bellowed, Chase after it. I am determined to deal with this pair of dog men and women today. The red-haired accomplice chuckled wickedly. Anticipating a chance to educate that foul woman, 1.8 supercars pursued relentlessly, weaving through tunnels and past service areas, without a moment's respite, yet they still failed to catch up. Sister Min, we missed the exit for the highway. Chen Xianqing remarked, having been attentive to the road signs. He knew that once they entered the city, no one would dare cause a ruckus. He was aware of Yi Huimin's exceptional medical skills, her supernatural mastery of acupuncture, and perhaps even some martial prowess, but facing a multitude was ill-advised. Furthermore, being injured in the dead of winter would not only prolong recovery but also amplify the pain. Yi Huimin showed no intent to flee. Chen Xianqing gripped the handrail tightly, his stomach churning, feeling as if his dinner would soon make a reappearance. Was this a game for them? It felt more like a game at his own expense. He watched the speedometer values spike uncontrollably, 120.1, 130.140, finally stabilizing around 200. Given the car's condition, reaching 230 would be its absolute limit. The windshield wipers were already activated, the sound of raindrops drowned out by the howling wind. Chen Xianqing, seated in the passenger seat, felt as though his very soul was about to detach from his body. Clinging desperately to the handrail, his head buried in his hands, he was too terrified to utter a word. Fearing that speaking would result in a car full of his dinner, he observed Yi Huimin, still calm, steering the car with one hand, navigating turns and ascending slopes, feeling as if they were heading further up the mountain. Away from the city, at that moment, his mind fixated on 2 pressing thoughts, to get out and vomit, and to contact the Xie family. Otherwise, if they were overtaken, it would surely lead to mutual destruction. Unfortunately, he couldn't voice his concerns, nor did he even know where they were. Meanwhile, the supercar gang squandered their high-performance vehicles, each capable of speeds exceeding 300 or 400. Regrettably, their skill did not match their cars. Driving at speeds of 140 to 170 had them trembling with fear, palms sweating. The slick, rainy roads posed a grave danger, and every time they nearly caught up, that damned Audi would slow down, flashing its lights as if to say, "Come on, chase me." I in the car. The team was in a frenzy. Who was this woman? She drives like a madwoman. Point one derided. That old Audi is being driven to its limits. She can't possibly be a professional racer. A woman as a professional racer. Perhaps it's the man in the passenger seat who's actually driving. That makes sense. I haven't heard of any famous female racers near Kyoto. Just some low-tier internet celebrities, and no matter what, we must catch them today. First, I'll give that man a beating, and once his hands are incapacitated, let's see how he drives after that. Inside the Audi, Chen Xuanqing's face turned pale. His mouth on the verge of losing its contents, he pounded on the door and himself, signaling that he needed to vomit. Yi Huimin glanced over and continued driving for a short while before gradually coming to a halt. Before the car could fully stop, Chen Xianqing flung the door open and immediately began a retch. 1 minute later, Chen Xianqing stood beside the passenger door, saying, "Sister Min, you go on ahead. I can't bear to stay in this car any longer. I'll handle them myself." Yi Huimin, intrigued, asked, "How do you plan to handle them?" "You needn't worry about me. I have plenty of methods to deal with them, just like I would with Master Wang. I can handle it in a snap." Chen Xianqing feigned nonchalance. He had devised a plan. First, he would invoke the Xie family's name to intimidate them, testing their reaction. If they failed to relent, he would call for help, and then use his skills to stall for time while awaiting rescue. However, employing his skills required physical contact or ingestion, and while he could fend off 2 or 3 opponents, facing a dozen would be quite precarious, inevitably leading to injuries. "Well, I'm off then. Bye." Without further ado, Yi Huimin stepped on the gas and vanished from sight. Chen Xianqing, handsome for merely 3 seconds, inhaled a mouthful of exhaust and ran off to vomit again. Had he known, he should have just taken a car from the Xie family. Realizing this, he decided to contact the Xie family first. However, the moment he took out his phone, he was dumbfounded. There was no signal. Moments later, the 8 supercars arrived. The winding mountain roads, coupled with the uphill and rainy conditions, made it an arduous task for them to catch up. The bespectacled man spotted Chen Xianqing first, recognizing him instantly. Even if he were to turn to ash, he exited his car with a golf club in hand. Followed by several others, Chen Xianqing counted 11 men and 5 women. This was significantly better than he had anticipated. 1 less man meant 1 less punch. Yet, these individuals had no regard for fair play, each wielding a golf club, clearly not planning to engage in a fair fight. The bespectacled man smirked, stepping forward with utmost confidence. Well, who is it here that's vomiting? Truly lacking in civic sense. Ruining the city's image. I'm here preparing dinner for you. As the earliest guest, I'll let you have the first bite." Chen Xianqing spat, expelling the remnants of his meal. Even at death's door, he remained defiant. The bespectacled man surveyed the surrounding wilderness, threateningly. "Do you believe I wouldn't bury you in this desolate mountain?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xianqing took a serious look at his surroundings. Had he known, he would have stayed in the car a little longer and waited until they descended the mountain before playing the hero. "Stealing himself," he retorted, "even with 100 guts, you wouldn't dare." "Do you know where I'm from?" The bespectacled man scrutinized Chen Xuanqing's attire, noting that aside from the jacket, nothing else was of any value, especially those faded pants with frayed edges. He appeared more like a laborer than someone of power or wealth. "I am curious to know which corner of the world you crawled out from." As soon as he finished speaking, the men behind the bespectacled man erupted in laughter. The red-haired one interjected before Chen Xianqing could respond. "I don't care where you came from. Where's the woman you were with? Tell her to come over, or you'll be in for a world of hurt." Chen Xianqing warned, "I am a distinguished guest of the Xie family. Once she brings the Xie family members here, you're all doomed." "The Xie family? Ha ha ha." The bespectacled man laughed even louder. "With your pathetic appearance, you know the Xie family? Do you even know where the Xie family is located? You re truly an excellent pretender, claiming to know the Xie family while heading up the mountain. Don't you know that their estate is in the opposite direction?" The red-haired one pointed in a direction. "The Xie family estate is over there." Chen Xianqing snorted. "If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. Everyone from top to bottom at the Xie estate knows me. All right, enough stalling for time." The bespectacled man waved his hand. "Brothers, let us take him down. What happened to the promised one-on-one conversation?" Realizing the situation was turning grim, Chen Xianqing turned and ran. There was no way he could use his skills against them. He might get his hands broken by those golf clubs. Yi Huimin, observing the scene from a distance among the branches, couldn't he help but laugh and cry at the same time. She had initially thought Chen Xianqing would possess some remarkable tactics, only to find him so inept. However, knowing he couldn't win and still trying to cover for himself was commendable. Damn, this kid can really run. The bespectacled man pursued him relentlessly, just as the golf club was about to strike Chen Xianqing. Yi Huimin plucked a leaf from a tree and hurled it at the bespectacled man. The man stumbled, pain shooting through his ankle, and fell flat on his face. The red-haired ones, unable to stop in time, collided into him until the slower members of their group caught up that they helped each other up. Chen Xianqing, seeing them in disarray, paused at a distance, gasping for breath, stammering, "Did I tell you to chase me? Now you know how formidable I am." He was utterly exhausted. Having vomited his dinner, he continued to sprint through the mountain rain and snow. Once Yi Huimin saw that Chen Xianqing was temporarily out of danger, she swiftly made her way back to the supercar parking area. From her bag, she took out an oil tube and siphoned fuel from each car, which were all left unlocked, with their dash cams removed. Approaching the car that the red-haired man had previously occupied, Yi Huimin showcased her exceptional artistic skills, leaving behind a masterpiece on the door titled, "The Supercar Middle Finger Illustration." The only regret was that she hadn't signed her name. Otherwise, art enthusiasts would surely flock to it, and the red-haired man would benefit from the attention. Once she finished her tasks, she quickly returned to her previous position, eager to hear someone perform Conquer. Chapter 19. Kneeling on the ground, singing Conquer, Yi Huimin continued to observe from her perch in a large tree. The bespectacled man chased after Chen Xianqing, who ran away, making it impossible for them to catch him. Chen Xianqing led them around like a dog on a leash, never allowing them the opportunity to strike. Eventually, they grew weary and stopped to exchange barbs, neither willing to back down. "Country bumpkin, if you have the guts. Then don't run," the bespectacled man shouted in frustration. Chen Xianqing beckoned mockingly, "Four-eyed toad, if you have the guts, come chase your father." The red-haired one instructed a few of his companions, "Go drive ahead and block that turtle." With that, 5 men turned back to get into cars, while the 5 women, lacking resilience and combat skills, followed suit. Upon observing that only 6 males remained, Chen Xianqing instantly felt a surge of opportunity. As long as they did not swarm him all at once, he was confident he could conquer them individually. Addressing the bespectacled one, he declared, "If you have the skill, let us engage in a one-on-one duel." "Surely, you are not afraid?" The bespectacled man, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "A duel it shall be, but do not think of fleeing with that," he signaled to the red-haired accomplice, who responded with a mischievous grin. Grasping his cue stick, the bespectacled man charged at Chen Xianqing, swinging the cue directly at his face. Chen Xianqing deftly sidestepped, delivering a sharp slap to the man's cheek in that fleeting moment of confrontation. The red-haired accomplice, accompanied by 4 others, rushed in, exhibiting a complete lack of martial ethics. Seeing this, Chen Xianqing intended to retreat a few paces to create distance. However, the bespectacled man, now on the ground, clung tightly to Chen Xianqing's leg. Refusing to let go in a state of panic, Chen Xianqing delivered several forceful kicks to the man's abdomen. Despite the muffled groans of pain, the bespectacled man remained resolute, silently vowing vengeance against Chen Xianqing. The red-haired accomplice, brandishing his cue, shouted, "Finish him." Just as the words left his lips, it seemed as though something had lodged itself in his throat. He discarded the cue, clutching his throat while coughing incessantly. The sudden turn of events caused the others to halt in their tracks. At this moment, Chen Xianqing managed to free himself from the bespectacled man's grip and hurriedly distanced himself. The bespectacled man's face bore several imprints from the kicks, and his glasses lay shattered on the ground. Confused by the unfolding chaos, Chen Xianqing scanned the vicinity but found no sign of Yi Huimin or anyone else. He speculated that perhaps a bug had flown into the red-haired man's mouth during his frantic dash. Feigning bravado, he remarked, "Do you still dare to approach me? I trust you now recognize my prowess." The red-haired man, feeling an obstruction in his throat, could not expel it no matter how he tried. Resorting instead to swallowing repeatedly, "Why are you hesitating? Continue your assault." The bespectacled man struggled to rise, blood sputtering from his mouth. The remaining 4 appeared ready to charge forward. This time, however, Chen Xianqing stood his ground, brazenly shaking a bell as he advanced. In response, the bespectacled man let out a wailing cry, clutching his stomach as he sank to his knees. The others, witnessing this, halted, their wariness palpable. The red-haired man, now in distress, croaked, "Water, did I need water?" Something flew into my mouth. Chen Xianqing thought to himself, "Truly, the heavens are aiding me." A voice rose from the crowd, demanding, "What have you done to them?" Chen Xianqing smirked, shaking the bell as he took each step closer. Each chime was accompanied by the bespectacled man's anguished screams, sending the others retreating in fear. "This is sinister. Who are you? What do you want from us? Do not approach any closer." Chen Xianqing beckoned with his finger, taunting, "Did you not wish to attack me? Come, strike me if you dare. I have spared your lives time and again, yet you persist in your pursuit. Though you truly believe I am meek?" He approached the bespectacled man and the red-haired one, ensuring to cast a curse on the latter as well. The remaining four, clutching their cue sticks, trembled in fear, maintaining a cautious distance of 5 paces. The bell chimed again, eliciting cries of agony from 2 individuals. The red-haired man, his voice hoarse, scratched at his throat, blood oozing from the marks left by his nails. "Oh, you know who we are. You have crossed us today. You will not leave Kyoto alive." One individual boldly threatened. Another pointed at the bespectacled man, stating, "His cousin belongs to the Shao family of the Jiuding Society. I advise you not to overstep your bounds." Upon hearing the name of the Jiuding Society, Chen Xianqing hesitated momentarily. However, thinking of the Xie family, he dismissed the Shao family's significance. He pondered how much protection the Xie family could provide against them. He had no intention of escalating the situation to an irretrievable state. Chen Xianqing pointed at them, declaring, "I will spare you today, but you must flee while I have not changed my mind." Though a twinge of fear lingered within him, his demeanor remained undaunted. He was a mere bell doctor hailing from a small village, and to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. Yet, to admit fear would mean risking everything, and if it came to a life-or-death struggle, he would ensure he took a piece of them with him. "Consider yourself fortunate. Step back, and we will take them with us, assuring you no trouble will come your way." The individual spoke as he cautiously approached the bespectacled man and the red-haired one. Chen Xianqing understood the need to avoid prolonged conflict. It was best to leave while the situation was still manageable. After all, the opposing group had a vehicle nearby, and reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Just then, a powerful beam of light pierced through, blinding everyone momentarily. A tall, graceful figure emerged, hands tucked into her coat pockets as she approached leisurely as the crowd adjusted to the light amidst the falling snow. Chen Xianqing stepped forward, exclaiming, "Did I not tell you to leave? Why have you returned?" "The mountain path was covered in snow, so I turned back." Yi Huimin offered a casual excuse. Chen Xianqing initially believed she had come specifically to fetch him, but after a moment of disappointment, he felt relieved she had returned just in time, as it made their escape easier. Should they dare to pursue, he would unleash the bell upon the bespectacled man and the red-haired one. "Let us depart. There is no signal here. We will contact the Xie family once we reach the foot of the mountain. They hold significant power in Kyoto, and we cannot afford to provoke them." As he spoke, he made his way toward the vehicle, unaware that Yi Huimin was heading directly for the red-haired man. Upon spotting her, the red-haired man regained his composure and rasped, "You foul wench. Do you dare approach? Are you reluctant to part with me?" Yi Huimin responded with a swift kick, sending him flying 2 meters away. The 2 individuals supporting the red-haired man stumbled and fell as well. Chen Xianqing had no choice but to stand beside Yi Huimin, brandishing the bell for protection. The sight of the bell instilled fear in the onlookers, prompting them to raise their cue sticks defensively. The bespectacled man, seemingly traumatized by the bell, hastily covered his ears and cowered behind several others. Unbeknownst to him, the bell's chime was meant for the cursed insects within him, not for his ears. Only by fleeing 100 meters away could he find safety. Undeterred by their armed presence, Yi Huimin remained composed as she approached the red-haired man, placing her foot upon his head. "Did you not enjoy singing about conquest? Sing now." She brandished her phone, aiming it at him. "Curse you!" the red-haired man shouted to his friends, and no sooner had he spoken than he felt as though a train had barreled through his skull, crushing him under immense pressure. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure. His friends, even if they wished to assist, dared not approach, for the sight of Chen Xianqing's bell was enough to deter them from seeking their own demise. "Are you still defiant?" Yi Huimin coldly inquired of the red-haired man. Terrified, he fell silent, unable to comprehend how a woman could possess such strength. feeling as though his head might be crushed at any moment. Are you mute? Speak. Yi Huimin pressed, as she rubbed the sole of her shoe against his face as though extinguishing a cigarette. I dare not, he stammered, waving his hands in surrender. Yi Huimin lifted her foot, allowing him to kneel. The red-haired man struggled to rise, his head bowed in submission. Yi Huimin commanded, lift your head. For a moment, he remained still until a foot pressed against the back of his skull. Compelling him to obediently raise it, Yi Huimin demanded once more, directing her camera at him. The red-haired man feigned silence. 3.2. The countdown echoed in his ears like a death knell, each number weighing heavily upon him. Just like this, I am conquered. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he sang in a hoarse voice, exerting every ounce of effort to appease the woman before him, fearful of her wrath. Still defiant? Yi Huimin questioned. Placing her foot upon his shoulder, though this time without force, I no longer resist, he admitted, eyes shut tight in fear. Please spare me. With a swift motion, Yi Huimin kicked him to the ground. Begone. Chapter 20. Then we shall sleep together. Having concluded her business, Yi Huimin turned her back on the crowd, exhibiting no regard for anyone present. Qian Xianqing, clutching the bell, remained vigilant against any potential counterattack. As they approached the vehicle, he finally exhaled in relief, stowing the bell away. Once inside the car, he fastened his seatbelt, instinctively gripping the handle. Sister Min, could we possibly drive a bit slower? I have yet to recover and fear I might be sick in the car. The mountain was beset by heavy snowfall, while below, rain mixed with snow fell, and the treacherous mountain roads posed significant danger. Should they speed and skid, they might very well lose their lives. Qian Xianqing found it impossible to feign bravery. The car's acceleration invoked a visceral response. I know my limits, Yi Huimin remarked, having discerned his fear. The vehicle proceeded cautiously, nearing the group of red-haired individuals. She extended her hand out of the window. Raising her middle finger, the group, too intimidated to retaliate, ignored her, each one behaving more submissively. Qian Xianqing, witnessing this, could not help but praise, Sister Min, you truly are a heroine. That kick was utterly unexpected, leaving them utterly incapacitated and asserting dominance. As he spoke, he checked his phone for signal. Stop looking. There will be no signal until we reach the foot of the mountain. These petty thugs are not worth involving the Xie family. Yi Huimin intentionally drove toward the signal-less area, relishing the irony of calling for help in vain. Be cautious. Some of them are relatives of the Shao family from the Juding Society. I am not from around here. And once I take a train back home, they will not be able to find me. Hailing from a small mountain village, Qian Xianqing was not easily tracked, and if he returned to his own territory, no one would dare to challenge him. After all, who would provoke a practitioner of curses unless they sought their own demise? What of the Shao family? Let them come. I will take them down one by one. Yi Huimin exhibited no trepidation. After another 10 minutes of driving, Qian Xianqing spotted 8 luxury sports cars surrounded by 10 individuals, some inspecting vehicles while others frantically searched for signal on their phones. He was oblivious to the unfolding situation. As the Audi passed by, the crowd surged forward, some audacious enough to attempt to block the vehicle with their bodies. Yi Huimin showed no signs of leniency. Pressing the accelerator with determination, the resonating roar of the engine echoing through the mountains. She was eager to discover which would yield first, the car or the bodies. Upon realizing she was serious, one man quickly retreated to the side. Yet another, undeterred, brandished a golf club and pursued for several steps, only to hurl the club at the car in a fit of frustration, missing entirely as the vehicle sped away. Soon after, a cacophony of hysterical shouts and curses reverberated behind her. Yi Huimin, disinterested in engaging with them, thought little of their plight. The cold mountain air and the falling snow would surely provide them ample discomfort. An hour later, the car arrived at the train station. After a brief farewell, Qian Xianqing hurriedly disembarked, racing towards the platform to purchase a ticket home, not daring to linger even a moment longer. He feared that while the Xie family might protect him, the Shao family could be scheming behind the scenes. Thus, he resolved that discretion was the better part of valor. As for Yi Huimin, she was the queen of ghosts and master of spirits. Qian Xianqing felt no apprehension regarding her safety. In terms of connections and backing, she was beyond his reach. In a dire moment, he imagined others would eagerly line up to safeguard her. Yi Huimin found amusement in Qian Xuanqing's flustered retreat, and had it not been for her desire to keep her identity concealed, she would have relished the opportunity to tell him to let go of his worries. He had no reason to fret. Even if the bespectacled man was indeed a relative of the Xiao family, he would still be compelled to act with decorum, and should the Xiao family themselves come, they would do so with utmost civility. After bidding farewell to Chen Xianqing, Yi Huimin made her way to the Yi family estate in Shong City, arriving just past 1 in the morning. The villa was enveloped in darkness, all the lights extinguished. The garage, just as she had left it, bore no additional vehicles. She immediately surmised that her father and brother had yet to return. Undeterred, she ventured to Yi Xingchen's room for confirmation. Upon exiting, she intended to head to her own room when she unexpectedly discovered that Yi Xingyue had not yet vacated her space and was instead engrossed in a skincare tutorial. A mischievous smile crept across Yi Huimin's lips. Rather than barging in, she chose to descend to the quarters where the butler and servants resided. After a few minutes, she had rendered everyone unconscious. Ensuring they would sleep soundly until dawn as she ascended the stairs humming a tune, she found Yi Xingyue still cowering under the covers. Is this the decision you've made? Come here, there's a ghost. Yi Xingyue called, peeking out from her cocoon. Yi Huimin suppressed a laugh as she slid under the covers beside her. How can this bed still be cold after you've been sleeping for so long? There's an electric blanket and floor heating. I didn't turn them on because my face has been itching whenever it warms up. Yi Xingyue replied honestly, if you're cold, I can turn it on for you. Now devoid of security, she was acutely aware that despite her disdain for Yi Huimin, she had no choice but to comply, hoping that any reprimands would be gentle. Thus, she lay there like a timid quail, not daring to ruffle a feather, particularly now, when being scolded was a minor concern compared to the horror of being tossed out to appease a ghost, and no need to turn it on. I am not cold, Yi Huimin declared, seizing Yi Xingyue's hand to prevent her from activating the electric blanket, simultaneously checking her pulse. You're quite weak. Your body is cold as ice. I won't turn it on. I won't. Please don't hit me, Yi Xingyue pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue, Yi Huimin commanded. Yi Xingyue hesitated, only partially complying, her tongue retracting quickly. Are you playing with me? Stretch it out. I didn't say stop, don't you dare stop, Yi Huimin warned. Feeling humiliated, Yi Xingyue complied, her tongue extending fully as she felt like a foolish dog, never having experienced such mortification before. That skincare product doesn't suit you. Your face is a mess. Get rid of it immediately. Yi Huimin released her, reclining on the bed. Yi Xingyue touched her face, then scrutinized Yi Huimin's flawless complexion. The contrast was stark. Yi Huimin's skin was smooth and fair, devoid of blemishes. Why are you staring at me? Reluctant to throw it away. Do you need my assistance? Yi Huimin prompted, observing Yi Xingyue's hesitance. If it itches, use ice packs. Don't scratch it. You'll shed skin all over the bed. Yi Xingyue pouted, growing increasingly agitated. It felt unjust. She, who had always enjoyed a privileged life, now found herself being lectured by a country bumpkin. It was truly a reversal of fortune. Unable to voice her frustrations, she turned off the light and lay down in silence. Respond when you hear me, Yi Huimin instructed. Oh, came Yi Xingyue's reply. Attitude, Yi Huimin reiterated. I heard you, I know. Good night, Yi Xingyue muttered. With that, Yi Huimin promptly fell asleep. Yi Xingyue found herself unable to sleep throughout the night, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts, too apprehensive to distract herself with her phone under the covers. However, the one silver lining was the warmth of the shared bedding. She subtly stretched her feet towards the source of warmth, and noticing that Yi Huimin remained unresponsive, she nestled both feet closer. Were it not for the fear of retribution, coupled with her disdain for Yi Huimin, she might have fully embraced the warmth. 88 in the morning, Yi Huimin pushed Yi Xingyue away for the third time during the night. She had never imagined that this woman, akin to a koala, would be so restless in her sleep, repeatedly clinging to her. Originally intending to frighten Yi Xingyue into leaving, she was taken aback when Yi Xingyue opted to stay. It seemed she had finally encountered a worthy opponent. Yi Huimin changed into a set of athletic wear, preparing to head out for her morning jog. Upon opening the door, she spotted the maid Zhou tidying up the hallway. Good morning, Miss Yi, Zhou greeted mechanically. However, upon recognizing Yi Huimin's face, she froze in shock. It was not Yi Xingyue but the newly arrived young lady, Yi Huimin. When had she returned? Why had she emerged from Miss Yi Xingyue's room? A flurry of questions swirled in Zhou's mind, Good morning, Yi Huimin replied politely, nodding. Zhou mirrored her gesture. After Yi Huimin descended the stairs, Zhou promptly entered the bedroom and was taken aback by the scene before her. Yi Xingyue lay sprawled across the bed, fast asleep, and the indentation on the left side of the pillow suggested someone had indeed shared the bed with her. This. Zhou shook her head repeatedly. Unable to comprehend the situation, it was utterly unimaginable. When had they grown so close as to share a bed? As Yi Huimin made her way downstairs, she encountered several other servants along the way, all of whom greeted her respectfully. Once outside the villa, the entire place erupted into a flurry of commotion, akin to water splashing into a frying pan. Not good. Miss Yi Huimin has returned. The shocking revelation that the two young ladies had spent the night together spread like wildfire. Zhao, the housekeeper, was roused from his slumber by the noise, still half asleep and yawning. Upon hearing the name Yi Huimin, he jolted awake, tossing on a coat before hastily exiting his room. She returned? When had she come back? Zhou recounted the events to Zhao, and without hesitation, he rushed upstairs to verify the situation personally. Upon entering the room, he tiptoed cautiously, mindful not to disturb Yi Xingyue's slumber. The left pillow bore the unmistakable signs of having been slept on, and a shattered phone lay on the floor. Something significant must have transpired last night. The maids gathered, intrigued, exchanging glances in the hallway, hesitant to enter the room. Suddenly, the noise startled Yi Xingyue awake, with bleary eyes. She spotted a large, shadowy figure lurking in the room. Overwhelmed with fright, she let out a terrified scream, sending Zhao's heart racing. The maids, fearing something dreadful had occurred, rushed into the room to assess the situation. Some flipped on the lights while others drew back the curtains, flooding the bedroom with brightness. Only then did Yi Xingyue recognize the figure as Zhao. "What are you all doing barging into my room?" she exclaimed. Zhao stammered, "Miss, I heard that she returned last night." She? Yi Xingyue pinched her own cheek, finally recalling that she had indeed slept with Yi Huimin the previous night. However, glancing at her bedside, she saw no trace of anyone else. Confused, she questioned, "Have you seen her?" "Yes, she left wearing athletic clothes," Zhou pointed outside. Yi Xingyue looked towards the balcony, noticing the snow falling gently outside, and recalled the eerie knocking on her window from the night before. Causing her to shiver involuntarily, "Zhao," she lamented, "I called you last night. Why didn't you answer?" Zhao scratched his head, unable to recall receiving any call. "Miss, what time did you call?" "Probably around 1 in the morning. I was already asleep by then and didn't hear the phone ringed." Yi Xingyue pressed. "So how did you answer the call?" Zhao pulled out his phone to check. "I have no record of any call." "Miss, feel free to check for yourself." Yi Xingyue took the phone and was left dumbfounded. There truly was no call record. Had she encountered a ghost? Unwilling to give up, she inquired, "Did you delete the call log?" Zhao looked aggrieved. "I wouldn't dare. Whenever you call, I rush over immediately. Bring me my phone," Yi Xingyue instructed. Zhao picked up the phone from the floor and handed it to her. Yi Xingyue examined it. Her confusion deepened. There was indeed no call history. "Were you sneaking into my room to delete my call records?" she accused. Zhao felt as though he could never clear his name, wearing a woeful expression. "Miss, I don't even know your phone password." Yi Xingyue considered this, but the more she thought, the more her anxiety grew. "Oh no. Could it be real?" Chapter 22. Attitude. Yi Huimin jogged, covering 10 kilometers before finally stopping when her phone rang. The caller ID read 002. "Aunt Luo, is there another task for me?" Luomi chuckled, "Even the cows at the farm need a break. What more humans? If you keep asking, I might hesitate before calling you next time. I am just too restless. I can't stay idled." Yi Huimin was unsure what she would do after her run, as there was little entertainment at the residence. Luomi asked, "Haven't you seen your brother yet?" "They'll be back in a couple of days. The houses in Kyoto and Xiong City are already arranged for you. During this time, you can write some songs or paint to cultivate your artistic sensibilities." After sharing 2 addresses for the private villas, Luomi explained that the one in Xiong City was very close to the Yi family but of much higher quality, situated in a prime national scenic area with breathtaking lake views. Since the Great Migration from Kyoto, Xiong City had attracted numerous top-tier enterprises and government departments. The demand for villas was skyrocketing, with high-quality properties often unattainable regardless of wealth unless one's social standing matched. Luomi added, "The experimental subjects you requested have already been dispatched and should arrive in a few days." "Thank you, and Luo.Ye Huimin hung up and headed to the new house to explore. The villa was significantly larger than the Yi family residence, fully furnished and lacking nothing. She spent the entire day there, only returning home in the evening. This time, Yi Huimin did not resort to breaking in or climbing over walls. Instead, she knocked on the door properly. Zhou opened it and, upon recognizing Yi Huimin, respectfully greeted her, "Good morning, Miss Y. Yi Huimin smiled and nodded, acknowledging her. Zhou found it puzzling that Yi Huimin had changed from her athletic wear to leisure clothes, especially given the snowfall outside. Did she not feel cold at all? Yet, remembering that Yi Huimin was only 18, she quickly dismissed her concern, thinking how wonderful it was to be young. As Yi Huimin entered the living room, she prepared to ascend the stairs when Zhou quietly reminded her, "Miss Yi, the lady of the house has returned and is dining in the restaurant." Upon hearing this, Yi Huimin hurried to the dining room, excitement bubbling within her. However, upon arrival, she found Wang Ping and Yi Xingyue seated at the table, with neither her father nor brother present. Zhao, the housekeeper, stood nearby serving them. Yi Huimin initially assumed her family had returned, only to realize she was mistaken. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she nonetheless greeted, "Hello, Aunt Wang." Wang Ping set down her chopsticks to scrutinize her. "I was planning to pick you up from the airport, but an urgent matter came up, and I was busy for several days. I rushed back today." "You're not upset, are you?" She had spent the last few days playing mahjong, and only learned that Yi Zhenxing was returning home the following day, prompting her premature return to put on an ACT. Yi Huimin was indifferent, directly asking, "When will my brother and dad be back?" "They'll return tomorrow afternoon. There are still some official matters to wrap up in Kyoto." "All right, then you continue your meal." With that, Yi Huimin turned to leave the dining room when Wang Ping called after her, feigning concern, "You must be hungry. Would you like to join us for a meal? We had no idea you would be back. The servants mentioned you would be away for several days, so we didn't wait." "Sure," Yi Huimin readily agreed, noticing the table was nearly devoid of food. She instructed, "Zhao, please ask the kitchen to prepare 2 more dishes. I want to properly keep Aunt Wang company for dinner." Zhao feigned ignorance, only glancing at Wang Ping. Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback, as she had merely been polite, not expecting Yi Huimin to genuinely want to join them. "Go ahead. Let the kitchen prepare 2 dishes." Once Zhao was given the order, he began to accede. Yi Huimin took a seat beside Wang Ping, casually raising an eyebrow at Yi Xingyue as she sat down. Yi Xingyue pretended not to notice, focusing on her food. Yi Huimin smiled, mentally noting that she would need to conduct some proper training later. Wang Ping turned to Yi Huimin, inquiring, "I heard you sold all of Xingyue's clothes? Who did you hear that from?" Yi Huimin retorted, casting a glance at Yi Xingyue. Yi Xingyue, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and kept her head down as she ate. "A servant mentioned it." Wang Ping provided covered. Yi Huimin pressed on, "Which servant? Was it Zhao?" Wang Ping, slightly impatient, replied, "It doesn't matter who. What's important is whether you actually sold her clothes." Yi Huimin's tone sharpened. "So what if I did? She gave me the clothes, I realized I couldn't wear them, so I sold them in front of her. Is there a problem?" Wang Ping was left speechless, surprised by Yi Huimin's quick admission, expecting her to at least defend herself. "But you shouldn't have sold them. Do you know how much that entire wardrobe is worth?" "I am aware that the sum of 861.53 yuan was entirely contributed to the diligent maid, without a penny retained for myself." Yi Huimin shrugged her shoulders. Wang Ping responded with indignation, stating, "How could her least expensive garment exceed 1,000 yuan? Yet you claim to have sold everything for just over 800? Yi Huimin retorted, "Then how much should I sell them for? Next time you visit, I shall stand beside you to learn. I am unfamiliar with this place, having come to the big city for the first time, and I lack understanding of market prices." You actually hope for a next time?" Wang Ping gasped, nearly breathless. "I wish to have one, but opportunities must arise. I am uncertain if Xingyue is willing to gift me clothing." Yi Huimin tapped the table lightly, signaling Yi Xingyue to cease eating. Unable to refuse, Yi Xingyue lifted her gaze and said, "I have no winter clothes left. How can I spare any for you?" Yi Huimin reminded her, "Did you not go to purchase new garments? That was at my behest, yet I possess not a single winter coat in this frigid season. How can that be acceptable?" Wang Ping interjected. Yi Huimin removed her casual jacket, revealing a short-sleeved t-shirt beneath, and remarked, "Aunt Wang, do you not think I am lacking something?" Only then did Wang Ping notice how scantily Yi Huimin was dressed. In the midst of winter's snow, She had managed with just 2 articles. She directed the butler Zhao towards the kitchen, commanding him to fetch a thick coat. Yi Huimin scoffed. No need for trouble. I find Aunt Wang's fur coat quite appealing. I would like to try it on. Wang Ping crossed her arms, clearly reluctant to part with it. Observing her feigned ignorance, Yi Huimin added, "It is merely a trial. I do not intend to take it from you. Aunt Wang would not be so unwilling, would she?" At that moment, Yi Xingyue removed her own clothing, offering, "Why not wear mine? Mother worries for the household and fears the cold." Yi Huimin, however, did not accept the garment and instead inquired earnestly, with servants to perform the tasks, "What labor do you engage in daily?" With a resounding clap, Wang Ping struck the table, exclaiming, "Is this how you speak to your elders?" "Ah, attitude," Yi Huimin scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. "If everyone maintained a good attitude, we would coexist peacefully. Should anyone dare to display contempt, I will ensure they comprehend the meaning of attitude." Upon hearing the word attitude escape Yi Huimin's lips, Yi Xingyue shivered involuntarily, her heart gripped by fear, deterred from further interjection. Most unsettling was her realization that Yi Huimin appeared utterly unafraid of Wang Ping, creating an atmosphere that felt precariously balanced. Yi Huimin reclined calmly in her chair, glancing toward Yi Xingyue. "Though you understand what attitude entails." Yi Xingyue felt a thin sheen of sweat form on her forehead, bewildered as to how the conversation had turned to her. She lowered her gaze, swallowing nervously, remaining silent. Yi Huimin's gaze remained fixed upon her. Yi Xingyue, overwhelmed with trepidation, grasped Wang Ping's arm, retreating like a turtle into its shell. Wang Ping reassured her, "Be good, do not fear. Your mother is here and will ensure you are not bullied." Yi Huimin observed their display of maternal affection, perhaps finding it tedious, and stood to leave. Wang Ping's cold command rang out, "Stop, the Yi family has its own rules. Once you enter our home, you must understand my protocols." Yi Huimin frowned, casting a sidelong glance. "I address you as Aunt Wang, yet you take offense in light of your role in raising Xingchen. I do not wish to bicker with you. I have my own rules. You do not bear the surname Yi, and the customs of the Yi family are not dictated by you. Do you believe that by entering the Yi family, you have become the young lady? This household is not yours to command. I am the one who dictates here. If I wish you to leave, then you must depart." Wang Ping laid her cards on the table. No longer inclined to maintain pretenses, if she did not assert her authority now, she would lose all semblance of respect within the household. "Oh, the young lady of the Yi family?" Yi Huimin slowly shook her head. "That title holds little value for me. Her identity is multifaceted. Any one of them could easily overshadow the title of the Yi family's young lady. If you do not value it, why have you returned? Is it not for the money? If you simply obey, a monthly allowance of 10 to 20,000 yuan is not out of the question. In time, I can arrange a wealthy marriage for you, ensuring you want for nothing. Should you refuse to comply, Wang Ping's eyes glinted with a cunning malice. Chapter 23. Confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. For money, you refer to yourself, do you not? Shortly after my mother passed away from complications during childbirth, you wed my father and bore a son. Yi Huimin paused, growing increasingly incensed on behalf of her mother. My mother had scarcely turned cold, yet you, her close friend, were capable of such a betrayal. How could you? You. Wang Ping pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Huimin, her voice raised in fury. Where did you hear such slanderous gossip? It is all nonsense. I barely knew your mother, she protested vehemently, aware that several maids outside the dining room had overheard the commotion and were now eavesdropping. This incident was far from honorable for Wang Ping. It remained a lifelong stain upon her reputation. Although others did not voice their disdain openly, they privately condemned her as a mistress. Betraying a close friend is a grave sin among women, and the animosity of usurping a husband is even more unforgivable. Years might dull the pain, yet the timing of her marriage to Yi Huimin's father, mere months after the tragic birth, was simply intolerable. What was even more despicable was that the newborn son was merely 6 months younger. Upon discovering the Yi family, Yi Huimin learned of her mother's demise and that her father had remarried Wang Ping, her mother's confidant. Her first course of action was to ascertain whether she shared a blood relation with Yi Xingchen, fearing her brother might have also been swapped at birth. Fortunately, only she had been exchanged. Her brother remained with the Yi family, albeit rendered mute due to an accident in his youth. This revelation assuaged Yi Huimin's concerns regarding any clandestine machinations Wang Ping may have engaged in. If a switch had taken place, it would have made far more sense to replace Yi Xingqian, who held greater value, rather than her, a mere daughter. Perhaps it was precisely because she was an inconspicuous daughter that no one would care if she were swapped. To this day, she must reclaim her rightful place within her own family, only to be accused of coveting their wealth by her stepmother. The irony is palpable. Wang Ping, if you wish to keep your secrets, refrain from committing such acts. You are aware, as is my father, of your past friendship with my mother. Even if you deny it, how do you explain the mere 6-month difference between Yi Qiming and Yi Xingqian? You took advantage of my mother's pregnancy to seduce my father. Do you really believe yourself blameless? To feign ignorance while taking advantage of the situation is truly despicable. You were given leeway, yet you insist on tearing the mask off and challenging me? Be cautious, for I can ensure your departure. Yi Huimin was unyielding, striking at the heart of the matter. Wang Ping's breath quickened with rage. Should you continue to speak such nonsense, I will have you thrown out this instant. Yi Huimin approached her, her tone dark and foreboding. Mistress, what did you say? Is the warmth of your fur coat clouding your judgment? You insolent girl, today I shall teach you a lesson in honor of your deceased mother, you disrespectful wretch. Wang Ping raised her hand to strike, yet slapped in the end. It was Yi Huimin who seized her wrist, retaliating with 2 resounding slaps. This single act left Yi Xingyue utterly aghast. We're doomed. Even the protector has been struck. The maids gasped in shock, their mouths agape, frozen in disbelief. You dare to speak of my mother? If I discover any connection between your actions and my mother's death, you shall regret it. Yi Huimin had already conducted her investigation. Her mother had indeed perished due to complications from giving birth to twins. However, she remained uncertain as to whether Wang Ping had engaged in any unscrupulous actions during that time. Perhaps she had deliberately instigated emotional distress through betrayal. You dare strike me? Wang Ping shielded her face, bellowing, Zhao, what are you standing there for? Seize this insufferable girl. Upon receiving the command, the butler Zhao rushed forth, followed closely by the other maids. Yi Huimin kicked Zhao in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall, writhing in pain. The maid stood frozen, terrified. If Zhao, weighing 150 to 60 pounds, could be so easily dispatched, they were no match for her. Wang Ping, Yi Huimin declared, from this moment forward, my rules shall be the rules of the Yi family. Your regulations are null and void. Do you comprehend? She gripped Wang Ping's wrist with fierce intensity. Painful. Please. Wang Ping cried out, her previous airs of grandeur evaporating. Answer me. Do you understand or not? Yi Huimin slightly eased her grip. Why, yes, I understand, Wang Ping admitted, lowering her gaze in submission. Satisfied with her response, Yi Huimin released her hold, though she recognized that Wang Ping's compliance was merely temporary. Such lessons must be taught gradually, piece by piece. Each act of defiance will be met with consequences until she submits entirely. Yi Huimin exited the dining room. A sudden realization struck her, prompting her to return. The others, having been thoroughly intimidated, gazed at her in apprehension. Yi Huimin beckoned Yi Xingyue with a finger. Come here. It is time for you to sleep. Yi Xingyue trembled, shaking her head vigorously, utterly unwilling to comply. Was this truly sleep? It felt more akin to a death sentence. I will move out. Tonight I will vacate immediately. That room shall be yours. It is too late. From henceforth, you shall sleep with me every night. Yi Huimin beckoned once more. Come here. I do not wish to repeat myself. Yi Xingyue looked helplessly at Wang Ping, Zhao, and the maids, but none offered assistance. With heavy footsteps, she approached the door, only to be pulled inside by Yi Huimin. I have done nothing. Please do not strike me. I was wronged. I will move out. The new clothes I have yet to wear, they are all yours. Yi Xingyue crouched in a corner, cradling her head, her words tumbling forth incoherently. Do not fear. I shall not harm you. Yi Huimin offered her support. Yi Xingyue, trembling, rose to her feet. You truly will not hit me. Just as the words left her lips, she found herself pinned against the wall by Yi Huimin. Yi Xingyue was so frightened that her complexion turned pale again. Had it not been for an unseen force keeping her upright, she would likely have collapsed onto the ground once more. She dared not raise her head, her hair disheveled, gasping for breath. tears streaming down her cheeks. "Look me in the eye," Yi Huimin commanded. Yi Xingyue had no choice but to comply. Slowly lifting her gaze, the moment her eyes met Yi Huimin's, an indescribable chill coursed through her. In less than a second, her tears blurred her vision. She wanted to wipe her tears away, yet she lacked the courage to raise her hand. She feared that even the slightest movement might provoke the ire of Yi Huimin, who was already in a foul mood. After all, even breathing could be perceived as a transgression when one was under scrutiny. It was only when she felt a warm hand caress her cheek and eyes that her vision gradually cleared. Yi Xingyue was bewildered by Yi Huimin's intentions. This sensation was more unsettling than a direct blow. As time passed, she found herself longing for a swift resolution, yet was terrified of the repercussions, especially after that kick from Butler Zhao, which had left a significant impact on her psyche. Had it been her, she would have likely been sent flying several meters away. "You secretly informed on me, prompting Wang Ping to cause me trouble. How is it that you now play the victim?" Yi Huimin whispered conspiratorially into her ear. Yi Xingyue immediately felt a rush of warmth, yet it felt charged, causing her to involuntarily flinch and pull back. "I did not report you. It was they who spoke to Mother, and then you began to argue with her." "I had no part in it," she insisted, terrified to admit the truth. She knew the maids were fond of gossip. Even if she remained silent, Butler Zhao would surely convey the information to Wang Ping. This rationale was undoubtedly sound. Yi Huimin was aware of her dishonesty, grasping her chin firmly as she locked eyes with her. "Admit your guilt, and I assure you shall not be harmed if you continue to dispute. I have countless methods to ensure you become an honest child. I did not report you. I merely informed Mother that you sold my clothes, and she gave me money to buy new ones." Everything else was said by Butler Zhao. Whenever Mother is away, he reports everything that happens in the house, and considering you sold so many of my clothes, it is only a matter of time before Mother finds out. Yi Xingyue defended herself vehemently. "You still refuse to be honest? Do you wish to be raised high again?" Yi Huimin retorted, lifting her hands with one hand. This time, Yi Xingyue felt slightly more at ease. Leaning against the wall, finding it less strenuous than before, "I am not lying. Believe me," she pleaded repeatedly. "Do you take me for a fool? With your spoiled temperament, would you not be crying and seeking Wang Ping's help? Do you require me to present evidence before you confess? I am offering you a chance. Admit your mistakes, and we can converse amicably. If you continue to resist, you shall suffer." Yi Huimin had no evidence, merely an understanding of human nature. Yi Xingyue felt a flicker of doubt. A phrase surfaced in her mind: confess for leniency, resist for severity. But would honesty truly bring leniency? "Can I have some time?" she stammered. You truly won't hit me?" Yi Xingyue asked tremulously, hoping for a reprieve. After all, she had not been punished for being honest the previous night and had slept soundly, believing Yi Huimin to be a person of her word. Yi Huimin's lips curled into a playful smile. Yi Xingyue was adorably naive, having already revealed so much to her. "With your delicate skin, if I truly wished to strike you, you would not withstand it. Seize this opportunity wisely. My patience is limited." Yi Huimin pinched her cheek slightly. "I told Mother that you were bullying me, requesting her assistance in dealing with you." Yi Xingyue closed her eyes, summoning her courage to confess. "I did nothing else. I was merely upset that you sold my clothes, and you truly did bully me," she added softly, feeling quite aggrieved. "I bullied you. Had you not instructed Butler Zhao to target me, would you find yourself in this predicament? If I were not somewhat skilled in self-defense, I would have been utterly at your mercy upon my arrival here. I would likely have been thrown out by now." Yi Huimin reflected, relieved that she was not an ordinary person. "I never instructed Butler Zhao to target you. I lack such power. Mother seemed to dislike you from the outset. On the day you returned, she intentionally sent me away for a few days, saying to return when Father was back and had Butler Zhao give you a stern warning to teach you some manners. I merely hoped to bask in some residual authority and remain in the household." Unaware of how fierce you truly are, Yi Xingyue, now frightened, divulged everything. Yi Huimin laughed coldly. What authority was that? If she were so easily bullied, would Yi Xingyue not also feel empowered to act superior? I dare not. Yi Xingyue shook her head vigorously, although her head was firmly in place, causing only her bangs to sway. "Why did Wang Ping never like me from the start?" Yi Huimin pressed. Wai Xingyue hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. Stop stalling. Speak quickly. If you do not clarify today, you will surely find it difficult to rest tonight, and no one will come to your aid. No matter how loudly you yell, Yi Huimin warned ominously. Then you cannot hit me, Yi Xingyue pleaded, her face a mask of despair. As long as you behave, not only will I refrain from hitting you, but I will also allow you to sleep early. Yi Huimin relented slightly, easing her grip so that Yi Xingyue could stand on her feet. Wai Yi Xingyue felt immense relief at being on solid ground, her body relaxing somewhat. Though I am favored by mother in this household, father does not value me. He only loves my two younger brothers. Last year, he suddenly brought me in for a paternity test. Discovering I was not his biological daughter, which enraged him, I thought I would be cast out. So I sought protection from mother and my two brothers. After all, I had spent over a decade with them and had formed bonds. Since mother and I do not share blood relations, the revelation that I am not father's child did not alter her view of me. Instead, she reassured me, saying she would help me drive you away. Even if she could not, she would ensure you could never take my place. Mother must have employed some method, as she easily persuaded father. With my two brothers pleading on my behalf, I was allowed to remain in the Yi household. Ever since that day, father treats me as if nothing had happened. Wai Yi Xingyue deliberately concealed the fact that Wang Ping had urged her to pursue a romance with Lu Jing. This was her sole bargaining chip to alter her fate. She was also aware that her father, Yi Zhenxing, hoped to cultivate a connection with the Lu family. Given that the Lu family was an esteemed lineage, they would not wed a woman of unknown origin. Should Yi Xingyue truly marry into the Lu family, it must be as a daughter of the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family would gain nothing. Are you implying that Wang Ping is deliberately targeting me due to your long-standing relationship? Yi Huimin mused thoughtfully. Wai Yi Xingyue nodded silently. You said you would not hit me. Did she truly take the initiative to expel me, or was it your request? Yi Huimin scrutinized her closely, seeking the truth. Yi Xingyue swallowed hard. Truly, I am grateful not to have been expelled. I would never dare to push you out. Father simply does not value his daughter. He does not wish to abandon her. Furthermore, you are his biological daughter. I am not foolish, I know my limits. Wai Yi Huimin pondered for a moment before realizing Yi Xingyue was not lying, allowing her to fully release her grip. This only deepened her confusion. Why did Wang Ping directly suggest expelling her? Surely, even for Yi Xingyue, that was excessive. She could have merely suppressed her within the household. Do not disclose the contents of our conversation to Wang Ping. Understood? Yi Huimin warned sharply. Wai Yi Xingyue nodded earnestly, vowing to remain silent. I would not dare. She even wished to implore Yi Huimin not to confront Wang Ping, for if she did, she would lose her remaining support within the Yi household, and her position as the eldest daughter would be jeopardized. May I leave now? Yi Xingyue asked weakly. While death may be avoided, lesser sins cannot escape. Given your apparent sincerity, I shall not make things difficult for you today. With that, Yi Huimin placed her foot between Yi Xingyue's legs and began to repeatedly push her sideways. Wai Yi Xingyue found her stance widening until she was forced into a squatting position, her hands bracing against her knees to maintain balance. Lift your head, chest out. Wai Yi Huimin lifted Yi Xingyue's chin and pressed down on her forehead. Wai Yi Xingyue's back and head pressed against the wall, and she found it surprisingly effortless, shifting her center of gravity to her back. Raise your hands and grab your ears, Yi Huimin commanded. Wai Yi Xingyue complied without hesitation, obediently following the order. Do you understand where you went wrong today? Yi Huimin inquired. I should not have reported you to mother. And what else? There is. Wai Yi Xingyue racked her brain but could not recall. What did I tell you previously? Do not look at me sideways. Do not. Wai Yi Huimin merely helped remind her, refraining from revealing the rest of the instructions. Do not ignore you. Wai Yi Xingyue blurted out the answer. Seems you can remember. If you remember, you must act accordingly. Do you hear? I hear. When you commit a mistake, what should you do? Yi Huimin guided her gently. Wai Yi Xingyue, utterly perplexed, was at a loss, unable to respond to HM. Yi Huimin frowned. Squat. And what else? Please tell me. I genuinely do not know. Yi Xingyue felt utterly defeated. The torment was unbearable. Did Wang Ping not teach you? When you make a mistake, you must apologize and acknowledge your wrongdoing. I'm sorry, Yi Xingyue said, her expression softening. What are you apologizing for? I'm sorry. I should not have reported you to mother, nor should I have ignored you. Yi Huimin took out her phone and set a 3-minute timer. Squat down and repeat that phrase for 3 minutes. And we shall consider this matter resolved. Can it be shorter? Yi Xingyue displayed an expression of torment. 4 minutes passed. Yi Xingyue immediately became compliant, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Yi Huimin stood directly before her, staring intently. Although Yi Xingyue felt discomfort within, she managed to meet Yi Huimin's gaze with gentle eyes, daring not to show a hint of displeasure. After a minute, Yi Xingyue struggled to maintain her composure. Revealing a tender yet agonized grimace, tension and agitation rose, her cheeks flushed and itched, compelling her to scratch at them involuntarily. No scratching. Yi Huimin firmly grasped her hand. I'm itching. Please let me scratch a little. Yi Xingyue's eyes brimmed with pleading, and were it not for her understanding of the situation, one might think she was an addict. No, can I have a delay? I'll continue tomorrow. I simply can't hold on any longer. Yi Xingyue implored, her legs trembling as if nearing their limit. Yi Huimin paid no heed, merely placing her hand on her knee to ease the challenge. No more nonsense. Continue apologizing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. In the final 2 minutes, Yi Xingyue's voice was completely choked with tears, her face itching yet forbidden from scratching, leaving her to rub her collar back and forth. The tears and snot smeared her clothes. Yi Huimin, witnessing this, dared not intervene, silently distancing herself. Chapter 25. The nemesis of fate. Yi Xingyue kept her gaze fixed on the time displayed on her phone, each second stretching like an eternity. She had never felt time drag so excruciatingly. She endured, persisted, and continued to withstand. It was only when the timer finally reached 0 that she collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Her lips continued to murmur apologies, now parched and dry, devoid of further words. Next time. Yi Huimin handed her a few tissues and reminded, if you want to ruin your face, feel free to scratch. Only then did Yi Xingyue refrain from continuing to scratch her face, terrified of the prospect of damaging her complexion and unwilling to disobey. She accepted the tissues, alternating between wiping her tears and blowing her nose. Yi Huimin exited the room, heading straight for the kitchen. Passing by the dining room, she overheard Butler Zhao addressing the servants in a meeting. "1 is to speak of today's events. If I find out that Master Yi, the young masters, or anyone outside has heard any rumors, you will face the consequences," Butler Zhao warned the group repeatedly. Family scandals must not be aired. Wang Ping was particularly concerned about her reputation. Should this gossip reach the social circles of affluent ladies, it would tarnish both the Yi family's name and her own. Theo put it mildly. The true daughter's lack of upbringing would be the talk of the town, while more harshly, it would be assumed that her stepmother had bullied her, only to be met with retaliation. Regardless of how it spread, the reputation would be unsavory. Typically, Yi Zhenxing focused on external affairs to provide for the family. If he were to discover this, he would only think that Wang Ping was incapable of managing household matters, and would become the subject of ridicule among friends for a discordant family. Should it affect business, Wang Ping would find it unbearable. She understood her husband all too well, compelling her to downplay the situation. After all, there would still be many days ahead. A gradual approach would be best. If direct confrontation fails, then a slow, simmering strategy would be employed. The dining room and kitchen were directly opposite, separated only by a corridor. Yi Huimin did not interrupt their meeting, instead proceeding into the kitchen. She did not wish for her brother, Yi Xingchen, to learn of today's events. Yi Xingyue maintained a good relationship with Wang Ping, and she feared that Yi Xingchen might also bond with Wang Ping. Should gossip arise, it could lead to considerable trouble. Therefore, while she was aware of the disgraceful deeds Wang Ping had committed in the past, she refrained from stirring up trouble. Maintaining a harmonious atmosphere would ensure peace. If necessary, she was not one to shy away from confrontation. Upon seeing Yi Huimin's silhouette, Butler Zhao was nearly startled off his feet, a dull ache returning to his abdomen. Were it not for his ample physique, a slimmer person might have been incapacitated. He exchanged a glance with the chef, signaling him to assess the situation, as he dared not provoke the calamity further. The chef, resigned, trudged into the kitchen. "Miss Yi, are you hungry and looking for something to eat? You left in such haste earlier that those 2 dishes weren't even prepared." Yi Huimin smiled and waved her hand, her face flushed and still itching. "I came to see if there are any ice packs." Seeing her gentle demeanor, the chef breathed a sigh of relief. The new miss did not seem so intimidating after all. I'll get them for you right away. Please wait. She retrieved 2 ice packs from the freezer and inquired. Is this enough? I can get more if needed. Thank you. This will suffice. After obtaining the items, Yi Huimin exited the kitchen, coincidentally meeting Butler Zhao's anxious gaze. Butler Zhao felt a wave of apprehension wash over him and immediately lowered his head. Not daring to look further, the earlier bravado had vanished entirely. Returning to the bedroom, Yi Xingyue was still seated on the floor, blowing her nose and wiping her tears. Apply the ICE. Yi Huimin placed the ice packs against Yi Xingyue's cheeks, and the itching subsided significantly. In truth, she possessed the antidote, yet chose not to offer it, as Yi Xingyue had wished for her own face to suffer. Every matter must be accounted for. She was most discerning when it came to grievances. Yi Xingyue pressed the ice pack against her face, the itching sensation markedly alleviated, and she whispered, Thank you. Yi Huimin smiled with satisfaction, gently lifting her chin. If only you had understood this sooner, many troubles could have been avoided. Yi Xingyue, already fearful of having her chin pinched, felt her freshly wiped tears threaten to spill once more to him. Her eyes were red from crying. One might think she had been bullied. Yi Huimin locked eyes with her. Leaning closer, tomorrow, father and brother will return. We must present a united front as sisters. Understood? Understood. From now on, you must obediently listen to me. Understood? Understood. Very good. Now go wash up. With that, Yi Huimin approached the vanity and discarded the skincare products that had been treated with medicine into the trash. Upon seeing this, Yi Xingyue dared not intervene. Any objections? Yi Huimin's tone turned cold. No objections. Yi Xingyue hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. She spent more than an hour in the shower, the purpose of which was unclear. Upon emerging, she obediently climbed into bed, afraid to even glance at her phone. She went to bed at 10 but had yet to sleep by 2. Anxiety and fear left her mentally exhausted. She dared not use the restroom or turn over, fearful that even the slightest movement might awaken Yi Huimin, resulting in being forced into a squat against the wall. However, there was one silver lining. The warmth of the blankets was undeniably comforting. Yi Huimin rose early, awakened by Yi Xingyue's entanglement at 7 in the morning. Though the intention was to punish Yi Xingyue, it felt as if she had inadvertently implicated herself. Yet, she was a woman of her word. Having promised that as long as Yi Xingyue did not leave the room, they would sleep together, she felt it necessary to uphold that promise. Otherwise, her future threats would lack any credibility. Rising meant engaging in morning exercises. Only the maids were up early, tidying the house. Upon seeing her, they greeted her warmly. The chef, noticing her intent to exercise, inquired eagerly about what time she would return and what breakfast should be prepared. Yi Huimin declined the kind offer with a smile, explaining that after her workout, she would be busy working at another residence and would not be returning directly. Her father and brother would not be back until nearly evening, having reportedly secured a significant project in Kyoto, and the family intended to celebrate accordingly. Yi Xingyue slept soundly until nearly noon, awakening at 11 to find Yi Huimin absent and learning she had gone out, which allowed her to relax completely. During lunch, Wang Ping, upon seeing Yi Xingyue, inquired with concern, She didn't treat you poorly yesterday, did she? Yi Xingyue's expression immediately darkened. Gazing at Wang Ping, who was no match for Yi Huimin, she forced a bitter smile and replied, Mom, I'm fine. Let us not mention her during meals. Wang Ping instantly recognized that Yi Xingyue must have endured considerable hardship the previous night. As her own daughter, how could she be unaware? Yet, she could only play along, saying, as long as you're fine, if she wants to sleep with you, then you two should do so together. Even if you cannot truly become sisters. It's important to maintain appearances. That girl will be back soon. Your father has just signed a major deal, and his mood is quite good. You know how he is, somewhat superstitious, believing that girl brings good fortune. Just bear with it for now. Once school starts next term, sending her off to board will bring peace. She won't be attending our school, will she? Yi Xingyue's heart tightened, her right eyelid twitching. Rest assured, she is not worthy. Wang Ping grasped her hand, assuring, I have my own arrangements. Yi Xingyue nodded silently, not daring to voice her thoughts. She could only inwardly pray that Wang Ping's arrangements would be clear-cut, sparing her from the humiliation of being forced into a squat against the wall once more. Yi Huimin returned to the Yi residence early today, arriving at 4 in the afternoon, as her father and brother were already en route back from Kyoto. Wang Ping was seated on the living room sofa watching television. Upon seeing Yi Huimin, she greeted her warmly. "You're back? It's chilly outside. There's ginger tea in the kitchen if you'd like a cup to warm yourself." Yi Huimin was momentarily taken aback, as if no discord had ever occurred between them. Remembering that butler Zhao had specifically convened a meeting with the maids yesterday, everything seemed logical once again. Truly, a woman who has ascended from being a mistress can endure. "Thank you. I'll have a taste later," Yi Huimin responded with a smile. If they were to play the part, she would play along. It was merely a matter of speaking the devil's name. After responding, she headed straight for the upstairs bedroom. Yi Xingyue was busy getting ready in her room, as they were to take a family portrait that evening. Upon seeing Yi Huimin return, an involuntary physiological reaction stirred within her, rooted in inner fear. Yi Huimin glanced at her and advised, "Your face is already a mess. The more makeup you apply, the worse it will get. Perhaps it's best to skip the makeup altogether." Yi Xingyue pursed her lips, lowering her head in self-deprecation. If only she possessed skin as fair and smooth as Yi Huimin's, she would have no desire to wear makeup. It was precisely because her skin was troubled that she sought to conceal her flaws. She wanted to retort but lacked the courage, feeling as though Yi Huimin was a harbinger of misfortune. For ever since her return, Yi Xingyue's complexion had deteriorated, aggravating her discomfort. After a moment, she slowly raised her head, touching under her eyes, and said, "I just didn't want them to see that I cried last night." Chapter 26. Both the slap and the sweet must be given. Yi Huimin immediately found reason in this. She desired harmony within her family, at least wanting to maintain a facade of peace in front of her brother and father, ensuring they remained oblivious to any discord between her and Yi Xingyue. During her earlier exploration of the room, she discovered that Yi Xingyue often assisted Yi Xingchen with his homework. This indicated a solid relationship between the two siblings. As an elder sister, Yi Xingyue indeed took care of her brother, which inadvertently became her lifeline. Otherwise, not even the gods could save her. "Go remove your makeup. I'll assist you in reapplying it," Yi Huimin offered, extending a bottle of makeup remover. Yi Xingyue's heart rejected the idea, her movements hesitant. After all, this was the masterpiece she had labored over for an entire afternoon. "A what? Hurry up. Your makeup is caked on. And this look doesn't suit you at all." Yi Huimin found it hard to look at Yi Xingyue's face. Her technique was clearly that of a novice. Yi Xingyue made one final stand. "Can you actually do makeup?" Yi Huimin frowned. Yi Xingyue, intimidated by her expression and tone, quickly clarified, "I'm not questioning your ability. I'm merely curious. Besides, Dad and the others will be home soon, and I'm afraid I won't have enough time to redo it." She was desperate to survive, conjuring a myriad of reasonable excuses, and as long as Yi Huimin didn't interrupt, she could continue speaking indefinitely. "Trust in my expertise. I guarantee you'll look stunning." Yi Huimin confidently patted her chest. "You actually went and learned makeup?" Yi Xingyue was incredulous. She had perused Yi Huimin's background, noting she had grown up on a farm in Im country. One wouldn't expect her to have mastered makeup skills. "Yes, I studied it for a month. I have a knack for it, and my skills are impeccable. The first client who saw my makeup declared that I would beautify him to death." Yi Huimin reminisced about her first assassination mission, where her disguise had indeed led to that very outcome. "Perhaps it's better to reschedule. We're running out of time." Yi Xingyue continued to resist, genuinely worried that Yi Huimin might play tricks on her and end up painting her face like a clown. Not only would that ruin their family photo, but it would also be embarrassing to show herself in public. Yi Huimin, displeased, wore a stern expression. "Be obedient, all right?" She simply couldn't tolerate Yi Xingyue's makeup. Her own casual strokes would have been more flattering. Moreover, allowing her brother and father to see her helping Yi Xingyue would foster an atmosphere of familial unity. Additionally, it served as a sweet gesture towards Yi Xingyue, easing the tension between them. Coercive intimidation was merely a tactic. Winning hearts was the ultimate strategy. "Well, fine. I'll go remove my makeup now." Yi Xingyue, fearing punishment for disobedience, picked up the makeup remover and hurried to the bathroom. Yi Huimin followed closely behind, providing on-the-spot guidance. Pre-makeup skincare is essential. A solid foundation is crucial for a lasting look. She produced her own skincare products, placing them on the vanity while explaining their use. Yi Xingyue eyed the bottle, devoid of any labels or markings, feeling it resembled a dubious product, genuinely worried it would worsen her complexion. Sensing her apprehension, Yi Huimin offered no explanations, merely uttering a single word. Yi Xingyue, gritting her teeth, complied, realizing her life was in Yi Huimin's hands. Her face was of little consequence. If anything went awry, it would simply illustrate the extent of her misfortune. However, once she applied the skincare product, her earlier concerns evaporated. Where did you get this? It's quite effective. Not for sale. Yi Xingyue scrutinized the bottle again, acknowledging it indeed didn't seem like a commercial product. 10 minutes later, Yi Huimin began the actual makeup process. Meticulously observing Yi Xingyue's features and skin tone, Yi Xingyue possessed a certain charm, leaning towards a sweet aesthetic. Since discovering her status as a false heiress, she had suffered from insomnia and anxiety, causing her skin to deteriorate drastically, resulting in dark circles and acne, further exacerbated by toxic skincare products that left her face red and itchy. If you listen to me from now on, I can help you regain your beauty and radiance. As she applied makeup, Yi Huimin painted dreams, though whether they would come to fruition depended entirely on Yi Xingyue's performance. From now on, if you say one, I will never say two. If you ask me to go east, I want to go west. Yi Xingyue was exceptionally cooperative, demonstrating a keen sense of timing. Whether she could truly become beautiful and radiant was irrelevant. After all, she didn't believe it, and with school starting soon, there would be no time to interact, let alone share a room. It's not too late for you to have this awareness. Let us get along well. From now on, call me Sister Min, and I assure you won't lose out. Wang Ping can ensure you're not driven out of the Yi family, and so can I. Understood? Yi Huimin lifted her chin while applying makeup, her tone firmed. Yi Xingyue felt a jolt as her chin was touched, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Sister Min, I understand. Yi Huimin relished her earnest demeanor, finding her increasingly agreeable. Throughout the process, Yi Xingyue kept her eyes mostly shut, fearing that opening them would reveal Yi Huimin. Thus she dared not meet her gaze. Half an hour later, take a look. Aren't you beautiful? Yi Huimin snapped her fingers, signaling the end of the makeup session. Although Yi Xingyue had endured an agonizing wait with her eyes closed, she hadn't expected the process to be so swift. It surely couldn't be as meticulous as her own efforts. Yet, when she finally opened her eyes, she was stunned. The beautiful woman in the mirror was her? My goodness, Yi Huimin truly knows how to apply makeup. The overall look was subtle, with a natural makeup style that highlighted her sweet characteristics, the clean and translucent finish evoking the essence of a first love, making it perfect for everyday life. Are you sure you only studied for a month? At that moment, Yi Xingyue forgot her disdain for Yi Huimin, her eyes filled with admiration and disbelief. Do not question a word I have said to you. Yi Huimin warned with a smile. Instantly, Yi Xingyue became compliant, nodding vigorously. I won't dare next time. Yi Huimin tidied her makeup tools and remarked lightly, if you wish to learn, I can teach you. Makeup isn't difficult. It's about suitability for the occasion and your features. If you merely think to slap on a few strokes, it would be superfluous, resulting in a chaotic appearance. Life, much like makeup, is best kept simple. Upon hearing the latter half of her statement, Yi Xingyue grasped the underlying meaning, nodding fervently in response. This was not merely a lesson in makeup. It was a lesson in humility. Yi Huimin had navigated the world long enough to discern who was genuinely submissive and who was merely acquiescing. In her eyes, Yi Xingyue was still far from genuine submission, hence the need for continuous reinforcement. Both the slap and the sweet must be given. After about 10 minutes, a maid named Zhou knocked and entered, announcing, Miss Xingyue, the madam requests your presence in the living room on the first floor. She has something to discuss with you. Okay, I'm on my way, Yi Xingyue responded as she left the bedroom. Before departing, the maid cast a worried glance at Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin immediately sensed something amiss. Calling out to her, how long until they arrive? The maid halted, appearing hesitant, as if the air had frozen for 3 seconds, before leaning closer to Yi Huimin and whispering, Mr. Yi and the young masters are about to arrive at the garage. Madam instructed me to bring Miss Xingyue down first. I'm merely following orders. She was genuinely afraid that Yi Huimin might lash out at her. The kick that Butler Zhao received had left a lasting impression on everyone. Go ahead. I want to make things difficult for you, Yi Huimin said with a smile and a wave of her hand. The maid expressed her gratitude profusely before hurrying downstairs. Yi Huimin knew that Wang Ping would not let things rest. If not overtly, she was preparing to resort to underhanded tactics. It was a pity. Everyone could play the game of deception. Yi Huimin considered herself a master in such matters, having seen countless individuals fall prey to her schemes. Once everyone had gathered downstairs, she followed suit. Upon spotting her, Wang Ping greeted her warmly. "You arrived just in time. The master and the others are returning shortly. I momentarily forgot you were home and neglected to call for you." "Not a problem. You'll remember my presence in the future," Yi Huimin replied with a smile, then added with concern, "Make sure the kitchen prepares some pig brain soup to replenish your strength. Age tends to dull one's memory. After all, Chapter 27. Yi Xingchen Wang Ping chuckled but remained silent. Even though it was evident she could hear the veiled insult, she could only suppress her anger. Butler Zhao stood nearby, seething in indignation, his fists clenched tightly. Normally, he would have slapped someone by now, but facing Yi Huimin, he had the will but lacked the courage. Yi Xingyue sensed Wang Ping's sudden shift in demeanor and felt uncertain. Sensing that the family dynamic was about to change, "The master and the young masters have returned," a maid announced. Everyone hurried to the front door to welcome them, breaking the previously tense atmosphere. Yi Zhenxing led the way, followed by his two sons, Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming. Wang Ping greeted them with a smile, helping Yi Zhenxing remove his coat. "You must be exhausted, dear. These past few days must have worn you out." Yi Zhenxing, his face beaming with joy, laughed heartily. "I truly made the right decision this time. We managed to secure a major project from the Xie family. If we execute this project well, we might just find ourselves in a lucrative partnership with them. But the Xie family typically assigns projects to other families. How did it suddenly come to us? Are we not risking offending others by taking business that rightfully belongs to them?" Wang Ping expressed her concerns. Project contracts have always been a matter of keeping the spoils within a circle. Being awarded a project usually indicated that one was part of that elite circle. However, the cake is finite, and newcomers inevitably disrupt the interests of those already established, risking the ire of those whose financial paths they obstruct. Given the Yi family's status, they typically only had access to subcontracting for the Xie family, with a layer of separation in between. This time, the Xie family was engaging directly with the Yi family, and the future looked exceedingly bright. Having just finished a call with the Xie family regarding the project contract, Yi Zhenxing was now receiving calls from various prominent families he had previously sought to appease. The tides had turned, and now it was others vying for his favor, leaving him in an exceptionally buoyant mood. Feeling as though he was embarking on a second spring in his career, offending someone, there is absolutely no need to fear. At present, I am inundated with flattery from all quarters. I have heard from others that this directive has come directly from the upper echelons of the Xie family, bypassing even the bidding process and specifically naming our Yi family for the task. Yi Zhenxing became increasingly animated as he spoke. He had never felt so esteemed. Once disregarded by others, he now found himself in a position they could hardly aspire to. At this moment, he truly comprehended the weight of those words. "It seems our Yi family is indeed poised for remarkable success this time." Wang Ping could scarcely contain her eagerness to immediately arrange a gathering with her wealthy acquaintances to showcase their newfound status. Upon hearing the mention of the Xie family, Yi Huimin felt a tinge of suspicion. The timing of this project was indeed peculiar, arriving precisely at this juncture, clearly intended as a gesture of goodwill towards them. Amidst Yi Zhenxing's jovial remarks, he caught sight of Yi Huimin and nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance. You, your mother, and your brother seem to be cut from the same mold," he called out to the back. "Xingchen, come over and meet your elder sister." The term elder sister caused Yi Xingyue to involuntarily change her expression. She was aware that while Yi Zhenxing outwardly regarded her as his daughter, inwardly he had long since moved on from that notion. Yi Xingchen stepped forward, smiling and nodding. Yi Zhenxing sighed. He recalled how, in his youth, an incident had rendered him unable to speak. Despite the arrival of many renowned doctors in the capital, none had proven effective, and it seemed he would remain this way for life. Yi Huimin reassured him, "It's all right, perhaps one day it will improve." Wang Ping interjected, "Fortunate people have divine protection. Don't be too troubled. Who knows, perhaps one day a skilled practitioner will emerge." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhenxing became animated. "Indeed, there is a skilled practitioner. I have heard that this gathering of eminent doctors was convened by the Xie family, among them a miraculous healer known as the Ghost King's Hand. Even Master Hua feels inadequate in her presence. If she could take a look at our Xingchen, it might truly lead to a cure." Alas, he sighed deeply, feeling the difficulty of this endeavor akin to climbing a mountain. What a pity! Wang Ping pressed. I inquired with several renowned doctors about the Ghost King's hand, but they all fell silent. Unwilling to divulge even the slightest detail, Point One did mention that the Ghost King's hand is a woman, and seeking her aid would necessitate connections with the Xie family, which themselves exerted considerable effort to invite her. Yi Zhenxing pondered. If the Xie family faced such challenges, what position could he possibly hold? Yi Xingchen gently patted Yi Zhenxing on the shoulder and pulled out her phone to play a voice message. Dad, it's all right if I cannot be cured. The previously cheerful atmosphere suddenly turned somber. Yi Huimin smiled and remarked, I've heard of the Ghost King's hand. She saves only those she deems worthy, and wealth alone cannot summon her. If there is a connection between my brother and her, there may still be a chance. I can't believe you've heard of the Ghost King's hand. It took considerable effort for the master to uncover that information. Are you certain you're speaking of the same person? Wang Ping interjected with a hint of sarcasm. I am entirely confident it is the same individual. Yi Huimin responded earnestly. Yi Zhenxing declared, once I successfully manage the Xie family project, let us see if we can establish a connection. As long as there is an opportunity, I shall certainly pursue it. A flicker of concern crossed Wang Ping's face as she urged, the banquet is ready. Let us take our seats to celebrate the master's acquisition of this significant project. The group entered the dining room. Yi Zhenxing gestured for Yi Huimin to sit beside him. Come, Huimin, today's gathering is primarily to welcome you. Certainly, father, Yi Huimin replied, somewhat taken aback. She had presumed her father to be a man who favored sons over daughters. Yet from the moment she entered, he had shown a warmth she had not expected. Originally, we planned for the whole family to meet you at the airport, but I received news of a multitude of eminent doctors arriving in the capital. A rare opportunity for Xingchen. I had no choice but to take him along. Have you settled in well at home these past few days? If you need anything, feel free to speak to your mother. Yi Zhenxing gestured towards Wang Ping. I'm fine, Dad. My brother's health is paramount. I can distinguish priorities. With Aunt Wang away, I've been getting along quite harmoniously with Sister Xingyue. We've been sharing a bed these past few nights. Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow towards Yi Xingyue. Right, Xingyue? Sitting at the farthest end, Yi Xingyue felt her heart race at the mention of her name and nodded nervously. Yes, Sister Min has been very kind to me and even helped me with my makeup. Yi Qiming, sitting beside her, teased, Sister, you actually wore makeup. I hardly recognized you at first. I thought you looked significantly more beautiful than usual. Yi Zhenxing inquired with concern. Will sharing a room be cramped for you two? Wasn't it arranged for you to have separate accommodations? Dad, the room assigned to Sister Min is on the first floor. I thought I would relinquish my previous room and stay on the first floor instead. Yi Xingyue was desperate to avoid sharing a bed with Yi Huimin, having spent countless sleepless nights and no need for such trouble. Sharing a room is perfectly fine. Your room is spacious enough for both of us. Yi Huimin was not about to let her escape so easily. She had not yet finished her training, and leaving was not an option. Yi Xingyue felt tears welling up. What was this chaos? A situation that was impossible to escape. Mad women? Completely mad women. It's wonderful to see your sisterly bond. Yi Zhenxing chuckled heartily, suddenly recalling something. He turned to Wang Ping and asked, have you not been home these past few days? I thought I was attending a gathering with the ladies. I heard that several projects are set to commence after the new year, and I wanted to inquire if there were any suitable projects we could undertake. Wang Ping quickly concocted an excuse. There's no need to rush. We should focus all our efforts on the Xie family's project. Let us not get sidetracked by smaller endeavors. For now, you should stay home and take care of the children, avoiding those gatherings. Yi Zhenxing, fearing Yi Huimin might misinterpret Wang Ping's intentions, added, your mother also needs to assist me with social engagements. With Xingyue keeping you company at home, it's just as well if you wish to go out later, let the two younger brothers guide you, especially Qiming, who knows how to have fun. I understand, Aunt Wang. It's all for the family's sake. Yi Huimin smiled with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, please don't always call me Aunt Wang. It feels distant. This was the second time Yi Zhenxing had heard her say that. Yi Huimin was being quite gracious. Had it been in private, she would have addressed her as Wang Ping. I believe this form of address is just right. Wouldn't you agree, Aunt Wang? She looked at Wang Ping, her face adorned with a knowing smile. Chapter 28. The Nine-Section Sparrow God. Wang Ping dared not let Yi Huimin call her mother. Feeling unworthy, Master, it's fine. After all, I haven't raised her. It's not too late for her to call me mother once we have spent more time together. Just then, Yi Xingchen sent a voice message. Let us raise our glasses to welcome sister home and congratulate father on securing the major project. Indeed, indeed, let us toast. Yi Zhenxing was the first to stand and raise his glass. The others followed suit. Yi Zhenxing delivered a heartfelt toast, and everyone joyfully downed their drinks. The topic of whether to address Wang Ping as mother or aunt was no longer broached. After several rounds of drinks and a meal lasting over an hour, the gathering concluded with Yi Zhenxing and Yi Qiming asking many questions about Yi Huimin's past. When it came time for a family photo, Yi Huimin and Yi Xingchen sat on either side of Yi Zhenxing, while Yi Qiming, Yi Xingyue, and Wang Ping stood behind. Wang Ping's expression was not particularly pleasant. It had always been Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen seated beside her. Yet this time they had stolen her thunder. What irked her most was that her son, Yi Qiming, was engrossed in conversation with Yi Huimin, which she found exceedingly displeasing. Once the gathering concluded, Yi Zhenxing and Wang Ping retired to their room to rest. Yi Qiming took the initiative to ask, "Sister Min, do you play mahjong? How about we form a 4-person game?" This fellow was quite the social butterfly, excessively loquacious. Yi Huimin felt a sense of distaste. After all, he was the child that Wang Ping had borne during her 10 months of pregnancy with his father. However, she decided not to let her feelings show. Moreover, Yi Qiming was adept at navigating social situations. Addressing her as Sister Min with an endearing familiarity, a simple call of Sister Min would not put her at a disadvantage. "All right, let us play a couple of rounds." Yi Huimin was keen to strengthen her relationship with Yi Xingchen. Yi Qiming was ecstatic, leading the three of them to the game room. "First, let us agree on the stakes. In a family, we don't wager money. If we lose, I won't feel like borrowing. And even if I did, I wouldn't return it." "What do you usually bet on?" Yi Huimin inquired curiously. Yi Qiming grinned mischievously. "If Sister Xingyue loses, she helps me with my winter holiday homework. And Sister Min, if you lose, you owe me a favor. I'll think of something later." The latter half of his sentence was whispered to Yi Xingchen. Yi Huimin, with her keen ears, caught the gist. Yi Qiming wanted Yi Xingchen to accompany him to a car racing event. Yi Xingchen did not decline, readily nodding in agreement and even gesturing with sign language. Yi Qiming translated, "Brother's request for you is the same as mine." Yi Huimin could see that the two shared a good rapport, which pleasantly surprised her. However, she was taken aback that Yi Xingchen would want Yi Xingyue to do his homework. No wonder he hadn't lifted a finger with the new school term approaching. Yi Xingyue sighed, realizing the predicament. "You two are trying to kill me. If Mom and Dad find out, it would be a disaster. No way, let us change the bet." Usually, Yi Zhenxing and Wang Ping had her supervise the two younger brothers' studies, which was fine in the past. But now that her status had changed, it was akin to a clay idol crossing a river. She could hardly protect herself. If discovered, she would surely face a scolding. "Don't be such a spoilsport. What if you win this time?" Yi Qiming encouraged. Yi Xingyue was at a loss for words. "I've never won even once, you know." Yi Huimin chuckled, surprised by her poor card skills. "Xingyue, just agree to their terms." Yi Xingyue wore a look of astonishment, sensing a conspiracy brewing. She suspected that Yi Huimin was biding her time to report her when she assisted her brother with his homework. If their father found out, her fate would be sealed. With clenched teeth, she hesitated, caught between the fear of defying Yi Huimin and the desire to avoid falling into a trap. "Rest assured, I guarantee your victory," Yi Huimin said, lightly patting her shoulder. Feeling apprehensive, Yi Xingyue dared not contemplate future pitfalls and repeatedly nodded in agreement. "All right, Mingjia." Yi Xingchen's gaze flitted between his two sisters, sensing something amiss. Yi Qiming wore a smug expression as he briefly explained the rules of their usual mahjong games. It was a point system. The first place could make a specific request of everyone, the second place could ask the third and fourth, and the third could only request from the fourth. "Mingjia, do you play mahjong in the M country as well?" Yi Qiming asked, arranging his tiles with an air of confidence. "I have learned, but I play infrequently," Yi Huimin replied, her tiles laid flat on the table without a glance. Taken aback, Yi Qiming reminded her, "Aren't you going to check what tiles you have?" "It won't affect my winning," Yi Huimin stated flatly, her tone laced with arrogance. Yi Qiming played a tile. One bamboo. Eager to see who would emerge victorious today, Yi Xingchen remained silent. His plays required everyone to scrutinize carefully to discern their nature. Point 2 bamboo. Pong. Yi Huimin swiftly claimed the tile Yi Xingchen had played, revealing 2 tiles from her own hand and placing them at the corner of the table. The move left the three of them utterly dumbfounded, since Yi Huimin had not glanced at her tiles from the moment she drew them. She skipped the arrangement phase entirely, laying them out in a row, unlike the others who organized theirs by suits and sequences. Goodness, this Yi Qiming became momentarily speechless, unsure of what to articulate while Xingyue gazed at Yi Huimin with incredulity. Beginning to believe her earlier words, Yi Huimin played a tile, barely revealing it as she declared, 8. Yi Xingchen gestured wildly with sign language, which Yi Huimin could not decipher, only recognizing the final thumbs up as a compliment to her prowess. Yi Xingyue translated, Xingchen says you draw tiles skillfully. He wants to know where you learned. Self-taught. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Yi Huimin replied with a smile directed at Yi Xingchen. He nodded eagerly, filled with interest. Yi Qiming nudged Yi Xingchen and murmured, don't let others overshadow you and diminish your own aspirations. Let us wait until we win against her before asking for lessons. That way, we maintain our dignity. Yi Xingchen found this rationale convincing and nodded in agreement. Yi Xingyue, overhearing, felt anxious for them. They were blissfully unaware of how ruthless the woman before them could be and still aspired to maintain their dignity. Yi Huimin found their naivety amusing. No one could defeat her unless she chose to let them win. After 6 rounds of mahjong, she triumphantly declared, I won. Self-drawn, a big single. She revealed her remaining tile and the one she had just drawn. Incredible luck. I have 2 8 dots, and you still managed to self-draw. Yi Qiming felt dejected upon seeing his own hand, as he too had drawn 8 dots but was now forced to discard. In this points-based system, regardless of the size of the win, the focus was solely on who won first, accumulating points until someone reached 100 to conclude the game. For 5 consecutive rounds, Yi Huimin maintained her winning streak, leaving the other 3 utterly without retort. Yi Huimin scored 20 points, Yi Xingchen 15 points, Yi Xingyue 9 points, and Yi Qiming 6 points. As the 6th round commenced, Yi Huimin continually fed tiles to Yi Xingyue. The reason she allowed Yi Xingyue to win was to discourage her from assisting her 2 younger brothers with their holiday homework. Such negative influences needed to be eradicated. Yet it had to be done subtly, relying on her prowess to win the brothers' respect. I won. I won again. Yi Xingyue exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, as if she had never experienced such a victory before. She won 5 rounds in a row, securing her position in 2nd place overall. Yi Huimin consistently claimed the first win in these rounds, remaining in the lead. Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming found themselves thoroughly outmatched, unable to counter her plays. Mingjia, is this what you call playing infrequently? You not only win but also calculate tiles, while aiding sister Xingyue. Can you leave us a shred of hope? Yi Qiming had not anticipated that their new sister would be such a formidable opponent. I truly play infrequently, Yi Huimin chuckled. If Xingyue wins, it's purely due to her good fortune. Perhaps I bring her luck. Indeed, Mingjia brings me luck. The tides of fortune are ever-changing. Today, the luck is with me. Yi Xingyue chimed in, fully aware that her victories were entirely due to Yi Huimin's assistance, who seemed to know precisely which tile she needed. She could no longer deny the truth of Yi Huimin's promise to help her win. Yet, she remained puzzled as to why Yi Huimin would extend such kindness. Was this merely a facade of sisterly affection? She cared not. As long as she remained in the Yi household and avoided punishment, she would play along with whatever role was necessary. Mingjia, your skills remind me of the most enigmatic 9-din mahjong master abroad, known for her expertise in concealed tiles. If you were to compete, I suspect you could engage in a friendly duel, Yi Qiming remarked with admiration. Who is this 9-din mahjong master? Yi Xingyue inquired with curiosity. The 9-din mahjong master goes by the online name Yaoji Luo, famously dubbed Luo Goddess. Unfortunately, she competed while masked, leaving no one to know her true appearance. The last time she appeared was 3 years ago, Yi Qiming explained, pulling out his phone to show a video. In the video, 4 of the world's top mahjong experts were engaged in the final match, one of whom was a young girl with a blindfold, playing without looking at her tiles, ultimately winning that year's championship. Wow, talk about being outclassed. She is even younger than I am and has claimed a world title. Yi Xingyue marveled, noticing the girl was a few years her junior. Yi Huimin stifled a laugh as she watched the video. It depicted her at 15 when she learned mahjong and, under the moniker Yaoji Luo, ascended to the 9-din rank within a month. She had been invited for offline competitions, but chose to play with a blindfold to conceal her identity, relying solely on her auditory and tactile senses. After that, the Luo Goddess vanished from the mahjong scene, becoming a legend. The primary skills she sought were numerous. Mahjong was merely a means for her to hone her covert assassination techniques. And the competition served to validate those skills in real-world scenarios. Yi Xingchen paused the video at a pivotal moment, capturing a close-up of the Luo goddess. He replayed it several times before quietly glancing at Yi Huimin. "What are you staring at me for?" Yi Huimin asked, not minding her younger brother's gaze, but feeling something was amiss. Yi Xingchen then covered her eyes with one hand, scrutinizing her features intently. Once he lowered his hand, he gestured animatedly. Yi Qiming and Yi Xingyue, proficient in sign language, mimicked him. "There is indeed a resemblance, but Minjia's chin is slightly more refined," Yi Qiming murmured. "Your noses are quite similar." "How enviable," Yi Xingyue added, exhaling heavily afterward. Seeing their reactions, Yi Huimin perhaps felt a bit flattered by the suggestion that she resembled the Luo goddess. She leaned back in her chair, crossed her legs, and boasted, "Indeed, I am the youngest 9-dan Mahjong master in history. Yaoji Luo. Ha ha ha, Minjia. I didn't expect you to be so whimsical." Yi Qiming laughed heartily. Yi Xingyue, fearing repercussions, quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to stop laughing. Yi Xingchen applauded, nodding along, and then gave her a thumbs up. Yi Huimin tossed her hair back, unconcerned with whether they believed her or not. Most people would likely dismiss it, so she preferred to treat it as a joke and laugh it off. This lively exchange further bridged the gap between them. They continued playing, and while ensuring Yi Xingyue maintained her second position, Yi Huimin began to unleash her full potential, winning every round and swiftly concluding the game. Yi Qiming found himself utterly outmatched, each round devolving into a battle of novice versus novice with Yi Xingchen. "How are we supposed to continue? If this weren't the home mahjong room, I would suspect you were cheating," Yi Qiming lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Playing mahjong requires strategy. You must calculate tiles, know your opponent, and emerge victorious in every battle. Yi Huimin disclosed her secret strategy. "How does one calculate? How long will it take to learn?" Yi Qiming inquired with keen interest. "You must complete your holiday homework first," Yi Huimin reminded them. Upon hearing the mention of homework, Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming felt their spirits plummet, as if their souls had been drained. Meanwhile, Yi Xingyue felt elated, finally winning a round without needing to assist with homework. Yi Huimin placed no demands on the three of them. Yi Xingyue was tasked with supervision, while Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming dutifully completed their assignments. This unexpected arrangement left them all scratching their heads in confusion, particularly Yi Xingyue, who remained bewildered even as she lay in bed. After finishing her evening routine, Yi Huimin joined her in bed. Yi Xingyue felt considerably less anxious than before, but a lingering fear remained deep within her, especially when alone with Yi Huimin, devoid of any audience to observe their interactions. "Are you the only ones in the house who understand sign language?" Yi Huimin queried curiously. Yi Xingyue paused at the question, then shook her head. "There are a few maids who have been here for many years and also understand." "Then find me some tutorials tomorrow." Yi Huimin instructed. "I'll search for some beginner-level tutorials," Yi Xingyue replied. "Let us do it together. I'll learn it instantly." Yi Xingyue was taken aback, inwardly scoffing at the bold claim. "Are you certain?" she asked. "No, not question the veracity of my every word," Yi Huimin retorted coldly. Yi Xingyue promptly complied, realizing that the cheerful demeanor she had displayed during their mahjong games was merely a facade. The true nature of this formidable woman was now laid bare before her. "What a frightening woman! I understand now. I shan't dare to challenge you again." Yi Huimin turned sideways to face her, delicately tucking her hair behind her ear, then gently grasping her chin to direct her gaze towards herself. Yi Xingyue involuntarily trembled, gazing at Yi Huimin with a look of pitiful innocence, scarcely daring to breathe. "You performed admirably today. I am quite pleased. Maintain this standard in the future," Yi Huimin remarked, softly brushing her fingers over the blemishes on Yi Xingyue's face. "Do you wish to become beautiful?" Yi Xingyue was taken aback by the suddenness of the question, but upon recalling Yi Huimin's exceptional makeup skills, she could not help but nod silently. "Speak." Yi Huimin commanded. "I wish. Call me Minjia, and let me hear it. Minjia. I wish, from now on, be obedient, and you shall reap the benefits. Do you understand?" Yi Huimin reiterated before bed. "Minjia, I understand. Sleep?" Only upon receiving the command did Yi Xingyue turn away and close her eyes to slumber. She had no idea what peculiar inclination Yi Huimin possessed that led her to train her as if she were a pet dog. It was both detestable and infuriating. She could not fathom when this life would come to an end. only hoping that Wang Ping could lend a bit of strength to the cause. The following day, Yi Huimin rose early, but unlike her usual routine, did not venture outside. Instead, she exercised in the gym located on the basement level of the villa. She was to have lunch with her family, after which her father, Yi Zhenxing, would leave to attend to a project, remaining in Kyoto for an extended period. Seizing a moment of solitude, Yi Huimin dialed Xia Huaizong's number. Lacking Yi Huimin's personal contact information, Xia Huaizong answered out of curiosity upon seeing the call was from Shong City. "Hello, who is this? You've investigated my family yet you do not know my number." Recognizing her voice, Xia Huaizong's excitement surged. "This number is new, isn't it? I didn't find it during my search. You are quite audacious to have investigated me. Are you not afraid that the next time you find yourself in peril, I want to come to your aid?" Yi Huimin's words dripped with a veiled threat. "What I could uncover is merely what you intentionally revealed, is it not?" Xia Huaizong had been unable to find any information regarding Yi Huimin in Country M. And with years of experience, he immediately sensed that she was not an ordinary person. Whether it was her identity as the Ghost King's holy hand or her possession of advanced technology like Binai, it was evident she was extraordinary. "Since you are so adept at investigation, help me look into someone. If you succeed, I shall forgive your earlier transgression." Intrigued, Xia Huaizong replied, "As long as you grant me forgiveness, I would investigate not just one person, but 1,000 for you." Yi Huimin was taken aback. Her sources indicated that Xia Huaizong was indifferent to women, exceedingly aloof, yet he now appeared somewhat greasy, as if he were an entirely different person. "This individual is nicknamed Beetle Nut, a human trafficker, and is at least over 40 years old. Was he the one who abducted you years ago?" Xia Huaizong inquired. "I am uncertain of the exact connections, but he is related." Suddenly, Xia Huaizong recalled something and pressed further. "I heard that someone in Southeast Asia has been searching for Beetle Nut, and anyone involved in human trafficking is being eliminated. Could this be connected to you? Focus on your tasks and refrain from prying," Yi Huimin retorted, "just as I never inquire about how you succumbed to the 5-poison curse. Do you understand?" Xia Huaizong had not expected her to possess such a temper, finding it increasingly intriguing. "Whether living or dead, I will ensure this matter is handled thoroughly for you." Chapter 30. Choosing one will inevitably harm another. Yi Huimin, seeing that Xia Huaizong was somewhat compliant, offered a few final instructions before hanging up. Xia Huaizong had not anticipated that by taking on a project for the Yi family, he would inadvertently displease her. Had it been any other woman, she would have been flattered. Indeed, one could not employ the same tactics to pursue Yi Huimin as one would with ordinary women. Meanwhile, Xia Huaizong, armed with all the information he had gathered, grew ever more curious about Yi Huimin's background. He immediately issued the following directives to his subordinates. First, investigate individuals known as Beetle Nut over the past 20 years. Second, conduct a thorough investigation and crackdown on organized crime syndicates involved in human trafficking to Southeast Asia. Third, review the hospital birth records of Shong City since 2058 and ascertain whether there have been any transactions involving the sale of newborns. After completing her workout, Yi Huimin returned to her bedroom on the second floor. Yi Xingyue had already awakened and was lying on the bed with a tablet, organizing a compilation of sign language videos. She had not exerted much effort, having previously organized them during her studies. "Mingjia, I have gathered everything for you and even categorized it," she said, offering the tablet with both hands, almost kneeling on the bed. Yi Huimin accepted it with one hand, lying beside her as she meticulously reviewed the organized materials. One had to admit that it was done with care. Each video was annotated and categorized from simple to complex, not haphazardly thrown together. "Well done." Yi Huimin nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xingyue exhaled with relief, nervously stating, "Take your time to review. I shall step out to rest and not disturb you." She wished to avoid being alone with Yi Huimin, as the oppressive atmosphere made her feel uncomfortable all over and no need to leave. "You can stay here with me." Yi Huimin began playing a tutorial video. "Stay with you?" Yi Xingyue was bewildered. "Bettered in my own life?" It was neither time to sleep nor to play on her phone. She dared not do anything. She lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yi Huimin glanced at her, noting the expression of profound disinterest on her face. "Bored?" Yi Xingyue shook her head vigorously. "Not bored. If you're not bored, go wash your face." Yi Xingyue was perplexed by Yi Huimin's intentions. One moment she wanted her to accompany her, and the next she wanted her to wash her face. It was truly difficult to please, yet she had no choice but to comply. knowing that obedience would spare her from punishment. This was the survival lesson she had learned. Once she finished washing her face and returned to the bedside, she announced, "I'm done washing." Yi Huimin patted the bed, instructing her to lie down. Yi Xingyue felt a surge of frustration, questioning whether she was merely a pet at her beck and call. "Mingjie, is there anything else you require? Close your eyes." The moment Yi Xingyue shut her eyes, she felt a cool sensation on her face, causing her to open her eyes wide in terror. Yi Huimin was applying an unknown product onto her skin. Mingjie, what is this? Your reward. Yi Xingyue felt a wave of anxiety, her throat tightening with each swallow. Was her obedience not sufficient? Was she inadequate in her preparation of the sign language videos? She frantically reflected on what had displeased Yi Huimin, fearing that she was being toyed with. What is this? She summoned her courage to inquire, determined to understand her fate. I haven't named it yet, but it will surely benefit your complexion, making it fair and tender. Really? Yi Xingyue found it hard to believe her ears. Yi Huimin frowned. What did I tell you yesterday? Have you forgotten? No. Yi Xingyue clutched the sheets tightly in the bed. Do not be anxious. Repeat after me, and I shall forgive you. Yi Huimin spoke softly. Do not question every word you say to me. Yi Xingyue repeated verbatim. Yi Huimin warned. I hope this will be the last time. Do you understand? I understand. I will never dare again. Yi Xingyue pressed her lips together. If there is a next time, you will repeat it 100 times. Yi Huimin raised a finger. Yi Xingyue recalled the day she had to squat in a horse stance, apologizing for 4 minutes straight. The thought was terrifying. She felt like less than human. Terrified, she promised, absolutely, there will be no next time. Close your eyes. Let it sit for half an hour before you wash your face. Yi Huimin instructed. From now on, you shall apply it yourself. This jar is a gift for you. Within a week, the blemishes on your face will vanish. This was her unique secret to beauty, not an ordinary skincare product, but a concoction of medicinal ingredients, hence its extraordinary efficacy. Yi Xingyue remained silent, yet her heart was laden with skepticism. Having visited beauty salons and hospitals, spending a considerable sum, those establishments would never make such bold guarantees. Now, relying solely on a bottle of mysterious origin, she was expected to believe it could remedy her complexion in a week. Utter nonsense. She could only hope that using it would not exacerbate her condition. 40 minutes later, after applying the treatment and washing her face, Yi Xingyue was astonished to discover a visible reduction in the inflammation on her skin. The recently emerged pimples were no longer swollen. It was miraculous, truly astonishing. She could hardly believe that Yi Huimin possessed the ability to enhance her beauty. It was incredible. Yet, she could not fathom the motive behind such unexpected kindness. No good deed goes unpunished. There must be some ulterior motive. When mealtime arrived, several maids complimented Yi Xingyue on her improved complexion. This flattery delighted her, as these individuals rarely offered such praise. However, with Wang Ping nearby, she dared not attribute her transformation to Yi Huimin, fearing it would provoke her angered. Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen, having heard the praises for Yi Xingyue, approached to scrutinize her closely. You do look better than a few days ago, Yi Qiming concluded. Yi Xingchen, using sign language, remarked, Sister Xingyue has always been beautiful. Yi Qiming then asked, which sister do you think is more beautiful? Upon hearing the question, both Yi Xingyue and Yi Huimin's gazes fell upon Yi Xingchen. One was a sister she had grown up with, the other her biological sister. Choosing one would inevitably hurt the other. They are both beautiful. Yi Xingchen diplomatically avoided offending either. Yi Qiming chuckled, brother, you truly are a true neutral. Yi Xingchen retorted, isn't that the case? Yi Qiming candidly stated, I think Mingjie is more beautiful, especially without makeup. It's quite apparent. Yi Xingyue's expression instantly fell. She was well aware that her looks could not compare to Yi Huimin's. However, for it to be stated publicly was quite inconsiderate, especially since she was his sister who had treated him kindly. Whenever trouble arose, it was she who intervened to prevent Wang Ping from reprimanding him. Upon hearing this remark, Yi Huimin did not display any joy. Instead, she maintained a cold demeanor and said, do not comment on or compare the appearances of girls in public. It is exceedingly rude. Do you understand? Yi Xingyue looked at Yi Huimin in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. She found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Yi Huimin, unable to fully grasp her character. Why Ichiming noticed the atmosphere had plummeted to an icy silence and realized he had misspoken, quickly apologizing to Yi Xingyue. Wang Ping was infuriated to see her son groveling and felt he was utterly useless, especially for praising Yi Huimin's looks. At that moment, Yi Zhenxing descended the stairs, announcing, "Let us eat." The group then made their way to the dining hall for lunch. Yi Zhenxing turned to Yi Huimin and said, "I discussed with your Aunt Wang, and we are planning to send you to an international school when the next semester begins. What are your thoughts on that?" Before Yi Huimin could respond, Yi Qiming interjected, "Why would you go to an international school? Why not attend the same school as us?" Yi Qiming, Yi Xingchen, and Yi Xingyue all attended a prestigious institution in Xiong City known as Juding Middle School. Wang Ping shot Yi Qiming a glare, admonishing him that adults were speaking and he should not interrupt. "The international school is a decision your father and I have thoughtfully considered. Xiaomin has grown up abroad, and attending school overseas will provide her with advantages for future studies. We are doing this for her benefit." For her benefit? Yi Huimin could believe this coming from anyone but Wang Ping, who she trusted. "Not even a punctuation mark. I do not require studying abroad, nor do I have any plans to do so in the near future." Yi Huimin firmly rejected the idea. After finally returning home, she could not fathom being sent away again. It was a cleverly devised scheme indeed. She still had to treat her brother's illness and investigate her origins within the country. How could she possibly have time to study abroad? It is quite challenging to arrange for a transfer into the second semester of senior year. Your father and I had to exert considerable effort to persuade a board member at that international school to assist in the arrangement. Other applicants would have no opportunity to enter, Wang Ping asserted, emphasizing her own toil. Yi Zhenxing chimed in, "Your Aunt Wang truly worked hard for your sake yesterday, making several calls to find connections after lunch. Then I must express my gratitude to Aunt Wang," Yi Huimin said, feeling unable to explode in front of her family. Only she understood Wang Ping's true motives. She shifted the conversation, addressing Yi Zhenxing. "Dad, I just returned, and you are already arranging for me to attend an international school. Do you not wish for me to be home?" Yi Zhenxing's expression changed immediately. "How could you say that? If I did not want you home, would I allow you to enter our house?" Yi Qiming supported, "Sister Min, Dad is not lying. Before we returned, he even told me to get along with you and specifically instructed me to take you around Xiong City. If you don't believe me, you can ask Brother Xingchen. Yi Xingchen quickly gestured in sign language. Just as Yi Qiming was about to translate, Yi Huimin waved her hand, indicating she understood. Everyone was taken aback. How strange, just yesterday, she needed Yi Qiming and Yi Xingyue to translate for her, and now she could comprehend sign language. Yi Huimin immediately signed, "I believe you." This action astonished everyone once more, aside from Wang Ping. Yi Qiming, Yi Xingyue, and Yi Zhenxing all understood the meaning of her signs. However, the three of them only knew sign language. They could not gesture themselves, and even if they could, it was only a small portion of it. Yi Huimin and Yi Xingchen exchanged gestures several times. Yi Xingyue looked on, dumbfounded. The tutorial had been issued in the morning, and by the time lunch arrived, it had been less than 3 hours since. To have learned sign language in such a short time was impressive. "What a prodigy, Dad. I wish to attend the same school as my brother, so I can be there to support him," Yi Huimin stated. Seeing their sign language exchange, Yi Zhenxing nodded without hesitation. "That's fine. I am pleased that you four can play together. Attending school together is indeed a form of support." Wang Ping interjected. "Old Master, the three of them attend Juding Middle School, which is not just any school. It only accepts students from Z country, and that is precisely why we chose the international school." Yi Huimin smiled, replying, "I merely reside in M country. My nationality has always been Z country." Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback, and then remarked, "Juding Middle School is not an ordinary institution. It was established by the Juding Association and has very stringent requirements for identity verification. It only admits 3 types of individuals: top talents, the powerful, and the wealthy." "So what?" Yi Huimin felt she fit all 3 categories quite well. Wang Ping took a sip of tea and continued. "The Yi family can at most be classified as wealthy. Qiming, Xingyue, and Xingchen have all attended Juding since kindergarten, which cost a fortune. If you were to start from the beginning, it would be one thing. But to transfer in mid-year, you would need to be a top talent or influential to qualify. Mere wealth is insufficient, and you would be entering in the second semester of senior year. Not only Juding Middle School, but even an ordinary high school would require assistance for a transfer." After hearing this, Yi Zhenxing felt uncertain. The goal of Jiuting Middle School was to cultivate elite talents to serve the Jiuting Association and the nation. Wealthy individuals were merely seen as financial resources. Even if connections were found to enroll a student, it would require considerable funds, and most importantly, while Yi Huimin was a citizen of Z country, she had grown up in M country, making her even less suitable for admission, as the school only accepted those born and raised in Z country. Xiaomin, perhaps it would be better for you to attend the international school. If you truly do not wish to study abroad, any school in Xiong City would suffice. Jiuting Middle School is indeed quite difficult to enter, Yi Shenxing said, his expression troubled. Yi Qiming suddenly interjected. Dad, aren't you currently a prominent figure in the Xie family? So many people are trying to curry favor with you. It may not have been possible in the past, but now it might actually work. This remark nearly caused Wang Ping to spit blood in frustration. What a useless son, turning against her. Qiming, be quiet. Your father is in a critical moment. How can you let such trivial matters affect the Yi family's development? How can this be trivial? Aren't you always teaching me that education is of utmost importance? Yi Qiming said earnestly, if you truly understand this, why do you keep failing your exams? Wang Ping felt as if she might die from frustration. Yi Qiming immediately lowered his head in resignation, not wanting to speak further. He had a knack for bringing up sore subjects. Yi Xingchen signed. Dad, we all want sister to attend school with us. Can you think of a way to make it happen? Seeing this, Yi Qiming chimed in, yes, I also want to go to school with Sister Min, Dad. Why don't you give it a try? If it works out, that would be quite impressive, and more people would want to curry favor with you. This would be unprecedented. A transfer student in senior year at Jiuting Middle School. Just think about it. And with the Yi family's name, your reputation would echo throughout Xiong City. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhenxing considered the logic behind it, but if it did not work out, it would lead to significant embarrassment. He was unsure how the Xie family had suddenly come to favor the Yi family. If things went awry, he feared it would backfire. Wang Ping noticed his wavering and urged, Old master, this matter can be significant or insignificant. We have just engaged with the Xie family project, and we have not yet established a solid footing on the surface. Many people are trying to curry favor with you, but they are all watching closely. If this matter does not go well, you will face ridicule. Yi Qiming, sensing his mother's determination, interjected, let us first inquire privately to see if there is an opportunity. It's not like we have anything to lose. Most importantly, we all want to attend school with Sister Min, right? Xingyue? Upon hearing her name called, Yi Xingyue immediately closed her eyes, having silently observed the situation. She had not expected Yi Qiming to call on her, and now she could not distance herself from the discussion. Yi Huimin sat beside her, closely observing everyone's reactions. Wang Ping was trying to obstruct, Yi Zhenxing was hesitant, Yi Xingchen was resolute in support, and Yi Qiming was defiantly opposing his mother. Only Yi Xingyue remained ambiguous and silent. Yi Huimin was also curious to see if Yi Xingyue's attitude toward her had changed after the days of interaction. Yi Xingyue was at a loss for words, stammering, I got it. Wang Ping shot her a glare, warning her not to be confused like her two younger brothers. Yi Qiming countered, confused about what? In this day and age, who still goes to an international school to study abroad? The value of studying abroad is diminishing. It is better to attend Jiuting Middle School and later Jiuting University. Even if your grades are not stellar, networking is beneficial. Haven't you always said this to me? Wang Ping exhaled heavily. You are truly going to drive me to my grave. If your grades were as good as your sister's, would I need to say all this to comfort myself? Enough. You two, stop arguing, Yi Zhenxing said, visibly irritated. He turned to Yi Xingyue, asking, do you want to attend the same school as Xiaomin? If you all want to be together, I will find someone to try. Yi Xingyue was taken aback, wondering how this decision had fallen into her hands. She had never been valued and felt unqualified to make such decisions. Whether it was about meals or travel, everything was based on the opinions of her two younger brothers. The entire family's gaze was fixed on Yi Xingyue, and she felt an overwhelming pressure. Yi Xingyue glanced around, uncertain of what to do. Deep down, she did not want to attend the same school as Yi Huimin, hoping Wang Ping would take the lead. Little did she expect Yi Zhenxing to suddenly take this course of action, catching her completely off guard. Seeing Yi Xingyue's prolonged silence, Yi Qiming urged, Sister, you need not fear my mother. Speak your mind boldly. Yi Xingyue replied. It was not fear of Wang Ping. It was fear of Yi Huimin. She pondered for a moment before finally arriving at a decision. Dad, let's give it a try. I also wish to attend school with Minjia. Family should be united. Ha ha ha, very well. Yi Zhenxing nodded in satisfaction. Wang Ping gazed at Yi Xingyue, wearing an expression of disappointment. Yi Huimin remained silent, yet she found Yi Xingyue's performance somewhat satisfactory. However, the prolonged hesitation suggested a lack of decisiveness, indicating that she must have undergone considerable internal conflict. After dinner, Yi Zhenxing left home to attend to a project. Wang Ping summoned Yi Xingyue and Yi Qiming into the master bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Ping admonished, Yi Qiming, what is the matter with you? Just because you choose to remain silent doesn't mean others will treat you as a mute. Mom, you need to broaden your perspective. International schools are certainly not as good as Jiuting High School. Nowadays, most international students are either slackers or dropouts. They are not the prized catch they once were. Yi Qiming retorted, preparing to plop down onto the sofa. Stand up, Wang Ping scolded. How dare you, someone who can't even pass an exam. Call the international students slackers. You are the biggest slacker of all. Have you even completed your winter vacation homework? At the mention of grades, Yi Qiming immediately stood up, his confidence waning as he found himself at a loss for words. Right? Winter vacation homework. I'm off to do my assignments. You can continue your discussion at your leisure. Seizing the opportunity, he made his escape. That little rascal, I am truly. Wang Ping sighed heavily, her expression one of helplessness. She turned to Yi Xingyue and asked, and what about you? Weren't you opposed to attending the same school as her? Yet here you are, defending her. Yi Xingyue wore a troubled expression. Mom, I'm also left with no choice. You see how Dad is. He has already made up his mind in his heart, and he merely wishes for me to voice it. How could I dare to go against his wishes? Having never received much attention from Yi Zhenxing, she understood her father quite well. Only when she brought him face-saving moments would he notice her, which is why she worked diligently and dared not waste time. However, with both younger brothers struggling academically, she often found herself on the receiving end of scolding, and she had exerted considerable effort to tutor them. Yet, education is not merely about remedial work. It depends on the individual's desire to learn and their innate aptitude. She recognized that Yi Xingchen was intelligent but utterly disinterested in studying, while Yi Qiming simply lacked the inclination for academics. Faced with these two contrasting personalities, she felt utterly powerless. Are you willing to defy his wishes but not mine? Wang Ping was no longer interested in hearing any more excuses. Mom, I think it's best to let it go. In truth, Mingjia is quite good. Yi Xingyue's voice trailed off at the end. Oh, now you even call her sister. Is it that Qiming is thoughtless? And you are too. She recalled how Mingjia had slapped her during their clothing sale and kicked Zhao Guanjia. Had she forgotten those moments? Wang Ping grimaced at the memory of those slaps. Her face still stinging. Yi Xingyue hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Do you realize what it would mean if she were to enroll in Jiuting High School? She is a genuine heiress, while you are a pretender. How can you hold your head high in school? If Lu Jing knows your true identity, how could he still associate with you? Even if he were to date you, would he still consider marrying you? Wang Ping's words struck Yi Xingyue like a chill. She was uncertain how she would face her classmates and friends once school commenced. Any disparity in status would surely lead to disdain. In this social tier, connections and mutual interests dictate relationships. Genuine friendships are a rarity. Most importantly, there was Lu Jing from the Lu family, her hope for the future. Should it be revealed that she is not the true heiress of the Yi family, her status would plummet, and she would certainly be disregarded by the Lu family. In that instant, Yi Xingyue felt as though the sky was collapsing. Mom, what am I to do now? What else can be done? We can only pray that your father's endeavors do not succeed. Gaining entry into Jiuting High School is no easy feat unless one has connections with the 9 directors of Jiuting Society. Wang Ping remained remarkably composed, adeptly navigating the situation. If Yi Zhenxing's plans were to falter, it could even affect his career, providing her with the perfect opportunity to undermine Yi Huimin. Mom, perhaps we should refrain from further conflict with her. I sense that Dad values her greatly. Yi Xingyue felt exhausted, simply wishing to remain peacefully within the Yi family. She understood Yi Zhenxing all too well. He was a father who would never take risks for his daughter. She still recalled an incident from her childhood when she had a conflict with a wealthy girl from a client family. Although it had been the other party's fault, she ended up apologizing. When Yi Zhenxing learned that Yi Xingchen had been bullied, he chose to forego the project rather than back down. From that day forth, she realized her father's preference for sons over daughters. Yet now, it seemed everything had changed. She began to question her previous beliefs. Perhaps it was the influence of blood ties that subtly shaped preferences. Her father did not dislike his daughter. He simply found it difficult to appreciate a daughter without blood ties. Now, aware that securing a place at Jiuding High School was akin to climbing a mountain, he was nonetheless willing to make bold attempts on behalf of Yi Huimin. This left her feeling like a mere joke. No matter how much he valued that wild girl, the family fortune would not be inherited by her. Her father was currently in a period of career advancement, and his ego had inflated. It was all Qiming's fault for whispering sweet nothings to him, hitting the nail on the head. Otherwise, she would have already dissuaded him. Wang Ping reflected on her son's impulsiveness. If only he were not too old to discipline. She would have given him a good talking dash to know. Why Xingyue dared not speak further and merely nodded in silence. Well, sharing a room with her is not easy for you either. Wang Ping inquired. Has she hit you? She hasn't hit me these past few days, Yi Xingyue replied honestly. Wang Ping, of course, was skeptical. Just endure a little longer. School will commence in a few days, and you'll be living on campus. Meanwhile, in Yi Xingchen's bedroom, Yi Huimin directly asked, How does Aunt Wang treat you? Yi Xingchen maintained a stoic expression. She's fine. And how about Yi Xingyue? Yi Xingchen smiled and nodded. Sister Xingyue is very nice. As for Yi Qiming, Yi Huimin couldn't be bothered to inquire. She had discovered last night during mahjong that the two were colluding to cheat, clearly inseparable. They had gone to great lengths to ensure that Yi Xingyue lost every game. Which explained why she claimed never to have won once. What a gullible victim. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Yi Huimin said, I once knew a neighbor who was an expert in otolaryngology. Open your mouth. Let me take a look. Yi Xingchen immediately shook his head. Sister, I'm fine. I've gotten used to it. Despite Yi Huimin's coaxing, Yi Xingchen remained uncooperative, refusing to open his mouth. She did not dare to resort to forceful measures. And with a sigh, she said, Do you have any medical reports? I can send them to my neighbor for a look. Yi Xingchen shook his head. I threw them away. No one can cure this ailment. Dad has already consulted many doctors, both domestic and international. Yi Huimin was speechless. Typically, it was others who sought her out for medical help, but today, she had made the effort, only to be met with refusal. It seemed she would have to devise a plan and employ some tricks. Chapter 33. The tender embrace. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Huimin exited the room. The most crucial aspect of treating an illness is the patient's willingness to cooperate. If it were an external injury, it could be visually assessed, but with a condition like mutism, a thorough analysis of the underlying causes is essential, be it vocal cord damage, psychological barriers, or issues with the nervous system or brain. Each possibility must be examined and systematically ruled out before targeted treatment can commence. Yi Huimin stepped into the open air and dialed a number. What do you need? Came the voice of Xia Huaisong on the other end. Yi Huimin smiled gently. Your opening line makes it difficult for me to call you next time. You don't seem like the type to feel embarrassed, Xia Huaisong replied, recalling their time together in the same room. If anyone should feel embarrassed, it would be him. Then I won't hold back. I need you to arrange 2 matters for me. Yi Huimin got straight to the point. No problem. Go ahead, Xia Huaisong replied without hesitation. My father will use connections to help me enroll in Jiuding High School for my senior year. I need you to assist him discreetly. Xia Huaisong was taken aback. You want to attend senior year? With your abilities, you could easily be a university professor. Why waste time on school? Focus on getting things done, not on prying, Yi Huimin replied coldly. Xia Huaisong felt it was a tremendous waste of talent. Such a promising individual should join the Jiuding Medical Research Center instead of attending school. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Huimin's family background and understood the reason behind her request. Her brother Yi Xingchen was also in the senior year at Jiuding High School. Got it. I will arrange it immediately. What is the second matter? My brother cannot speak normally due to an accident. My father knows that your family has gathered many renowned doctors before. He hopes to find an opportunity through you to introduce someone to treat my brother. I just tried to approach him, but he was very resistant and uncooperative. Yi Huimin explained, then asked, Do you understand what I mean? Understood. You want to conceal your identity and use me to have your father arrange for the Ghost King to treat your brother? Xia Huaisong summarized succinctly. Right, clever. Yi Huimin felt relieved that the 5 poisons only harmed the 5 organs and not the brain. Hearing this, Xia Huaisong felt a sense of reward akin to receiving a small red flower from a teacher back in school. If you want to keep it hidden, we'll need to take it slow. I just landed a big project, and now I need to arrange for your enrollment and introduce the Ghost King. I worry that if I provide too many benefits, Uncle Yi might catch on. Though he spoke of caution, his true intention was to prolong his time spent with Yi Huimin. before entering university. He had his birthday in August, and he wanted to surprise her then. Why Yi Huimin set a time frame for him. Do you celebrate your birthday according to the lunar calendar or the solar calendar? That's not right. I meant your younger brother. Xia Huasong changed his words to I don't know. I didn't, he asked. Undeterred, Xia Huasong continued to press. What about you? I never inquired. Why Yi Huimin, for the first 18 years of her life, was completely oblivious to the exact date of her birthday, preferring to focus on action rather than idle curiosity. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Xia Huasong recalled the date and immediately opened the calendar to check. It was the Mid-August festival in August. Upon returning to her room, Yi Huimin discovered Yi Xingyu was secretly hiding in the bathroom. Wiping her tears, she was perceptive and, even with the sound of water to mask it, could discern the truth. As a top assassin, the ability to navigate the dark by sound was a fundamental skill. There was no need for speculation. It was evident that she had been summoned into the room by Wang Ping and reprimanded. After Yi Xingyu exited the room, her eyes were red and slightly swollen. Regretful? Yi Huimin asked directly. Why Yi Xingyu silently shook her head, claiming not to regret would be a lie, but having made a choice, what good would regret do? I am quite satisfied with your performance today. Yi Huimin approached her, gently caressing her reddened under-eye area, feeling the lingering dampness of her tears with her fingertip. Since you have chosen to stand by me, remain steadfast. Waffling back and forth will yield no benefits. Min Jia, I understand. Why Yi Xingyu sensed the underlying threat in her words, her body tensing immediately. Why Yi Huimin softly caressed her cheek, lifting her chin, and said gently, I appreciate your obedient demeanor. Do continue to maintain it. With that, she playfully tapped the tip of her nose with her finger. In that moment, Yi Xingyu felt as though she were a mere pet being toyed with. She would stick out her tongue when told, shake hands when instructed. She must comply unconditionally with the commands. There was no shred of dignity or freedom left as a person. Yet, she could neither resist nor wish to. All she hoped for was that Yi Huimin's promises to her would be fulfilled. As long as she obediently followed orders, she would ensure that Shi Wudenti be cast out of the Yi family. In the following days, everyone coexisted peacefully. The Yi family had gained favor from the Xie family, and Wang Ping, eager to flaunt her status and avoid Yi Huimin, spent her days socializing with friends. Yi Huimin was rarely home during the day, only returning for dinner in the evenings. Yi Xingyu took it upon herself to oversee the academic progress of her two younger brothers during the day. One morning, the sound of a ringing phone broke the stillness. Yi Huimin had not risen early for her usual workout, having been kept up until 3 in the morning the previous night by her two brothers who insisted on learning how to play mahjong as a reward for finishing their winter break assignments. As for whether their answers were correct, she had no idea. All she knew was that the blanks had been filled. Reaching for her phone, she realized that Yi Xingyu was still curled up against her. This was her daily routine. Before sleep, she would keep her distance, afraid to move. Yet once asleep, she would cling tightly, not stirring an inch. Yi Xingyu's actions were purely instinctive, unconsciously seeking warmth and security in her slumber. With a sigh, Yi Huimin embraced her and shifted. This movement roused Yi Xingyu from her drowsiness. Good heavens, where am I? Is this a place I can be? This softness is simply too indulgent. She gazed up at Yi Huimin and felt as if the sky had fallen, her expression one of utter bewilderment. I fell asleep and was completely unaware. Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow, pulling her arm from Yi Xingyu's grasp and enveloping her in an embrace. Shoo, be quiet. Yi Xingyu obediently closed her mouth, resembling a little quail nestled in her arms, though she discreetly lowered her foot that had been resting on Yi Huimin's leg. She had already braced herself for a squatting position. Yi Huimin picked up her phone with her left hand, glancing at the foreign number on the screen before answering the call. The voice on the other end spoke in code. The item has arrived. Yi Huimin offered no response, simply hanging up the phone. She recognized the voice. It belonged to the logistics personnel for her mission. The so-called item was the experimental prototype of the Bai Na that Luomi had arranged to be delivered. After placing her phone down, she released Yi Xingyu. I need to step out for a bit. You can go to bed early tonight. Don't wait for me. Where are you going? Yi Xingyu asked, surprised that nothing major had occurred. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just go back to sleep. Yi Huimin rose and headed straight for the bathroom to wash up. Yi Xingyu pursed her lips, retreating into the covers, feeling that waking up was far less comfortable than before. Chapter 34, Private fashion show Yi Hui Min washed up swiftly. She typically did not wear makeup and dressed simply before heading out. Suddenly, Yi Xingyu called out to her. It's cold outside. There's a thick coat in the closet. Do you want to wear it? Clad in a black, androgynous outfit, with a thin leather jacket and casual pants, her shirt was left open, revealing a midriff-bearing top that was quite conspicuous for the season. I am not cold. With that, she left without looking back. Yi Xingyu's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. Had she known, she wouldn't have said anything, wondering what had possessed her to express concern for her. Just then, Yi Hui Min poked half her body back into the room. If you feel cold, you can turn on the floor heating. Your face shouldn't be flushed anymore. After saying this, she departed once more. Yi Xingyu touched her cheek, lost in thought. Moments later, she got out of bed to examine her skin in the mirror. Ever since she began using the skincare products given by Yi Hui Min, her skin had been improving day by day. At this rate, becoming a natural beauty was just around the corner. For reasons unknown, she suddenly found herself liking Yi Hui Min a bit. She realized that aside from her occasional coldness, threats, and commands, she was actually quite decent, reliable, trustworthy, and always kept her word. Yi Hui Min drove the family's grocery shopping car directly to another villa in Xiong City, where the bai na that had been sent over was stored. She retrieved the item without delay and drove toward Kyoto, calling Xia Huasong along the way. Oh, you have any new instructions? Xia Huasong's voice was laced with excitement and anticipation. He had wanted to call Yi Hui Min for several days but had not found the opportunity. Where are you? I'm bringing you the bai-na. Yi Hui Min got straight to the point. Come over to my house. Xia Huasong had been recuperating at the manor every day lately. Wait for me. Xia Huasong wanted to chat a bit more, but the call was abruptly ended. Aside from his parents, no one dared to hang up first. However, he was not upset. Rather, he found Yi Hui Min's personality quite appealing. This hour, the morning rush had already passed. The drive took an hour, and they arrived at the Xia family manor. To Yi Hui Min's surprise, as she drove in, a crowd was gathered at the villa entrance. At the forefront stood a poised middle-aged woman, behind whom stood Xia Huasong and the butler. Followed by the household staff, guided by the attendants, Yi Hui Min was compelled to stop at the villa entrance rather than the distant parking lot. Xia Huasong approached with a smile and personally opened the car door. My mother insisted on welcoming you herself upon hearing you were coming. Yi Hui Min felt awkward given the commotion. She was not fond of large gatherings and would have preferred to meet Xia Huasong elsewhere had she known. Why do you share everything with your mother? Xia Huasong chuckled awkwardly. He didn't intend to it, just so happened that the butler was nearby when he answered the call, and upon seeing the young master smiling at the phone, he guessed who it was. Now that Yi Hui Min was a valued guest of the Xia family, the butler dared not be negligent and rushed to inform Xia Huasong's mother, Lin Xiaoxia. Most importantly, he told Lin Xiaoxia that her son, Xia Huasong, might have feelings for the formidable Yi Hui Min. This rare blossom on an iron tree was not something a mother could overlook. So she brought the family to welcome her at the door. Xia Huasong led Yi Hui Min to Lin Xiaoxia, introducing her. This is my mother. Yi Hui Min nodded slightly, greeting her. Hello, Auntie Dado dear, my little darling. Why are you dressed so lightly? Lin Xiaoxia exclaimed upon seeing her simple attire, feeling a pang of concern. Yi Hui Min was taken aback by the term of endearment. Pausing for a moment before replying, I run warm. I'm not afraid of the cold. Come, let us go inside and sit. The food is all prepared. Lin Xiaoxia took Yi Hui Min's hand and led her inside, rubbing her hands together a few times, intending to help warm her up, only to find that Yi Hui Min was even warmer than herself. Auntie, there's no need to be so courteous. Yi Hui Min politely declined. When Huasong was ill, I was so frightened that I ended up in the hospital too. I heard you left in a hurry last time, and didn't have dinner? So today you must have a good meal, no matter what. Saying this, Lin Xiaoxia gently patted her hand. Auntie, it's really not necessary. I had to leave due to an urgent matter that day. Yi Hui Min explained, if you come and don't eat, my husband will surely scold me for it. Please do help me out here, Lin Xiaoxia said with a smile. He has important matters to attend to and can't return. So don't hold it against him. Yi Hui Min had initially planned to drop off the items and leave, but given the conversation had escalated to this point, it was difficult to refuse their hospitality. She understood that no matter what, she had to stay for this meal, though the warmth of their welcome was somewhat overwhelming for her. Surrounded by the crowd, she ultimately found herself seated at the head of the table. with Lin Xiaoxia on her right and Xia Huasong on her left. Also dining with them were Xia Huasong's two older sisters and other important members of the Xia family residing in the manor. To those in the know, it appeared as if they were guests, while to the unaware, it seemed as though she was meeting the parents of her significant other. The meal lasted over an hour, with Lin Xiaoxia continually inquiring after her well-being and sharing anecdotes from Xia Huasong's childhood. Yi Huimin found it puzzling why these stories were being told but listened intently. The cheerful atmosphere of the family, filled with laughter and chatter, made her feel incredibly comfortable. For the first time in her life, she experienced such warmth. Even returning to the Yi family had not brought about this sense of coziness. The 2 meals she shared with her father and brothers were marred by Wang Ping's interruptions. The other times, dining with the 4 of them was merely a routine affair, aside from Yi Qi Ming's incessant chatter. Yi Xingchan was silent, and Yi Xingyu remained quiet, making it simply a meal without the lively ambience of a family gathering. After the meal, Lin Xiaoxia took Yi Huimin to the hall where renowned doctors had previously convened. Now, the room was filled with tall models. They were all adorned in the most cutting-edge fashion brands of the moment, standing in 2 rows with over 50 individuals, not including the accompanying support staff. One might easily mistake this assembly for a grand fashion show hosted by the Xia family. Little darling, do take a look and see if there's anything you fancy, Lin Xiaoxia said as she seated Yi Huimin in the center of the temporary runway. Auntie, this Yi Huimin, who had participated in fashion shows before, found this private event's scale unprecedented, and it was evident that it had been hastily organized. From the commencement of the meal to its conclusion, merely an hour and a half had elapsed, showcasing the remarkable efficiency and capability of the Xia family. Lin Xiaoxia merely raised her hand slightly, prompting butler Xia to signal a coordinator. Commence. The coordinator briefly introduced the first brand to present, while models took to the stage in succession. With each model's appearance, staff members nearby Lin Xiaoxia and Yi Huimin bowed slightly to explain the attire. Little darling, do not hesitate. Simply point to whichever piece you desire. Lin Xiaoxia, upon spotting suitable garments, would enthusiastically recommend them, fearful that Yi Huimin might overlook them. Chapter 35. Luo Min. Yi Huimin felt little interest in the clothing, as if she were being coerced into the process. The models continued to change outfits and strut down the runway, yet none caught her eye. This caused cold sweat to bead on the brows of the brand representatives, who had to change the explanation staff several times. Little darling, perhaps the styles do not appeal to you. Share your preferences with Aunt Lin, and I shall arrange for a new selection immediately. Lin Xiaoxia discerned Yi Huimin's lack of enthusiasm, particularly evident in the absence of spark in her eyes, which starkly contrasted with the excitement of the other Xia family members seated behind her. This private fashion show was ostensibly arranged for Yi Huimin, yet it was the others who seemed to be making substantial purchases. Aunt Lin, there's no need for such trouble. These clothes are quite fine, but I simply lack the desire for them. Yi Huimin wished to escape swiftly, feeling unaccustomed to such kindness. Had her mother been alive, she might have been like Lin Xiaoxia, eager to provide her with the very best. Just a moment, we shall observe the final round, Lin Xiaoxia declared, glancing at Butler Xia. Have they arrived? They have, just entered the estate. Butler Xia replied quietly. Yi Huimin felt a flicker of curiosity. Several luxury brands had already showcased their garments, and she wondered what more there could be to see. Surely, they wouldn't be sending for more pieces to be custom-made on site. That would be quite the hassle. After a brief wait, another group entered the model dressing area. Pushing clothing racks, you are certain to adore this brand, Lin Xiaoxia said with unwavering confidence. What brand is it? Yi Huimin inquired with interest. That's a secret. Lin Xiaoxia playfully made a shushing gesture. Sitting in the back row, Xia Huaisong was taken aback to see his mother connect so well with Yi Huimin. Most importantly, Yi Huimin did not appear as stiff and serious as she had during her treatment. She even smiled, and it was a delightful sight. Sister, do you think Mom has taken a liking to Miss Yi? The eldest Xia Huaixi, whispered. Xia Huajing nodded vigorously, remarking, strange, but they do seem quite well matched. Xia Huaixi nudged Xia Huaisong with her shoulder. What do you say? It's rare for a girl to catch Mom's attention. Suddenly, Xia Huaisong flushed at the question. Xia Huaixi, astonished, turned to Xia Huajing. Look, our brother is blushing. Xia Huajing had never seen her brother so bashful and couldn't help but laugh. Sure, do not speak so carelessly, Xia Huaisong stammered, hastily trying to hush them, fearing that Yi Huimin might overhear. The 2 sisters finally subdued their laughter, covering their mouths to stifle the giggles. Their voices were not loud. Yet Yi Huimin was perceptive, catching every word. She hadn't expected the Xie sisters to be so gossipy. As the music resumed, the models appeared in fresh outfits, and yet another commentator took the stage. Hello, Miss Yi. I am a representative from the Trini brand LM, tasked with presenting today's fashion. Our brand was established 3 years ago and has gained significant international acclaim. According to last year's ranking of young people's preferences globally, we are currently ranked first, and we officially entered the Z country market last August. Yi Huimin listened attentively to the commentator's introduction, finding herself more engaged than before. What do you think? Are you satisfied this time? Lin Xiaoxia asked with a proud smile, full of confidence. She noticed the change in Yi Huimin's gaze, convinced that this time they would surely find something she liked. How do you know about this brand? Aunt Lin? Yi Huimin countered, to my knowledge, it is not particularly prominent in the Z country market. You have visited our home twice. Wearing this brand each time, I assumed you had little interest in others and felt you had a particular affinity for this one, so I promptly contacted them for you to try. Lin Xiaoxia explained with a smile. I didn't expect to hit the mark. Aunt Lin, you are very thoughtful, Yi Huimin acknowledged, impressed by her attention to detail. Truly, the First Lady of the Nine Ding Society was not an ordinary individual. Her keen observations were subtly impactful. I will take all of these. Lin Xiaoxia instructed Butler Xie. Have the brand's representative come to see me. I wish to invest and receive the latest collections first. Understood, Butler Xie replied promptly, heading backstage. Yi Huimin was astonished by Lin Xiaoxia's initiative, realizing that her preferences had led to such outcomes. Before long, the LM brand's representative approached. Greetings, Madam Xie. I am Tianjia, the president of LM for the Z Country. It is an honor to meet you. Tianjia introduced herself respectfully. Your clothing is impressive and holds great potential. Once this event concludes, I will arrange for a discussion regarding investment, Lin Xiaoxia commended highly. Upon hearing that the Xie family intended to invest, Tianjia nodded fervently in gratitude. With the Xie family's prowess, LM could rapidly expand its market share and gain recognition within the Z country. Aunt Lin, are you truly going to invest? If it is for my sake, it is entirely unnecessary. Impulsive investments are a cardinal sin in the investment realm, Yi Huimin interjected. Her remark left everyone astonished, particularly Tianjia, who had just been smiling, suddenly rendered speechless in terms of investment. Lin Xiaoxia managed numerous projects for both the Xie and Lin families, overseeing assets worth trillions in the investment sphere. She was akin to a queen. Rarely did her ventures fail, and when she backed a project, it was almost guaranteed to yield returns, often reaching 99% profitability. If a company secured Lin Xiaoxia's support, it was essentially assured of success. Despite Yi Huimin's skepticism, Lin Xiaoxia remained unperturbed, patiently elucidating, the LM brand is unlike others. In each piece, I perceive a unique style and soul that resonates with me. This is why I hold them in high regard. There are few brands today that genuinely dedicate themselves to quality production, and a company of such caliber deserves my investment. Aunt Lin, you possess remarkable insight. I wish you success in your investment endeavors. Yi Huimin expressed her satisfaction with the response. You too have a discerning eye. Amidst so many brands, it is this one you chose to focus on, Lin Xiaoxia praised. Just as the two were enjoying their conversation, Tianjia suddenly scrutinized Yi Huimin from head to toe. Noting that she was clad entirely in LM attire, particularly the limited edition shoes and hat. Due to the brim of the hat obscuring her view, Tianjia could not clearly discern Yi Huimin's features. After much hesitation, she inquired, Excuse me, are you Miss Luo Min? Lin Xiaoxia looked at Tianjia in confusion before glancing back at Yi Huimin, while the others wore baffled expressions. Only Xia Huaisong and Butler Xie recognized that Luo Min referred to Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin raised her head slightly, scrutinizing Tianjia, and recalling that she did not seem to recognize her. Do you know me? Chapter 36. Experience a mother's love 3 years ago, when the LM brand was first established. You attended the company's inaugural annual meeting alongside the executives. At that time, I was merely a manager in the marketing department, and I had the fortune of witnessing your elegance from afar. You were wearing an LM limited edition hat. You may not remember someone as insignificant as me, but I have not forgotten you, Tianjia recounted, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished that attending a mere annual meeting could inspire such reverence from a president of the Z country region. Curiosity mounted over Yi Huimin's true identity. I recall attending that annual meeting. Yi Huimin said, suddenly enlightened. You have done remarkably well, advancing from a marketing manager to the president of the Z country region in just 3 years. Tianjia quickly waved her hands. My current position is largely due to you. That annual meeting showcased the designs for the upcoming spring collection, which enabled LM to rapidly penetrate markets across 2 continents and ascend to the top 10 global fashion brands. Without you, I would not be where I am today. Her words left everyone astounded, particularly the LM staff. She was the mysterious designer behind several best-selling items. It was rumored that half of the company's sales revenue stemmed from her creations. Numerous large corporations were vying to recruit her, and yet she appeared so youthful. Little darling, you are the designer for the LM brand? Lin Xiaoxia seemed to grasp the situation. Yi Huimin smiled awkwardly. Sort of, but not entirely. It's more of a side gig. I occasionally sketch a few outfits when I have some free time. Tianjia, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Miss Luo, you are far too modest in my eyes. You are the chief designer of our LM group. Although your designs are few, every classic piece that has dominated our sales charts is a creation of yours. It is fair to say that without you, LM would not be what it is today. It has been half a year since you unveiled a new collection, and I have been eagerly anticipating your latest designs. Recently, I have crafted several outfits and sent them to the headquarters design department. In about half a month, you will be able to see them, Yi Huimin informed. Then the debut of these garments must take place in Z country, where I will ensure to promote them well. Lin Xiaoxia proposed earnestly. That sounds perfect. I was just thinking along those lines. Yi Huimin readily agreed. Miss Luo, it is truly an honor to see you here today. I would like to extend a heartfelt invitation for you to visit the headquarters in the Z country region for an in-depth exchange. Many people in the company are your admirers and have long revered you as a legendary designer, Tianjia said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That moment, representatives from other brands, having heard that LM's enigmatic designer was present, gathered around, eager for a glimpse and perhaps an opportunity for collaboration, even contemplating lucrative offers. Unfortunately, they were thwarted by the security personnel from the CF family, kept at a distance of 5 meters. These representatives were presidents or vice presidents from the Z country region, who had come specifically to curry favor with the CF family, unexpectedly encountering this unforeseen situation. However, as the crowd grew, Yi Huimin lowered the brim of her hat. Concealing her features, they could only glimpse half of her face, devoid of makeup. Yet that half was enough to outshine all the models on stage. As Yi Huimin stood to leave, her height of 175 centimeters and perfect proportions were accentuated by a cropped tank top that showcased her toned abdomen. Several model managers expressed regret at her not pursuing modeling, lamenting that it was a shame she was merely a fashion designer. Thank you, Tian, for your invitation, but I truly cannot spare the time. However, I will design several exclusive pieces for the Z country region for you to sell exclusively. Yi Huimin politely declined, wishing not to draw too much attention to herself. Tianjia felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she was thrilled to receive the exclusive designs, expressing her gratitude profusely. What was meant to be a fashion show nearly turned into a fan meet and greet for Yi Huimin. Lin Xiaoxia had no choice but to escort Yi Huimin away from the scene. Apologizing for the unexpected turn of events, Lin auntie, there's no need for concern. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened, Yi Huimin remarked, surprised that her brand would be so prominent in this setting, especially since the representatives had recognized her. She had only made a brief appearance at the company, yet it was astonishing that someone remembered her for so long. Mom, I have something important to discuss with her. Why don't you continue this another day? Xia Huaisong interjected, unable to contain his impatience as he saw Lin Xiaoxia monopolizing the conversation with Yi Huimin. What was meant to be a world for two had turned into a family gathering instead. Lin Xiaoxia shot an irritated glare at Xia Huaisong, lamenting the futility of her efforts as a mother. What is most valued in marriage today? The family atmosphere. The quality of that atmosphere hinges on the mother-in-law. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are harmonious, the family thrives, she mused. Why little darling rarely visits? Why must you rush her off to work? Lin Xiaoxia complained lightly, reluctantly releasing Yi Huimin. I am quite fatigued. So if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Come find me when you have the time. She assumed that the two would retreat into the room for a health checkup, given that Xia Huaisong's condition had yet to stabilize. All right, Lin auntie, Yi Huimin replied with a smile. She genuinely liked Lin Xiaoxia, though she was less fond of the throng of people trailing behind. Once farewells were exchanged, she swiftly followed Xia Huaisong to the room where he had previously received treatment. Please do not take offense. My mother simply adores you. She has been mentioning you incessantly these past few days. Eager to express her gratitude in person, Xia Huaisong said with an awkward smile that I understand. Yi Huimin replied, reverting to her cool demeanor. LM must be the abbreviation for Luomin, your name, correct? Xia Huaisong suddenly inquired. What are you trying to investigate me? Yi Huimin retorted. Xia Huaisong had already conducted his research. He discovered that Luomin did not own any companies. He had just reviewed the ownership structure of the LM brand, which was entirely held in overseas trusts, making it impossible to trace the actual stakeholders. Who would dare? Xia Huaisong complimented. You surprise me. At such a young age, you carry the legacy of medicine and are a top-tier designer. Each identity alone would be the pinnacle for an ordinary person. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Curiosity killed the cat. It does not bode well for you, Yi Huimin warned coldly. Are you concerned about me? Xia Huaisong teased, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why? Yi Huimin raised her fist playfully. You're quite the narcissist. It's irritating. They say that hitting is a form of affection, and scolding is a sign of love. Your case. Xia Huaisong chuckled mischievously. I found my conversation with Lin Ani quite enjoyable. It felt like a friendship across generations. I think I will go downstairs to form a brotherhood with her and return to show you what maternal affection truly feels like. Yi Huimin said with a straight face. Xia Huaisong could barely stifle his laughter. Was this truly how she played? A fine young lady with no sense of romance whatsoever. Chapter 37. The Xia family crest all right? Enough with the jokes. Let us discuss serious matters, Xia Huaisong said, retrieving a briefcase and extracting a stack of documents to present to Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin accepted it with one hand and began to scrutinize the contents, which were all related to a person nicknamed Beetlenut. Dead? She exclaimed in disbelief. Xia Huaisong elaborated, we have investigated individuals known by that nickname for nearly 30 years, and only this one fits the profile. He was involved in human trafficking in Xiong City and had connections to Southeast Asia. He was once a notorious gang leader in Ji Province, imprisoned 15 years ago, sentenced to death, and has since passed away. Yi Huimin was taken aback by this outcome. In a wonder she could find no trace of this individual. He had been deceased for over a decade. What a stroke of luck for that scoundrel. Noticing her pallor, Xia Huaisong continued with updates on other investigations. We also looked into the hospital where your mother gave birth. There were no activities associated with human trafficking. It is highly likely that there was a mix-up, given the fertility policies at the time, which not only covered all expenses but also rewarded $1 million for each child born, resulting in a high number of newborns. We are now pursuing the possibility of a mix-up, tracking every newborn from your birth until discharge, although many families are no longer in Z country, which will take some time. Please send me the list of those abroad in the domestic sphere. Xia Huaisong held sway, but abroad was Yi Huimin's domain. Of course, he nodded in agreement. Thank you for your hard work, Yi Huimin said, placing a Baidao bracelet on the table for thorough examination. Do not disclose this. It is an initial experimental specimen of dubious origin. Xia Huaisong inquired curiously. Where did it come from? Medical fees. Yi Huimin replied evasively. As for how that came to be, I am not certain. In truth, she had acquired it during a mission, having inadvertently taken it from a target. Your treatment cost that much? Xia Huaisong exclaimed in surprise. Though this Baidao was merely an initial prototype, its value far surpassed that of finished products. It was not something that could be easily measured in monetary terms. There are times when no payment is required, depending on the circumstances, Yi Huimin stated plainly. Xia Huaisong felt like a fool, having spent $2 billion on his treatment. However, the adage that what is free is the most valuable rang true. If money could resolve an issue, then it was best left to money. After all, spending $2 billion to save his life was an incredible bargain, especially considering the opportunity to know the enigmatic Yi Huimin. I will make good use of this Baidao, Xia Huaisong said, producing a ring from his pocket. This is my family crest. Should you encounter any trouble, you can always rely on the local Juding Society to summon the Xia family's influence. Then I shall not be polite. Yi Huimin accepted the crest without hesitation. After all, her initial intent in treating Xia Huaisong was to gain leverage from the Xia family's standing in Z country. She examined the crest closely. It was wide and round, adorned with the Xia family totem depicting a bow and arrow, with a code and the initials XHS inscribed on the inner side of the band. Yours? Yi Huimin recognized it as something he had long cherished. Indeed, Xia Huaisong affirmed. TOC, it is to see me. Do you have no new ones? Yi Huimin inquired, wishing to exchange it. Each family crest is specially certified. Each member of the Xie family possesses one. If you wish for a new one, you must become part of the Xie family. Xia Huaisong explained with a smile. Since it represents personal identity, you should keep it for your own use. Yi Huimin offered the ring back. I can be reached directly if needed. That suffices, she said. Xia Huaisong did not reach out to take it. Keep it. I can still prove my identity without it, unless someone is particularly obtuse. That works too. It saves me the trouble of bothering you. Yi Huimin decided and placed the ring into her Baida bracelet. Xia Huaisong, feeling anxious, added, actually, it is still possible to trouble me. Contacting me directly would be more efficient. That is merely a backup. Seeing his earnestness, a hint of a smile broke through Yi Huimin's typically aloof facade. It depends on my mood, she replied playfully. Xia Huaisong, captivated by her radiant smile, could not help but compliment, you look truly beautiful when you smile. In an instant, Yi Huimin's smile vanished, and she commanded coldly, undress. Since you are here, I need to examine you. You are recovering quite rapidly, but during this period, it is best to avoid strenuous activities. Focus on rest and recuperation. Yi Huimin advised, strenuous activities? I haven't even been with a woman, Xia Huaisong replied, puzzled. Yi Huimin sighed. I meant activities like running or swimming. Your kidneys have just recovered. They should not be subjected to any stimulus. We will determine what exercises you can do when I return next time. All right, I will wait for you. Xia Huaisong nodded obediently. Yi Huimin had just completed all her tasks and was preparing to leave, only to realize it was dinner time. Lin Xiaoxia, with persuasive words, managed to keep her for dinner. Xia Weishang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. After the socializing concluded, it was already 8 in the evening, and Lin Xiaoxia still wished for Yi Huimin to stay overnight. Yi Huimin nearly didn't manage to leave, but after repeated insistence, she finally drove away from the Xie family manor. Before departing, the overwhelming warmth made her hesitant to return. Yet, after leaving, she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Yi Huimin's master was a cold and austere individual, who, aside from imparting skills and sharing past experiences, never engaged in the casual banter typical of ordinary households. The closest person to her was Aunt Luo, but due to her commitment to learning, their time together was scarce. For Yi Huimin, the feeling of familial happiness was a precious rarity, something she had been deprived of since childhood. Whenever the lights illuminated homes and families gathered, she would seek solitude in a secluded spot, as if she were the only person in the world. It wasn't until she had honed her skills and officially graduated, successfully completing numerous tasks, that her master revealed her past. Armed with this newfound information, Yi Huimin forged ahead, overcoming countless obstacles, until she ultimately located the Yi family. As she drove a considerable distance away, she occasionally glanced back at the Xie family manor through the rearview mirror. A father with vision, a gentle and meticulous mother, a gossipy sister, and the endearingly foolish Xia Weishang. What a fascinating family they were. The thought of them brought a smile to her lips. However, recalling her own hodgepodge of a family made her smile quickly fade. She pressed the accelerator firmly, speeding down the highway, seeking the adrenaline rush to momentarily escape her worries. Yet, within 10 minutes, she found herself stuck in traffic, not from vehicles, but from people. The road was filled with crowds, and rows of supercars lined the streets. The sounds of engines, screams, shouts, and camera clicks echoed throughout the thoroughfare. Move that old Audi out of the way, don't block the road. A hip-hop guy approached and knocked on her hood. Chapter 38. What is going on? Yi Huimin turned off the engine and removed the key. The hip-hop guy glared at her with fierce eyes and shouted, Do you not understand? Yi Huimin undid her seatbelt, exited the vehicle, and without hesitation, seized his hand and twisted it back. A pained howl escaped him. Let go! Let go! The hip-hop guy's face contorted with agony, bloodshot eyes wide with shock. Can't we just talk? Yi Huimin replied coldly, I can just let go first. Noticing he still didn't relent, he explained, this road is only for participating supercars. Other vehicles must pull over. Get lost? As Yi Huimin released his grip, she forcefully shoved him forward. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Many onlookers witnessed the scene and gathered around. Several of the hip-hop guy's companions, who were responsible for maintaining order, suddenly closed and Point One asked, How did you get bullied by a woman? Clutching his hand in pain, the hip-hop guy, now seeing reinforcements, changed his tune. This vile woman is causing trouble. Yi Huimin frowned. thinking that if the road hadn't been so jammed, she would have been nearly home by now. Who had nothing better to do than disrupt things on a cold day? Are you out of your mind? I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your words. You're the one with issues. Can't you see we're blocking the road for a race? And you dare to drive through here, demanding me to move my car and then hitting me? The hip-hop guy played the victim. Oh, what if I hit you? Is this road yours? You can't just block it whenever you please. Today, I'm going to take care of you, da. Yi Huimin couldn't be bothered to reason with him. I'm letting you off easy because you're a woman, so hurry up and drive away. This isn't your playground. If you keep causing a scene, we won't be so lenient. Someone stepped forward to issue a stern warning. Yi Huimin scanned the 5 men in front of her with a cold gaze. Smirking in disdain. Coincidentally, I want to indulge men who act tough in front of me. Let us see what you've got. I'm in a hurry. Just as tensions were about to escalate, someone suddenly emerged from the crowd. Hey, everyone, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yi Huimin recognized the familiar figure. Then, another person rushed over. Turning to the side, she was surprised to see Yi Xingchen. What are you two doing here? She recalled hearing Yi Qiming ask Yi Xingchen to accompany him to watch a car race that day. Little did she expect it to be an underground racing event. Yi Xingchen signed. Sister, you should leave first. Yi Qiming waved his hand behind him. Sister Min, get in the car first. I'll handle this. The hip-hop guy snorted. Oh, look who's calling for help. You two skinny men won't be much of a match. Laughter erupted from the crowd, completely dismissing them. Lei Gu is my friend. Let us call it a day. Yi Qiming negotiated. Oh, what if you're Lei Gu's friend? This is Jiang Gu's territory. Even Lei Gu must tread carefully. Take your mute friend and get lost. Today, we'll let you go without a fight. But before he could finish, a muffled grunt echoed as he was sent flying into the crowd, crashing into several onlookers before landing on the ground. The speed of the kick was so quick that no one had time to react. Once they did, they realized it was Yi Huimin's doing. Get out of the way! Yi Huimin commanded to Yi Xingchen. Move aside. Yi Qiming was left dumbfounded, contemplating calling the police. After that kick, things had escalated beyond control, especially with so many people present. Sister, we should run. There are too many of them. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Yi Huimin tossed the car keys to Yi Qiming and urged him to get inside. To her surprise, Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen had already braced themselves for a fight, standing resolutely by her side. Let us take down this foul woman, the hip-hop guy shouted. The remaining 3 charged forward. Yi Huimin placed her hands on the shoulders of the 2 brothers, performing a split kick that sent both of them flying. As she landed, she delivered a powerful punch into the abdomen of one of them, who immediately curled up in pain on the ground. Only the hip-hop guy remained standing, bewildered at how his companions had suddenly collapsed. Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow. Just now, who were you going to take down? Surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. She's incredibly strong. Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen were still processing what had just happened, feeling as if they had just shrunk in size and could hardly move. Once they regained their senses, they noticed 3 individuals sprawled at their feet, wailing in agony. I am one of Jiang Gu's people. I advise you not to cause trouble, the hip-hop guy stammered, retreating in fear. What's Jiang Gu to me? If I want to take you down, even the King of Heaven can only watch. Yi Huimin advanced, delivering 2 sharp slaps that echoed through the crowd. The hip-hop guy, unable to retaliate, crumpled to the ground. What? Still not convinced? Seeing the resentment in his eyes, Yi Huimin stepped forward and landed a kick to his face. The hip-hop guy protected his head, cowering as he shrank back. You'll regret this. Just wait until I make a call. Yi Huimin, hands in her pockets, scoffed. Go ahead and called. At that moment, Yi Qiming approached quietly. Sister, we should leave. We can't afford to mess with Jiang Gu. He has solid connections. Yi Huimin glanced around and asked, Where's Xingyue? Is it just the 2 of you here? Yi Qiming looked embarrassed and chuckled nervously. We snuck out. Please don't tell Mom and Dad, or I'll get a beating. Yi Huimin shot him a disapproving look, realizing why he had insisted on bringing Yi Xingchen along, to divert some of the blame when they got scolded. Clear the way! Clear the way! Suddenly, a path opened in the crowd as a group approached. Wielding cue sticks. One particularly agitated red-haired individual shouted hoarsely, Damn it, it's you again, you little wench. The bespectacled man scanned the area, inquiring, Where's that brat with the bell from last time? Yi Huimin couldn't believe her eyes. Old acquaintances. She glanced at them. Oh, didn't we finish our little performance last time? Want to go for another round? Yi Qiming leaned in curiously. Sister, do you know them? No, I just gave them a beating last time. Yi Huimin replied casually. Da. Why Yi Qiming was shocked, his eyes widening. Seriously? You dare to mess with them? The guy with glasses is Jiang Guo's younger brother. They relatives of the Xiao family from the Jiuding Society, and they organized this underground racing event. Why Yi Huimin remained unfazed. So what? Let us just deal with them first. Chapter 39. Barehanded Bent. My heavens! Yi Qiming was petrified by Yi Huimin's reckless disregard. Sister, you've lost your mind. With the Xiao family's power, they could bankrupt the Yi family in an instant. He didn't blame Yi Huimin. After all, she had grown up abroad and was unfamiliar with the domestic landscape, but he never expected her to stir up such a significant mess upon her return. Oh? Is that so? Yi Huimin scoffed. The bespectacled man stepped forward, taunting. Are you scared now? Kneel down and bow 3 times and pay $1 million. Maybe we'll let you go. Suddenly, someone leaned in beside the bespectacled man, whispering, last time. Our car's fuel and dashcam were stolen. Along with towing fees, rescue fees, and compensation for emotional distress, $1 million is too cheap for this wench. The bespectacled man pondered the situation, his frustration only intensified. That night, amidst the howling winds and swirling snow of the mountains, he struggled for what felt like an eternity before finally receiving a signal to call for rescue. A group of individuals braved the elements, enduring the biting cold for several hours. 30 million. If you 3 wish to be spared, then no one shall leave this place. Upon hearing that there was a possibility for leniency, Yi Qiming immediately acquiesced. Wait a moment, I shall call my father right now. Just as he retrieved his phone, it was snatched away by Yi Huimin. Sister, what are you doing? This matter can only be resolved by asking Dad for money. I have experienced. Why Yi Qiming attempted to reclaim his phone. Silence! Yi Huimin shot him a frosty glare, insisting that he resolve his own issues from now on. Why, Yi Qiming felt a chilling dread that penetrated deeper than the winter's cold. He had never anticipated that his sister, who occasionally jested, could be so merciless when angered. He quickly fell silent, and Yi Huimin produced her own phone, playing a video. The onlookers beheld a figure kneeling and singing Conquer, the voice unmistakably similar to that of the red-haired man. 50 million. I'll sell you the video of your beating that day, and if not, I shall ensure it spreads across the globe in an instant. A sly grin danced upon Yi Huimin's lips. The red-haired man, the first to lose his composure, shouted, Shut that off, you bastard. The original footage, with no middleman profiting, authenticity guaranteed, and a first-hand account. Why Yi Huimin raised an eyebrow, remarking, I think the main character bears a resemblance to you. At that moment, several of the red-haired man's lackeys whispered among themselves. Wasn't it said that he was injured during a fight that day? The video suggests he didn't win but was instead beaten. No way, I remember there were 6 of us. How could he not even defeat 2? This woman seems to possess some martial skills. Didn't you see she has already taken down 5 by herself? The bespectacled man and the red-haired man felt utterly humiliated and boasted of driving the others away, omitting the truth to their comrades, fearing exposure and refraining from seeking revenge. Little did they know fate would bring them back together. Now, the video was being played, a public execution of sorts. Surrounded by friends from affluent families who indulged in racing, they found themselves utterly disgraced, pushed down and rubbed in the dirt, unable to endure any longer. The red-haired man roared, I will kill you today. He swung his golf club, fueled by rage, aiming to smash Yi Huimin's forehead to bits. At that moment, his murderous intent peaked. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the person before him was a true harbinger of death. Yi Huimin made no attempt to evade. She effortlessly caught the club with one hand, and no matter how hard he swung, the club remained suspended in the air, unmoving. This scene left the crowd in stunned silence. Could this woman truly possess such strength? But in the next moment, she shattered their perceptions once again. With a slight exertion of her thumb, the golf club began to bend, bending, and bending further still. That was a titanium alloy club, and yet she twisted it with just her thumb. Unbelievable. Unheard of. Had they not witnessed it themselves, anyone would assume it was a special effect. Wow! Gasped the crowd in astonishment. The red-haired man, terrified, quickly released the club. The bespectacled man could no longer remain passive. He understood that if things continued this way, he would once again face disgrace. With so many witnesses present, silencing them would not be easy. It was imperative to regain control. Brothers, let us all go at her. We cannot allow a woman to trample us. With a rallying cry, a dozen men armed with golf clubs charged forward, making it appear as though a gang war had erupted over territory. The onlookers hastily retreated, keeping their distance. Yi Qiming and Yi Xingqian intended to assist, but Yi Huimin coldly advised, "Stay back. I have no time to protect you." With that, she charged forth, delivering a flying kick and sweeping leg strike that sent two men crashing to the ground. Yi Qiming, initially eager to join, immediately grabbed Yi Xingqian's arm, saying, "Let us not be a hindrance. Let us find a place where I can call Lei Gu and see if he can mediate." The two swiftly took refuge inside an Audi. Yi Huimin dealt with the unruly crowd with only a fraction of her strength, mindful not to kill anyone with a single punch. After all, this was Z country, where the law was strict and public murder would have dire repercussions. However, while death may be avoided, punishment was inevitable. Anyone daring to charge at her should be prepared to be sent flying. In less than 2 minutes, the group lay sprawled on the ground, writhing like maggots. Every single one of them was downed with a single blow. Even those who attempted to rise for another round were quelled by a mere glance from Yi Huimin. The terrified spectators recoiled further, fearful that Yi Huimin might mistakenly target them. Even in the dead of winter, a blow from her would be excruciating. Yi Huimin surveyed her surroundings and noticed a striking red figure. She approached and seized the red-haired man's hair, dragging him along. What are you doing? Let go," he pleaded, howling in desperation. Yi Huimin brought him to stand beside the bespectacled man and then released him. "You too, kneel." The red-haired man, experienced in such matters, obediently knelt. The bespectacled man, still clutching his chest and groaning, received a swift kick from Yi Huimin, causing his new glasses to crack, teetering on the brink of destruction. With his eyes shut tight, he dared not face the world again. "Get up and kneel." Point 3. The red-haired man, understanding the gravity of the situation, assisted the bespectacled man. He knew the protocol. Disobedience would result in a kick. Although a man's knees are said to hold gold, kneeling before an audience is profoundly humiliating, yet compliance was essential. The pain of a kick was all too real, akin to being struck by a vehicle. 50 million, 30 million each for you. Today, I shall let you off lightly. Yi Huimin's lips curled into a slight smirk. The red-haired man had encountered beautiful women demanding money, but he had never met one who demanded both money and a life. He timidly inquired, Could you lower the price a bit?" Chapter 40. You are still too green. Is your family that impoverished? Do you truly lack this amount of money? Yi Huimin mocked, or do you believe your worthless life is not worth this sum? The red-haired man was rendered speechless by her taunt. Wealth begets wealth. Whatever his family provided, he spent. Those suddenly produced several tens of millions felt like the sky was caving in. "Stop talking nonsense. My brother will be here soon, and he'll deal with her." The bespectacled man, uninterested in haggling, remained defiant. Yi Huimin responded with a swift slap. "Who are you threatening? Don't think your brother or even your father will make a difference." The blow sent the bespectacled man's glasses flying, and blood immediately streamed from his nose. "Blood, I'm bleeding." He clutched his nose, horrified to find his hand covered in blood, staining his down jacket. Yi Huimin kicked him to the ground. "Bring anyone you want. Today, I will make sure you pay up willingly. Who dares to bully my people on my turf?" As soon as she finished speaking, the bespectacled man turned to the newcomer, pleading, "Brother, save me quickly. This vile woman is being excessively cruel, completely disregarding our Shi family, and even daring to extort me." Yi Huimin did not spare him a glance, placing her foot on the bespectacled man's mouth and addressing Shi Jiang. "Are you this fool's brother? He owes me 1.1 billion. Will you repay it for him?" "I advise you not to overstep," Shi Jiang replied, glancing at the dozen men sprawled on the ground, wary of making a premature move. Despite his own entourage, he felt somewhat outmatched. "Overstep?" Yi Huimin pondered for a moment, acknowledging that it was indeed excessive. "Your brother chased me relentlessly, even threatening my life, but alas, he has provoked the wrong person." With that, she exerted more pressure beneath her foot. The bespectacled man's face pressed against the frozen ground, his breathing becoming labored, struggling to speak as he pounded the ground with his hands, resembling a helpless penguin. Shi Jiang's companions ground their teeth, itching to intervene. That moment, Yi Qiming rushed over. Sister, please ease up. If you kill him, it will cause big trouble. Lei Gu is on his way. He promised to mediate and help resolve the conflict. Yi Huimin shot him a sidelong glance, her voice icy. Are you instructing me on how to handle my affairs? Yi Qiming faltered. I wouldn't dare. Only then did he realize that this person before him was his sister when she was happy, and a cold-hearted woman when displeased. He signaled to Yi Xingchen to intervene. Yi Xingchen approached, but without any gestures, Yi Huimin withdrew her foot. She was ruthless in dealing with threats, but maintained a measure of restraint in combat. She simply disliked Yi Qiming interfering in her matters. Nevertheless, such concern was a rarity. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fled in the face of impending doom. What background does your sister have? This commotion is quite significant. I doubt Shi Jiang will take it lightly. Zhou Lei quietly inquired of Yi Qiming. Lei Gu, please help. This is my biological sister. She is still adjusting to life in Z country. Yi Qiming implored, his tone nearly desperate. Zhou Lei, akin to Shi Jiang, was a relative of the Jiuding society, holding a similar social standing, both families being T2 level. I'll give it a try, but Shi Jiang will definitely not relent. Be prepared for some financial loss. After reminding him, Zhou Lei approached Shi Jiang. Before he could speak, Shi Jiang raised his hand to halt him, declaring, I won't show anyone face in this matter. Mind your own business. She fights so well. Can you guarantee that your wealthy friends can win? Your brother is still lying on the ground. Do you wish for him to freeze to death? Zhou Lei stated bluntly, laying the situation bare. Shi Jiang, lacking confidence, would have otherwise sent his men to attack without hesitation. What do you propose? I will grant you a favor today, Shi Jiang offered, providing an avenue for resolution. The purpose of their gathering was to race cars. Originally, they had wagered 1 million. But it now seemed they would have to revise the terms. If I win, you let them go, and today's incident is forgotten. Zhou Lei proposed, what if you lose? Shi Jiang pressed on. You should name your price and let them compensate you. Zhou Lei turned to Yi Qiming and inquired, is that acceptable? No problem. Yi Qiming nodded in agreement. Then it's 110 million, and that woman must kneel to apologize to my brother. I'll consider this matter settled. Shi Jiang stipulated. Yi Huimin scoffed. This affair is not for others to decide. Yi Qiming urged, Sister, let us not create a scene. This is our only chance to escape. Brother Lei is a professional racer. His driving skills are exceptional, and we will surely win. Yi Huimin patted his shoulder and replied. You re still too naive. If Zhou Lei were truly confident of winning, he wouldn't have asked you to prepare for financial loss in advance. All he needs to do is to let the race be rigged. He exerts effort while doing a favor for the Shi family. In the end, we'll be the ones who lose. No, that can't be. Brother Lei isn't that kind of person. Yi Qiming had considered the possibility of losing, but never imagined it would be in such a way. Face is earned through one's own efforts. Don't think that knowing someone influential allows you to act recklessly in the face of profit. You are merely cannon fodder, sold out and still counting others' money. Yi Huimin patiently imparted a lesson to Yi Qiming. The world is treacherous, and human nature is complex. The moment you rely on others, your fate is already sealed. I am a solitary assassin, with no one behind me. Nor do I need anyone. Because no one is trustworthy, no one can be relied upon. I am trying to help you, and yet you distrust me so. Zhou Lei, overhearing the siblings' conversation, suddenly lost his temper. I won't involve myself in this matter anymore. Do as you pleased. Yi Qiming found himself caught in the middle, unsure of what to say, and even more uncertain about how to resolve the situation. Yi Huimin fixed her gaze on Shi Jiang and declared, Sure, I will race you myself. If I win, you will pay 110 million and have your brother bow 3 times in apology. Today, I'll let you off. But in the future, if you see me, you'd best steer clear. If I lose, you can do as you wish. You can race? Shi Jiang asked, incredulous. The number of female racers he had encountered in reality was negligible. If I can drive, we'll know once we compete. Yi Huimin retorted with a cold smile. Fine, let us have a race. If I win, the previous terms still stand. From now on, if you see anyone from the Shi family, keep your distance. Shi Jiang readily agreed. Zhou Lei interjected, then let us race together. It seems I cannot afford to come in anything less than first today. We'll count our results separately, Shi Jiang proposed. No problem, the usual rules, Zhou Lei concurred. Yi Huimin reached out to Yi Qiming, saying, Return the car keys you just gave me. Yi Qiming stood in shock, pointing at the Audi in the distance, and exclaimed, Sister, You're not actually going to race that grocery getter, are you? Yi Huimin dismissed him with disdain. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? That car will suffice. This scene elicited laughter from the onlookers. Shi Jiang taunted, if you don't have a car, just say so. I have a whole row of supercars behind me. Choose whichever you like. Chapter 41. All in Yi Xingchen stepped forward and produced the car keys from his pocket. He pointed in a direction and gestured, we drove a Mercedes. You can take it for the race. The Yi family owned 4 cars. One for Yi Zhenxing, one for Wang Ping, one shared by the 3 children, and one for the servants to fetch groceries. Since they were all still teenagers in high school, they hadn't bought any supercars yet. The Mercedes was a gift for Yi Xingchen's coming-of-age ceremony, specifically chosen at Yi Qiming's urging. Although it could not compare to supercars, it was certainly superior to a grocery getter. One reason Yi Qiming brought Yi Xingchen along was to serve as the driver. As he had yet to obtain his driver's license, Yi Huimin waved her hand in refusal. They are not worthy of me using my full strength. At this declaration, the crowd was astonished. Truly audacious, brazenly overconfident, she would soon learn how she would lose. This woman was indeed inexperienced. Brother Lei was a professional racer ranked among the top 100 in the nation. Not to mention, Brother Jiang had won 8 consecutive underground races, with no one ever defeating him. Her refusal to switch cars surely indicated she wanted an excuse. That way, if she lost, it would sound more palatable. This woman is truly cunning. Even if Brother Lei and Brother Jiang won, it would seem like an unearned victory. The crowd whispered among themselves, wary of being overheard by Yi Huimin, the fierce woman. Unfortunately, they underestimated her keen awareness. If one wishes to remain inconspicuous, one should refrain from speaking carelessly. Yi Huimin paid no mind to the doubts and ridicule directed her way. Only strength can silence the murmurs of the crowd. It is the weak who argue about right and wrong. The strong simply stand as the truth. Yi Huimin reclaimed her car keys, driving the grocery getter towards the starting line. Bets. Place your bets before it's too late. Only 15 minutes left. Organizers were setting up betting stations, a hallmark of underground racing events, designed to enhance audience engagement. In truth, it was also a way for Shi Jiang and his associates to make money. Each race had billions at stake, with the minimum bet set at 10,000. Brother Jiang's Pagani had odds of 1.2, Brother Lei's Koenigsegg at 1.2, and the woman's Audi at 1.10. The odds were announced. It sounded enticing. A 10,000 bet could yield 100,000. Only a madman would bet on the Audi. It was akin to giving away money. Not just madmen but utter fools. Anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that the wretched Audi couldn't outpace a Pagani or a Koenigsegg. Besides, the drivers are a professional racer and an underground racer. Someone pointed out, I'll bet 200,000 on Brother Jiang. 450,000. I'll bet on Brother Lei. 1,000. I'll bet on the Audi. Yi Qiming also placed a bet. The moment he did, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. However, realizing the driver was his sister, they quickly accepted it. A mere 1,000 was insignificant. Should she lose the race, not only would they owe 110 million, but they would also have to kneel in apology. Those with money are fools. Tossing 1,000 into the ocean will still make a splash. Someone jested, I support my sister. It's none of your business. If you keep talking, I'll have my sister kick you away. Yi Qiming was no longer intimidated, feeling strong. After all, even if a dozen people ganged up on Yi Huimin, they wouldn't last 2 minutes. Yi Xingchen patted Yi Qiming's shoulder. Help me place $1 million. Yi Qiming doubted his eyes and confirmed, are you insane? $1 million? You are betting all your pocket money? I'm supporting my sister. Yi Xingchen smiled. A mere 10 to 20,000 is fine. If she loses, you can scrape together the remainder to pay it back. Yi Qiming, in truth, didn't harbor much hope for winning. From both the car and the driver's perspectives, anyone with a semblance of awareness would recognize the inevitable loss. Yi Xingchen shook his head. Just $1 million. I want to support my sister without reserve. Impressive. No wonder you two are twins. Yi Qiming was impressed. Such audacity was truly remarkable. He acquiesced to Yi Xingchen's decision, placing $1 million on the Audi, and he himself gritted his teeth and added another 90,000 for support. He was already bracing himself to eat humble pie later. And if things went awry, he might have to borrow some cash from Yi Xingyue. I'll bet 1,000 to support the Audi. It's about time a woman got some recognition. It's my first time seeing such a formidable woman. She's got character, and I like her. I'll bet 50,000. That woman's confidence, might just make her the dark horse. ILL wager 80,000. Many women were unconcerned with winning or losing, supporting Yi Huimin from appreciation and admiration. Betting substantial amounts on her Audi IT was purely an act of support. Winning would be a bonus, while losing was inconsequential. This betting pool amassed a staggering 2 billion, but the funds placed on the Audi barely exceeded 500,000. 15 minutes later, the race officially commenced. The referee stepped forward with a megaphone, explaining the rules. The race covers a distance of 5 kilometers, circling the mountains. The first to reach the finish line wins. As his words faded, the 3 cars emitted distinct roars, igniting the nerves of all in attendance. 3.2.1. With the sound of a whistle, before the echoes dissipated, the 3 cars had already left the starting line. The only visible rear was that of the Audi. The Pagani and Koenigsegg accelerated rapidly, bursting forth from the starting line. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 3 drones ascended, capturing the race from above. Temporary screens displayed the race's progress, and the crowd watched intently. Go, Brother Zhang, maintain that lead. It's no surprise he is the underground racing emperor. Winning this round would mark his 9th consecutive victory. Go, Brother Lei. Overtake on the next curve. The crowd erupted in cheers, each rooting for their favored racer. Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen, watching Yi Huimin lag behind, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. They realized they were gripping each other's hands tightly, the tension palpable, despite their mental preparation for a loss. Witnessing it firsthand was still unbearable. After the first turn, suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the Audi is catching up. Her speed is astonishing. Is this woman insane? She is not breaking through the turn. She is reckless." Observant individuals quickly discerned the situation. Did anyone clock her cornering speed? 176 kilometers per hour? Good heavens! This woman is throwing caution to the wind. We should have made her sign a waiver beforehand. A staff member inquired, "What about Brother Zhang and Zhou Lei?" Brother Zhang at 134 kilometers per hour, Zhou Lei at 142 kilometers per hour. The revelation of these figures left the crowd in disbelief. Yet, witnessing it firsthand made it undeniable. Audi, 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 several girls began chanting. Those who had placed their bets, initially out of support, now saw a glimmer of hope for profit. With odds of 1/10, if they won, the earnings were secondary. They would have enough tales to tell for a year. Dark horses are not uncommon, but betting on one is rare. Chapter 42. The Light of Hell. The racecourse of 5 kilometers winds through treacherous mountain paths, characterized by an abundance of sharp turns. Speed on a straightaway does not equate to true velocity. It is the adept navigation of corners that defines genuine swiftness. A proficient racer must contemplate the speed at the apex of each turn, determining precisely where to brake, the extent of braking required, and the techniques to employ while cornering. If the contest were solely a matter of speed, Yi Huimin would stand no chance. Whether in a Pagani or a Koenigsegg, any driver with a modicum of sense would simply press the accelerator and, with feet to the pedals, could claim victory. However, maneuvering through bends necessitates more than a fine automobile. It demands the driver's experience and skill. This woman possesses an undeniable talent. Who exactly is she? Zhou Lei was taken aback that after merely 2 turns, Yi Huimin had him firmly in her grasp, impossible to shake off. He could only establish a slight lead on the straight sections. But the numerous curves and uphill stretches quickly closed the gap. Most astonishingly, Yi Huimin navigated the corners with remarkable speed, hugging the inner edge of the bend. In contrast, Zhou Lei found himself unable to approach so closely on certain sharp turns. Forced to adopt a wider arc to pass through successfully, sweat poured down his forehead. If he were to be bested by an unknown woman driving a dilapidated Audi, his reputation would suffer irreparable damage. No matter what, that must not happen. As long as I'm here, you shall not pass. Faced with the next turn, Zhou Lei felt a twinge of uncertainty, an ominous premonition that Yi Huimin would overtake him from the inside. He resolved to gamble everything, determined to impede her progress. "Come at me if you dare." He prepared to challenge her on the inside, believing this to be the only way to secure his position ahead. Yi Huimin perceived his intentions and dismissed them entirely, flooring the accelerator and remaining steadfast in her pursuit, showing no signs of deceleration. Zhou Lei panicked. At this rate, if he attempted to drift through with the accelerator pressed, he would undoubtedly be struck by the Audi from the side, an SUV colliding with a supercar. Wouldn't that be sheer annihilation? The carbon fiber frame could not withstand such an impact. Madwoman, where did this lunatic come from? Is she intent on dragging us both to hell? Zhou Lei faltered, ultimately opting for a wider turn. Seizing the moment, Yi Huimin executed a slick drift and shot past him, gaining an immediate half-car lead. Zhou Lei wished to accelerate and reclaim his position, but despite his resolve, he lacked the courage. The Audi's rear was firmly planted before him, offering no opportunity for overtaking. Should he force his way through, he would face the dilemma of collision versus non-collision. It was merely a race. There was no need to risk his life. Moreover, a Koenigsegg crashing into an Audi would be a catastrophic loss. Even a mere scrape would be agonizingly painful. The live event, the crowd erupted. Incredible. This woman is fierce, utterly putting her life on the line. But does sheer desperation equate to skill? This was a blatant demonstration of technical superiority. This woman is audacious. I've encountered tough competitors before, but never someone so ruthless and reckless. Anyone who dares to claim that women cannot race, I shall replay the footage for them to witness with their own eyes. Just for this moment, even if she doesn't finish first, my support for her is not in vain. It is worthwhile to go, Audi. End his streak of 8 consecutive victories. Zhou Lei, deemed incompetent, could not even fend off a woman. Shi Jiang had already glimpsed the Audi in his rearview mirror. The Audi, devoid of headlights, relied solely on the streetlights to navigate the mountain roads. With 2/3 of the course completed, the remaining segment was downhill and winding. Yi Huimin continued to apply pressure, yet she had yet to find an opportunity to in terms of skill. Shi Jiang may not rival Zhou Lei, but when it comes to familiarity with the terrain, Zhou Lei was no match for Shi Jiang. Having won 8 consecutive races in this area, Shi Jiang was well acquainted with the course. He knew precisely how to handle each turn and what lay ahead. It could be said that this was his undeniable domain. With 1/5 of the distance left, it appeared that the Audi's chances were slim. The final 5 consecutive bends were Shi Jiang's signature route. Previously, several competitors had led but ultimately succumbed here. Now, Shi Jiang firmly held first place, and victory was assured. The Audi faced immense challenges. Confronted by Shi Jiang ahead and Zhou Lei closely behind, maintaining second place was no small feat. Damn! Zhou Lei is utterly pathetic, a professional racer unable to keep pace with a mere woman. Look, we're about to enter the decisive 5 bends. A cold smirk crept across Shi Jiang's face. Exuding an air of certainty, before approaching the turn, he arrogantly extended a middle finger towards Yi Huimin as a taunt. However, time was short, and he quickly retracted his hand to grip the steering wheel tightly. Though it was a fleeting moment, Yi Huimin had already observed everything. She felt no anger. Instead, just before Shi Jiang prepared to take the turn, she flicked her high beams twice and surged ahead. Shi Jiang, caught off guard, felt a disorienting haze. By the time he regained his composure, he narrowly avoided a catastrophic collision with the guardrail, but the delay had cost him his lead, dropping him to second place. He saw the Audi's taillights illuminate before him, along with a middle finger raised in mockery, as if conveying endless derision. Simultaneously, Zhou Lei surged forward, poised to capitalize on the opportunity to overtake him. This woman plays dirty. She's resorting to tricks against me. Shi Jiang seethed with anger, finally realizing why the Audi had refrained from turning on its headlights. It had been biding its time for this very moment. The live audience erupted into a chorus of screams. Following this, a wave of male lamentations ensued. They were bewildered by the sudden turn of events. All they saw was the Audi flickering its lights twice before effortlessly overtaking the Pagani and claiming first place. No one would have anticipated that the Audi could win, especially not on the first turn of the 5 bends, which Shi Jiang knew so well. Yet, this was still Shi Jiang's territory. Zhou Lei briefly surpassed him, but was soon overtaken again in the 4th bend, while the Audi had already completed the 5th turn. Racing towards the finish line. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. A piercing sound sliced through the air as the Audi crossed the finish line first, continuing for a considerable distance before gradually coming to a halt. Close behind were the Pagani and the Koenigsegg. Shi Jiang exited the vehicle, furious, slamming the door as he marched towards Yi Huimin. You played dirty, nearly costing me my life. What? Have you seen the light of hell? Yi Huimin scoffed. Had it not been for your high beams blinding me, could you have defeated me? Shi Jiang was indignant. You two kept your high beams on the entire way. What do you mean you only flicked them twice? I flashed my lights for less than a second, and you couldn't handle it? That was a highway. It's pitch dark in the mountains. How could we see without high beams? Shi Jiang retorted defiantly. You should either keep them on or not at all. What is the point of flashing them suddenly? Chapter 43. Insufficient funds. Yi Huimin countered. Have you ever taken a driving test? Don't claim to be a driver. When overtaking, using high beams can alert the vehicle in front to yield. And I only flashed them twice, barely illuminating the outer edge of the turn. This is called preemptively lighting the curve, warning oncoming traffic. Dio, you have even a hint of safety awareness. Her succinct rebuttal left Shi Jiang speechless. Zhou Lei listened, genuinely impressed at her audacity in discussing safety. Throughout the race, they had navigated bends at breakneck speeds, often teetering on the brink of disaster. He had been a clear witness to it all. Yet, to be honest, her skills were indeed remarkable. Losing was not in vain. However, he was in a sports car while Yi Huimin drove an SUV. The disparity was far from trivial, leaving him with no dignity in defeat. At this moment, the crowd began to gather around them. They cared little for discussions about high beams, in underground racing. Even collisions are met with indifference. What mattered was who crossed the finish line first. Audi, Audi, Audi. The female fans of Audi were ecstatic, initially there to support, now reveling in unexpected victory. Indeed, one cannot rely on men for financial gain. Women hold the key. Incredible. Winning in Shi Jiang's forte of 5 consecutive bends was truly well-deserved. Impressive. Shi Jiang failed to catch up in the last 4 bends. Frequent exposure leads to inevitable mishaps. Shi Jiang had underestimated his opponent. Before the race, Zhang Gu was favored. After the race, Shi Jiang's reputation plummeted. The rapid shift in public opinion was swifter than a rocket soaring into space. Especially those who had wagered on Shi Jiang were filled with regret. However, the most disheartened were the fans of Zhou Lei. Unable to find a single excuse to console themselves, at least Shi Jiang had held his ground until the latter half of the race before being overtaken, securing second place. But for Shi Jiang, anything less than first place rendered his efforts meaningless. Betting entails accepting the consequences. You're not trying to concoct some feeble excuse to evade payment, are you? Yi Huimin challenged. Shi Jiang retorted loudly. Who is trying to evade payment? I have a stellar reputation. I have never betrayed anyone here. 1.1 billion. Enough with the dilly-dallying. Have someone bring your brother over. After the bowing, I still have to rush home to sleep. Yi Huimin pointed at the ground with her index finger. Shi Jiang, panting heavily, remained silent, merely glaring at Yi Huimin with malice. Yi Qiming suddenly led the crowd in chanting, Pay up, bow. Pay up, bow. The situation had turned dramatically, with everyone rallying behind Yi Huimin, chanting loudly in agreement. This round not only garnered respect but also established her reputation. Regardless of one's background, this was a race. Merit reigned supreme. Moreover, Shi Jiang had caused many to lose money, inciting public ire. Those supporting him were limited to his lackeys. No one else stood with him. Account number. Shi Jiang reluctantly uttered those 2 words. Yi Huimin recited a string of numbers, and shortly after, the money was transferred. Hasten to summon your younger brother for a kowtow, for Yi Huimin has issued a warning. Should I seek him out personally, he may suffer some physical punishment. The bespectacled man was already petrified with fear. Initially reluctant to approach, he was ultimately escorted to stand before Yi Huimin. As Shi Jiang prepared to witness his brother kneeling and striking his forehead on the ground, he could not bear the thought. Especially considering the disgrace it would bring upon the Shi family, he inquired, Name your terms. What must be done to avoid this kowtow? Terms? Yi Huimin replied, producing her phone and activating the recording function. At this moment, I wish to document his kowtow. You? Shi Jiang pointed accusingly at Yi Huimin, fuming, do not push your luck. As long as you spare him the kowtow, everything else is negotiable, I assure you. I will not trouble you, and we shall coexist peacefully henceforth. You may have forgotten, after your defeat, you must take a detour to avoid me. This is part of the wager, Yi Huimin reminded him. Is there no room for negotiation? Shi Jiang's eyes glinted with menace. At this moment, Yi Qiming nudged Yi Xingchen with his shoulder, suggesting he intervene and persuade Yi Huimin to show mercy. After all, the Yi family was merely a lower-tier T3 family, while the Shi family was of T2 status, and even the Shao family of the Jiuding society was not to be trifled with. Moreover, one must consider the master when dealing with a DOG. Yi Xingchen shared this sentiment, believing that it was wiser to avoid conflict and to show leniency where possible. He stepped forward and tugged at Yi Huimin's sleeve. Communicating through sign language. While he could disregard the face of others, he still had to consider the dignity of his own brother, especially in front of so many onlookers. Yi Huimin pondered for a moment and decided. Consider yourselves fortunate. For the sake of my brother, I shall take a step back, 30 million for a single kowtow, and we shall consider the matter settled. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of disbelief. She truly dares to demand such a sum. Is she not afraid of losing her life over money? Indeed, when a woman becomes unhinged, it often has little to do with the min. 30 million per kowtow. Have you lost your mind? Is this blatant robbery? Shi Jiang retorted angrily. I only care for the outcome. Either he kowtows 3 times, or you pay 90 million for you. This amount is merely the cost of a few gambling sessions. And in comparison to the reputation of the Shi family, it is insignificant. Yi Huimin elucidated the stakes involved. Gritting his teeth, Shi Jiang commanded his subordinate, transfer the money to her. Good grief. They're really going to do it. Exclaimed the onlookers. Brother Jiang is a man of his word. Undoubtedly, Brother Jiang is wealthy and generous, truly commendable. This woman has earned 200 million in a single night. She is indeed formidable. The crowd buzzed with chatter, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness the Shi family members kneeling in submission. Otherwise, it would have certainly sent shockwaves through the elite circles. Yet, the image of the bespectacled man kneeling and being beaten remained vivid in their minds. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to whisper in Shi Jiang's ear, Brother Jiang, we're short on funds. We still need over 30 million. How can we be short on money? How much did we earn from today's gambling? Shi Jiang inquired, bewildered. The subordinate replied, we collected 210 million, just paid out 110 million, leaving us with 100 million, but we still have to pay out over 40 million shortly. How can that be? Did someone bet on her winning from the start? Shi Jiang was taken aback. The subordinate nodded awkwardly. Those women seemed to have lost their minds. Knowing she couldn't win, they still placed bets, totaling 486 million. After deducting the 10% juice, we owe 437 million, plus the 90 million to that woman, leaving us with a shortfall of over 33 million. In this gambling event. Aside from the management fees, the funds were significant. If no one had bet on Yi Huimin, there would have been no payout, and the remaining money would belong entirely to Shi Jiang and his associates. Unfortunately, Shi Jiang had not anticipated that anyone would bet on Yi Huimin, let alone that they would owe such a substantial amount. He had thought that today would merely be a wasted effort. Otherwise, he would not have agreed so readily. Little did he know that fate would not favor him, and he would be thoroughly ensnared by Yi Huimin. Shi Jiang's fists clenched tighter. He could not swallow this bitterness and resolved to reclaim everything he had lost. Chapter 44. Only strength. No luck. Are you daring enough to face me in another round? Shi Jiang challenged, feeling disgruntled. He was still brooding over the glaring headlights that had just shone upon him. Are you mad? Once was not enough for you. You wish to lose again? Yi Huimin scoffed mockingly. How do you know I will lose? Shi Jiang remained obstinate. Yi Huimin made a gesture of pinching. Your abilities are limited. One last time. Are you in or out? Shi Jiang rallied the crowd, declaring, as long as she agrees, we shall commence another gambling session. The onlookers, who had initially been mere spectators, now felt a surge of involvement at the prospect of another wager. They rallied, urging Yi Huimin to compete once more. Yi Huimin, unable to refuse their fervor, chuckled coldly and asked, do you still have money to bet? It seems you're a bit strapped for cash. She was well aware of the conversation between Shi Jiang and his subordinate. I win, and the 90 million is wiped clean. If you win, I shall add another 90 million. Shi Jiang proclaimed confidently. No. Yi Huimin shook her finger. If I win, you owe me nothing. I have no interest in money. Then what do you want? Shi Jiang thought she was being pretentious. Aside from the 9 prominent families of the Jiuding society, he found it hard to believe anyone would be indifferent to riches. If you lose, you are permanently barred from underground racing and may not participate in or organize any races or gambling in any form. Yi Huimin aimed to sever his financial lifeline. Shi Jiang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such high stakes. Having painstakingly built his empire, he was unwilling to relinquish it. The profit from a single race could reach millions, even billions. It was not only easy but also quick money. Are you afraid? Yi Huimin sneered. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not I who refuse, but Shi Jiang who lacks the courage. Once the emperor of underground racing, now his status was challenged. and those who once quaked in his presence no longer bowed before him. The crowd began to jeer at Shi Jiang. Whoever can initiate a gamble shall be revered as a parent in this world. If anyone backs down, refusing to participate, they shall be the ones severing the financial lifelines of others. Those who win seek further victories, while those who lose yearn to recoup their losses. Very well. I agree. If I lose, I shall never touch racing again. Shi Jiang, now cornered, had no choice but to acquiesce. Yi Huimin turned to Zhou Lei and asked, "Do you yield? Do you wish to lose again?" Zhou Lei's face darkened. Having already lost once and knowing Yi Huimin's prowess, he decisively shook his head in refusal. Most importantly, if no one bets on him when the gambling commences, it would be quite awkward. If he were to finish third, it would be truly embarrassing to face the world thereafter. Zhou Lei, do not dare call yourself a professional racer anymore. Find a proper job back home, advised another. Indeed, to drive a supercar and not even best an Audi is truly regrettable. Let us leave. Just seeing you brings misfortune. I trusted you so much, and now I have lost so much money. The individuals who had previously bet on Zhou Lei were practically ready to dismember him. Zhou Lei had never endured such humiliation, yet had no choice but to sulk by the roadside. Waiting for the next race's outcome, Yi Qiming felt a pang of guilt and considered approaching to say a word of comfort. However, he was abruptly pulled back by Yi Huimin, who admonished him, "Remember, dignity must be earned by oneself. From this day forward, there shall be no more Brother Jiang or Brother Lei. Should you prove your worth, there will come a day when even that Zhou Lei shall call you Brother Ming." Brother Ming. Yi Qiming contemplated, feeling a tinge of excitement at the mere thought. He shook his head, realizing that from now on, it would only be Sister Min, such a little rascal. Yi Huimin chuckled. Yi Qiming shouted, "Sister Min! Sister Min! Sister Min!" The fans rallied behind him, waving their banners in support. It must be said that female support is indispensable. The aura surrounding Shi Jiang diminished significantly. The gambling staff completed the payouts from the previous round and began announcing the odds. Both sides offered a 1-2 payout. I believe the 5 consecutive corners were merely luck. I still place 300,000 on Brother Jiang. Sister Min takes action. It's all about strength, not luck. I wager 500,000. This may very well be the last gambling event Shi Jiang organizes in his life. He went all in, betting it all on Sister Min. Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming. Having pocketed 990,000 after deductions from the last round, immediately placed all their winnings on the line without hesitation. Yi Qiming regretted only betting 100,000 last time and pulled out the remaining 230,000 of his pocket money to go all in. The outcome of this round would determine if he would be called Brother Ming or Little Ming from now on. He was all in. Were it not for Yi Xingyue's absence, he would have even considered borrowing money to raise his stake. The entire gambling event reached a fever pitch, with everyone appearing to have lost their minds. According to estimates, the total stakes had soared to 5.2 billion. The funds backing Shi Jiang amounted to only 900 million, while those supporting Yi Huimin reached 4.3 billion. This staggering disparity not only caught everyone off guard but also placed immense pressure on Shi Jiang himself. Should he lose, he would not only have to pay out 4.3 billion but would also owe Yi Huimin an additional 90 million. His earnings from nearly a year of racing gambling could be wiped out overnight, leading to a substantial loss. "Get in the car. This time I shall not allow you to exploit luck," Shi Jiang declared, donning a pair of sunglasses. Yi Huimin did not approach the Audi but instead extended her hand to Yi Xingchen, saying, "Pass me the keys to the Benz. The Audi's tires cannot withstand further strain." Yi Xingchen promptly handed over the keys. When the backers of Shi Jiang saw Yi Huimin entering the Benz coupe, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Wasn't she supposed to drive the Audi? Why this sudden change of vehicle? Had I known this, I would have placed my bets on her. Can we change our wagers now? What does it matter? I trust Brother Jiang's Pagani. Ha ha ha, we've got this. If the SUV Audi can easily crush it, the Benz coupe will be even less of a challenge. Why goodness. I could have struck gold. Why didn't I meet Sister Min sooner? The staff announced. The vehicles are in place. The drones are ready. With a sharp whistle, the crowd heard the familiar buzzing sound as both cars surged forth from the starting line. Yet, this time, it was distinctly different from the last. Yi Huimin launched forward with a powerful start, leaving her competitors far behind. Unlike when she was overshadowed by the Audi SUV. The onlookers gazed at the footage transmitted by the drone, initially expecting a fierce battle where they would chase each other closely. With the curves determining the victor, to their astonishment, It turned out to be a one-sided domination. Is this truly the extent of Sister Min's prowess? Surely not. This is simply too impressive. Could it be that there exists a performance disparity between coupe and supercars? If they were to use the same vehicle, Jiangzi would be utterly unfit to be a rival. Rival? He probably wouldn't even be worthy of opening the door. Sister Min is entirely suppressing the competition. She has already navigated the fifth curve while Jiangzi is still on the second. This match is secured. Goodness, Jiangzi shouldn't he even think about drafting now? He can't even see the tail lights. How swift! This sequence of 5 curves was traversed like a flash of lightning, smoother than a piece of Dove chocolate. Here she comes, here she comes. Sister Min approaches with cash in hand, charging towards me. Wow, a complete course in 1 minute and 56 seconds. Chapter 45. The scale has shrunk. Yi Huimin and the others waited for quite a while before Shi Jiang finally arrived at the finish line in the Pagani that had accompanied him through 8 consecutive victories. Feud. As soon as Shi Jiang stepped out of the car, a chorus of boos erupted. Zhou Lei, hiding in a corner, felt relieved for not participating in the race. Otherwise, he would have had to help divert the attention from Shi Jiang. It seems that the Pagani will no longer be sold to Jiangzi after this. He drove terribly and lost embarrassingly. If Sister Min's driving skills were showcased in a formal competition, she would at least rank in the top 10. Thankfully, I placed my bet on Sister Min. This round has brought in considerable returns. Ha ha ha, I've struck gold, transforming 50,000 into 450,000, and then 450,000 into 810,000, a staggering 16-fold increase. Yi Huimin strolled towards Shi Jiang, and as she passed, everyone instinctively stepped aside. Do you yield? She raised an eyebrow and smirked. If you refuse to concede, you can only gamble your life against me. Shi Jiang's right eyelid twitched. Gamble my life? Had he not raced against Yi Huimin, he might have been foolish enough to puff up his chest and accept the challenge, but after witnessing her reckless driving skills, he knew better. She never breaks. Even in the tightest turns, Yi Huimin has brushed past the gates of hell but remained unscathed. Even if the king of hell stood at the entrance, personally inviting customers, he would not be able to keep her out. Give me some time. I need to prepare the money. Shi Jiang no longer mentioned the race. The years of hard-earned reputation he had built were now completely obliterated. 10 minutes later, Yi Huimin received 90 million. From this day forth, I do not want to hear about you racing cars again. Otherwise, I will smash your venue every time I see you. Shi Jiang snorted coldly but remained silent. He couldn't win in a fight, nor could he outmatch her in a race. Otherwise, he would have wanted to gather a crowd to teach Yi Huimin a lesson. Unfortunately, it seemed that a group of people would not be enough to take her on. In this match, Shi Jiang lost over 400 million, effectively regurgitating all the profits from previous racing events, and even incurred additional losses. It was as if he had returned to square one. Yi Qiming was ecstatic. He had originally only 330,000 pocket money, but after 2 races, it ballooned to 2.03 million. He regretted not going all in from the start, which would have netted him even more. Yi Xingchen began with 1 million and ended up with 16.2 million. The female fans who had supported him from the beginning all ended up profiting immensely. Many even inquired when Yi Huimin's next race would be, eager to show their support. They seemed ready to stake their property deeds. Unfortunately, the second-hand old princess wouldn't accept them. Otherwise, even a marriage certificate could have been put on the line. Before leaving, Yi Huimin made a point to greet the bespectacled man and the red-haired fellow. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your lives. Next time you see me, you'd better walk with your tails between your legs, or it won't be a matter of money. The bespectacled man and the red-haired fellow didn't dare lift their heads, only nodding and bowing in deference. The group of lackeys behind them also adopted a submissive demeanor, fearful of being remembered by her gaze. From this day forth, there would be no underground racing emperor Shi Jiang, only the underground racing queen, Sister Min. Yi Qiming was rallying the crowd. Queen, queen, queen. The cheers erupted. Yi Huimin heard it and scrunched her toes in irritation. What a trite title! She called out to Yi Qiming, enough with the posturing. It's time to go home. Yi Qiming chuckled foolishly a couple of times and scurried over to Yi Huimin's side. After so long, today was the first time he felt he held his head the highest. Upon returning to Xiong City, Yi Huimin drove the car directly to the repair shop of the 4S dealership. All 4 tires were utterly ruined. This gross regetter had exhausted its last ounce of energy to make it this far. The three of them then drove home in a Mercedes as soon as they entered the house. Yi Qiming rushed in to share the good news. Sister, do you know how much we made today? He began shouting from the first floor. The household staff all rushed out to join the excitement. When Yi Xingchen and Yi Huimin entered together, everyone was somewhat surprised. Wasn't he young Master Qiming sneaking off to drive with young Master Xingchen? Why was Miss Huimin with them? No wonder Miss Xingyue was furious they slipped away to have fun. It turned out she had been excluded. After all, Miss Xingyue had no blood ties with the three of them. A few gossiping servants whispered among themselves. Yi Huimin heard them but chose to ignore it. She had merely encountered her two younger brothers along the way. She couldn't be bothered to explain and headed straight upstairs. Just as she reached the staircase, she heard Yi Xingyue reprimanding Yi Qiming. How could you sneak out to gamble again? If Mom and Dad find out, they'll skin you alive. And you even brought Xingchen along though? Sister, it's fine. If you don't say anything and the servants don't say anything, who would know? Guess how much I made this time? Yi Qiming was busy boasting, completely unconcerned about the impending punishment. Oh, so you finally won some money? Broke even? Yi Xingyue's two brief questions hit Yi Qiming right in his pride. Not only did I break even this time, but I also made a profit. Guess how much money I have now? Yi Xingyue pondered for a moment and replied, Did you make 50,000? I currently have 2 million in hand. After deducting my previous losses, I made 80,000. How about that? Impressive, right? Yi Qiming beamed with pride. Pay me back. Yi Xingyue extended her hand, recalling how he had deceived her out of 30,000 to gamble. If that money had been spent on something legitimate, it would have been fine, but to deceive her for gambling, it must be returned. You really have a good memory? You still remember that? Yi Qiming forced a bitter smile. He picked up his phone, transferring the money while asking, Do you know how much Brother Xingchen made? Upon hearing this, Yi Xingyue was taken aback and scolded. You're really a good brother. You even dragged your brother into gambling. Don't you fear Dad will cut off your allowance? Yi Xingchen entered the room and signed. It was my decision to gamble. It has nothing to do with Qiming. Yi Huimin followed closely behind. Entering the bedroom, Yi Xingyue saw Yi Huimin and paused for a moment before greeting. You're back? Still not awake? Yi Huimin leaned against the doorframe. Am I not standing right here? No. I meant did you come back with them? Yi Xingyue rephrased her question. Yi Huimin replied honestly. I happened to run into them. Then, did you also gamble? Yi Xingyue suddenly posed this conjecture. Yi Qiming interjected eagerly. Sister Min not only gambled, but also brought us along to win. Brother Xingchen made a pure profit of 15.2 million. What? How much did you say? Yi Xingyue questioned in disbelief. 15.2 million. Yi Qiming repeated distinctly in a way. How much did you all gamble to win that much? Yi Xingyue found it hard to fathom the consequences if they had lost. We barely scratched the surface. It was nothing at all. If you knew how much Sister Min earned in one night, you'd understand what real greatness looks like. Yi Qiming was overly proud, growing more excited as he spoke. Reflecting on the scene, he felt exhilarated. 20 million? Yi Xingyue guessed blindly. Yi Qiming shook his head repeatedly. Teasing too little. Your vision is too limited. Guess higher. Chapter 46. Oh no. The young master has also been taken care of. Could it be 50 million? Yi Xingyue took a wild guess. Wrong. Still too little. Yi Xingchen gestured too with his fingers. 200 million. Let us settle this on the spot. What? Yi Xingyue's expression spiraled out of control, her eyes and mouth widening simultaneously. Are you joking? Do you know how much 200 million is? This is impossible. The total assets of the Yi family barely amount to 2 billion, with liquid funds under 50 million. Forget about 200 million. Even the 15 million just mentioned is already a significant sum. Do I seem like I'm joking? Yi Qiming argued. Yi Xingyue scoffed. What do you think? If you don't believe me, ask Brother Xingchen. Yi Qiming was aware of his poor credibility, having deceived Yi Xingyue too many times in the past. Yi Xingchen silently nodded in affirmation. Yi Xingyue still found it hard to believe. You three aren't teaming up to pull a fast one on me, are you? Pfft. What is the benefit in deceiving you? Yi Qiming countered. If I were to trick you, would I still have the money to pay you back? Yi Xingyue glanced at the 300,000 received message and began to believe. This was the first time she had received a repayment from Yi Qiming. Usually, it was all about inflow and no outflow. Ding! Her phone received another 200,000. This was transferred by Yi Xingchen, who gestured. I heard from others that money won from gambling should be spent promptly, and I don't have anything in mind to buy. You can spend it for me. Yi Xingyue looked at the money, warmth filling her heart. What a good brother she had grown up with. Though he was no longer a biological brother, giving her money to spend counted as a bond, didn't he it? This felt even closer than blood relations. She genuinely believed Yi Qiming's words this time. After all, she knew how much Yi Xingchen had saved. Yet, the thought of Yi Huimin having truly earned 200 million was still hard to grasp. After all, winning the lottery requires buying dozens of tickets for the first prize. On that fateful night, not only had a significant fortune been amassed, but two younger brothers had also been brought along to accumulate over 10 million. It was only a matter of time before they would regard their elder brother as a deity. After Yi Qiming showcased his wealth, he was poised to boast about Yi Huimin's prowess in martial arts and driving skills. However, Yi Huimin, seated on the bed, interrupted him, saying, Yi Qiming, hold your horses before you start bragging. Sister Min, what is your command? Yi Qiming promptly replied. Stand against the wall, Yi Huimin directed, pointing. Without questioning the reason, Yi Qiming complied and moved to the designated spot, silently followed by Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingyue shut her eyes tightly. As unwelcome memories began to assail her, she too rose to join them by the wall, bewildered as to why, after being cautious for so long, she was now required to assume a horse stance. Though she was puzzled, she dared not inquire or contradict. Just as she took a step forward, Yi Huimin pulled her down to sit beside her. You need not go. Yi Xingyue was taken aback. Turning her head in confusion toward Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin placed her right hand on Yi Xingyue's shoulder, assuring her, today, you simply sit and observe. While saying this, she gently patted her shoulder twice. Curious, Yi Qiming asked. Sister Min, what next? Assume the horse stance. Yi Huimin commanded. Why? What is the purpose of this? Yi Qiming thought it might be something beneficial, only to realize it was a reprimand. You took your brother to such a chaotic place. What do you think the reason is? Yi Huimin glanced at Yi Xingchen and ordered, you too, assume the stance. Yi Xingchen scratched his head, gesturing with his hands. He took me. Why should I also have to do it? Yi Huimin replied as the older brother, you indulged your younger sibling. Both of you sneaked out together, making everyone at home worry. Now tell me, why should you be punished? Yi Xingyue silently nodded, thinking, well said. She had genuinely been worried sick. One by one, their calls went unanswered, their messages ignored. Their whereabouts were unknown. If they had delayed any longer, past midnight, she would have had to inform Wang Ping. If something had happened, she could not bear the consequences. Moreover, Butler Zhao was also at home. Returning safely was one thing, but if they remained uncontactable for too long, even Butler Zhao would have to report it, compelling Wang Ping to personally call Yi Qiming home. Yi Xingchen recognized his mistake. As the elder brother, he had failed to set a proper example, and thus he obediently squatted down. Seeing Yi Xingchen comply, Yi Qiming quickly followed suit. Yi Xingyue had not expected Yi Huimin to be so impartial. A fault was a fault, and even her biological brother was not spared from punishment. She had initially thought that Yi Huimin might have employed some means to win over the two brothers, isolating herself in the process. Now, however, it seemed her perspective had been too narrow. She found herself increasingly unable to fathom Yi Huimin, feeling an urge to explore the unknown and delve deeper into her character. You too, raise your hands and hold them steady, Yi Huimin continued. Given your prior commendable behavior, and considering you wish to protect me, today I will allow you to lean against the wall, but in the future, I may have to light some candles down below. Wouldn't he that burn our behinds? Yi Qiming thought of that image, unconsciously tensing. Better than facing real trouble, Yi Huimin admonished him, especially you. If I ever find out you're associating with any so-called big brothers outside, don't you dare claim me as your sister. I cannot bear that shame. No. There's no one better than you, Sister Min. Those others are worthless. I will no longer acknowledge them as my big brothers. Yi Qiming felt a sense of delight, knowing he had someone to shield him. Yi Xingyue was once again taken aback by this revelation. She was aware that Yi Qiming often mixed with a group of wealthy second-generation individuals, even befriending some so-called big brothers. She had heard of their reputations. Many were formidable figures in the second-generation circle, with some even having connections to the Jiuding Society. She discreetly scrutinized Yi Huimin from the corner of her eye, puzzled by what means could render Yi Qiming so obedient. Their parents had warned him against mingling with troublemakers, yet he had stubbornly insisted on following those big brothers. Now, he declared them abandoned, only to recognize Yi Huimin instead. Why Yi Xingyue struggled to comprehend what kind of spell had been cast upon him. Noticing Yi Xingyue's sidelong glance, Yi Huimin turned her head toward her, gently maneuvering her chin with the hand resting on her shoulder. Yi Xingyue could hardly endure this gesture, her body trembling slightly. "Do not steal glances at me. Pay attention to their punishment," Yi Huimin admonished, slowly redirecting Yi Xingyue's gaze, whispering in a tone only they could hear. "Look properly. This is the last time." Why Yi Xingyue felt a renewed sense of dread washing over her. She softly acknowledged with a hums. It appeared that Yi Huimin remained unchanged, still the same formidable figure. "Lower your legs. Keep your hands steady." Yi Huimin took out her phone and set a timer. 5 minutes. "You are not to rise until the time is up." Before long, a servant entered the room with tea. Upon seeing the two young masters squatting against the wall and the two young ladies sitting side by side, she could hardly believe her eyes. Had she not witnessed it herself, she would never have believed it. Once outside, she immediately began gossiping with others. "Oh no! The young masters have been disciplined." Chapter 47. Is this woman really that fierce? What? The young masters have been disciplined? Zhao, the butler, was taken aback and inquired. Weren't they just laughing together on their way home? The maid speculated. Miss Huimin has a peculiar temperament. Perhaps the two young masters angered her. Both of them have been disciplined? Zhao, the butler, had thought only Yi Qiming was involved. Yes, the maid recounted the scene she had witnessed. The master values his two sons above all else. Miss Huimin is exceedingly bold. Who would have thought Miss Xingyue is now so close to Miss Huimin? It must be a superficial relationship. Under one roof, one must lower their head. That makes sense. The madam has been avoiding Miss Huimin for several days now. Cough, cough. Zhao, the butler, cleared his throat. What do you mean by avoiding? The madam has been out for social engagements. Stop gossiping. Yes, you are right, Butler Zhao. The maid, who had misspoken, quickly apologized and hurried away from the scene, fearing repercussions. This audacious girl dares to discipline even the young masters. And to do so with both of them. If the master finds out, I wonder how she will continue to stay in the Yi household. Zhao, the butler, seemed to see an opportunity. The other maids dared not interject. As they had no enmity with Yi Huimin, they smiled and greeted her when they encountered her. As long as they did not provoke her, they would surely remain unscathed. Zhao, the butler, pressed the gossiping maid. Are you certain you saw the two young masters being punished with horse stance? Absolutely. My eyes are keenly aware. My vision is 4.8, the maid assured, pointing at her eyes, concerned that she might become the spark for further trouble. She added, it could also be a misunderstanding. Perhaps they were just playing around and doing it as a game punishment. Upon hearing this, Zhao, the butler, felt uncertain. Go take a closer look and confirm it. The maid was frightened and waved her hands. That's akin to courting death. Seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. You should go check for yourself, Butler Zhao. I still have floors to clean. With that, she swiftly departed. I'll go see if the front gate is properly locked. I still need to finish cleaning the kitchen. Hey, wait for me. I'll lend you a hand. The maids all became particularly industrious, hastily finding tasks to occupy themselves and scurrying away. Zhao, the butler, watched as they scattered. Muttering to herself, a bunch of useless creatures, always looking for ways to slack off. She gazed at the second floor, pondering for a long while before deciding to visit in person. However, upon reaching the door, she hesitated. For the past few days, she had avoided crossing paths with Yi Huimin. Now, facing her directly made her quite anxious. The last kick had become an indelible nightmare, replaying in her dreams for several nights. Zhao, the butler, pulled out her phone, switched to camera mode, and discreetly tucked it into her sleeve, leaving a small portion exposed. With everything prepared, she mustered a smile and entered the bedroom. To her astonishment, she found Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen indeed squatting in the horse stance. Their legs and arms trembled incessantly, particularly Yi Qiming, whose face contorted into a grimace, clearly exhausted to the point of relying on his facial expressions for strength. This was no game punishment. This was outright corporal punishment. Zhao, the butler, chose to feign ignorance, not daring to utter a word, merely positioning her camera to capture the moment. She then turned to Yi Huimin and Yi Xingyue with a smile. The kitchen has prepared a midnight snack. Ladies, Would the young masters care for a bite? Yi Huimin was silently twirling the ends of Yi Xingyue's hair, her expression unreadable as she gazed at Zhao, who was acting unusually attentive. Zhao, you are very considerate, she remarked. Zhao, the butler, wore a sheepish smile. It is my duty. Tonight's midnight snack is your favorite red bean soup dumplings. Then I shall have a bowl. Yi Huimin nodded in agreement, adding with a hint of admonishment. Last time, one of the dumplings was filled with sesame paste. If these dumplings contain anything else, they will not be pure, cannot tolerate even the slightest mix. I will ensure the kitchen cooks them separately next time. So they will not be combined. Zhao, the butler, wiped the light sweat from her forehead and asked the others, would you like to have some dumplings? I do not want any, Yi Xingyue replied. Yi Xingchen waved his hand, indicating his disinterest as well. Yi Qiming, however, wore a pained expression, his face flushed from squatting, fixating intently on the timer, oblivious to Zhao's inquiries. Just as Zhao, the butler, prepared to leave, she noticed Yi Qiming collapse onto the floor in a heap. She instinctively reached out to assist, but upon remembering the phone concealed within her sleeve, her hand froze in midair before retracting. Yi Huimin, noticing her halt, inquired, Zhao Guanjia, is there anything else? Are you perhaps contemplating a few squats to shed some weight? In response, Zhao Guanjia quickly waved her hand, stating, you all carry on. At my age, I shall not interfere. She hastened her steps out of the bedroom. Yi Qiming, hearing Zhao Guanjia's footsteps gradually fade, relaxed his thigh muscles. Pleading, I've already squatted. This matter must not be disclosed to our parents. Rest assured, as long as you refrain from broadcasting it, absolutely no one will know, Yi Xingyue assured him, aware of his penchant for ostentation. Amongst the family, the most discreet individual was undeniably Yi Xingchen. These two brothers possessed entirely contrasting personalities, one calm and the other exuberant, one understated and the other flamboyant. Keep a secret, one must refrain from misconduct. Given the commotion today, it was only a matter of time before the truth emerged. Yi Huimin took preventive measures, considering that there were hundreds in attendance at the match, most of whom hailed from affluent families. The circle of the wealthy is rather small. With enough socializing and networking, any news could easily reach their ears that were doomed. Yi Qiming lamented. Yi Zhenxing had explicitly forbidden any involvement with gambling or drugs. No matter how substantial the family fortune, neither could withstand such perils, as they were utterly bottomless pits. Yi Xingyue consoled him. It's fine. After all, you're bringing in money as long as you haven't lost everything and require our parents to clean up after you. They only scold you a bit. Today's events could be trivial or significant. While gambling was a minor issue, it was uncertain if the Shi family would seek retribution later. Once Yi Qiming's excitement subsided, a sense of trepidation took its place. The Shi family? Have you offended them? Yi Xingyue questioned, her expression filled with concern. I heard the Shi family is not only related to the Xiao family, but those two brothers also have some dubious connections, with a number of thugs under their employ. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiming's curiosity piqued, and he boasted, the Shi brothers are nothing. Their thugs are all useless. They were taken down by Mingjia in less than 2 minutes. Yi Xingyue gazed at Yi Huimin with astonishment. She had anticipated Yi Huimin's prowess, but not to such an extent. Was this woman truly that formidable? Chapter 48. Do not be angry. Yi Qiming loved to boast. One moment he appeared feeble, the next he was full of vigor. His storytelling, complete with gestures, would have been wasted had he not pursued a career as a storyteller. Yi Xingyue listened, astonished. She knew Yi Qiming had a tendency to exaggerate. Yet the fact remained that he had confronted members of the Shi family and won over 2 billion in the process. Few dared to bully the Shi family, especially someone who single-handedly turned the tide. This kind of bravery was akin to slaying the enemy general amidst a throng of soldiers. She suddenly yearned to touch Yi Huimin's arm and thigh. Curious about what set her apart from ordinary individuals, surely she could not be a machine. However, she hesitated, fearing retribution. All right, if you continue, I might just lose my mind, Yi Huimin remarked, having witnessed firsthand the art of boastful storytelling. What was supposed to be a simple, chilly night had transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning. What should have been a chorus of cheers and shouts was recast as veneration. Such a talent for distorting reality was truly remarkable, though she wondered where he had acquired it. Mingjia is a goddess sent from the heavens, the beacon of gamblers. Yi Qiming chuckled. This proclamation, Both Yi Xingyue and Yi Xingchen struggled to contain their laughter. Enough. Hurry back to your rooms and sleep, Yi Huimin retorted, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. When Yi Qiming noticed her expression darkening, he fearfully resumed to squat, without a moment's hesitation, promptly exiting the room. Upon emerging, he found Yi Xingchen still standing inside, and he turned back to drag him out. This fellow certainly had a knack for drama. Yi Huimin muttered in exasperation, "You may seem carefree and oblivious, but you certainly have a knack for stirring up trouble." Yi Xingyue paused, then rose to securely close the bedroom door, adding, "All this is for Xingchen's sake. If I have inadvertently upset you, please do not take it out on him." "For Xingchen?" Yi Huimin questioned. Puzzled, Yi Xingyue elaborated. "Numerous doctors have examined Xingchen and determined that he has psychological barriers, which is why he has been unable to speak. You may have noticed that his room is entirely black, and even his attire reflects this. He has no friends and rarely engages with us, preferring to remain sequestered in his room, only emerging at mealtimes." Yi Huimin nodded silently, agreeing with this assessment. Despite appearing to enjoy himself in the company of others, once everyone dispersed to attend to their own affairs, Yi Xingchen retreated to his darkened room. Unlike Yi Qiming, who played games and scrolled through short videos, or Yi Xingyue, who sought companionship and indulged in dramas, no one knew what he occupied himself with in his room. Perhaps he simply lay still, waiting for time to pass. His phone and computer were as pristine as a blank slate, devoid of any entertainment or social media applications. Yi Xingyue continued. The reason Qiming always brings Xingchen along is not only to prevent him from languishing at home, but also for a vital purpose, through exposure therapy, to stimulate Xingchen's senses. Therefore, anything that elicits screams and cheers is an opportunity Qiming will not overlook, insisting on bringing Xingchen along. He refers to this as exposure therapy. Yi Huimin finally comprehended why she had seen the two of them at the underground racing circuit. The adrenaline of the chase indeed offered a thrill, especially when gambling was involved. The desire for victory heightened one's immersion in the competition. This young man was surprisingly astute. Yi Huimin could not help but commend him. Regardless of its efficacy, the intent was commendable and quite rare. Yi Xingyue sighed. Whenever those two go out together, I know trouble is brewing. I've had to cover for them more times than I can count. Yi Huimin was taken aback by the close-knit bond among the three, all revolving around Yi Xingchen. Upon observing the second floor, which had been converted into a bedroom and dressing room, with only Yi Qiming's and Yi Xingyue's clothing present, she had felt quite irritated. This was one of the catalysts for her decision to sell clothes. Little did she know, it was merely that Yi Xingchen preferred small spaces and had little interest in material desires. Qiming yearned for Xingchen to speak more than anyone else, so do not blame him for taking Xingchen out on adventures. Yi Xingyue scrutinized Yi Huimin cautiously, fearful of dissent or differing opinions. Yi Huimin curiously asked, "Why does Qiming so desperately wish for Xingchen to speak?" Because Yi Xingyue stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Miss Huimin, the red bean soup dumplings are ready." The maid, Zhou, announced from outside. "I'll go serve the dumplings," Yi Xingyue said, hastily making her way to the door, placing the dumplings on the desk to enjoy while hot. "I'll go wash up first." "No rush," Yi Huimin said, patting the space beside her. "Come, sit down first." Yi Xingyue regretted her earlier words, gritting her teeth as she sat down gingerly. "Go on. What is the matter?" Yi Huimin pressed. "If I say it." You mustn't get angry," Yi Xingyue prefaced. "Just speak," Yi Huimin insisted, not granting her the chance to hesitate. Yi Xingyue, afraid to voice her thoughts, kept pinching her fingers. Yi Huimin frowned. Yi Xingyue seemed to have flipped a switch, exclaiming, I'll tell you. Xingchen was in a car accident as a child. He was hurt while trying to save Qiming, which is why Qiming feels so guilty and has always kept this burden in his heart. "Ah, so that's it." No wonder. Yi Huimin understood at last. "But please, don't be angry," Yi Xingyue murmured. Yi Huimin retorted. "Am I someone who easily gets angry?" No, you have the best temperament," Yi Xingyue replied insincerely. "I am not so petty. Given the circumstances, as long as he is alive, that suffices." Seeing Yi Xingchen whole and intact, aside from his inability to speak, Yi Huimin felt reassured. As long as he received proper treatment, he could return to normal. Moreover, Yi Xingchen had willingly saved Yi Qiming, and Yi Qiming had shown remorse. She had no reason to be angry or to blame anyone. "Well, then you enjoy your dumplings. After you finish, we'll go to bed," Yi Xingyue said, handing the dumplings to Yi Huimin. Yi Huimin took a bite. They were sweet and chewy. Observing her relish in the dumplings, Yi Xingyue concluded that she must not be angry. For those who were upset typically lacked an appetite. Inside Zhao Guanjia's bedroom. Beep. What is it? Why are you calling so late? The voice on the other end belonged to Wang Ping, sounding weary, amidst the background noise of mahjong tiles clattering. Madam, young Master Qiming has been dealt with. You must stand up for him, Zhao Guanjia spoke in a frenzied tone. What? Wang Ping seemed to have hit a nerve, her temper flaring as she interrogated. What has that wild girl done to my Qiming? The young master is in a dire state, squatting against the wall, his limbs trembling uncontrollably, and his face is twitching. Madam, you cannot fathom how pitiful he is. Zhao Guanjia lamented, her voice thick with emotion, making it sound as if her own son had been wronged. Chapter 49. I trust you to handle this. Wang Ping abandoned her mahjong game. Picking up her phone and stepping into an empty space, taking a while before speaking. What on earth happened? Why was he squatting? I'm not sure what that wild girl was thinking. One moment she was smiling, and the next she turned hostile, Zhao Guanjia recounted. I was merely trying to be kind by making her some dumplings, and because I accidentally included a sesame filling, she berated me in front of the young lady and young master. Wang Ping scoffed. Why were you making dumplings for her? That's a job for the kitchen staff. Zhao Guanjia, scrambling for a justification, replied, I just wanted to ease the tension. I see her every day, and it makes me uneasy, lest the young master suspect something. Who would have thought that wretched girl wouldn't even spare the young master? She is becoming increasingly unruly. I shall never let this matter rest. Let her flaunt her bravado for another 2 days. Once old Yi returns the day after tomorrow, I shall confront her and settle the score. Wang Ping seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched in fury. Madam, I possess evidence of the incident. You must present it to Mr. Yi. This time, we must ensure that wild girl is driven away. Steward Zhao procured the video and sent it forth. Upon viewing the footage, Wang Ping's heart ached profoundly. Her precious son, Yi Qiming, whom she seldom chastised, had endured such humiliation today, subjected to corporal punishment as if he were still a child. She noted an oddity and inquired, Oh, why is Yi Xingchen also seen squatting in horse stance? This woman is merciless, utterly unfeeling. Yi Xingchen has grown close to young Master Qiming, and her jealousy is palpable, seeking to sow discord. Steward Zhao, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Old Yi dotes on these 2 cherished sons. Watch as I ensure she is sent packing. Wang Ping felt assured of her victory. Indeed, it is best to rid ourselves of the ungrateful wolf sooner rather than later. Steward Zhao's grin deepened with the thrill of his cunning plan. The following day, the moniker of Queen of the Underground Min Jia echoed throughout the circles of affluent second-generation racers. However, the more sensational news was that Shi Jiang announced he would no longer partake in racing, and the mastermind behind it all was none other than the legendary Min Jia. Before the event concluded, Shi Jiang meticulously erased all videos depicting his brother kneeling and being beaten, threatening anyone who might unearth the source of their release. Despite such measures, the whispers of the crowd could not be silenced. Though no one dared to publish the video, many were willing to speak of it in an instant. Min Jia became the most talked-about figure. Some had even profited over 10 million from betting on her, a staggering 16-fold return. 1 minute and 56 seconds. Min Jia outpaced Jiang Zi by several streets. If you don't believe it, that's your loss. Without evidence, there is no truth. Did you witness the transfer of 2 billion from young Master Shi? Can that money simply vanish? You all boast quite boldly, claiming a woman could take down a dozen men in 2 minutes? Haven't you seen the news? The advice for women from female fighters is, if outnumbered, flee without hesitation. Please, that wisdom is outdated. Nowadays, women are formidable. Have a group of men stand before Min Jia and see them stand at attention. Utterly compliant, each more obedient than a child. Yi Qiming boasted fervently in the group chat. If it weren't for Yi Huimin advising me to keep a low profile, I would have posted a slew of videos to slap these people's faces. Especially the scene where he took on over 10 opponents, which was recorded clearly by the dashcam. Beep. Yi Huimin was out for her morning run when she halted to answer her phone. Min Jia? Xia Huaisong suddenly interjected. Yi Huimin suspected she had misheard, double-checking the caller ID to find no error. She was puzzled as to why Xia Huaisong would address her so. Truth be told, it felt somewhat unfamiliar. Xia Huaisong directly inquired, What other abilities do you possess that I am unaware of? The underground racing queen of Xiong City. Is that you? Yi Huimin acknowledged. What of it? Do you wish to challenge me to a race? If you win, I shall answer any question you pose. She was confident she would not lose. Secrets imbue a woman with allure. Should I defeat you, I gain nothing. Xia Huaisong continued, next time you race, remember to fasten your seatbelt. The videos stored in the cloud and locally have already been purged. Yi Huimin had previously requested the Xia family not to reveal her true identity online. I thought you were here to hold me accountable, but it seems you have come to assist me instead. The Shi family, relying on the Shao family to exploit the underground racing scene, will inevitably face retribution. I owe you my gratitude. Xia Huaisong expressed his heartfelt thanks. The Jiuding society appeared united, yet internal strife was rife. The Shao family stood in opposition to the Xia family. Now that the Shi family had been dealt a blow, it aligned perfectly with the Xia family's interests. No need for thanks. Actions speak louder than words, Yi Huimin stated plainly. Xia Huaisong promptly replied, consider it done. Last night, Uncle Yi sought information regarding your enrollment, and everything has been arranged. Yi Huimin praised, excellent, I trust your efforts. Xia Huaisong beamed with satisfaction at her commendation. After hanging up, Yi Huimin resumed her workout. Upon returning home, she was greeted by the cacophony of Yi Qiming wailing in his bedroom. It's over. It's all gone. Concerned, everyone rushed to his room to ascertain the situation. His face bore an expression of sheer terror. In a moment, his bedroom was a scene of chaos. Yi Huimin had just ascended the stairs when she inquired from the periphery, what has transpired at home? Upon hearing her voice, Yi Qiming bolted from the crowd. Clear the way, everyone! Upon seeing Yi Huimin, he lamented with a woeful expression. Min Jia, it's over. He hesitated, then turned to shoo away the maids behind him. You all go and work. Don't linger here. The maids reluctantly retreated. Steward Zhao, albeit reluctantly, cast a fleeting glance at Yi Qiming and Yi Huimin before following them downstairs, where he eagerly relayed the embellished news to Wang Ping. The fact that Yi Qiming had been frightened was a matter of great significance, and all present could attest to his connection with Yi Huimin. Steward Zhao's scheming mind raced, as if he had acquired a valuable piece of leverage. Once Yi Qiming and the others departed, he ushered Yi Huimin into the room and locked the door before speaking. Min Jia, it's bad. The Jiuding Society has struck. My videos have been wiped clean in an instant. It must be the Shi brothers seeking help from the Shao family. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Yi Huimin's interest waned instantly. She understood that this was the doing of Xia Huaisong. She had not anticipated it would terrify Yi Qiming so. This time, it's over. The Shao family could easily bring our Yi family to ruin. Yi Qiming fretted intensely. Bankruptcy is merely a matter of concern. What is there to fear? When it truly happens, you won't starve. Yi Huimin replied fearlessly, as long as she was present. The Yi family would not only avoid bankruptcy but could ascend to greater heights. I don't mind. If this fortune were to fall into my hands, I would likely squander it as well. It's not that I fear. I just worry about our father. He is a workaholic and has painstakingly built this family business. If it were to vanish because of us, I fear he wouldn't take it well. Yi Qiming confided his true feelings. Yi Xingyue offered solace. Father has secured a contract with the Xia family. The Shao family targeting us is tantamount to slapping the Xia family's face. We should be fine. While she spoke those words, uncertainty gnawed at her heart. She had contemplated being cast out of the Yi family, left to fend for herself in poverty, but had never imagined their bankruptcy. Fearing she would struggle to adapt to such a frugal existence, Yi Xingchen gestured in sign language. If we do face bankruptcy, I have over 10 million left. I can support father in starting anew. Indeed, Min Jia has 2 billion in cash at her disposal. Yi Qiming felt somewhat reassured about the prospect of bankruptcy. It would merely mean living less lavishly. All right, let's not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. Should the sky fall? I shall hold it up for you. It won't crush you, Yi Huimin declared, hands in her pockets, unperturbed. If the Shao family dares to bring ruin upon the Yi family, I shall see to it that they are expelled from the Jiuding Society. Impressive, Yi Qiming thumbed up. I wouldn't dare boast like that. Are your legs trembling? Do you wish to squat in horse stance again? Yi Huimin remarked coolly. I'm still not quite recovered. I'll head to my room for a bit of rest. Yi Qiming turned to leave, but upon reaching the door, he sensed something amiss. This appears to be my room. Rest easy and refrain from boasting too much. Yi Huimin cautioned before exiting the room. Yi Xingyue and Yi Xingchen followed closely behind. Terrified, Yi Qiming spent the day and night in his cocoon, monitoring the movements of the Xiao and Shi families. Fortunately, there were no signs of activity. Aside from those who had witnessed the event sending messages to one another, inquiring about the videos that had been forcibly deleted, suspicions arose regarding the Xiao family's involvement. This left many feeling apprehensive. Fearing the government might employ its power to monitor phones, erasing videos at will, leaving no privacy. Who would dare to speak out online? Everyone grew more subdued, hesitant to elaborate even in private discussions. Yi Qiming felt stifled, unable to boast, enduring discomfort for a long while, wary of the repercussions of his words. Wang Ping returned home in the afternoon, shortly followed by Yi Zhenxing, at the dinner table. Yi Zhenxing appeared elated, raising a glass. Today, we have 3 joyous events to share with everyone. The others eagerly lifted their glasses in response. Wang Ping interjected, "What could have you so jubilant? Did we secure another major contract?" In recent days, she had been out playing cards, and those wealthy ladies who once looked down upon her had begun to reach out and organize gatherings. Her social standing was on the rise. No longer relegated to the edges of photographs, she was now inching closer to the center. Be patient. Let me explain why. Yi Zhenxing paused before continuing. The first piece of good news is that Min will indeed be attending Jiuding Middle School. Henceforth, the 4 of you can study together. Oi. Yi Qiming cheered the loudest. With Min Jie at school, who would dare bully him? Yi Xingchen smiled and signed to Yi Huimin, "Congratulations." Yet, Yi Xingyue's heart was a tumult of emotions. Uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. She had accepted Yi Huimin's presence at home, but at school, she was unsure how to interact with her in the Yi family. Only one daughter could hold the title. For her, the identity of a fake daughter felt akin to being branded with a mark of shame, and she anticipated mockery from her classmates once school began. Moreover, her relationship with Lu Jing, which had already faced challenges due to their differing backgrounds, would now be further strained. Reflecting on this relationship, hope seems increasingly elusive. Wang Ping was taken aback to learn that Yi Huimin could attend Jiuding Middle School, feeling both joy and anger. The joy stemmed from the realization that this achievement indicated Yi Zhenxing's current capabilities. He had indeed aligned himself with the formidable Xie family, suggesting that the Yi family's enterprises would only flourish further. Conversely, her anger arose from the failure of the plan to send Yi Huimin abroad. Yi Zhenxing advised, "Xingyue, your academic performance is commendable, and you are well acquainted with the school. Take good care of Xiaomin and the 2 younger brothers." "Dad, rest assured, I will not disappoint you," Yi Xingyue replied, nodding in agreement. She felt elated by her father's trust, for at least she still held some value within this family, as long as she remained of worth. She feared not being cast out from the Yi family. Yi Zhenxing called out, "Come, let us toast to Xiaomin's successful enrollment." The group raised their glasses and drank heartily, their faces alight with joy. But do not celebrate too soon. I have even more delightful news. If this project is executed well, the Xie family is willing to recommend the renowned Gu Wangxing show to Tri Qingchen. Yi Zhenxing exclaimed with excitement, "Dad, that is incredible. Does that mean Brother Xingchen will finally be able to speak?" Yi Qiming grasped Yi Xingchen's hand with enthusiasm. "Brother, you will finally be able to talk? When that moment comes, your first words must be my name." "Hey, you little rascal, your brother must first address me as Dad," Yi Zhenxing quickly corrected. "All right, then I shall be second," Yi Qiming conceded, uninterested in further contention. "Then I will be third. Yi Xingyue cast a glance at Yi Huimin and amended. "I will be fourth. Yi Huimin remarked to Yi Xingchen, "A few days ago, I consulted a fortune teller, and the master predicted that after you turn 19, your health would fully recover, free from illness and calamity. I never imagined it would prove so prophetic." Yi Xingchen smiled and nodded. Suddenly the focus of the family's attention, feeling somewhat awkward, Yi Qiming encouraged, "Brother, I've heard of this Gu Wangxing show. It is said that even the esteemed national physician, Hua Lao, shows her utmost respect. Her medical skills are unparalleled, far beyond those of the previous quacks. You will surely succeed this time." Each time Yi Zhenxing found a renowned doctor, Yi Qiming echoed similar sentiments, always instilling hope only to lead to despair. Yi Xingchen could only smile and nod. Aware that no one could cure his ailment, it was futile, regardless of who came. Wang Ping, with a forced smile, offered simple pleasantries but remained seated in this household. She dreaded the prospect of Yi Xingchen being cured. The Yi family's enterprises would eventually require an heir. As long as Yi Xingchen remained unwell, her son, Yi Qiming, stood as the most promising successor. If Yi Qiming applied himself and stirred up less trouble, her worries would be alleviated, making his succession nearly certain. Yi Zhenxing, on the other hand, feared Yi Qiming squandering the family fortune, his true affection lying with Yi Xingchen. If Yi Xingchen were to speak, he would undoubtedly become the heir without contest. Dad, what is the third piece of news? Yi Qiming eagerly inquired. Have you had enough? The third matter is indeed significant. Yi Zhenxing's face gleamed with pride. Yi Qiming pressed, Dad, please do not keep us in suspense. It is utterly exasperating. This time, I sought connections for enrollment and was introduced to a senior member of the Xie family who shared a secret with me. Yi Zhenxing paused, asking, Can you guess what the secret is? The group responded in unison, No idea. Yi Xingchen silently shook his head. Yi Huimin speculated, Is it related to the Xie family suddenly seeking our Yi family for a project? Yi Zhenxing applauded her insight, praising, Well done, my daughter. You are indeed clever. Yi Xingyue pursed her lips, glancing back and forth between Yi Zhenxing and Yi Huimin. She recalled her father's last praise when she was accepted into Jiuding Middle School. A moment celebrated with a joint enrollment feast for herself and Yi Xingchen. The reason the Xie family chose to associate with the Yi family was said to stem from a fortune-teller's prediction that the Yi family brought prosperity to the Xie family. It was this pronouncement that allowed the Yi family to embark on this venture with the Xie family. Yi Zhenxing recounted succinctly. Yi Huimin stifled a laugh, bemused by Xie Huaisong's rationale, which was both reasonable and absurd. Is the Xie family really that superstitious? Yi Qiming questioned. Yi Zhenxing replied, Which wealthy individual does not consider feng shui, fate, fortune, and feng shui hold great significance, followed by virtue and education. Focus on your studies and refrain from causing trouble. Oh dear, how did studying get involved in this? Yi Qiming lamented, feeling a headache at the mere mention of it. You cheeky boy, do you think I study for my own sake? Yi Zhenxing retorted. Irritated by his son's lack of diligence, from now on, the sisters will focus on their studies while I delve into feng shui and virtue. The Yi family must develop comprehensively. Yi Qiming chuckled lightly. Yi Xingyue interjected, Dad, Qiming and Xingchen have been studying diligently these past few days, completing all their assignments at home. Yi Zhenxing nodded in satisfaction. As long as you behave at home. The meal was exceptionally joyous. Filled with celebratory news, yet each individual harbored their own secrets. Yi Xingyue worried about her future interactions with Yi Huimin once school commenced. Yi Xingchen had no desire to seek treatment, deeming it a waste of time and utterly meaningless. Yi Huimin contemplated healing only to leave the Yi family behind. She had a perilous life to resume, and this was merely a temporary stopover. Yi Qiming pondered the precariousness of the Yi family's position under the Xie family's protection. Fearing abandonment would render them vulnerable, as for Wang Ping, she swiftly pulled Yi Zhenxing into their room after the meal. I am utterly exhausted from the past few days. I simply do not have the energy for this. Yi Zhenxing was immediately pulled to the bed but quickly stood again. At a certain age, a man finds himself eager yet unable. What are you thinking? I have serious matters to discuss with you. Wang Ping, having lived as a widow for years, had long ceased to harbor expectations in that regard. Today, it was not this reason. Tomorrow, it would be another. She had no intention of engaging physically. Did you lose at Mahjong? Yi Zhenxing asked, then added, The project funds are tight, and I've had to front quite a bit. You should be frugal. I will transfer 50,000 to you shortly. Wang Ping's face instantly lit up with joy. Her husband's success in his career made him generous with money. I was speaking of serious matters. Mahjong is hardly a serious issue, and now that you are thriving, those people are eager to lose money to me. I have won quite a bit recently. You're aware that Mahjong is not serious? Yi Zhenxing teased. If you do not want the 50,000, I shall give it to the children as pocket money. Of course I want it. What would children do with such a sum? They would squander it in a day, Wang Ping retorted. Now, speak of your serious matter, but let me be clear, I cannot facilitate connections with the Xie family just yet. I am still finding my footing. Yi Zhenxing preemptively stated, fully aware of Wang Ping's tendency to show off, boast, and live beyond her means, often making life difficult for herself. I want to show you something. But you must not get angry. Wang Ping pulled out her phone and played a video. The two children are doing horse dance exercises. What is so impressive about that? Yi Zhenxing remarked, unable to discern anything noteworthy. If it were merely ordinary horse dance practice, it would be fine, but the servants claim that Xiaomin is bullying the two younger brothers. Impossible. Their interactions have always been harmonious. Yi Zhenxing shook his head in disbelief. Wang Ping asserted, it's all a facade put on by Xiaomin. If Qiming were truly suffering, he would have come to you to complain, and with you at home, how could he be bullied? Yi Zhenxing sensed something amiss and shifted the conversation, asking, have you been coming home every day after playing cards? Wang Ping's expression faltered, and she offered a flimsy excuse. I happened to have good luck that day and returned late. Only then did I learn that Xiaomin had taken advantage of my absence to bully the two younger brothers. Furthermore, yesterday morning, Qiming was so frightened by a nightmare that he cried out, "It's over. It's over." All the servants witnessed it. In the end, Xiaomin entered Qiming's room. I do not know what transpired, but that lively child stayed in his bedroom for an entire day and night. Only emerging for meals, I think. Why Yi Zhenxing began, but Wang Ping interrupted. I believe it would be better to separate them by enrolling them in an international school. Their differing upbringings have inevitably led to differences in character, making it normal for them not to get along. This matter. Wang Ping interjected again. You should heed my advice. You see, Xiaomin may be a girl, but she is not gentle when it comes to others. Our Qiming has likely endured much suffering in silence. Not wanting to worry you, I understand that Xiaomin has had it tough these past few years, but we cannot allow her to oppress the other children. Have you finished? Yi Zhenxing's expression darkened. Can you allow me to speak? His previously joyous mood was abruptly overshadowed. All right, you may speak. Wang Ping's tone softened. One can only believe half of what the servants say. Such hearsay requires solid evidence. Just because they claim something does not make it true. If Qiming and Xingchen were truly afraid of Xiaomin, I would certainly notice it during meals, yet they are all smiles and laughter. How could the events you describe possibly occur? Yi Zhenxing remained unconvinced that Yi Huimin would bully her younger siblings. If anything, it seemed more plausible that Yi Xingyue was leading the younger brothers to ostracize Yi Huimin. Seeing her usual tactics ineffective, Wang Ping resorted to a new approach, pouting, Darling, how can you not believe what I say? Do you no longer love me and Qiming? Chapter 52. You have caused me much suffering. Yi Zhenxing was momentarily rendered speechless. He found Wang Ping's incessant inquiries about love particularly vexing. Every 3 days she would ask a trivial question, and every 5 days a more significant one. Initially, he was somewhat willing to provide answers. But eventually, the mere mention of it made him feel physically uneasy. Were it not for Wang Ping's efforts in giving birth to Yi Qiming and her contributions to the household, he would have genuinely wanted to declare that he did not love her. Yi Zhenxing harbored little affection for Wang Ping. The pregnancy with Yi Qiming had been an unforeseen circumstance. Ultimately, when the child was born, he had no choice but to acquiesce to marriage and the acquisition of their marriage certificate, as well as the registration of the household. That I love you, I love you, I love you. How can I not love you and Qiming? Yi Zhenxing's response was exceedingly perfunctory and impatient, uttered purely out of habit. Wang Ping cautiously suggested, you must stand up for Qiming. If he is bullied into depression, how will he assist you with your career in the future? Yi Zhenxing grasped the underlying implication of her words and deliberately chose not to engage. In his heart, his first choice remained Yi Xingchen. Although she was somewhat taciturn and had mediocre grades, she was steady and honest, unlikely to squander the family fortune. As for Yi Qiming, he was constantly causing trouble, and Yi Zhenxing feared that the family's assets would be depleted within 5 years, especially with a mother who was equally prone to causing chaos. Stand up for him? How do you propose to do that? Shall we summon the child and the servants together for a grand inquisition? What if there is a misunderstanding? That would only ruin their relationship. Yi Zhenxing firmly rejected the idea. I am aware that this may hurt the child, which is precisely why I suggested that Xiaomin directly attend an international school. You can inform her that unforeseen circumstances have arisen at Jiuding High School, and the matter will be resolved. Wang Ping advised. You speak so lightly of it. I have only just managed to secure a spot at Jiuding High School, and now you're suggesting I withdraw? Everyone in the industry knows I obtained a transfer spot from the Xie family. If I back out now, what will others think? What will the Xie family think? Are you trying to ruin me? Yi Zhenxing's frustration escalated. Such a joyous occasion had spiraled into family discord. I only want what is best for this family. You cannot expect me to watch Qiming be bullied under my very nose. Wang Ping lamented, tears streaming down her face. Why? Yi Zhenxing exhaled deeply. Let us first call Qiming in and inquire about the situation. Yi Huimin and Yi Qiming were as dear as flesh and blood. especially since Yi Huimin had been mistakenly taken in as a child and had endured many hardships outside as a father. He felt guilty towards his daughter and his deceased wife. Before long, Yi Qiming entered the room. Upon seeing the grim expressions on Yi Zhenxing and the remnants of tears on Wang Ping's face, he thought to himself, I'm doomed. Someone must have leaked information and reported me. My first instinct was to suspect Steward Zhao. Aside from her, there was no one else who meddled so freely. She was indeed my mother's eyes and ears at home, truly despicable. With a thud, Yi Qiming expertly knelt on the floor. Dad, Mom, I know I was wrong. Please do not be angry. I will never dare to do it again. He was well practiced in this routine. Admit fault, maintain a respectful demeanor, plead for mercy, and thus avoid punishment. However, this left Yi Zhenxing and Wang Ping utterly bewildered. Explain your situation clearly. What exactly did you do wrong? Yi Zhenxing's face was stern, his authority palpable. Wang Ping sensed that things were taking a turn for the worse. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Yi Zhenxing pulled her back with a sharp glance. What was meant to be a fair hearing for Yi Qiming had unexpectedly morphed into a self-criticism session. I should not have secretly snuck out to watch the underground racing, nor should I have taken my brother with me. Yi Qiming felt he had sufficiently confessed. He raised his eyes to gauge the expressions of his parents, only to find Yi Zhenxing glaring at him, demanding, Is that all? You need to clarify everything at once. Wang Ping nearly fainted from anger, lamenting the folly of having such a dim-witted son. Upon hearing that he needed to provide further explanation, Yi Qiming sensed something was amiss. Even if Steward Zhao had reported him, she should not have known about his gambling involvement. If it involved gambling, why was he the only one being questioned? Was he to be subjected to a separation interrogation, akin to a prisoner's dilemma? He suddenly realized that his father had social engagements, and his mother played mahjong daily, so they must have heard something from others. After all, that night had garnered quite a bit of attention. Everyone knew of Sister Min's notoriety. He couldn't believe that his name had spread so quickly, leading others to trace it back to the Yi family. A smirk crept across his face. How could this not be considered a mark of prominence? What are you smiling about? Do you have the audacity to smile? Yi Zhenxing roared, his anger flaring at the sight of Yi Qiming's insouciant expression. Dad, please do not be angry. I did participate in gambling. But this time I did not lose. We won a substantial amount of money. Why Yi Qiming, frightened, divulged everything. If his father continued to be enraged, he would have no choice but to surrender the gambling money to placate his wrath. Good for you. Not only did you take your brother out to fool around, but you also gambled. Yi Zhenxing looked around for something to wield. Wang Ping embraced him, saying, Dear, do not be angry. The child is growing up, and we cannot hit him. Is this the fine son you have raised? You are out playing mahjong all day, and look what it has turned him into. One who loves to gamble, just like you. Yi Zhenxing scolded vehemently. Dad, please do not punish me. I know I was wrong. My sister has already taught me a lesson the other day, and for the past few days, I have been staying home. Reflecting on my misdeeds, Yi Qiming pleaded. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhenxing immediately inquired, Did your sister make you squat in a horse stance? Yes. Yi Qiming nodded silently. My brother and I squatted for 5 minutes. Our legs went numb. My sister has already punished us, so please do not impose a second punishment. At that moment, he was entirely convinced that Steward Zhao had been the one to spill the beans. No wonder she had come up asking if anyone wanted to eat Tang Yuan. She had truly caused him much distress. Why Yi Zhenxing's expression darkened as he turned to Wang Ping, questioning, Is this what you call Xiaoman bullying Qiming? You nearly wronged my daughter. Wang Ping, feigning innocence, replied, I was unaware. It was those servants who informed me. With so many voices, how could I not believe them? Surely they wouldn't conspire to deceive me, these rascals. I pay them a hefty wage, and yet they spread rumors within my home. Today, I must put a stop to this, Yi Zhenxing declared. Rising to his feet and striding towards the door, Yi Qiming quietly asked Wang Ping, Mom, what is going on? Am I off the hook? Without a word, Wang Ping delivered a sharp slap to his shoulder. You, in the future, refrain from causing trouble for me. You have caused me much distress this time. Yi Qiming consoled her. Mom, it's not that bad. I won over several 100,000 this time. I will give you half, and you can use it to play mahjong. If it's not enough, I will add more. Wang Ping was left speechless, feeling quite unlucky. Unsure whether to praise or chastise him, she simply sighed. Yi Zhenxing summons, the entire Yi family gathered in the living room. However, the expressions that had once been filled with joy were now clouded with apprehension. The atmosphere was tense, leaving everyone feeling uneasy, while only Steward Zhao secretly reveled in delight. Chapter 53. Dismissal of Steward Zhao. Yi Zhenxing retrieved his mobile phone and played a video of Yi Qiming squatting in the horse stance for everyone to see. In the video, Yi Qiming's face was contorted, his legs trembling, as he gritted his teeth to endure. The servants immediately understood what had transpired. Why? Yi Zhenxing inquired with a smile. Who recorded this video? Such thoughtfulness. Sir, it was I who filmed it. Steward Zhao stepped forward eagerly. You filmed it? Yi Zhenxing narrowed his eyes at Steward Zhao, suspecting her of fanning the flames in Wang Ping's ear. Well, Steward Zhao quickly sensed that things were going awry. This was not at all what she had anticipated. She glanced at Wang Ping, but Wang Ping intentionally averted her gaze. What were you thinking, secretly recording this? Yi Zhenxing thundered. Master, young Master Qiming was bullied by Miss Weimin. I recorded this video to collect evidence, Steward Zhao answered truthfully. Why? Yi Zhenxing countered. Evidence? You are sowing discord. Steward Zhao was immediately filled with trepidation. This was not the Yi Zhenxing she knew in their childhood. When Yi Xingyue and Yi Qiming had quarrels, he had always unconditionally sided with Yi Qiming. Why had his stance now shifted to favoring females over males? Did he not see how Yi Qiming was being subjected to such punishment? I did not mean to. I simply could not bear to see young Master Qiming and young Master Xingqian being bullied. They are both children I have watched grow up, and my heart aches for them. Steward Zhao began to play the sympathy card. Which of your eyes saw me bullying them? Yi Huimin suddenly interjected. If I truly bullied them, why did you not intervene at the time? Why resort to behind-the-scenes reporting? Steward Zhao explained, I am but a servant. How could I dare to confront you directly? However, the lady has been kind to me, so how could I stand idly by? I could only secretly gather evidence and report to the lady for her judgment. I am not a petty person who tells tales behind backs. Whether you are a petty person, you know in your heart, Yi Huimin replied with a sinister smile. Why? Yi Zhenxing asked, is there anyone else involved in this matter? The servants shook their heads in unison. Why? Yi Zhenxing then turned to Wang Ping, asking, aside from Steward Zhao, did anyone else report this to you? Wang Ping surveyed the servants and ultimately shook her head in silence. Did you not just say that many servants informed you that Huimin was bullying the two younger brothers? Yi Zhenxing pressed. Wang Ping felt awkward. She had not anticipated such probing. Typically, in matters of the household, her word was LW. Why? Yi Zhenxing hardly ever contested or involved himself. He would merely respond, you handle it as you see fit, before heading out to earn money or attend social gatherings. You have truly disappointed me. You were entrusted with managing this household, and this is how you handle things? You rushed to my ear without first investigating and confirming the situation. Why? Yi Zhenxing's anger flared as he glared at Wang Ping and their children. Muttering to himself, the son has inherited all your bad traits, I truly sigh. Suddenly, a phrase floated into his mind. Like mother, like Son. Why? Yi Qiming stepped forward to defend Wang Ping, saying, Dad, how could you speak of mom in such a manner? My mother gave birth to me and raised me. You praise my eloquence, attributing it to your influence, and you expect me to excel in business in the future. Yet, the moment I err, you claim I've been misled by mom. This is utterly unjust. You reap all the benefits while you are busy working outside every day, hardly ever taking the time to educate me. Brat, today I will take the time to properly educate you. Yi Zhenxing responded, searching for an appropriate tool, feeling disheartened as he continued. I toil outside to earn money to provide you with a comfortable life, and yet you cause trouble. For your sake, I have often had to apologize to others. And now you dare to lecture me. Yi Xingqian and Yi Xingyue immediately rushed to intervene. Yi Qiming distanced himself, but Yi Huimin pulled him back, urging, apologize to Dad quickly. Yi Qiming realized he had spoken too harshly. After all, since birth, the Yi family had always adhered to the principle of men working outside while women managed the home. He often felt grateful that his father did not interfere much in his life, providing only financial support. His wishes were simple, to avoid gambling and drugs, to cause little trouble, and to maintain his grades from top tier to just passing, ultimately settling for not being among the bottom three. Without further ado, Yi Qiming knelt down, exclaiming, Dad, I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Yi Huimin was taken aback by the swiftness of his kneeling, finding it almost alarmingly proficient. Yi Zhenxing, though unwilling to strike his son, sought merely an acknowledgement of his attitude. He took the opportunity to admonish, "You, brat, are always the quickest to apologize, yet never change. How is it that you and your brother grew up together, raised by the same mother, yet turned out so differently?" Yi Qiming explained, "Brother inherited well. I inherited poorly. We complement each other perfectly." Wang Ping sighed, realizing it was her own genetics that fell short and feeling foolish for being moved just moments earlier. "Dear, you mustn't always compare the two children. This is detrimental to family harmony," Wang Ping advised. "And now you care about family harmony?" Yi Zhenxing retorted. "If it weren't for you listening to one-sided nonsense, would we be in this predicament?" Yes, it's all my fault," Wang Ping quickly conceded, offering an apology at lightning speed. "Zhao, you are of retirement age. It is time for you to enjoy your life. You need not come in tomorrow," Yi Zhenxing announced. Upon hearing this, Zhao felt as though the sky had fallen. She had dedicated nearly 2 decades of her life to the Yi family and was abruptly dismissed. "Sir, you cannot treat me this way. I have done nothing heinous. I only sought to protect the 2 young masters." Wang Ping chimed in, "Darling, your punishment is too severe. Zhao has served the Yi family for so many years, even if she has no accolades. She has certainly endured hardships." Zhao turned to Yi Qiming and Yi Xingyue, imploring, "Young master, young lady, please speak on my behalf. I have cared for you both tirelessly." As Yi Xingyue opened her mouth to respond, Yi Huimin placed a hand on her shoulder. Turning her head, Yi Xingyue bit her lip and lowered her gaze, pretending not to hear Zhao's plea, while Yi Qiming felt conflicted. While Zhao had indeed raised him, she had also frequently reported on him, leading to his share of scoldings. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Zhao, retirement would be good. You need not work anymore to go wherever you wish. You truly deserve to enjoy your golden years. If you find yourself short on funds, I will personally provide some as a gesture of filial piety." Wang Ping was taken aback, realizing her son was indeed a good boy who understood gratitude. "Zhao, let us part amicably. I will offer you N12 as compensation. You cannot remain in this household any longer." Yi Zhenxing's resolve was firm. He would not allow anyone to spread rumors or sow discord. He had encountered enough of such individuals in his company, and they severely impacted family harmony, especially when directed towards his long-lost daughter. N12 was already the extent of Yi Zhenxing's generosity. With Zhao's monthly salary being 20,000, the compensation amounted to a significant 600,000. For her age, this sum was ample for a comfortable retirement. Yet she felt unsatisfied, unwilling to accept it. "Sir, there are reasons behind my actions. You are so busy with work that you remain oblivious to family matters. This Miss Huimin has violent tendencies. The whole family knows it. Otherwise, I would not have risked my safety to secretly record her. If you don't believe me, ask everyone." Zhao, in a moment of desperation, tore off her facade, determined to expose Yi Huimin's true nature. "Zhao," Yi Zhenxing bellowed, "have you no shame? If you continue to slander my daughter, do not blame me for severing ties." Zhao was undeterred, boldly asserting, on her first day home, Miss Huimin threw a tantrum, selling all of Miss Xingyue's clothes for a mere 800, although the total value in that wardrobe was in the millions. Do you think they lived together because of their strong bond? No, it is because Miss Huimin privately mistreats Miss Xingyue, and everyone present witnessed it. Yi Huimin, embracing Yi Xingyue, publicly questioned, "Have I mistreated you?" "No," Yi Xingyue replied succinctly. "Have I treated you well?" "Yes, you have helped me with makeup and taught me skincare." Yi Qiming interjected. "No wonder you seem to have become more beautiful lately." The other maids chimed in. "I agree. Miss Xingyue's complexion has improved remarkably. Previously, she suffered from redness, itchiness, and acne, yet those symptoms seem to have vanished. I have also used the skincare products Miss Huimin provided, and they work wonders. I haven't experienced any redness or irritation these past few days." "Zhao, have you perhaps become delusional in your old age? I share a room with Xingyue, and our relationship is excellent. You can see nothing from outside. How can you claim I bully her?" Yi Huimin challenged. But you sold Miss Xingyue's clothes. That is a fact." Zhao attempted to shift the conversation. Yi Huimin pointed at Maid Zhou. "You explain what happened." Maid Zhou stepped forward, stating, "That day, Miss Xingyue saw Miss Huimin dressed too lightly and gifted her some clothes. Miss Huimin has a keen eye for fashion, and they decided to sell all the clothes to purchase ones more suited to Miss Xingyue's style, while also clearing some space in the wardrobe for Miss Huimin's use. New clothes are on the way and will arrive tomorrow." Yi Xingyue, hearing this, was momentarily bewildered as that how it happened. Yet as she thought further, something felt off. No, that's not right. How could Mei Zhou lie for Yi Huimin? This is not true. It was clearly Miss Huimin who envied Miss Xingyue's position and was causing trouble, deliberately selling the clothes to assert her dominance. Zhao, in a fit of desperation, grasped Mei Zhou's collar, demanding, "Zhou, how can you lie with your eyes wide open?" Without hesitation, Mei Zhou pushed her away, no longer submissive. "Zhao, stop spreading rumors. Every word I say is true. The eyes of the public are keen. You cannot hide the truth. I can testify. I was present. The clothes sold for over 800,000. The two young ladies share a close relationship, spending their time either discussing skincare or fashion." The maids rallied behind Mei Zhou, and this unexpected turn of events shocked Yi Xingyue once more. Simultaneously, Zhao and Wang Ping sensed that matters were spiraling out of control. When had they been so thoroughly exposed? Especially Zhao, who had been in the household daily. Completely oblivious. "Xingyue, you are the key witness. Tell Dad what truly transpired," Yi Huimin gently encouraged, patting her shoulder. Yi Xingyue, feeling anxious, swallowed hard. After a moment's pause, she finally admitted, Mei Zhou did not lie. Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Yi Xingyue, whom she had raised, had turned against her. "Zhao, what else do you have to say?" Yi Zhenxing thundered, his anger palpable. "It is no wonder our home is in disarray. It all stems from you." I am wronged, Zhao exclaimed, feeling utterly aggrieved. "You feel wronged?" Yi Huimin scoffed. "Did you not feel wronged when you accused me of bullying my brother?" You vile woman," Zhao retorted. "You must have used some insidious means to threaten them." Zhao suddenly realized, when it comes to threats, it is likely you who have intimidated them, as a mere outsider. I could not possibly hold such power. Yi Huimin replied coolly, "Zhao, you have truly lost your mind. When have I ever struck Aunt Wang? Am I the sort to disrespect my elders? I might have kicked you once during our previous argument, but was that truly worth holding a grudge over? Why must you accuse me of everything? You are talking nonsense. You slapped Madame twice. Everyone witnessed it," Zhao insisted. "Who witnessed it?" Yi Huimin shot back. The hall fell silent. Yi Huimin turned to Yi Xingyue. "I recall being in the dining room. You and Aunt Wang were dining, and I returned late, asking Zhao to prepare a couple more dishes so I could join you both. Zhao, however, found it troublesome and urged me to make do. Which led to our quarrel, correct?" Yi Xingyue nodded without hesitation. Yes. After responding, she grew apprehensive, fearing that if Wang Ping insisted that Yi Huimin had struck her, the entire facade would crumble. Yi Huimin approached Wang Ping once more and said, "Aunt Wang, I truly apologize for the last incident. I had a minor altercation with Butler Zhao, and when you intervened, you may have inadvertently gotten hurt. Please do not take it to heart. I was quite agitated at the time and didn't pay attention." Wang Ping exhaled heavily, managing a faint smile. "It is entirely my fault for being too indulgent towards Butler Zhao, which caused you to suffer that day. Since you have just arrived, I should have been more attentive." Yi Huimin's lips curled slightly. "Aunt Wang, you have already shown me considerable care. I recall a time when it was cold, and upon my return, you asked if I would like some ginger tea." "That was simply my duty," Wang Ping humbly replied. Butler Zhao was left utterly dumbfounded, as if cast aside by the entire world. If even the lady of the house did not stand by her, her chances of success were bleak. "Madam, why is this happening? I have not only been your relative but have also devoted myself to serving you for so long. How could you treat me like this?" Butler Zhao lamented, unwilling to accept the reality. Chapter 55. Unveiling the crimes. Wang Ping stepped forward, urging, "Butler Zhao, please, cease this commotion." She gestured discreetly. Butler Zhao, now emotionally unstable, struggled to accept the situation. "I speak only the truth. You are all deceivers, great deceivers. You have conspired against me, bullied me, and thought to drive me away. Let me tell you, it will not be so easy. The greatest deceiver in this household is you. Do you believe you are wronged? That everyone is bullying you?" Yi Huimin scoffed. "What do you call your usual arrogance and bullying of others? Do not place such labels on me. I am most amiable." Butler Zhao retorted stubbornly. "Amiable? You?" Yi Huimin turned to the maids and inquired. "Those who have been struck by Butler Zhao, please step forward." One maid spoke up. "Last time, when I asked Butler Zhao if I should move Miss Min to a room on the second floor, Butler Zhao slapped me and declared that Miss Min was merely a country girl who only deserved to stay on the first floor. Another maid chimed in. I was present as well. Butler Zhao instructed us not to open the door for Miss Min and to leave her waiting outside. The chef added, Butler Zhao not only withheld our meal allowances but also inflated prices for personal gain. Every time the master gives out red envelopes for the holidays, Butler Zhao takes half before distributing the rest to us. Every servant entering the Yi household must offer a portion of their salary to Butler Zhao during the first 3 months of employment, or they will not pass the probation period. Butler Zhao also imposes various fines that go directly into her own pocket. The wine in the cellar and the gifts received in the storeroom. If they are not too conspicuous, Butler Zhao will take them for herself. All the servants stood together to testify against Butler Zhao, each accusation more outrageous than the last. Wang Ping nearly lost her balance upon hearing the revelations. She had typically left household management to Butler Zhao, never imagining that delegating authority could lead to such misconduct. Wei Zhenxing shot a glare at Wang Ping and reproached, Is this the household you manage? You have raised such a rat right under your nose. Wang Ping dared not speak or raise her head, standing there in a daze. You all are spouting nonsense. Have I not merely been strict with you? Now you all stand together to slander me. Butler Zhao protested, defiantly declaring, Catching a thief red-handed requires evidence. I will not admit to anything without it. Then today I shall ensure you understand clearly. Yi Huimin said, signaling to Maid Zhou. Maid Zhou nodded, briefly excusing herself, and returned with a ledger and a USB drive. She introduced, this USB contains surveillance footage of Butler Zhao selling household items around the Spring Festival. And this ledger is her own record of various income. Yi Huimin placed the ledger before Butler Zhao. Do you recognize this handwriting? Butler Zhao's countenance changed instantly. She had hidden the ledger very well. How could it have been discovered? Moreover, she had been monitoring Yi Huimin closely during this time. When had this ledger been found? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind, making no sense at all. This is not my property. You have fabricated this. Butler Zhao turned away, unwilling to face the evidence. January income from fines, 2,300 yuan. From selling wine, 3,500 yuan. From gifts, 1,100 yuan. Procurement, 4,200 yuan. And red envelope received for New Year's, 3,000 yuan. Yi Huimin read aloud, then turned to Wang Ping. Aunt Wang, how much did you distribute to each servant for the New Year's red envelope? Wang Ping replied quietly, 600 for each. Yi Huimin continued to inquire of Maid Zhou. What did you receive? Maid Zhou responded, only 300. Butler Zhao, your bookkeeping is rather meticulous. With a little more effort, you might almost match a month's salary. Yi Huimin commended Wei Zhenxing, who despised treachery and deceit. Furiously questioned, Zhao, I pay you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, covering your meals and accommodation, and I have not skimped on giving you money during holidays. How dare you engage in such base dealings behind my back? Butler Zhao instantly deflated, pleading, Master, I was momentarily befuddled. Please forgive me this once, a momentary lapse. You have maintained this confusion for 18 years, Yi Huimin remarked, flipping through the thick ledger, noting that the first page bore the date of Butler Zhao's entry into the Yi household. Initially, she had been honest, but after Yi Qiming's birth, her actions had gradually become unscrupulous, and she developed a habit of theft. As her power grew, so did her greed, reaching out to other servants as well. Had she not acted so selfishly, perhaps the walls would not have crumbled around her. Master, I truly was blinded by greed. I swear I will never do this again, Butler Zhao pleaded, crawling towards Yi Zhenxing. Yi Huimin blocked her path, coldly stating, You still wish for another chance? The Yi household no longer has a place for you. Return what you owe, 213,000 yuan. Given your long service, I will waive the remainder of 4321, 75 yuan. Butler Zhao felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath her. To part with the money she had painstakingly saved was akin to returning to square one. I have no money. I have spent it all. I have no cash, only my life. Butler Zhao lay down on the floor, throwing a tantrum. Yi Huimin scoffed lightly, a smirk tugging at her lips. You have 530,000 yuan in fixed deposits, 48,000 yuan in a current account, and a property worth 8 million yuan at this rate. Selling the house may be your only option. Butler Zhao was astonished. Her secrets had been laid bare. How do you know all of this? Yi Huimin waved the ledger. It's all recorded here. Did you forget? In truth, after the conflict with Butler Zhao, Everything had been thoroughly investigated. Oh my goodness, she has more money than I do, Yi Qiming exclaimed in disbelief. The others were equally astonished by Butler Zhao's substantial wealth. However, considering her character, which was all about taking and never giving, it was evident that despite living in the Yi household with meals and accommodation provided, her expenses were minimal. Over 18 years, her total income surpassed 4 million yuan, plus her embezzled 2 million, totaling over 6 million. It was shocking to realize she had successfully purchased an 8 million yuan house. The maids were enraged at the thought that they had contributed to the value of that house. I will not sell my house. You can forget it unless you kill me. Butler Zhao prepared to take a stand. To her, selling her house was akin to losing her life. Then I will have no choice but to turn you in and have your assets seized, Yi Huimin stated, pulling out her phone and dialing 110 in front of Butler Zhao. Before the call connected, she warned, with the connections of the Yi family, this will be handled swiftly. You will enter, and the house will be sold as soon as you do. Moreover, I hear that the price set during asset seizures is rarely favorable. I will ensure it sells for the lowest possible price. How much you end up with will depend on your luck. If you incur debts, do not say I did not warn you. Chapter 56. Refund. Butler Zhao, upon hearing this, was paralyzed with fear. Yi Zhenxing had established a vast network over the years through business dealings with numerous influential figures. Dealing with peers might be a double-edged sword, but confronting someone like Butler Zhao was a matter of mere words, especially with undeniable evidence at hand. Butler Zhao's eyes darted nervously, and she immediately crawled towards Wang Ping, wrapping her arms around her legs. Madam, ever since you entered the Yi household, I have been by your side for a full 18 years. You cannot just turn a blind eye. Wang Ping felt the weight of the situation and realized she could not protect Butler Zhao, who would likely drag her down with her. Seeing Wang Ping's silence, Butler Zhao continued, when you were pregnant with Qiming, I was the one attending to you, day and night. Surely you cannot have forgotten those times? In light of my dedication, I shall forego any compensation. Just please do not let me sell my house and incur losses. Wang Ping seemed to touch upon a nerve. She glanced towards Yi Qiming and Yi Xingyue, finally settling her gaze on Yi Huimin. Xiaomin, Butler Zhao is of advanced age. She has worked hard to buy a house for her son and marry him off. Auntie begs you, please let this matter go and allow her to leave the Yi household peacefully. Yi Qiming chimed in, Sister Min, let it go. After all, Butler Zhao has watched over us three as we grew up. Yi Xingyue remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Yi Xingchen maintained a stoic expression, offering no feedback. Father, you are the head of the family. The decision is yours. Yi Huimin passed the decision-making authority to Yi Zhenxing. Yi Zhenxing closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before finally stating, family matters should not be aired publicly. Let her go. From now on, let us part ways, and she is not to set foot in the Yi household again. Yi Huimin was taken aback by Yi Zhenxing's unexpectedly soft heart, still recalling the bonds of their long-standing relationship in this matter. However, it was also intertwined with the influences of Wang Ping and Yi Qiming. After all, Zhao Chunfang was a relative of Wang Ping, and some degree of deference was necessary. Fine, no problem. She pilfered from the Yi family, and since my father does not demand restitution, I have nothing to say. However, she must return the money she has usurped from the servants. Yi Huimin reached out to take a ledger from the maid Zhou and continued, the total amounts to 485,700. This figure has been meticulously calculated by the maids based on the accounts, detailing every year and month, specific to each individual, whether it be fines or red envelopes, all systematically organized. Return the money. Return the money. Return the money. Hand over all our funds. To usurp our hard-earned money while oppressing and abusing us is utterly despicable. If you refuse to return it, you shall not leave today. The maids were incensed, having long suffered under the old witch. Steward Zhao truly regretted her actions. The ledger, which was meant for her own reference, had unexpectedly turned into incriminating evidence and a bill for debt collection. She weakly glanced at Yi Huimin and said, many of these people have already resigned. I cannot simply return their money. Indicating the present maids, she added, if I agree, it would save at least 300,000. Whatever is owed must be returned. It is not your money. Holding on to it will only bring misfortune. I will work hard to help you repay them. Yi Huimin scoffed, should you refuse, when the authorities arrive, it will not be so easy to negotiate. Steward Zhao looked longingly at Wang Ping. Madam, please help. That savings book contains my last retirement funds. Suddenly, Wang Ping had a revelation and turned to Yi Zhenxing. Darling, did you not just say you would give me 500,000 as pocket money? Yi Zhenxing was left speechless, feeling as if he were being taken for a fool. He retorted angrily, pocket money? Nonsense from now on. Not only will there be no pocket money, but you shall also have no control over the household finances. Wang Ping was terrified. If I do not have control, who will manage it? From now on, Xiaoman will handle the accounts. For family expenses and your pocket money, you shall ask Xiaoman. Why Yi Zhenxing regarded Yi Huimin's actions with newfound respect. Initially, he had aimed to downplay the situation and quietly support Yi Huimin, but he had not anticipated that she was the one being bullied. Most importantly, Yi Huimin had swiftly retaliated against Steward Zhao with formidable resolve. Why Yi Zhenxing mused that if Yi Xingqian and Yi Qiming possessed even half of her cunning and fortitude, their family would surely prosper. Alas, each one proved to be more inept than the last, leaving him with only the option of selecting the least inadequate. Darling, do you not realize how ridiculous this sounds? I, a mistress, must ask a child for pocket money. How embarrassing it would be if others found out. Wang Ping objected vehemently. This is plainly cutting off your pocket money. Let Xiaoman give it to Qiming, and then let Qiming give it to you. It is only natural for a mother to spend her son's money. Surely that is not shameful. Why Yi Zhenxing devised a plan for her. Wang Ping was left speechless, feeling as though she had suffered a double blow. With her left and right arms severed, she felt she had lost her financial clout. Aunt Wang, rest assured, whatever amount you need for mahjong, just let me know, and I will have Qiming transfer it to you directly. I know this is your only pastime, and I will ensure you do not lose your pocket money. Yi Huimin tacitly accepted the responsibility of managing the accounts. Wang Ping shook her head helplessly at Steward Zhao, advising, just give it back. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If life becomes difficult, you may come to me again. Seeing no other choice, Steward Zhao had to comply and return the funds. Under the watchful eyes of the maids, Steward Zhao packed her belongings and departed from the Yi household, where she had lived for 18 years. In the end, only Wang Ping drove her away from the villa. Inside the car, Wang Ping reprimanded, have you lost your mind today? Why are you saying everything out loud? If the master finds out I'm at odds with her, what will he think? What will Qiming think? I was pushed to the edge by that wretched woman. I had no idea she was so cunning, with all the servants rallying to her side, and I was completely oblivious. Zhao Chunfang was baffled, unable to comprehend how so much had transpired right under her nose. Wang Ping huffed, no matter how she pressures you, you should not have threatened me with that incident from years ago. When it comes to a critical moment, do you think I would abandon you? How could I dare? Unless I truly wish for my demise, not even that wretched woman nor the master would spare us. Zhao Chunfang sighed and continued, I never imagined Qiming and Xingyue would now be constantly associating with that little wretch, completely forgetting how I raised them. It truly breaks my heart, especially for Xingyue. Alas, do not sigh and lament. It is exceedingly unlucky. Wang Ping replied disdainfully. Those two children are merely deceived. Once they grow a little older and learn to compete for what they want, they will naturally distance themselves from those twins. You must find an opportunity to drive her away. She cannot continue to stay in the Yi household. We must prevent any further complications. Zhao Chunfang urged passionately. Wang Ping snorted coldly, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. We managed to send her away once before. We can certainly do so a second time. Just wait and see. Chapter 57. Seizing power within the villa, Yi Zhenxing solemnly announced before everyone, from now on, all household matters, great and small, will be handled by Xiaoman, and there is no need to inform the madam. Anyone who follows in Zhao Chunfang's footsteps, pilfering from the Yi family, sowing discord, showing disrespect for their superiors, or oppressing their colleagues, will face my unwavering wrath. Understood, master. The servants responded in unison. Xiaoman, you have performed admirably. In just a few days since your return, you have eradicated the Yi family's greatest parasite. Yi Zhenxing praised sincerely. Alas, I never anticipated she would be such a person. I am sorry you had to endure this. This steward Zhao has taken advantage of her position, relying on her seniority. While she treats you with respect, she reveals her true nature when faced with someone she looks down upon. Given your limited time at home, it is only natural you would be unaware of her true character. Yi Huimin reassured him, though not blame Aunt Wang for this. She is distantly related to Zhao Chunfang and has been in her company for over a decade. She too was kept in the dark and knew nothing. Yi Xinqing spoke up for the sake of family harmony. Yi Qiming echoed, Dad is right. Mom truly knew nothing. She has been out playing mahjong all these days and just returned today. The video incident was entirely orchestrated by Steward Zhao. And as for the embezzlement and selling of household items, Mom was completely unaware. Yi Xinqing frowned upon hearing this. Your mother has been out playing mahjong every day? Yi Qiming awkwardly chuckled. That question is a little. When Mom returns, you can ask her directly. I have to go review my studies now. With that, he slipped away. Hey, you little rascal, do not run off. Yi Xinqing called after him, unable to catch him, and turned to Yi Huimin. Is what Qiming said true? Yi Huimin smiled gently. Dad, it would be better for you to ask Aunt Wang directly about the situation, lest it be misconstrued that I am gossiping about her. I usually sleep early with Xingyue, and do not know whether Aunt Wang has returned home. Very well, you certainly think things through. Yi Xinqing decided not to press the issue with others, fearing Wang Ping might cause trouble later. Before leaving, he patted Yi Xinqing on the shoulder and advised, spend more time learning from your sister and less time following Qiming around. If you truly wish to go out, go to proper venues. Do not get involved in any underground racing. Yi Xinqing nodded silently, surprised at how aware his father was. Yi Xinqing then turned to Yi Huimin, saying, keep a close watch on your two younger brothers, especially Yi Qiming. Next month, his pocket money will be halved. If he sneaks off to watch underground racing or gambling again, let me know, and I will be sure to discipline him. Yi Huimin was astonished, feeling as if her father knew everything, yet not entirely. In the end, only Yi Qiming bore the brunt of all the blame. Dad, do not worry. I have heard that underground racing has been shut down and will no longer exist. Yi Huimin stated truthfully. Shut down? That quickly? Yi Xinqing found it hard to believe. Had he known that his daughter was responsible for this, he would surely question his life choices. Yi Xinqing briefly outlined a few more instructions, eager to leave the house and head to Kyoto to focus on his career. With Yi Huimin now holding the reins of financial authority and decision-making, she had completely taken control of the Yi household. She addressed everyone, announcing, from now on, Zhou Xiao will take over as the housekeeper. Thank you, Miss Min. Zhou Xiao accepted without hesitation, as this had been a prearranged condition. The rest of the staff offered no objections, having anticipated that Zhou Xiao would be the one to replace Steward Zhao. After all, it had been Zhou Xiao who had been tirelessly working behind the scenes to unite everyone. They had all been waiting for an opportunity to oust Steward Zhao, but none had expected the moment to come so swiftly. Yi Huimin returned the money usurped by Steward Zhao to each of the maids. Miss Min, you transferred the wrong amount. You overpaid by 20,000. I did the same. Yi Huimin clarified that 20,000 is a bonus for you all to start working well with me from now on. Miss Min, you are too kind. You already gave us a sum previously. Indeed, this is truly too generous. Zhou Xiao had previously approached everyone to stand up and testify against Steward Zhao's misdeeds. Many had hesitated to do so, fearing retaliation. In the Yi household, the average salary for maids ranged from 8,000 to 10,000, while chefs, drivers, and housekeepers earned between 15,000 and 20,000, all with meals and accommodation provided, along with red envelopes during holidays and insurance. Each individual had their specific duties, particularly the ordinary maids, who lacked specialized skills, making this salary and benefits package quite exceptional. Working elsewhere would entail arduous labor for less than half the benefits. Everyone feared losing their jobs and leaving the Yi household with a tarnished reputation, which would hinder their future employment prospects. Working as a servant in a wealthy family was highly reliant on maintaining a good reputation. Under these concerns, no one dared to step forward. Upon learning of the situation, Yi Huimin did but one thing. She transferred money. A sum of 100,000 was initially deposited into each person's account. In matters of seizing power, once the news is out, it must be foolproof. If you support the cause, contribute. If you do not, accept the money and remain silent. As long as one does not align with Steward Zhao, choosing neutrality is tantamount to siding with Yi Huimin. A generous reward will surely inspire courage. Many chose to rally behind Yi Huimin. The plan may not have materialized, but the money was already in hand. One has seen empty promises before, yet never has one received a reward up front. How could they not pledge their unwavering loyalty? You all performed admirably today, and I am quite satisfied, Yi Huimin praised. Work for me, and you shall not be wronged. Keep this as your reward. Thank you. Miss Min, the crowd responded, not bothering to feign modesty, feeling entirely justified in accepting the bounty. They were taken aback, however, by Yi Huimin's lavish generosity. Yi Xingyue stood aside, watching as everyone divided the spoils, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. She shared a bed with Yi Huimin every night and had remained indoors all day, unaware that Yi Huimin had quietly maneuvered everyone to follow her lead. How terrifying! How outrageous! How unbelievable! Xingchen, come here. Yi Huimin beckoned, the remaining 30,000. Return it to the departing maidservants alongside Steward Zhou. From now on, regularly check the accounts Steward Zhou maintains. Yi Xingchen, bewildered, pointed at herself. Father asked you to manage the household accounts. Didn't he? Why is this now my responsibility? Did you forget that father wants you to learn from me? Yi Huimin reminded her. She had no time to deal with trivial household finances. Rather, Yi Xingchen needed the experience to prepare for taking over the Yi family's affairs in the future. Knowing she could not refuse, Yi Xingchen nodded in quiet acquiescence. After Yi Huimin concluded her business, she embraced Yi Xingyue and said, Come, Xingyue, let us return to our room and rest. The maidservants, witnessing this, bowed in unison. Farewell, Miss Min. Yi Huimin waved her hand dismissively, stating, Tomorrow is a holiday. You may disperse. Chapter 58. Unconditional obedience. Once inside, the door was locked behind them. I am quite satisfied with your performance today, Yi Huimin said. Leaning against the edge of the desk, looking down at Yi Xingyue, who was sitting obediently on the bed. Thank you, Yi Xingyue murmured, biting her lip and nodding slightly, at a loss for words, especially with the impending return of Wang Ping. She worried about facing her wrath. I am a person of clear rewards and punishments. They receive rewards, and you shall as well, Yi Huimin stated. What would you like? I shall grant it. Yi Xingyue gazed at her blankly, and after a long pause, shook her head. I don't desire anything. Opportunities are fleeting. If you miss this one, there may not be another, Yi Huimin warned. Truly, I wish for nothing. If you allow me to remain in this home, I would be immensely grateful. This was Yi Xingyue's sole wish. Previously reliant on Wang Ping, she now found herself unexpectedly depending on Yi Huimin. In a mere half-month, she had managed to win over her two younger brothers, subdue all the servants, oust the long-serving steward, and usurp Wang Ping's authority. Her swift and decisive tactics left Yi Xingyue both in awe and devoid of any inclination to resist. The only option left was to be compliant, ever more compliant. Otherwise, the fate of Zhao Chunfang would inevitably be her own. One thing is clear. I have said that as long as you obediently heed my words, I assure you that you will remain in this household. Yi Huimin stated, tapping her finger on the desk. My rules are clear regarding rewards and punishments. Do you wish to disrupt my order? Yi Xingyue's eyes widened in realization of Yi Huimin's domineering nature. Understanding that refusing a reward was not an option, I would not dare, she stammered. But I truly do not know what to wish for. My mind is filled with concerns about mother returning to create trouble. Perhaps you could reward me with a reprieve from such troubles? Yi Huimin regarded her with a bemused expression. In a wonder, she appeared so distracted upon entering the room. Initially, Yi Huimin thought she was merely shaken by the day's events. But it turned out she harbored these deeper concerns. Is that not feasible? Yi Xingyue's countenance fell, and disappointment washed over her. Yi Huimin nodded in agreement, stepping forward to gently pat her head, speaking softly. This is easily arranged. I will have Qiming keep her occupied with mahjong, so she does not return home. If she does not come back, she shall have no time to trouble you. Will that really work? Yi Xingyue pondered, considering it a viable solution. From now on, do not question whether it will work, Yi Huimin said, lifting Yi Xingyue's chin and enunciating. I guaranteed it will. I believe you. Yi Xingyue nodded vigorously. For reasons she could not fathom, alongside her fear of Yi Huimin, an inexplicable sense of security began to blossom within her. How strange! Yi Huimin swiftly took out her phone to assign tasks to Yi Qiming, assuring him that his allowance would not be halved. This fellow may lack in many areas, but he excelled at taking advantage of their parents. The arrangements were made in no time. Upon hearing that Yi Zhenxing had gone out to attend to his career, Wang Ping lost all desire to return home, knowing that returning would only confine her to the bedroom in solitude. Once, the Yi household had been her domain. Now, with Steward Zhao gone, aside from Yi Qiming, there was no one left who could be considered an ally. When Yi Xingyue learned of Wang Ping's absence, a sigh of relief escaped her, but she quickly reconsidered, sensing impending trouble. Yi Zhenxing had already discovered Wang Ping's late-night escapades at Mahjong. Now that she was not returning home, what would happen when he found out? Beep. Yi Huimin noticed it was Yi Qiming calling and answered. What is it? Yi Qiming cautioned, do not mention that matter to Dad. Oh, Yi Huimin replied, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Yi Xingyue, noticing the mischievous glint in her smile, suspected that their father would inevitably find out. Keep it a secret, or I shall be scolded by my mother. Yi Qiming, too, wished for Wang Ping not to return, relishing the absence of nagging at home. With Aunt Wang occupied with relatives, their father would surely understand. Yi Huimin provided the excuse. Yes, she is with relatives. Yi Qiming was quite satisfied with this reason for her absence. After hanging up, Yi Huimin fell into contemplation. She understood Wang Ping all too well. Whenever she went to play mahjong, she could easily lose track of time for days on end. Especially under the current circumstances at home. Even if she returned, it would likely be when the children were at school. Otherwise, seeing her every day would drive Wang Ping to distraction. Will you tell Dad? Yi Xingyue asked with concern. Wang Ping had raised her, and truthfully, she did not wish to witness her parents quarreling. If I say yes, will you let Wang Ping come back? Yi Huimin countered. Yi Xingyue hesitated. Uncertain of what to do. Yi Huimin scoffed. You hesitated. When you weigh gains and losses, your heart already knows the answer. If that is the case, continue to be selfish. Why concern yourself with her well-being? Yi Xingyue hesitated, her thoughts laid bare. She feared crossing Yi Huimin while worrying for Wang Ping. Yet if forced to choose, she would prioritize her own safety. Rest assured, I have not yet reached the point of needing to drive her away. After all, she is still Yi Qiming's biological mother. However, this depends on her behavior, just as I evaluate yours. Good behavior warrants rewards, while poor behavior leads to punishment, Yi Huimin reiterated. Yi Xingyue clenched her fists. Her body trembling involuntarily, the woman before her instilled a genuine sense of fear. I will obediently listen to you. Her voice quivered along with her resolve. How obedient? Very obedient, unconditionally compliant. Yi Huimin smirked, commanding, undress. Yi Xingyue gasped, bewildered. Did you not say unconditionally? Yi Huimin's tone turned cold. Are you questioning me? Yi Xingyue pouted and reluctantly began removing her outer garments. Continue. With resignation, she shed her undergarments as well. Biting her lip, she looked at Yi Huimin with wide eyes. She removed her bra, crossing her arms over her chest. She feared that Yi Huimin would pull out her phone and aim the camera at her. Pants, continue. Yi Huimin gestured downwards. Yi Xingyue complied. Realizing she was playing along with this obedience test, she felt she had grasped Yi Huimin's methodology. Intimidation, training, obedience testing, rewards. She understood now. Since refusal was not an option, she might as well go all the way, stripping down to nothing. As her pants fell to the ground. Yi Huimin halted her, saying, You do not need to remove your panties. Yi Xingyue's face flushed crimson as she hastily pulled her panties back up, then removed her remaining trousers and thermal leggings. What now? She asked softly. Drop your hands, stand straight, and hold your head up high, Yi Huimin instructed. Yi Xingyue obeyed, keeping her eyes shut throughout. This was outright bullying, brazenly blatant bullying. Moments later, she felt a warm touch on her shoulder, accompanied by the chilling sensation of something foreign. When she opened her eyes, she was astounded. Was the sun rising in the west? Yi Huimin was actually doing this to her? Chapter 59. A sincere apology. What sort of expression is that? What naughty thoughts are brewing in that little head of yours? Yi Huimin asked with a wry smile, casting a sidelong glance at her before returning to her work. Yi Xingyue observed that Yi Huimin had somehow acquired a measuring tape and was currently assessing her shoulder width and bust size. No, I am not thinking of anything, she protested, shaking her head. Keep your body still, Yi Huimin reminded her. Gathering her courage, Yi Xingyue stammered, What are you doing? I'm rewarding you. Are you buying me clothes? My height is 163 centimeters. Weight 95 pounds. I wear size S, and ABCUP.IT doesn't need to be so complicated. Yi Xingyue blurted out her measurements, unable to endure being touched by Yi Huimin while utterly bare. Shame, insecurity. Primarily, she felt dwarfed in height, outclassed in figure, and surpassed in size. Normally, clothing could conceal imperfections, but now, with everything exposed, She felt utterly mortified. Private customization requires precise measurements. As Yi Huimin took the measurements, she diligently recorded them. Her gaze devoid of any mockery towards Yi Xingyue's physique, embodying professionalism and seriousness. Haven't you already rewarded me? Yi Xingyue questioned, perplexed. Protection is one thing, and rewards are another. They should not be conflated. Oh, very well. Yi Xingyue pouted, secretly observing the industrious Yi Huimin, finding her thoughts increasingly inscrutable. Why was she not dismissing her, yet treating her so kindly? Did she not harbor any resentment for having snatched away a life that rightfully belonged to her? Yi Xingyue found herself unable to comprehend, nor daring to inquire. Perhaps those raised abroad and those nurtured domestically possessed divergent thought processes. Once Yi Huimin had meticulously recorded all the data, she tucked away her tools and advised. You have uneven shoulders. It would be beneficial to perform trapezius stretches and scapular lifts regularly, and refrain from crossing your legs, lest your chest appears uneven. I understand, Yi Xingyue replied, her cheeks flushing once more as she hurriedly donned her clothing. The following day, Yi Xingyue was awakened from her slumber, this being the first time since sharing a bed with Yi Huimin that she was roused so actively. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only 9 in the morning. In the past, if she had not slept until 10:30, her morning irritability would have been palpable. However, confronted by Yi Huimin's gentle demeanor, she could only utter, Sister Min, why are you waking me so early? Is there something amiss? We need to organize the wardrobe, Yi Huimin responded. Why Yi Xingyue was instantly more alert. You really bought clothes? She recalled how Zhou Xiao had deceived Yi Xinqing, claiming that Yi Huimin had new garments arriving today. She had not anticipated it to be true. Clever, Yi Huimin urged, hurry up and get up. A wardrobe organizer will be arriving shortly. Go to the gym and wait for me. I'll teach you shoulder exercises later. Yi Xingyue dared not refuse and promptly rose to change her attire. Regardless of whether it was shoulder exercises or even a 5-kilometer run, she would tackle it head-on. Upon arriving at the gym, she discovered 2 other souls present. Both bore dark circles under their eyes, evidently having pulled an all-nighter. While she could understand Yi Qiming's late night due to either surfing the internet or gaming, she could not fathom what Yi Xingchen was doing awake in his room. Xingchen, did you not sleep well last night? Yi Xingyue inquired. Why Yi Xingchen, seated and yawning, casually gestured, checking the accounts. He had indeed been sorting through accounts with Zhou Xiao, yet had returned to his room to rest by 10 o'clock. Growing up, he had become quite responsible, now bearing the mantle of the family's man. Yi Xingyue reached out to smooth down the unruly tuft of hair at the back of Yi Xingchen's head. His hair was too long and looked disheveled from sleep. Yi Xingchen did not shy away, allowing her to tidy his hair. Yi Huimin, after a brief discussion with the organizer in the wardrobe, made her way to the gym. This scene unfolded before her eyes, and only when the two had finished grooming their hair did she call for them to stand in a line. Xingchen, Qiming, you two will begin with 100 push-ups, 10%. Sister Min, we merely stayed up late. Surely that doesn't count as a mistake. Yi Qiming protested vehemently. Yi Xingchen remained silent, merely stifling another yawn. No complaints from you two. Starting today, I will teach you some self-defense moves to prevent you from being bullied when you go out. Yi Huimin was concerned that one day, when she might not be there to protect them, they would be vulnerable to attacks without the means to defend themselves. At the very least, it would be advantageous for them to have some means of escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiming's interest piqued. He vividly recalled the night Yi Huimin had single-handedly taken on a group of over 10 individuals and had fantasized several times before bed about triumphing in a race, being hailed as Brother Ming. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I want to learn. His enthusiasm surged, and without hesitation, he dropped to the floor to begin push-ups. After completing 5 or 6, he felt a strain. With an awkward smile, he asked from the ground, Can I just do 30 today? I'll ease into it. If you can't manage, then do them on your knees. Look at how weak you are, Yi Huimin remarked, her head aching at his lack of fitness for someone so young. Yi Xingchen completed his 10 in one go without much effort. He had previously utilized this gym regularly. Seizing the moment, Yi Huimin began to personally guide Yi Xingyue through the scapular muscle stretches. Did you remember the movements from earlier? I did 0.5 sets of 20 seconds each day. Understood. After completing the stretches, Yi Xingyue felt significantly more at ease, fully aware that Yi Huimin had her best interests at heart and promptly agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, she asked, if I resolve my uneven shoulders, can I grow taller? She did not aspire to reach Yi Huimin's height, but would be content with being around 165 or 168 centimeters. Yi Huimin gently touched her kneecap. You still have potential. When I have time, I will customize a plan for you. Yi Xingyue, elated, jumped up and impulsively embraced Yi Huimin. Once she realized what she had done, she too was taken aback. Hee, she chuckled awkwardly, don't be too pleased too soon. Persistence is key, or it will be for naught, Yi Huimin replied seriously. She had long grown accustomed to Yi Xingyue's affectionate gestures, having been embraced by her nightly. Oh, I will diligently persist, Yi Xingyue thought to herself, relieved not to have been pushed away. You three will supervise one another. With that, Yi Huimin returned to the bedroom to check on the progress of the clothing organization. All these garments had been ordered from the Xie family a few days prior. Since she had not selected any for herself, she had ultimately passed them on to Yi Xingyue as a reward for supervising Yi Xingchen's winter break assignments. Upon returning from her workout, Yi Xingyue was astounded to learn that all the clothes were meant for her. Several pieces were exceedingly rare, limited editions. It was evident that they had been meticulously chosen rather than carelessly thrown together to impress Yi Zhenxing. She felt overwhelmingly fortunate to have such good fortune fall upon her. Sister Min, you are too kind to me. I was truly a brat before, lacking understanding. This time, her apology was heartfelt and sincere. Chapter 60. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. During this period leading up to the start of the new school year, Yi Huimin diligently trained both Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming physically, imparting numerous self-defense techniques. After a period of adjustment, Yi Xingyue experienced significant improvements in her skin, posture, and overall demeanor. Her confidence grew as well, allowing her to tease Yi Huimin playfully. As for Wang Ping, she resided in another house, only returning occasionally to collect clean clothes before departing again. Yi Zhenxing, preoccupied with his career, was either in Kyoto or traveling for business, seldom returning home. On March 1 st, the day of the new school year, luxury cars crowded the entrance of Jiuding Middle School, causing traffic maps to display deep red on several nearby streets. Inside the campus, banners announcing the start of the school year adorned the main road. Guarding the original intent, courageous responsibility, youth blossoms in the new semester. Setting sail to embrace the waves, youth boldly embarks on a new journey. Yi Huimin and the others were driven to the school entrance in a business van. Ah, how annoying! The moment my feet touch this ground, I feel as though my body has been emptied of all vitality. I believe this place's feng shui does not favor me, Yi Qiming exclaimed as he stepped out of the vehicle. I know not whether it favors you, but given your grades, I believe our father will surely reprimand you, Yi Xingyue reminded him. Dad said as long as I don't rank in the bottom 3, I should be fine. I'll just aim for 4th from the bottom, Yi Qiming replied confidently, while Yi Xingchen maintained his steady performance, managing to stay above the passing line. Passing is my baseline, Yi Xingchen stated. Yi Qiming, feeling defiant, boasted, in my day, I was also a student who passed. Yi Xingyue shot him a glare. You do realize that was in the past. If you say that, it deeply saddens me. If I do not fail, how would I lower Dad's expectations of us? My existence only serves to highlight your excellence, particularly making it seem like brothers' passing grades are commendable in our father's eyes. Otherwise, if I pass too, Dad would expect high scores from both of you. Yi Qiming sighed heavily. Ah, my spirit of sacrifice is lost on you. Yi Xingyue and Yi Xingchen chose to ignore him, quietly retrieving their luggage from the trunk. Regardless of what was said, Yi Qiming, being the optimist he was, could always find 1,000 reasons to justify himself. Jiuding Middle School operated on a boarding system, allowing students to return home only on weekends, holidays, and during winter and summer breaks. Yi Huimin and Yi Xingyue walked ahead, while Yi Qiming and Yi Xingchen trailed behind, each dragging 2 pieces of luggage. The 4 of them arrived first at the girls' dormitory. Sister Min, which dormitory are you in? Yi Xingyue inquired. District 1. District 1. Yi Xingyue gasped in surprise. Yi Qiming, nearby, confirmed, District 1 or District 11, the one labeled 3. 2.1. Yi Huimin repeated. In a way. How is that possible? District 1 is home to the 9 prominent families. Are you certain you reside in District 1 and not in Building 1 of District 11? Yi Qiming expressed serious doubt. District 1 consisted of standalone villas, of which only 9 were designated for the 9 prominent families. District 2 comprised stacked villas, primarily for the collateral branches of these families. District 3 consisted of upscale apartments, mainly for relatives of the 9 families. The remainder were collective dormitories, all accommodating 4 students per room. Apart from Districts 1 and 2, which did not conduct room checks, other dormitories enforced a lights-out policy and had curfews. Ye Huimin opened the email from Jiuding Middle School and read it carefully. The dormitory was in District 1, Building 1, with a passcode for entry. Yi Qiming, skeptical, leaned in for a closer look. No way, this can't be right. How is this possible? Yi Xingyue also found it hard to believe. Heavens, how could you be living there? Sister Min, do you know whose family resides in that place? Whose? Yi Huimin already had an inkling. The Xie family from Jiuding Society. Yi Xingyue remarked. However, it is currently in a vacant state, as the next generation of the Xie family has yet to be born. Hence there is no one residing there to pursue their studies. By the time they are born, it will be too late. By the time they reach high school, I shall have long departed. Yi Huimin chuckled in response. Yi Xingyue expressed her concerns. Perhaps we should inquire at the logistics office to clarify, lest we make a mistake and cause trouble. Yi Huimin waved her hand dismissively. No need. It suggests that our father possesses the capability. Let us not forget, the Yi family is currently thriving alongside the Xie family. Why residing there could be more beneficial for them. That makes sense? Yi Xingyue conceded. Yi Qiming interjected. Why doesn't the Xie family arrange for all 3 of us to move there? Wouldn't that be even more advantageous for them? Yi Huimin quickly fabricated a reason. Perhaps your grades are too poor to be of any benefit. Yi Qiming was momentarily silenced, unable to retort. He pointed to Yi Xingyue, but Sister Xingyue excels in her studies, ranking within the top 100 of her grade. In a cohort of over 2,000 students, being among the top 100 is indeed a remarkable achievement. Yi Xingyue's lips curled downwards slightly, tilting her head as if she had not heard. She was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly due to the absence of the Yi family's blood flowing through her veins. Despite sharing the surname Yi, she did not truly belong to the Yi family. Yi Huimin did not respond, instead gathering her luggage and stating, "It seems that Area 1 has a designated security gate. You won't be able to enter. I shall go ahead." Rather than a dormitory, it resembled a villa district within the campus. She proceeded along the path, following the signs and the mailing map. Observing Yi Huimin walking off alone, Yi Xingyue coldly declared, "I shall take my leave as well. You need not see me off, just give me my suitcase." Oh, why the sudden discontent? Yi Qiming attempted to console her. "It's nothing. Chenggu and I do not reside in a grand villa either." "What do you mean I'm not happy? It's not as if we lack villas at home," Yi Xingyue retorted as she snatched the suitcase and walked away. Yi Qiming, with his usual naivety, mistakenly believed she was merely throwing a tantrum. Until the perceptive Yi Xingchen explained the situation through gestures. Alas, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. "Is it really such a big deal?" Yi Qiming muttered under his breath. Yi Xingchen chose not to engage. He understood that many matters were trivial to Yi Qiming, yet were of utmost importance to Yi Xingyue. For instance, gaining their father's approval, receiving praise from others, and being a valuable member of the Yi family. As Yi Xingyue forged ahead, her 2 younger brothers trailed behind, attempting to reclaim the suitcase. The 3 of them tussled along the way, ultimately yielding success to Yi Xingchen and Yi Qiming. That moment, a girl approached them directly. Yi Xingyue, who was that person you were with just now? She is even more beautiful than you. Yi Xingyue did not deign to look at her, for it was her nemesis. Hong Manwen, mind your own business and no need to be so irate. I was merely asking out of concern. Hong Manwen scoffed. That person bears a striking resemblance to Yi Xingchen. I feel they resemble siblings even more than you two.